Chapter 1. Is my girlfriend a green tea? Quick, quick, quick. Are you ready? A voice urged urgently in Chen's ear as he opened his eyes, propping himself up on his arm from the sofa, and saw a short, baby-faced boy rushing towards him with an anxious expression. Oh dear, what time is it? You're still lying here so leisurely. It's almost your turn to perform. Should you not hurry and prepare for your entrance? I really don't understand what senior she was thinking, letting you take her place. The boy continued. I must warn you, you better perform well, or else we're all in trouble. Listening to the incessant chatter of the baby-faced boy, Chen's mind struggled to catch up. What was happening? He had just been burning the midnight oil writing for a show, and now, having merely dozed off at the desk, he found himself in this unfamiliar setting. Glancing around, it appeared to be the backstage of a performance. Moreover, from the boy's words, it seemed he was a last-minute replacement for someone else. Was he dreaming? Yet, this felt far too real. Transmigration. An unbelievable thought flashed through Chen's mind, and, as if to validate his suspicion, fragments of memories surged in like a tidal wave. The overwhelming influx of information sent pangs of pain through his head, and he instinctively raised a hand to his forehead. Hey, are you even listening to me? The baby-faced boy waved his hand in front of Chen's eyes, visibly irritated. This graduation gala is crucial. Originally, senior she was supposed to perform the final act, and we've already spread the word, attracting many of her fans. Now, senior she has designated you to replace her, and I sincerely hope you can meet the expected standards. Otherwise, could you please be quiet for a moment? Chen interrupted impatiently. This individual, Lu Liang, was a minor leader in the student union and the organizer of this year's graduation gala. Logically, it fell within Lu Liang's responsibilities to handle such matters. But since Chen had awoken, this person had been buzzing around him like a persistent fly, which was quite bothersome. Lu Liang, taken aback by the interruption, paused for a moment, seemingly realizing it was not the best time to argue with Chen, and continued, Humph, you better be aware of the stakes if you mess this up. I may not be able to do anything, but I can't guarantee that the school or those fans will be so forgiving. Chen nodded, choosing to remain silent. After a brief moment, he had managed to digest most of the information that he was now in Blue Star, a parallel world strikingly similar to Earth, with a historical trajectory nearly identical. Yet the entertainment industry here was significantly underdeveloped, producing works of varying quality. His presence in this world stemmed from the unfortunate fate of his predecessor, who had suffered a sudden cardiac arrest due to the emotional turmoil of not performing for an extended period, thus granting Chen this unexpected opportunity. The senior she mentioned by Lu Liang, once the campus belle and now a rising second-tier idol singer, turned out to be his hidden girlfriend? But this girlfriend seems to be quite the manipulative individual. Chen furrowed his brows. They were at Jiang Art Academy, not the most renowned art institution in the country, yet it was a leading one locally. Upon entering the school, Chen had swiftly signed with an entertainment agency due to his striking looks and talent, basking in glory at that time. Shiyuan was merely an ordinary sophomore. Eventually, Shiyuan emerged from the throngs of Chen's admirers and successfully pursued him. In the beginning, their relationship was exceedingly sweet. Shiyuan did everything to please Chen, who reciprocated with great affection. However, following a sudden turn of events, Chen found himself in a dire situation, and the girlfriend's attitude underwent a dramatic transformation. After the role reversal, what he received in return was indifference. Although Shiyuan never explicitly suggested a breakup, her actions constantly conveyed that he was unworthy of her. Emotional neglect. Months could pass without a glimpse of her, and now he was being summoned to replace her at the last minute through a brief message. Tonight's graduation gala will attract considerable attention from various companies. Please perform the final act for me. Just sing the sunflower blooms. But don't worry, you can do it. Make the most of this opportunity. That was the entirety of their conversation regarding this sudden replacement. Scrolling back through their chat history revealed a litany of sycophantic messages. Wife, have you been busy lately? Please remember to rest. Wife, I love your new single, it's beautiful. Thank you. Wife, the weather forecast says it's getting colder. Take care of yourself. Okay. 3 months prior. Picture breaking news. Idol singer Shiyuan spotted on a 6-day, 5-night trip to Paris with a mysterious man. Wife, what's going on? It's nothing, it's for work, don't overthink it. Then why are you staying at the same hotel? Frowning, we're in different rooms. Oh, 6 months ago. Picture, major gossip. Rumors circulate that a famous singer has interfered in a director's marriage. Willing to be the mistress? Wife, is this true? Do you think I'm that kind of person? No. So you trust me? Of course. Then that's settled. A year ago. Picture, a well-known singer meets with a composer in a bar late at night, holding hands. Wife, who is he? A composer. He helped me write a great song. But that doesn't require such intimacy, does it? It's just how it is in the entertainment industry. We singers must play along with the whims of the producers. How did the song I wrote for you turn out? It was rejected by our director. Ashamed. 3 years ago. Wife, why did you sign with Huangchao Entertainment? Yes. Happy. They said my voice is unique, and they want to make me an idol. But frowning, they are our rivals. Don't be so harsh. It's just a normal contract dispute. So don't worry, I'll always stand by you. What a naive sycophant. What an exquisite green tea. A match made in heaven. Forever dangling you along, never uttering the words of breakup, just waiting for you to bring it up. The song The Sunflower Blooms, which he was to perform today, tested vocal control to the utmost. Given that incident 3 years ago, Chen's voice had nearly been ruined. Singing this song would be tantamount to self-sabotage. She could not possibly be unaware of this. Yet, she insisted he sing it, cloaking her intentions under the guise of providing him with an opportunity. Truly a relentless attempt to undermine him. Only the predecessor, burdened with grievances, would obediently comply. Should he present this green tea with a welcome gift and help his predecessor find a semblance of dignity? Chen pondered briefly before reaching a resolute decision. In the auditorium of the school, a wave of enthusiastic applause resonated as the previous performer concluded their act. The next performer was already on stage, and it was now Chen's turn to prepare. He stood and walked towards the exit. Chapter 2. A last-minute song change. Lu Liang was embracing the performers who had just completed their act when he caught a glimpse of Chen, who remained silent and instead made his way toward the backstage waiting area. Chen hurriedly followed, exclaiming, "I want to change the song." "What? Are you joking?" Lu Liang abruptly halted, nearly colliding with Chen. "I'm serious. The song I registered for. I'm not very familiar with it." Chen hesitated, daring not to admit his unfamiliarity, fearing Lu Liang's reaction. Although he had retained fragments of his previous existence's memories, the registered song remained somewhat alien to him. Moreover, his voice was still a problem, rendering him incapable of performing such a piece. "No way." Lu Liang raised his voice an octave, disregarding the waiting area etiquette. At this stage, changing songs is a grave mistake. Besides, how could you not be familiar with the song you registered? Chen shrugged, realizing that no explanation would suffice in this situation. "Are you toying with me?" After a tense standoff of about 10 seconds, Lu Liang's expression shifted from resolute to defeated. He couldn't afford to gamble. As the organizer of the entire event, any mishap would place him at the forefront of the blame. He regretted having accepted the recommendation from Senior Shi, allowing Chen to be the closing act. Though he had heard a bit about Chen's background, he knew he had once dared to stand against entertainment companies, and now, given the circumstances, he had to find a way to placate him. Otherwise, if Chen decided to cause trouble, the outcome would be unpredictable. "What song do you plan to sing?" "Well, an original composition." Lu Liang frowned. "Aren't you being a tad overconfident? Not only changing songs, but also performing an original? You are quite the restless one." Nevertheless, he realized that at this point, he had no choice but to humor Chen. "Think carefully. While there are industry insiders in the audience, your approach could backfire if you're not cautious." Each year, the graduation gala at Jiangyan Art Academy attracts a number of people from the industry, a tacit understanding among all involved. On one hand, alumni attending lend credibility to the academy, while on the other, they seek to discover fresh talent to invigorate their companies. Thus, performers strive to impress in hopes of catching the attention of entertainment firms. Lu Liang mistakenly assumed that Chen was similarly attempting to seize an opportunity, unaware that he genuinely was unfamiliar with the song Towards the Sun. Rest assured, I aim for fame, and I wouldn't choose such a stage. Chen replied with a light laugh. Lu Liang scoffed, somewhat dismissive. Given the circumstances, he could only let events unfold as they may. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, Do you have an accompaniment prepared for your original piece? Just hand me a guitar. Lu Liang, withholding judgment, borrowed a guitar from a classmate who had just finished their performance. As he handed it to Su Chen, he couldn't help but say, "I hope you don't mess this up." Su Chen gently patted his shoulder, but Lu Liang recoiled. With the situation now left to fate, the atmosphere filled with the fervent chants of Shi Si Yuan, Shi Si Yuan, Shi Si Yuan. The previous performer had just concluded, and waves of thunderous applause surged from the audience. The host, tall and clad in an elegant gown, was now drenched in cold sweat as she steeled herself to take the stage. Regrettably, I must inform you all that due to health reasons, Senior, she is unable to attend today. She sends her sincere apologies. The announcement came swiftly, leaving no time for prior notice, and she asked for the audience's understanding. Now, the final performance will be delivered by a senior from our school. Let's welcome him. At this moment, Su Chen began to ascend the stage slowly, met with a tumultuous wave of discontent from the audience. "Get off! Get off! Get off!" The roar of disapproval was overwhelming. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen, with guitar in hand, made his way to the center stage, the spotlight firmly locking onto him. For performers, such a cacophony from an audience of hundreds or thousands could instill immense pressure, as the singer's spirit was often subdued by the crowd's energy, inadvertently weakening their performance. However, Su Chen was different. Having navigated the entertainment industry for decades in his past life, he had encountered all manner of challenges and situations. For him, this was merely a trivial affair. Gigantic LCD screens flanked the auditorium, broadcasting the stage live. On screen, Su Chen appeared in a crisp white casual suit, his tall figure unmistakable. A close-up revealed his somewhat tousled hair, yet his chiseled features displayed a languid charm, radiating an undeniable masculinity. He looked handsome. This was the first time Su Chen had seen himself since his rebirth, though not as directly revealing as a mirror. Even a brief glance confirmed that he possessed an appealing visage. Why had he struggled to take center stage in his past life? Despite his talent and eventual success, he had always lacked that crucial opportunity to stand in the limelight and bask in the audience's adoration. It was simply because he hadn't been striking enough. In the entertainment industry, appearance is often the first key to entry. In this life, could he finally seize the chance to shine on stage? Su Chen silently pondered. "Shi Si Yuan, Shi Si Yuan, get off, pretty boy." Some male fans shouted frantically, having come to see Shi Si Yuan, only to be greeted by this handsome newcomer. Who would want to watch someone like him? This abrupt decision to change performers had left the school with little time to react. Yet, some female students were indifferent to this turn of events. They had never cared much for Shi Si Yuan, and now that a striking young man had taken her place, they were more than pleased. "Wow, a handsome guy. What is his name again? Hey, do you know what major he is in? Handsome guy, I support you." Some bold girls in the audience cheered, disregarding the jeers from Shi Si Yuan's fans, who they viewed as utterly lacking in combativeness. Feeling the audience's energy, Su Chen paused for about 30 seconds before slowly addressing them. "Hello, everyone. My name is Su Chen. I am from the composition department of Jiang Art Academy, and I am thrilled to represent my school at this year's graduation gala." His gaze swept across the crowd, noting some who continued to wave and hurl insults, and he offered a slight smile. "I also want to express my gratitude to those who have welcomed me so warmly. Your enthusiasm is appreciated." With his words, the audience erupted like a powder keg, igniting a fervor that filled the air. Chapter 3. Hello, Poison Get Lost. Who invited you here? How shameless. Brothers, who will crowdfund to teach this pretty boy a lesson? P.S. asking for it. Su Chen chose to disregard the barrage of insults directed at him, most of which came from fans of Shi Si Yuan, who were caught up in their emotions. "I find myself standing here today purely by chance. I want to elaborate on the reasons. Today is the graduation party, and, according to the theme, I should be singing a farewell song that would move everyone to tears and provoke heartfelt sobs. But that would be utterly dull. Therefore, I have decided to perform an original piece." An original? At the mention of original, the insults from Shi Si Yuan's fans intensified, and even those who had merely come to spectate began to frown. "This song is titled Hello, Poison, and it is dedicated to my girlfriend. I'm using this stage to announce that we have broken up. A collective gasp erupted from the audience, revealing a thirst for gossip. In this moment, the most prevalent type of person was the idle bystander. The instant there was a hint of scandal, it was as though they had been invigorated, even if the subject was merely an obscure figure. Even those who had been hurling insults now wore expressions of eager anticipation. Witnessing a personal performance where one would tear apart their own girlfriend was indeed a rarity. Meanwhile, Lu Yang was drenched in cold sweat. You said you were performing an original song, not stirring up chaos. However, he could not rush onto the stage to intervene. He could only fume at the entrance backstage. Chen continued unabated, and this song is also dedicated to all the heartless women out there, playing coy, neither rejecting nor committing, hovering between closeness and distance. Such behavior will surely invite retribution. In a corner of the auditorium, a portly middle-aged man observed with keen interest. Intriguing. He possesses commendable looks and an impressive stage presence. I wonder how his performance will fare. After a moment of contemplation, he mused aloud, even if it's not exceptional, he has the potential to be molded into a popular idol. He then exchanged a knowing glance with his female assistant, who promptly began sending messages on her phone. In the front row, a scholarly elderly gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses watched intently. Next to him, a middle-aged man fidgeted restlessly. What on earth is Lu Yang thinking? How can such a performance be part of the program? Is this graduation party merely a platform for personal grievances? As he reached for his phone to call Lu Yang, the elder beside him pressed a hand on his arm. Relax. We shouldn't impose our old-fashioned thinking on today's youth. Art should flourish in diverse forms. Let them express themselves freely. Can't you see the atmosphere is quite lively? The middle-aged man, feeling chastened, glanced around nervously, his words caught in his throat. Ultimately, he could only respond with a resigned, "All right, Dean." However, before the man could discreetly wipe the sweat from his brow, he sat up straight. This is a bit excessive. Without prior notice, springing this on us could lead to chaos. The middle-aged man, hearing this, displayed a hint of irritation. Indeed, I will remind him after the event concludes. The elder nodded in agreement, gesturing for them to continue enjoying the show. At this moment, Chen stepped forward, adjusting the microphone. He inhaled deeply, lightly strumming his guitar, producing a pleasing sound. Suddenly, without warning, he launched into a frenetic guitar solo. This song, a classic in a past life, possessed a strong rhythm. After the solo, the audience instinctively began to sway to the beat. You claim I'm being unreasonable, yet I'm the one you cannot forget. You say I'm selfish, only caring for myself. A tempest of sound surged forth. I sway left and right, nearly losing my balance. Thankfully, I still possess some skill. You cannot strike my vital points. Chen's voice came out low, even slightly hoarse, with a gritty quality that confirmed his vocal cords were indeed as damaged as he remembered. He struggled to hit higher notes and control his vocal range. Yet, this song required no such demands. A slightly weathered voice was precisely what it needed, which is why he had chosen it. The lyrics were captivating. This fellow seemed to be a significant victim of circumstance. Oh, why do you seem? One must admit, the lyrics were infused with strong emotional undertones and an unconventional singing style that captivated the audience. Hello, poison, hello, poison, hello, poison. Oh, the more you speak, the more absurd it becomes. The more I listen, the more confused I get. Hello, poison, hello, poison, hello, poison. As the song reached its chorus, the audience instinctively began to sway and sing along. Hello, poison, hello, poison, hello, poison, 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 poison. This catchy, brainwashing melody ignited the entire venue. When Appos, Essie's singing. Hurry and get off the stage. Though a small faction of stubborn detractors continued to shout insults, they were quickly drowned out by the electrifying atmosphere surrounding them. I'm growing fond of this kid. Contrary to you, I feel a bit sorry for him. Shock. A man tears apart his girlfriend at the graduation party. As he reached the final line, Chen, suppressing the discomfort in his throat, pushed his voice to an unprecedented height, hoarse yet raw, brimming with emotion. Then, amid a violent fit of coughing, the performance came to a close. As the audience witnessed Chen cough, a momentary silence enveloped the room, quickly overtaken by cheers once more. At that moment, the female host approached at just the right time. Chen bowed in gratitude and was about to leave the stage when she called out to him, "Wait. Come here. Let us have an interview." As per the format, each performer was to engage with the audience after their act. Though the host felt nervous, she steeled herself and stopped Chen. Stealing a glance at the dean and director below, she noticed their lack of reaction, the dean even smiling, which calmed her nerves considerably. Adjusting the microphone, the host addressed the audience. "We sincerely thank Chen for his splendid performance. Did everyone enjoy it? Yes. Was it explosive? Absolutely." The audience responded in unison, accompanied by a chorus of whistles. Being a host is challenging. Despite the unforeseen circumstances, it was essential to maintain the lively atmosphere. It is rare for us to witness such a uniquely original song on our stage, with a catchy melody. I believe everyone is curious, so I shall ask on your behalf. Is your girlfriend from our school? The host spoke with an air of gossip, as this was indeed what the audience yearned to know. Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Yes. I want to inquire about her name to protect her privacy, but could you briefly share your experiences together?" Chen shook his head. "It's not convenient for me to discuss the specifics." Then, with a playful tone, he added, "However, if there are truly curious friends, once I leave the stage, I can't be responsible for anything." With that, Chen nodded in gratitude and exited the stage. Wow, I suddenly feel so sorry for this young man. Indeed, I wish I could hold him and offer some comfort. You, with your mischievous thoughts, should not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. Your scheming is evident even to those far removed from the situation. How can you claim to know my thoughts? The young women in the audience began to express concern for Chen, for indeed, beauty is a form of justice, a truth applicable in many realms. Naturally, whispers of gossip began to circulate. Does anyone know this individual? I am uncertain. I have not heard of him before, though he appears to be a senior in his 4th year. What could have transpired that led him to publicly confront his girlfriend? Perhaps a senior might possess some insight. Shall we inquire? Let's ask. A valiant warrior charging forth for love. P.S. You are Poisonous original artist. Jackie Chung. Lyrics. Joan Wu. Music. Wang Yilong Chapter 4. Why should I listen to you? The old dean sat comfortably in his chair, deep in thought, furrowing his brow. Why did this Chen suddenly seem familiar to me? The middle-aged man beside him quickly responded yes. He was the student representative of his class and spoke at the orientation ceremony. However, he hesitated to continue. What is the matter? The old dean inquired with curiosity. He's quite talented. Shortly after enrolling, the Imperial Entertainment Company signed him as an artist. Unfortunately, within a year, he got into a brawl at a bar, which had serious repercussions. He not only injured his throat after being forced to drink, but was also released from his contract with Imperial Entertainment and received disciplinary action from school. The old dean frowned. While he seems somewhat impulsive, he doesn't appear to be someone who stirs up trouble for no reason. The middle-aged man agreed. There may be more to the story, but it's rather private, and we outsiders are unaware. Look into it and see if there's any hidden truth. If the impact isn't too detrimental, perhaps we can offer him another chance. Young people making mistakes isn't frightening. If there's no fundamental issue with his character, he can still redeem himself. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man from another entertainment company leaned in to listen to his assistant's report. He offended the young master of Imperial Entertainment? Why? It said he violated company regulations by dating and publicly announcing his relationship while under the young master's management. The assistant whispered further details into the man's ear, who shook his head in regret. What a pity. Such a promising talent, with his looks and skills. If he joined our company, he could become a new idol. However, he paused. If he has offended the young master of Imperial Entertainment, then we should let it go. We must maintain face in this industry. The entertainment world is fraught with intricate relationships, even if some individuals do not know each other. Face must still be given. Cultivating good relations might not yield immediate benefits, but inciting unnecessary grudges is unwise. This is why certain companies blacklist certain stars, leaving them with no avenues to pursue. It's not necessarily that the company is immensely powerful. Rather, everyone within the circle acknowledges the importance of face. unless the blacklisted artist possesses such value that it would be worth offending a large company, which is clearly not the case for Su Chen. As Su Chen emerged from the backstage, the graduation ceremony was still in its final stages. Having completed what needed to be done, lingering any longer would serve no purpose. He had managed to humiliate that scoundrel of a woman, providing a small measure of vindication for his predecessor. Just as he rounded the entrance to the auditorium, he was unexpectedly punched in the chest. Following that, he was enveloped in a large embrace. "Brother, you did splendidly." It was Ma Teng, one of his few friends at Jiang Yan Academy. "I've always said that woman is despicable, an ungrateful wretch. Your actions today were incredibly satisfying. This is the way to deal with such a woman." After Ma Teng spoke, he added regretfully, "But you didn't expose her name, which is a pity." Su Chen hadn't anticipated Ma Teng waiting for him here, and was touched by his concern. "It's futile. She is no longer afraid of such things. Even if exposed, she could easily manage the public relations. Just annoying her a bit is still satisfactory." Ma Teng expressed his disappointment and angrily shook his fist, as he was one of the few who knew what truly happened. That green tea, if it weren't for her, you and T have fallen out with the company, and none of this would have happened. And now she has signed a contract with them. What a traitor. I believe she was coerced. Otherwise, how could she have risen so quickly with her qualifications? At that time, Chen Yuan of Imperial Entertainment was eyeing her with such lewd interest. Chen Yuan was indeed the young master of Imperial Entertainment and the one responsible for Su Chen's contract termination 3 years prior. Su Chen shook his head, fully aware of the situation now. He was no longer the naive Su Chen of the past. Through a comparison of memories, the clues were evident. Yet, all he could do now was this. Enough of that. In the future, she will have her chance for retribution. Hearing Su Chen's confident tone left Ma Teng momentarily stunned. It was as if he were witnessing the vibrant, sunny, self-assured Su Chen from 4 years ago. Since the contract termination, Su Chen had been listless, consumed by thoughts of Shi Yuan, with no interest in anything else. But tonight's performance, combined with his recent words, filled Ma Teng with hope. "Brother, you finally returned. I knew it. I knew that woman wouldn't trap you forever. Put in the effort, and we might even surpass her someday. Then we'll see her true colors." Su Chen looked at Ma Teng's excited expression, feeling an inexplicable warmth. Over the years, he had lived in isolation, avoiding social interactions, and had grown indifferent to his classmates. Yet, here was someone still caring for him. Not wishing to dwell on this matter, Su Chen changed the subject. "Have you found a job?" My old man found me a company to work at as an actor. You know, I can't sing and composing isn't my strength, but acting, I think I can give it a try," Ma Teng said, then cautiously asked, "You should also pursue composing, right?" Su Chen nodded. "I've contacted an entertainment company and have already interviewed. It should be fine. But it's a small company." Ma Teng patted Su Chen's shoulder. "No worries. Everyone starts from the bottom. With your talent, you'll rise quickly. Then you can be Shi Yuan's music producer and make her beg us. Ha ha ha." As he laughed, Ma Teng's expression turned serious as he gazed at Su Chen. "Honestly, I believe your talents deserve a grander debut. As for your throat, I've asked my father to reach out. We should hear news soon." Su Chen nodded silently, then smiled and patted his shoulder. At the school gate, a white minivan was parked quietly, and leaning against it was a curvaceous woman in a black bodycon dress. Upon seeing Su Chen, she approached him slowly. "Su Chen, come here for a moment." Su Chen cast a glance at her, disinterested, and continued walking away. This woman was Jiang Yan, Shi Yuan's manager. It was obvious that the one inside the car was Shi Yuan herself. Seeing Su Chen ignore her, Jiang Yan became infuriated. "Su Chen, stop right there." Su Chen halted. "You're not my grandmother. Why should I listen to you?" He then resumed his stride. "You." Jiang Yan seethed with anger, struggling to contain her temper, her right hand caressing her ample bosom to calm herself. "Don't you want to resolve this matter?" Hearing this, Su Chen paused and narrowed his eyes. "I truly wish to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Lead the way." Oof. Jiang Yan turned her head and walked towards the car, a sense of unease stirring within her. Today, Su Chen seemed markedly different. Following closely behind her, Su Chen observed the woman ahead, her graceful movements captivating him, and he mused silently. This woman is truly mesmerizing. Sensing his gaze, Jiang Yan turned back and, catching Su Chen's eyes, exclaimed in irritation, "What are you staring at?" Su Chen casually touched his nose, a playful glint in his eyes as he focused on a specific part of her figure. "Your car is remarkably pristine and impressively large." Chapter 5. In youth. Ignorance of Auntie's goodness, mistaking a young girl for a treasure in the past, Su Chen was utterly obedient to Shi Siyuan, while Zhou Yuyan, Shi Siyuan's agent, would often scold him with casual disregard. However, today, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed by his presence. Did my flamboyant attire ignite the man's inner fire? She even began to question herself. Upon entering the vehicle, Zhou Yuyan took her seat in the front, while Su Chen and Shi Siyuan sat side by side in the back. Shi Siyuan, dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, exuded the essence of youthful vibrancy. "Am I really as unbearable as you say?" she asked, her expression devoid of emotion. "Indeed," Su Chen replied without hesitation, a hint of mischief glinting in his eyes. "So the esteemed campus belle decided to grace the event today? I thought you were unwell?" Shi Siyuan's breath caught as she retorted coldly, "It was merely to give you a chance to showcase yourself among industry insiders." "Here we go again." Su Chen shrugged dismissively, uninterested in engaging further. Noticing Su Chen's indifference, Shi Siyuan furrowed her brow. Today, he seemed markedly different. Having spent 4 years with Su Chen, she understood his character well. The public confrontation at the gala and his current sharp demeanor made her wonder if someone was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Putting aside her chaotic thoughts, she asked, "What do you think of me?" At her words, Su Chen sensed a heavy undertone of manipulation. In his previous life, such a question would have elicited lavish compliments followed by apologies, but this tactic fell flat before him, akin to a ghost attempting to cast spells before a master exorcist. He had encountered this too often in his past life. Su Chen, resolute in his stance, chose to respond with brutal honesty, selfish, indifferent, hypocritical. With each word, Shi Siyuan's expression darkened further. "Is that enough? No. Then let us add green tea, slut, promiscuous to the list." Shi Siyuan glared at Su Chen as if she wished to consume him whole. "Su Chen, don't go too far," Zhou Yuyan interjected, unable to contain her frustration. Undeterred, Su Chen pressed on, determined to lay everything bare. "Despicable, ungrateful," he declared, noting the way Shi Siyuan's face seemed to darken further. "Are you calling me a mistress?" He continued, lifting his gaze only to find tears welling in Shi Siyuan's eyes. "Wait, are you really crying? Surely your emotional resilience can't be this fragile?" Su Chen was genuinely taken aback. He had never imagined that the esteemed campus belle could be reduced to tears. Yet, his heart remained steadfast. He would not be swayed by her tears. "If you think so poorly of me and are so eager to end things, then let us part ways." Had he been Navi, such a woman would never act without reason. "Listen, you are the one so eager to break up," she exclaimed. "I had thought our journey together deserved a better conclusion after all these years." Su Chen could no longer endure her theatrics. What a performance. With acting like that, you'd win an Oscar. "Enough. Let us settle this. Goodbye." "No, wait. I feel a bit nauseous." With that, Su Chen moved to exit the vehicle. "Hold on," Zhou Yuyan called out, prompting Su Chen to turn back. She retrieved an envelope from her handbag and handed it to him. Su Chen took it, opening it to reveal a bank card. "What is the meaning of this?" Zhou Yuyan explained. "Inside is 500,000. Take it. Bribery? A means to silence me?" Su Chen quickly grasped the essence of her offer. "You two have shared feelings since university, though various circumstances may have kept you apart. I hope you can preserve each other's dignity. Just say what you mean. I have no time to waste." Su Chen interrupted, his impatience evident. A flicker of anger crossed Zhou Yuyan's face, but she held it back. Shi Siyuan is at a pivotal moment in her career. I don't want her plagued by rumors. Su Chen chuckled, having anticipated this. The elaborate setup had been merely to offer him hush money. A celebrity could endure a bit of gossip, but being branded as ungrateful and treacherous would leave a lasting stain on her reputation. "Keep it. This money is too hot to handle. I'm under no obligation to keep this relationship or its events confidential." "What? You think I can't speak of actions taken?" Zhou Yuyan, frustrated by his resistance, slammed her hand on the seat, causing it to tremble. Su-chun, you do well to tread carefully. It's in everyone's best interest. I prefer to administer punishment rather than rewards. You never know when I might decide to speak out. With that, Su-chun opened the door to leave, but paused to lean back inside. He glanced at Shi Si-yuen and declared, from now on, let us have no further contact. Turning to Zhou Yuyan, he added with a smile, Annie, feel free to reach out anytime. In his youthful ignorance, he had mistakenly called her Auntie, a title that ignited her fury. At just over 30, she had never been addressed as such, especially not in the entertainment industry, where she was typically called sister or little sister. His words made her question her own age. Yet, reflecting on his last remark, she felt an unusual sensation. What is wrong with being an aunt? An aunt's charm remains undiminished. An aunt can still be nurturing. She turned to Shi Si-yuen, still in tears. Shi Si-yuen, Su-chun has left, implying that she should stop her performance. Upon hearing this, Shi Si-yuen's tears flowed even more freely, while some of her tears were feigned. The hurtful words had genuinely struck a nerve. I did those things, but I cannot bear your judgment. Yes, exactly. The additional harm from Zhou Yuyan only compounded her sense of injustice. Once she managed to stop crying, she murmured, he didn't take the money. At present, he is no longer a threat. Zhou Yuyan replied, I feel he has changed significantly. I fear. Zhou Yuyan scoffed. Today confirmed that his voice is ruined, and his composition skills are mediocre. Regardless of what he does now, he exists in a completely different realm from you. Even if he dredges up past events, who would recognize him? They would merely see him as a desperate clinger to your fame, and your fans would simply overlook him. Shi Si-yuen nodded. 3 years prior, when she was just starting, she had to keep Su-chun in check, fearing his antics could jeopardize her budding career. Now, with her established status, she was fully capable of severing ties with him whenever she wished. This evening, it was merely a desire to secure a favorable outcome. Should Su-chun accept the money and keep this matter confidential, it would result in mutual satisfaction. However, if, as is the case now, Su-chun declines, they remain unperturbed, though it may invite some minor inconveniences. Regardless, the outcome has been achieved. Chapter 6. Tang Jai. Enough of these trivial matters. He is merely a small figure, and we have far more pressing concerns. Li Qingshan has declined our invitation, citing his commitment to assisting a friend in crafting songs for a new album. He did not disclose the identity of this friend, leaving us to seek alternative avenues. Shi Si-yuen furrowed her brow. Could it be that he is working on a new album for Jiang Yan? Zhou Yuyan pondered for a moment before replying, Rest assured, it cannot be. To my knowledge, she is also scouring the world for songwriters. Shi Si-yuen exhaled a sigh of relief, although her worries lingered. Alas, finding a good song these days is exceedingly difficult. Zhou Yuyan echoed her sentiment with a sigh indeed. The golden age of renowned songwriters has passed, and the current output is alarmingly low, making quality songs quite coveted. As for the new generation, there are no outstanding composers to take their place. Hence, the scarcity of songs will only increase. Regardless, let's keep searching. Yes. Noticing Shi Si-yuen's persistent gloom, Zhou Yuyan offered comfort. Do not fret. Even if we ultimately fail to find a song, Jiang Yan will certainly struggle too. I will reach out to other composers tomorrow and see if there are any responses. The company is also diligently assisting in the search. Shi Si-yuen nodded. That is all we could do for now. Su Chen's family resided in the older district of Jiangcheng, rich with the aroma of life. When his parents were still alive, they conducted a small business here, toiling day and night to purchase several apartments. However, following their passing, he was compelled to sell nearly all the properties due to issues with the contract from Huangchao Entertainment, ultimately unable to settle the breach of contract fees. Fortunately, Huangchao Entertainment showed some compassion and waived a portion of the compensation, allowing him to retain the last apartment, where he has since resided. Teacher Bai, have you eaten? Wang Shu, why are you out so late again? Su-chun was well acquainted with the area, greeting everyone he encountered along the way. After all, he had lived in the same neighborhood for over a decade, and most were familiar faces. Oh, right. Once Su-chun walked away, a few individuals gathered curiously. What's up with Xiao Su today? So friendly? He had previously greeted them with little warmth, often appearing indifferent. Alas, this child has had it tough. We should understand him. Only in recent years has the Tang family provided some support. Otherwise, he would seem like a neglected child. Who could argue with that? He is so young and alone. If he were bullied outside, who would advocate for him? Let's offer him more assistance in the future. Well, we have helped before. Oh, my mistake. We'll be more diligent from now on. Su Chen, of course, was oblivious to this conversation, but he had indeed received considerable aid from his neighbors over the years, which he appreciated. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as valuable as a close neighbor. Even when his parents were alive, they had never maintained close ties with relatives. Instead, they celebrated festivals and exchanged greetings with neighbors, forming bonds akin to family. Su Chen's apartment was situated at the edge of the complex. A right turn after entering led him there. It was a 6-story building with a bustling street just beyond the separating wall. In his childhood, he had despised living in this location, as the sounds of street vendors and conversations from roadside stalls filled the air throughout the day. In the summer, the aroma of barbecue wafted in, distracting him from his studies. However, over time, he grew fond of the lively atmosphere. The vibrancy of life soothed the soul, and after experiencing hardship, he felt truly at home. On the 4th floor, his 3-bedroom apartment bore signs of age. The interior was chaotic. Though clean, it lacked order. Empty water bottles, packaging, incense holders, disinfectants, and plastic bags cluttered the surfaces. Clothes were strewn in corners. A small stool lay toppled on the floor, and a once vibrant plant had withered away. Goodness, this place is a disaster. He resolved to tidy up and create a comfortable living environment before addressing other matters. Slowly, he began organizing. Midway through, while gathering clothes from the sofa to toss into the washing machine, he turned to find a head peeking through the living room door, curiously tilted to one side. Tang Jiai, the neighbor's daughter, just starting her first year of high school. Stop staring, you little rascal. Come help me. Tang Jiai giggled, stepping into view. She was clad in her school uniform, a white short-sleeved shirt with dark accents, paired with blue athletic shorts and light gray running shoes, a picture of youthful exuberance. Despite her black-rimmed glasses, her bright eyes sparkled, and her fair complexion, complemented by a crescent-shaped smile, hinted at her beauty. As Su Chen greeted her, he tossed the clothes into the washing machine. When he turned back, he noticed Tang Jiai standing beside him, watching with unwavering curiosity. What are you staring at? Help me clear away those plants. Brother Su Chen, how can you bear to clean your room? Her voice was crisp and melodious. Su Chen shot her a playful glare, ruffling her hair. What do you mean? Am I not allowed to tidy up? You're such a bother. You've messed up my hair. Tang Jiai playfully pouted, adjusting her hair with a few flicks of her hand, though her heart brimmed with joy. It had been a long time since Su Chen had been this close to her. What is the matter? Finished your homework? At this, her expression fell. Brother Su Chen, you really have a knack for pricking my wounds. Ha ha ha. Su Chen laughed heartily. Being with her always relaxed him. You're still laughing. Tang Jiai feigned anger. You have no idea how mischievous those old exam setters are. They leave traps everywhere. I truly hope they retire soon. Su Chen chuckled, silently mourning for those exam setters for a moment. How many curses must they endure daily? But, speaking of Tang Jiai's academic performance, it was truly a mixed bag. She possessed the appearance of a top student, yet struggled academically. It wasn't that she lacked effort. Rather, her endeavors were somewhat insufficient. She wasn't unintelligent. She just had a bit of a struggle with understanding certain subjects, particularly in the sciences, which seemed more challenging for girls. Su Chen, on the other hand, was quite the scholar. Although he majored in the arts, he had scored over 600 on the cultural exams during his college entrance. Ultimately, he chose Jiangxing Art Academy to stay closer to home. During her middle school years, he had also endured considerable hardship tutoring her, only for her to secure admission to a local ordinary high school. Given the current circumstances, gaining admission to a university seemed daunting. Put in a little more effort now, and you will avoid detours in the future. Seeing her, Su Chen couldn't help but lecture her. Stop. Stop. You sound just like my dad. Easy for you to say. Su Chen sighed in exasperation. Chapter 7. Please go to the club. I have made up my mind. Next semester, I will pursue art studies and aim for an art academy. With my beauty and talent, it would be a pity not to become a star. When I become famous, I will treat you to the finest delicacies. Please go to the club and order 3 dishes at once. As Su Chen listened to Tang Jiai's increasingly absurd musings, he gazed at her pouting face filled with dreams, feeling a pang of despair within. What on earth is going on in that little head of hers? Where did she learn such things? Do high school students really understand so much these days? She truly does not regard me as an outsider. Being a celebrity is not as easy as it seems. For now, you should focus on finishing your homework. Otherwise, who knows who will be called out by the teacher tomorrow. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Tang Jiai's enthusiasm waned. However, a thought struck her, and a glimmer of hope shone in her eyes. Brother Su Chen, are you attending the school's graduation party tonight? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Su Chen replied casually. Tang Jiai perked up. Did you see Shi Siyuan? Su Chen hesitated, wondering if this girl was a fan of that infamous woman. What? Do you like Shi Siyuan? Of course. Her singing is simply divine. Moreover, she is so inspirational, achieving success through her own hard work. Su Chen found himself at a loss for words, wondering where she had encountered such promotional nonsense. Well, she didn't attend because it was said to be due to health reasons. What happened to her? Who performed at the end? Su Chen chuckled. How would I know what her health issues are? In the end, a senior performed, singing a song titled Tearing Apart the Green Tea Girlfriend. Wow. Tang Jiai's eyes sparkled as if she had just uncovered a sensational scoop. Tell me more. Essentially, it's about a guy who faces a hefty compensation for breaking up with his girlfriend over a dispute with the company. She then joins that very company, gradually controlling him until he is utterly ruined. How pitiful. Su Chen sighed, feeling exasperated at her sharp tongue. Although he knew her intentions were kind, the original character was right before her. Just as he was about to say something, a voice called out from the entrance. Stupid girl, I asked you to call Xiao Chen for dinner. What have you been doing all this time? A middle-aged woman wearing an apron stood at the door, brandishing a spatula, looking as if she were ready to confront her. Ah, I forgot. Tang Jiai smacked her forehead, startled, and then glanced at the woman sheepishly. It was Wu Xiaohua, Tang Jiai's mother. Upon seeing Su Chen looking over, she quickly donned a warm smile. Xiao Chen, we've prepared dinner at home. Come here a bit. This silly girl forgot to call you. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Thank you, Aunt Wu. We'll come right over. Wu Xiaohua paused, momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's smile, then shot a sharp glance at Tang Jiai before returning her gaze to Su Chen with a smile. Thwack! Su Chen playfully flicked Tang Jiai's forehead. Ouch! That hurts! She exclaimed, pouting in mock anger. Why did you flick me again? Your mother asked you to call me for dinner. Why did you come here? Didn't I just forget? Every day. What are you filling your head with? Su Chen shook his head in disbelief and then asked, Why is your family eating dinner so late today? We're waiting for you. Waiting for me? Yes. It's your graduation day. In that moment, a warm current surged through Su Chen's heart. Tang Jiai's home was directly across from Su Chen's. 2 households per floor, facing each other. Upon entering the living room, the table was already laden with an abundance of dishes, remarkably lavish for Tang Jiai's family. In his memory, they seldom prepared such a feast. Coming from a working-class family, their daily meals were usually quite simple. Seeing Tang Jiai link arms with Su Chen as they entered, Tang Weidong was momentarily taken aback, then called out, Xiao Chen, come in. This girl forgot to call you for dinner again. She is utterly useless. Tang Jiai rolled her eyes at the familiar routine. Every time Su Chen came over, he was treated like a favored son, while she felt like an adopted child. Su Chen greeted warmly, Uncle Tang, it's not her fault. I asked her to help me pack up my things. Huh, come have a seat. Tang Weidong chuckled, moving a chair to invite Su Chen to sit. At that moment, Wu Xiaohua emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of fish soup. Dinner is ready. Fish head and tofu soup. Once everything was set on the table, Tang Weidong glanced around and said to Wu Xiaohua, Go get my bottle of wine. Wu Xiaohua frowned and shot him a disapproving look, but Tang Weidong ignored it. It's fine. Go get it. Xiao Chen, you can drink, right? Su Chen nodded with a smile. Just a little. He understood Wu Xiaohua's concern. He had injured his throat from drinking before, yet Tang Weidong insisted on bringing out the wine, as if reopening old wounds. However, at that moment, he found himself unconcerned about such matters. Between men, Sometimes a mere glance or gesture conveyed everything. The 15-year-old Mao Tai, gifted to Tang Weidong for helping someone, had been kept untouched until now. Upon receiving the bottle, Tang Weidong poured a generous amount into Su Chen's glass, then filled his own. In a single go, nearly half of the bottle was gone. Cheers! After filling their glasses, Tang Weidong raised his and downed it in one gulp. Wu Xiuhua could no longer stay silent. How can you drink like that? The child hasn't even eaten yet, and you're guzzling it down? Xiao Chun, don't follow this wine addict's example. Eat first. Tang Weidong laughed heartily, completely unconcerned. Su Chun kept quiet, mimicking Tang Weidong's actions and downing his drink as well. A warm wave surged down his throat, spicy yet lingering, igniting a fire within. Good, good. Let's eat first. As Tang Weidong prepared to speak again, Wu Xiuhua pinched him at the waist, causing Tang Jiai to stifle a laugh beside them. The dining table was filled with laughter and chatter, mainly revolving around Tang Jiai's studies. Wu Xiuhua scolded her, while Tang Weidong lightened the mood. Su Chun chimed in occasionally. The collective conversation left Tang Jiai feeling quite exasperated. Throughout the meal, Tang Weidong and Wu Xiuhua exchanged furtive glances at Su Chun, sensing something notably different about him today. He was smiling, no longer the reclusive boy he once was, almost as if he had returned to the boy he was years ago. Once they were sated, Tang Weidong abruptly shifted the topic. Xiao Chun, you're about to graduate. Do you have any plans? Su Chun understood the serious tone had arrived. I recently interviewed for a job. If all goes well, I should start next week. What kind of job? A flicker of joy crossed Tang Weidong's eyes as he asked. I'll be working behind the scenes as a composer for an entertainment company. But it's not confirmed yet. It depends on whether they want me. Tang Weidong's brows furrowed into a frown, and he muttered, what is so good about an entertainment company? Why does everyone seem eager to rush in there? Chapter 8. The brightest star in the night sky, outwardly resplendent. Who knows what risks lie within? No one offers support. It is all rigid and constrained. One misstep, and calamity may strike again. As the conversation escalated, it was evident that they were about to touch upon Su Chen's sensitive spot. Wu Xiuhua, seated at the table, discreetly slapped his abdomen beneath the table. Yet, she remained silent, clearly sharing the same sentiment. Dad, what do you know? The entertainment industry is not solely comprised of stars. There are many behind-the-scenes individuals, such as lyricists, composers, directors, and planners. It's akin to a regular job. What risks could there possibly be? Su Chun chimed in, affirming her words. Tang Weidong, undeterred, continued. If you ask me, a life of peace and stability is what matters most. Why engage in these trivial pursuits? Although your uncle may lack certain abilities, he possesses some connections. Our factory is currently in need of personnel, and since you're a university graduate, I could leverage my reputation to secure you a good position. While it may not yield vast wealth, it would provide a stable existence. As a university student, you would be valued at this point. Tang Jiai could no longer contain herself and pouted in protest. Dad, you don't understand anything. Tang Weidong slammed the table. Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. Pouting, Tang Jiai sulked in frustration beside them. Su Chun discreetly squeezed her hand, subtly indicating that he was unperturbed. How could he be upset? He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. This was the purest and most genuine emotion, devoid of any ulterior motives. Tang Weidong and Wu Xiuhua, lacking in education and holding antiquated views, believed that working close to home in a safe environment was the ideal life. In their eyes, any job was akin to factory work, and the glitz of stardom and the entertainment realm felt worlds apart from their reality. Today, they prepared a meal specifically to celebrate his graduation. More importantly, they hoped it would pave the way for his future endeavors. Unfortunately, Su Chun had exhibited signs of despondency in recent years. They were oblivious to the complexities of the relationship between Su Chun and Shi Siyuan, nor did they understand the circumstances surrounding Su Chen's excessive drinking. Initially, he had merely informed them that his voice had suffered due to alcohol, leading to his contract termination with the entertainment company, resulting in a substantial financial penalty. Since then, he had grown reclusive and taciturn. They believed he was trapped in the shadows of his parents' passing, and this state was unsustainable, prompting their current actions. What a delightful family they were. In hindsight, he had indeed been foolish. After his parents' death, he clung to Shi Siyuan as his sole lifeline, neglecting the many who cared for him. Uncle Tang, the girl is correct. Those of us behind the scenes work just like in a factory. We adhere to a schedule, arriving and departing punctually. How does that sound? I'll take a look first, and if it proves unfeasible, I'll return to seek your assistance, all right? I'm no longer entangled in the past. Do you still not believe in me? Upon hearing this, Tang Weidong and Wu Xiuhua's eyes brightened, and even Tang Jiai's eyes sparkled with hope. Su Chen nodded vigorously, affirming their thoughts. No wonder he felt that today Su Chen was different. They had hesitated to ask. He was emerging from his struggles. Wonderful. Old Su and his wife could find peace in the afterlife. Yet, they felt a pang of guilt for not having cared for the boy over the years. As they conversed, Wu Xiuhua suddenly wiped away tears. Tang Weidong, however, was exhilarated, resembling a child who had just won a prize. He filled glasses for himself and Su Chen. Come, I'll drink first. Since we are all in good spirits, let us roll up our sleeves and work hard. Regarding work, Uncle will heed your wishes, but do return and share any concerns. Though I may lack education and may not be of much help, I can at least provide counsel. Su Chen smiled, raising his glass and downing its contents in one go. In a dim and murky world on a distorted stage, Su Chen stood. I'm sorry, but I cannot approve your entry. To be frank, while vocal talent is paramount for singers, appearance holds greater significance. With your current look, you will not achieve stardom. In the blurred background of an audition scene, what do you do? Audition? Get out of here. Have you even taken a moment to assess your own reflection? Inside a cramped, dreary rental room, crumpled paper littered the floor. A boy of ordinary appearance, beset by dark circles under his eyes, scratched his head in frustration while penning a song. In an unfamiliar restroom, the boy adjusted his hair, repeatedly practicing facial expressions. A jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. A strikingly handsome middle-aged couple gradually faded into the ether, disappearing into the distance. Then, a girl with a ponytail appeared, her face slowly fading away. Dad. Mom. Siyuan. Don't leave me. Amid cries of despair, the scene shifted to a neon-lit bar. Kid, daring to provoke our boss? You must be tired of living. Force him to drink. Several burly men forcibly restrained a handsome youth, pouring spirits down his throat. Cough, cough, cough. The beautiful youth coughed violently, expelling a pool of blood. Nearby, someone whispered, Boss. Chen Xiao instructed us not to escalate the situation. A tattooed, bald man waved his hand, halting their actions. The handsome youth lay on the ground like a puddle of mud. Consider yourself fortunate. Remember this lesson. With a start, Su Chen jolted upright in bed, gasping for breath. His body was drenched in sweat. As he regained composure, the sweat cooled, yet he felt every pore tingling with vitality. It was exhilarating. Upon traversing from the event venue into this body, he sensed extreme weakness, relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. After a night of drinking, he collapsed in a slumber, awakening now filled with energy, experiencing an unprecedented sense of health. Even his mind felt remarkably clear. If the song Hello, Poison had been a mere recollection from his previous life, now he could recall any song or detail from his past experiences. What was this? A fusion of memories triggering a hidden power? Or perhaps a special reward for traversers? Yet, he had no time to ponder this now, as he felt the discomfort in his throat had vanished. Could it be possible? He was eager to validate his hypothesis. Glancing at his phone, it was just past 11 at night. He had slept no more than 2 hours. The timing was favorable. He rose and retrieved the guitar hanging on the wall, brushing off the dust before making his way to the rooftop. The moon hung high in the sky, and the azure night was dotted with a few stars. The surroundings were desolate and tranquil, the street below much quieter now. He gently strummed the guitar, caressing it like a beloved companion. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you discern the solitude and sighs from the hearts of those who gaze upward? As he begins to speak, he affirms that the familiar sensation has returned, even better than before. Chapter 9. The melody from the rooftop. As the song progressed, he gradually elevated his pitch, and the melody soared. Whenever I find myself questioning the meaning of existence, whenever I feel lost in the darkness of night, O brightest star in the night sky, please illuminate my path. The excitement intensified with every note. The essence of this song embodies the choice to believe in love, be it for former lovers or friends, regardless of past grievances. Time will surely mellow hatred and deepen affection. Even if contact fades for years, on the final day of life, thoughts of each other will linger. Yet, in Chen's heart, he has always perceived this as a song about dreams, infused with youthful aspirations and impetuosity. It showcases the power of passion to every young heart. He, Chen, aspires to be the brightest star in the night sky, radiating brilliance. As one song concluded, Chen transitioned to the next. If pride had not been so ruthlessly washed away by the tides of reality, how could one understand the effort required to reach distant shores? If dreams had not plummeted from dizzying heights, how could one realize that those who persist possess invisible wings? On to the third. Run forward. In the face of scorn and ridicule, the vastness of life cannot be truly felt without enduring hardship. Fate cannot reduce us to our knees begging for mercy, even if blood spills into our embrace. His high notes soared. Despite it being summer, Chen trembled with excitement. In his past life, he was often rejected due to his lack of physical appeal, unable to stand on stage despite his exceptional singing talent. In this life, blessed with striking looks and notable talent, he faced a tragic accident that rendered his voice useless. It seemed fate had played a cruel joke on him, yearning yet never attaining. But now, he had been granted another chance. With the resources of an entire planet at his back and the advantages of this life, what trials could possibly instill fear in him? In this moment, he felt as though he could unleash all the emotions from both lives through his song. Who is so lacking in civic duty? Why disturb the night with such wailing? Shouldn't others be allowed to sleep? Could they not sing an earlier hour? A woman's voice interrupted Chen's performance. Indeed, it was getting rather late. Apologies. Chen quietly muttered an apology. Yet he could not suppress his excitement as he vigorously pumped his fist. Beneath the orange glow of the streetlights in an old district of Jiangyan, a striking figure walked while on the phone. Hello, Hongjie. I'm currently in Jiangyan. Could you lower your voice? I'm trying to find a good song. Although, you make a fair point, but we're out of ideas right now. Besides, I'm a Jiangxing native. I want to take this opportunity to rest a bit. Do you have a solution? Exactly. Why not take this chance to catch our breath? How long has it been since we had a break? Furthermore, my classmate Wen Yin, she teaches at Jiang, and I'd like to see if she has any connections. When will I return? Let us see. At most just a week. All right. Don't worry. I'll be careful. As she spoke, a melody floated through the gentle breeze. I pray, with a transparent heart, with tearful eyes. The voice was intermittent, and at first, she paid it little mind. Listening to her counterpart's admonitions, she quietly hummed along. Suddenly, she jolted awake. What song is this? I've never heard it. Could it be possible? Hello, Hongjie. I have an urgent matter. I'll get back to you later. She decisively hung up the phone. Her interlocutor continued to give instructions, but the line was abruptly cut, leaving her fuming. After hanging up, Jiang Yan let out a sigh. Her manager, Zhou Hong, was relentless with her nagging. As a rising star on the brink of success, the last thing she wanted was for Zhou to hover over her like a parent. Was she really such a reckless person? Yet, this was the nature of the entertainment industry. Managers must be accountable for their artists, and even minor incidents could lead to trouble. Shaking her head to dismiss these thoughts, she put away her phone, straining to discern the source of the song. It seemed to be coming from the adjacent street. Confirming her suspicion, she hurried towards the sound. Wearing sunglasses and a mask, she could not conceal her stunning figure. Occasionally, passers-by cast curious glances, speculating that she might be a public figure, yet without certainty, most hesitated to approach. Jiang Yan paid no mind. Her thoughts were consumed by the enchanting melody she had just heard. As she entered a narrow alley, the sound became clearer. However, just as she was about to advance, the music abruptly ceased. Disappointed, she stood still, forcing a smile, questioning whether she had merely imagined it. Turning to leave, she was greeted by the song once more as she stepped out of the alley. The place I long to go. How could I turn back midway? The initial dream will surely be realized. Another unfamiliar melody. How beautiful it is. With this thought, she quickly turned and navigated back into the alley. Upon exiting, the song had vanished yet again. However, this time, she remained still, quietly awaiting the return of the melody. True to her hopes, the song soon echoed from afar. And, without hesitation, she sprinted towards it. Ahead lay the old street, bustling with night markets and barbecue stalls. Typically, many singers performed here, charging 20 yuan for a song. Where could this captivating sound be originating? Run forward. In the face of scorn and ridicule, the vastness of life cannot be truly felt without enduring hardship. What a coincidence! As Jiang Yan began to run, the very segment of the song played in her ears. In that instant, she felt a surge of passion coursing through her veins. So invigorating. This thrilling sensation was unlike anything she had ever experienced. It was as if a powerful force was continuously pouring into her being. When she finally halted, breathless before a quiet stall, she found herself bewildered. The song had ceased. Was this not the right place? Had she taken a wrong turn? No, the sound had indeed come from here. She stood patiently, awaiting the melody's resurgence. Yet, she waited for 10 minutes, then 20, half an hour. P.S. The brightest star in the night sky, original artist. Escape plan, lyrics, escape plan. Music, escape plan, the initial dream, original artist. Fan Wei Qi, lyrics, Yao Ruo Long. Music, Chen Wei, chasing dreams with a passionate heart, original artist, Gala Band. Lyrics, Su Duo. Music, Gan Hu Chapter 10. Star Orange Entertainment, Composition Department report. Greetings. May I inquire if I'm speaking with Mr. Su Chen? I am the HR representative from Star Orange Entertainment. The purpose of my call today is to inform you that you have successfully passed the interview for the composer position with our company. What would be a convenient time for you to complete the onboarding process? The following morning, Su Chen received a call from the entertainment company. After a brief exchange, they arranged for him to start work on the upcoming Monday. Today is Friday, leaving him with 2 days to organize some melodies swirling in his mind. He tidied up his computer desk, converting it into a makeshift writing table. Presently, he sits before it, grasping a gel pen, with an open notebook displaying pages filled with musical scores. A sharp memory is no substitute for a poor pen. Documenting his thoughts not only aids in organization, but also provides a sense of reassurance. Since his voice returned last night, the impact has been profound. Initially, he intended to enter the industry as a composer, subsequently seeking opportunities to heal his voice. However, an unexpected and dreamlike recovery compelled him to reconsider this plan. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to embark on his journey as a composer. If he were to pursue a debut, it could only be through a talent show or via company resources. In the realm of Blue Star, talent shows are nearly non-existent, save for purely entertainment programs like Happy Boys or Joyful Party. Entertainment companies are notoriously secretive. Until he showcases his value, he would remain unnoticed. Moreover, a cursory investigation into his past would likely reveal unsavory details, leading to further complications. Hence, it is prudent to establish a reputation as a composer first. Over the next 2 days, he immersed himself in creation, with Tang Jiai visiting several times, each time requiring persuasive efforts to send her on her way. Much to Su Chen's exasperation. On Monday at Star Orange Entertainment, guided remotely by HR, Su Chen arrived at the office on the 19th floor. Are you Mr. Su Chen? Please follow me. He trailed behind the HR representative, navigating through the office area until they reached the door of a secluded office. The company occupied the entirety of the 19th floor, with a spacious office area featuring numerous desks, though it currently appeared desolate, with few occupants. Flanking the office area were 2 secured zones, likely designated for confidential operations. They entered one of these independent sections. Knock, knock, knock. The HR representative gently tapped the door, and a voice soon called from within. Come in. Inside the modest office sat a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, flecks of gray evident at his temples. Mr. Kong, I have brought your new hire, Su Chen. Su Chen, this is Mr. Kong, the director of your composition department. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man rose, his hearty laughter filling the room. Welcome, young Su. I reviewed the works you submitted during your interview. Impressive. Do your best. Su Chen reciprocated the warmth with a polite smile, acknowledging Mr. Kong. After the HR representative departed, Mr. Kong made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, a young man arrived, seemingly only slightly older than Su Chen. Xiao Chen, this is our new colleague Su Chen from the composition department. Please take him around to familiarize him with the environment and introduce him to old Lu. The young man, named Jiang Yan, complied and led Su Chen through the corridor to an area filled with workstations. This section had fewer desks compared to the public area, yet it was nearly full, with only a couple of seats vacant. The person you just met is our composition department director, Kong Qishui. He typically does not involve himself in day-to-day matters, only participating in significant projects and reviewing departmental performance reports. Our composition department is divided into 2 teams, each managed by a team leader. I will introduce you to the leader of the second team, Lu Wenxiong, who we affectionately call Old Lu. As they walked through, Su Chen noticed the curious glances from colleagues at their workstations, who, once they passed, began to whisper among themselves. It seems Old Lu is genuinely in a hurry. He recruited a young one. Looks like a fresh graduate. What good can a novice do? Who knows? Desperate times call for desperate measures. In our company's current state, any new hire seems futile unless we could attract a top-tier composer. But who with such talent would come here? Yet this young man is quite handsome, almost star-like. Indeed, and those engaged in creative pursuits often grapple with inspiration, appearing restless when not creating. Su Chen, acutely aware of their hushed discussions, chose not to dwell on their comments. However, he couldn't help but perceive the company's precarious situation, recalling the desolate public area he had observed upon entering. Lu Wenxiong's office was situated in a small partition adjacent to the workstation area. Su Chen had seen him during his interview, a stern-looking man, seemingly older than Mr. Kong, with noticeably graying hair and a somewhat receding hairline, perpetually serious and burdened. After a brief exchange, Chen Yang led Su Chen back to the workstation area. Please take a seat here. If you had arrived a few days earlier, we might not have had any available spots, but now a few have just opened up. Su Chen settled into his chair and organized his workspace, momentarily lost in thought about what to do next. At that moment, a head peeked over from a nearby desk, revealing an ordinary-looking woman in her 30s. Hello, I am Dong Xiaojie from the second group of our composition department. Su Chen smiled in response. I am Su Chen. Feel free to rest here and get accustomed to the environment. They likely won't have time to attend to you right now. She then curiously inquired. Which company were you with previously? You seem quite young. Su Chen chuckled. I have not worked at any other company. I just graduated this year. What school did you attend? Jiangcheng Art Academy. Ah, a formal education in the arts. Dong Xiaojie remarked, her expression indicating understanding. She then engaged in polite chatter. You look very youthful and quite handsome, almost like a star. Su Chen humbly shook his head, fully aware of the implications behind her words. In this industry, formal training is often undervalued. Many successful composers are self-taught or pursue it as a hobby. It's all right, just graduated. Take your time to adapt, learn, and observe. It's all part of the process. After exchanging a few casual remarks, noticing Su Chen's disinterest in further conversation, Dong Xiaojie returned to her screen to continue watching her show. Chapter 11. The theme song project of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio. How long has it been since I sat in the office? After achieving some success in my previous life, I never returned to the office. In this life, it's even more so. I have just graduated. Suddenly being asked to sit here for an entire day is quite torturous for Su Chen. The key issue is that no one has assigned him any work. Bored. Su Chen absent-mindedly doodles on paper. Just as he begins to shape the likeness of Tang Jiai, a loud crash interrupts him. Startled, he raises his eyebrows. It was the sound of a cup shattering. Stop telling me that you are working on solutions. I want results. Results. If there isn't a definitive plan for this matter today, all 3 of you can pack your things and leave. A booming voice echoed through the entire floor. Did President Wang take his medication today? A colleague from the composition department muttered nearby. Another chimed in. Sound more like he's taking cannonballs. Ah, it's all because of the Strange Stories project. That scoundrel, Lao Jia, took the completed song to Shanghai and even took several of our artists with him. Now he opposing the company. Who wouldn't he be furious? I suddenly thought about how old Lou must be getting scolded right now. It's quite amusing. Huh. Upon hearing this, those nearby couldn't help but chuckle. Don't laugh. The problem lies with our second group. It might be our turn soon. With Dong Xiaojia's reminder, the laughter faded. Surely not? Surely yes. Just wait. We'll probably be called to a meeting soon, Dong Xiaojia asserted confidently. In the conference room, General Manager Jiang Yan sat at the head of the table, flanked on either side by the director of the composition department, Kong Qishui, and the group leaders. Scattered across the entrance were the remnants of shattered teacups. Once his anger subsided, Jiang Yan spoke sternly. Let us discuss how you plan to resolve this. The three exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Kong Qishui cursed inwardly. However, as the senior member, he had no choice but to explain. At present, our composition department consists of over 30 people from two groups, all busy working. Last night, before he could finish, Jiang Yan interrupted, I didn't come here to listen to your lamentations. Kong Qishui was left momentarily speechless, awkwardly rubbing his nose, but he continued, President Wang. You know that composing relies on inspiration at times. Our focus had been on Lao Jie, and we had seen that his work was commendable, so the others had not been deeply involved. Now that it's suddenly like this, everyone he trailed off, but Jiang Yan understood the implication. So, you're saying that before the deadline, you cannot guarantee a song that Director Li will be satisfied with, correct? Kong Qishui nodded and quickly added, not necessarily. Jiang Yan disregarded his comment and scoffed. One Lao Jie has thrown you all into chaos. Should we commend him for his prowess or criticize the rest of you in the composition department for being mere decorations? Such blatant words left the other three feeling utterly humiliated, though they could only endure it. After all, it was the truth. The room fell silent once more. Jiang Yan pondered for a long moment, then looked over the three of them with a stern expression and declared, Since you lack the capability, I hereby announce that I will personally oversee this project. Everyone, report to this large conference room in 10 minutes. He added, including both junior and senior composers. In the office area of the second composition group, everyone was chatting when Lu Wenxiong strode over with a serious expression. The chatter abruptly ceased. Notify everyone that the meeting will commence promptly at 1400 hours in conference room 2. Su Chan secretly gave Dong Xiaojia a thumbs up for her accurate prediction. More than 30 individuals filled the conference room to capacity. Jiang Yan, as the general manager, remained seated in the central position. The others were seated according to their respective groups on either side of the table. As a newcomer, Su Chen occupied the last seat at the office table, next to Dong Xiaojia. Once everyone was present, Jiang Yan, though still stern-faced, spoke with a much more tempered tone than when he addressed Kong Qishui and the others. Today, I've gathered everyone here because I believe you all know the situation. Lao Jie has taken the bid for the Strange Stories project to Shanghai Media, causing significant trouble for the company. This project is crucial to our company's reputation. We cannot afford to lose it. With only 2 days left of the 2-week time frame, I would like to ask if anyone has a viable piece of work to present. As he scanned the room, those caught in his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, hoping to avoid his attention. In such moments, being singled out could be detrimental, as saying the right thing might be misconstrued as seeking the spotlight, while saying the wrong thing would make one a target for criticism. Seeing the silence, Jiang Yan didn't express much anger, as he understood the difference between addressing rank-and-file employees and dealing with Kong Qishui and his peers. Since no one is speaking, I will announce the latest decision regarding the Strange Stories project. If we fail to secure this bid, the annual bonuses for everyone in the composition department will be halved. Upon hearing this, a slight stir rippled through the seated audience. Glances were exchanged, and subtle movements conveyed complaints. Jiang Yan observed it all without interruption, but his tone shifted abruptly. However, with punishment comes reward. If anyone successfully obtains the theme song for Strange Stories, that composer will receive double their annual bonus. Additionally, all income from this project, amounting to 800,000, will go entirely to the composer without any division for the company. Furthermore, within the company, that composer's rank will be elevated by 1 level. This announcement stirred even greater excitement among the attendees. Aside from a few individuals, Most faces reflected a glimmer of desire, as if fortune were about to smile upon them. Many were eager to pour their hearts into 2 days and nights of creation. This was all about money. 4 silver medal and gold medal composers. This sum might not seem significant, but for the majority, even those who were merely ordinary composers, this amount could equate to years of salary. Securing this project could mean a windfall equivalent to several years of hard work. Chen felt a stir of emotion as well. From his perspective, 800,000 for a single song was already an exceedingly high price. Even in projects backed by a robust budget, such a figure was considered top tier. Curiosity piqued within him regarding the background of the film's strange stories. At the same time, a flicker of hope emerged. After all, his current financial situation in Blue Star was somewhat strained. Beyond his home, his parents' inheritance had been entirely squandered, leaving him on the brink of financial ruin. Even though he remained confident about the future, distant waters cannot quench a near thirst. I would like to inquire if today, as new employees are eligible to participate. Chapter 12. Has this young man gone mad with ambition? Chen's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly within the conference room, causing everyone to momentarily freeze. A singular thought echoed in the minds of all members from the second composing department. Has this young man truly lost his senses? Meanwhile, those from the first composing department exchanged glances, questioning, who is this fellow? With the emergence of competition, hostility inevitably arose. Dong Xiao Jie gently nudged Chen, but upon seeing his unresponsive demeanor, she relented. Wang Yan glanced at Chen and sought clarification from Kong Chi Shui, who quickly explained. This is Chen from the second composing group, just joined today. Internally, he mused, this young man is rather blunt in his demeanor. Wang Yan nodded, appreciating Chen's inquiry as it aligned with his own sentiments. He smiled warmly at Chen and declared, of course, we encourage everyone to participate. Previously, only silver medal composers and above were allowed to partake in this project, but from now on, it is open to all. His words flowed like a gentle spring breeze. Seemingly at odds with the earlier tension, everyone may submit their creations to your group leaders or directly to General Kong, and of course, you are always welcome to approach me. With that, he waved his hand dismissively and began to gather his belongings, heading for the exit. Suddenly remembering something, he turned back to Kong Chi Shui and instructed, please ensure that detailed project information is shared with all ordinary and senior composers, and also relay today's decisions to all silver and gold medal composers. Kong Chi Shui nodded in affirmation. According to company policy, composers are categorized into several tiers: ordinary composers, senior composers, silver medal composers, and gold medal composers. Both ordinary and senior composers are required to be present in the office, although senior composers enjoy slightly more lenient regulations, such as flexible clock-in times. However, the real privileges belong to the silver and gold medal composers. The former need only clock in once a week, while the latter are not required to come to the office unless necessary. Thus, among those present at the meeting, certain individuals who were absent needed to be updated with the information. Once Wang Yan and the other leaders exited, the conference room erupted into lively discussions. Wow, the company is really making a significant investment with such generous rewards, someone exclaimed. Indeed, I've never seen anything like this before, another replied. It's understandable, though. After suffering such substantial losses in the film sector, if composing falls short as well, the company will lose its last shred of dignity. What are your thoughts? One asked. Who might have thoughts? If I can just complete my work and maintain my senior position, I would be grateful. What about you? Another responded. Me? Huh. With my level of skill, do you think it's possible? The group's chatter grew louder, their initial politeness giving way to a bubbling excitement. Naturally, much of the conversation centered around Chen. Young Su, do you want to give a shot? One teased, while another remarked, it's commendable for the youth to be daring and adventurous. Who knows? It might just work out. Indeed, daring and grounded are both essential, someone else commented. Is this the new composer from the second composing group? Why does he seem so naive? Some laughed quietly, while others openly mocked him. Yet, there were a few who offered hushed words of comfort. Chen Yang, he was likely the sole individual extending kindness towards Chen. unperturbed by the surrounding chatter. Chen departed the conference room after the leaders had left, leaving a flurry of discussions in his wake. Upon returning to his workstation, he found the project information for the theme song of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio already sent to everyone's computer. As he perused the details, a curious thought struck him. What a coincidence! The narrative revolves around a 1,000-year-old nine-tailed fox who, after being wounded, is saved by a mortal. Many years later, the fox marries her savior to repay her debt of gratitude. The male lead discovers a hidden celestial physique, the ultimate nemesis of evil forces. The intertwining of good and evil with a tragic love story unfolds, culminating in a captivating tale reminiscent of a film plot from a past life. In a previous story, the protagonists were the son of the savior and the daughter of the nine-tailed fox. Here, it is a tale between the savior and the fox herself. Additionally, the film is directed by the renowned Jiang Yan, a frequent participant in film festivals, having garnered numerous accolades both domestically and internationally, thereby elevating the film's investment and intricate plot design. The first thought that crossed his mind was White Fox. Wasn't this a ready-made inspiration? When he first heard the song years ago, it gave him goosebumps. The haunting melody conveyed a sense of yearning, portraying the fox's plight from a perspective of separation between realms. Coupled with the singer's slightly hoarse yet melancholic voice, it evoked feelings of helplessness and the profound sorrow of losing a beloved. I am a fox who has cultivated for a millennium of solitude. Can I dance for you once more? I'm the white fox you spared 1,000 years ago. This was the song. Given that Lao Jie had previous works archived at the company, the lyrics and score from his song were also included with the project information. Tales of Dust and Love was the title. After a brief glance, he noted it was utterly unremarkable. If rated on a 100-point scale, White Fox would score a 95 in relevance, while Tales of Dust and Love barely scraped a passing mark. The melody had potential, yet the lyrics were disappointingly simplistic, lacking depth and emotional resonance. If such a piece were to fail to win, he would have to question the integrity of the selection process. Unaccustomed to the local composing software, he grabbed a sheet of paper and began manually drafting lyrics and melody. This task was second nature to him. Within 10 minutes, a complete song took shape before him. Satisfied with his creation, he knocked on Lu Wenxiong's office partition. Leader Lu, this is my composition for Strange Tales. I didn't use the composing software. Could you take a look? Lu Wenxiong, initially surprised by Chen's arrival, furrowed his brow upon realizing it was a submission. It has only been a little over 10 minutes since the meeting concluded, and you've already produced a piece? While he understood the drive for fame and fortune was inherent to youth, and might even encourage it, he found the work ethic unacceptable. What kind of work could one produce in such a brief time? Did he really think that producing a piece was akin to a lottery, relying on chance? However, Lu was preoccupied with other matters and could not afford to engage in a lengthy discussion with Chen. He coldly gestured, just leave it here for now. P.S. White Fox original artist, Chen Rue. Lyrics, Sun Hongying. Composition, Li Su Hui. Chapter 13. The Final Opportunity. Hey, Xiao Su. Are you submitting your work? Go for it. Let us hope you secure this project, and we in Group 2 can bask in its glory too. As Chen stepped out of Lu Wenxiong's office cubicle, he coincidentally encountered the others returning from a gossip session in the conference room. One senior composer feigned surprise, regarding Chen with a smirk. The words, although seemingly encouraging, were laced with deep mockery. Indeed, when inspiration strikes, it's like an uncontrollable urge to urinate, impossible to contain. You don't still lack ideas, do you? Urinary issues? That is quite serious. It's a condition that needs treatment. Chen, unwilling to indulge such individuals, was not one to remain silent after the first affront. Once, it might be overlooked. Twice, no longer worth consideration. They only grew more brazen. Beside him, Dong Xiao Jie, while sipping water, could not hold back and sprayed it all over Chen upon hearing the ridicule. Sorry. I cough. As she fumbled for a tissue to hand to Chen, she continued to apologize, choking back laughter. The others, though less overt, were stifling their amusement. This individual, often ostentatious and appearing carefree, sometimes engaged in conduct that was truly hard to endorse. What a fade they maintained in public, only to mock others behind their backs. Since Su Chun's arrival, the composition department had made him the target of their jests, with that senior composer leading the charge, while the rest merely chimed in. You. The rebuke from Su Chun left the taunter momentarily speechless, grumbling in frustration before lapsing into silence. Alas, I must work late into the night, producing a piece. 800,000. Enough to buy a house back home. Dreams are worth having. Who knows, I might just strike gold. Chen Yang, sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, attempted to diffuse it. Come on, Xiao Chun, and you too, Xiao Su. Young minds are brimming with creativity. Producing work is second nature to you. Others echoed his sentiments, and the mood in the office brightened considerably. Chen Yang smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. He remained confident in the song's potential. Within his cubicle, Lu Wenxiong tugged at his hair in frustration, only to realize he was nearly bald on top. He hastily smoothed down the hair on the sides, desperately attempting to cover his balding scalp with the last remnants of stubbornness. Conceiving a good piece is no simple feat currently. The composition department consists of over 30 individuals divided into two groups, with only 5 silver composers in total. One group boasts 3 silver composers, while the other has 2. Previously, they had a gold composer, Lao Jie, to support them, but he has since moved on. The remaining members face great difficulty in sustaining the project, especially given the immense competitive pressure for such significant undertakings. Every piece they create is sent to clients, and every single one returns with dissatisfaction. The demands are high, and what to be done when they're the esteemed clients? Not to mention, they are international directors. In light of the current situation, Lu Wenxiong could only hope for President Wang's solution, a handsome reward to entice a quality piece. He mused while listening to related songs online, contemplating whether external assistance could resolve their predicament. Even if it meant spending money to save face for the company, it would be worth it. The value of song transcends mere melody. If they could leverage director Li Chengyan's influence to elevate the song's popularity, the company could not only regain its reputation, but also revitalize its current standing. He sat there until the deep hours of the night, achieving nothing. Rubbing his tired eyes, he stretched his weary body, ready to clock out and head home. At this point, it was a matter of leaving it to fate. As he stood to leave, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the score Su Chun had submitted. Hesitating momentarily, he picked it up and glanced at it. Just a glance. Wait, his heart skipped a beat. A perspective of a nine-tailed fox? He continued reading, and the lyrics were remarkably impressive, far superior to Lao Jie's work. Just the lyrics alone were already a cut above. What a melody. Lu Wenxiong had risen through the ranks from composer to manager, and while he had not composed in quite some time, his foundational skills remained sharp. He attempted to hum the score softly. Masterpiece. Did Su Chen create this? But it was merely a matter of minutes ago. A prodigy? His hands trembled slightly as he held the paper, yet the urgency of the moment overshadowed any hesitation. He dashed out of his cubicle, fixing his gaze on Su Chen's workstation. In the office area, several composers were burning the midnight oil, evidently inspired by the rewards proposed earlier. Where's Su Chen? One asked, squinting sleepily in Su Chen's direction. You should have clocked out by now. Do you need me to call him? Lu Wenxiong waved his hand, indicating it was unnecessary, and hurriedly made his way towards Kong Chi Shui's office. The following morning, as Su Chen clocked in, he had barely settled into his chair when he noticed Lu Wenxiong waving at him with a broad smile. Xiao Su, come to my office. There was a refreshing breeze about him. Wow, what is up with old Lu today? Did I just see him smile? Am I seeing things? You're not mistaken. I saw it too. Is the sun rising from the west? That smile is reminiscent of our neighbor, Uncle Wang, the kind-hearted one. Has someone taken over his mind? A composer joked. It certainly seems so. Once seated in Lu Wenxiong's office, the latter could hardly contain his eagerness. Xiao Su, is this piece your creation? Su Chen nodded in affirmation. Minutes? Lu Wenxiong asked, incredulous. Not quite. I was inspired by a story I encountered during college. And after seeing the project for Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, I felt a strong resemblance, so I decided to adapt it. Su Chen chose to remain modest. Lu Wenxiong exhaled deeply, nodding. His reaction was a mix of anticipation and disappointment. Last night, I presented this song to President Kong and President Wang. and they unanimously agreed it perfectly aligns with the film's theme. Its quality is impeccable, rivaling Lao Jia's work without question. I noticed you left work yesterday, so I refrained from disturbing you. Today, however, there's a critical task. We must record a demo of this song and send it to the production team for review. This could very well be our last opportunity. Chen nodded, saying, "All right, I will comply unconditionally." He was well aware of the process. Generally, songs presented to clients required a simple demo recording, which need not have accompaniment, but must include lyrics and melody. Let us go, follow me. Chapter 14. The trainees. According to company regulations, each composer is assigned 2 dedicated trainees to specifically record demos. You just arrived yesterday, and with the company being quite busy, we haven't assigned you yet. Today is the perfect opportunity to address this. Lu Wenxiong remarked to Chen as they walked into the public office area. This space used to belong to the company's film division, which had made substantial investments, but after a significant film project failed, it was dismantled. Now, only the artist department remains profitable, although the composing department also accepts external projects, prioritizing their own artists. Chen nodded, beginning to understand why the company was so eager to secure this project. A talented composer or a remarkable song can significantly benefit the company's operations. For instance, Lao Jia, as a top-tier composer, consistently produces quality work, and when he departed, he took several artists with him, which had a considerable impact on the company. Similarly, attracting talented composers or producing outstanding songs could enhance the company's prominence within the industry, yielding mutual benefits. Most of the artists in the company are engaged in external gigs, while the majority present are trainees, primarily young individuals around 18 or 19 years of age. Their daily routine resembles that of a school, adhering to a strict schedule and undergoing rigorous training, which includes physical conditioning, dance, music theory, and more. It was morning, and the composing department had not yet commenced its workday, but the trainees had already gathered for class. They were currently in a physical training session, with the instructor correcting a girl's movements. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached with Lu Wenxiong and Chen. This was Feng Xiao, the manager of the trainees, overseeing all affairs within the artist department. "All right, everyone, please stop," she called out, prompting the trainees to cease their movements and align themselves into 2 rows, with the girls at the front and the boys at the back. "Teacher Lu, I'll leave it to you here," Feng Xiao said, stepping aside with a gesture. Lu Wenxiong took a couple of steps forward. "Hello, everyone. We've come to the artist department today to seek your assistance." Assistance? How polite. The trainees thought to themselves. Lu Wenxiong was the leader of the second group in the composing department, a figure of considerable importance among the composers. The trainees, particularly, were eager to curry favor with the composers, as they viewed them as benefactors. Trainees are at the bottom tier within the company hierarchy. Technically, they are not even considered formal employees. They receive the lowest wages while enduring the most arduous training, all in hopes of one day debuting. However, the path to debut is fraught with challenges. The odds are slim, with perhaps only 1 in 10 trainees successfully making their debut. Company resources are centrally allocated, and if any promising opportunities arise, they seldom reach the trainees unless there's a plan to promote new talent. Even when resources do trickle down to the trainees, the competition remains fierce. However, cultivating a good relationship with the composers can open doors to more opportunities. After all, as the creators of songs, their input significantly influences who gets to perform them. Are we selecting individuals today? At this, the trainees perked up, instinctively standing taller, eager to stand out among the crowd. "We have a new colleague in our department, and today we're here to select 2 partners to assist him in recording demos," Lu Wenxiong announced. Upon hearing this, many trainees visibly exhaled in relief. Several cast furtive glances at Chen. How handsome! How young! Surely not an artist? A composer? Perhaps just a recent graduate? Lu Wenxiong turned to Chen and asked, "Xiao Su, do you think we should have them showcase their vocal abilities?" Typically, during selection, there's a segment where trainees demonstrate their voices, as composers often have preferred musical styles. However, Chen's compositions might encompass a variety of genres, making the selection process less critical. Those who qualify as trainees already possess above-average attributes. That suffices. No need, it's all right. Su Chen gently shook his head, surveying the trainees with a smile. Is there anyone willing to pair up with me? I require one male voice and one female voice. A stir ran through the crowd, and many subconsciously shrank back. They indeed often recorded demos for the composers, with some juggling multiple projects simultaneously. Yet, they prefer to work with more established composers. This newcomer, judging by his age, seemed hardly older than them, perhaps freshly graduated. Why waste time following him? The training was already exhausting. Noticing the lack of response, Fang Zhao's expression darkened. It would be embarrassing to let Lu Wenxiong's presence go unacknowledged, especially when fostering a good relationship with the composing department was essential. Thus, she pointedly called out, "You Bai Wei, aren't you only working with one composer at the moment? You should come forward." Among the crowd, a girl with an air of spirit seemed startled by the mention of her name. She stammered, I've been feeling a bit unwell lately. Chu Wenin has no projects of her own, so she. Fang Zhao's expression grew increasingly grim, ready to reprimand. However, Su Chen waved his hand, smiling amiably. Fang Jia, it's all right. We're here seeking help, and it's crucial to respect personal willingness. Voluntary participation comes first. Fang Zhao paused, taken aback by Su Chen's smile, which evoked an unexpected impression of a seasoned individual. He exuded a sense of poise and composure that was quite remarkable. Su Chen was far from upset. In his mind, this was an opportunity to seize his fate. He would let them make their own choices. Upon hearing her name called, Chu Wenin felt her heart race, and gathering her courage, she said, Teacher, I'm willing to record songs for you, but I'm not sure if I'm good enough. The most ordinary girl among them, devoid of heavy makeup, with short hair and a natural face, spoke in a slightly subdued tone. Perhaps this was why she didn't quite fit the styles favored by other composers, leading to her often being sidelined among her peers. At this moment, she anxiously looked at Su Chen, fearing rejection since this was not her first attempt. Yet, Su Chen beamed and replied, Of course, you're welcome. We'll be working together from now on. Chu Wenin's face flushed with excitement at his words. In her heart, the level of the composer was irrelevant. The mere chance to participate filled her with joy. Moreover, her mother had always taught her to be diligent and grounded in her endeavors. Now they needed a male voice. And a long-haired boy stepped forward. Teacher, do you think I'm suitable? If so, I could take on this role too. He cast a sidelong glance at the others, seemingly feeling a sense of indignation toward their superficiality. Su Chen found this amusing. The young man was quite charming. He promptly agreed. The boy introduced himself as Luo Jiaxing. Chapter 15. Do you know which part of you is the hardest? Lu Wenxiong, accompanied by Su Chen and Chu Wenin, traversed a corridor and arrived at a recording studio area. Since it was merely a demo, there was no need for accompaniment, resulting in a remarkably smooth recording process. Su Chen first familiarized Chu Wenin with the lyrics and melody, then commenced the recording. It must be said that apart from her somewhat introverted personality, Chu Wenin oppose and was impeccable in every other aspect. Her theoretical knowledge and vocal technique were quite professional. However, her voice seemed ill-suited for this particular song, lacking the poignant and subtle emotion the piece required. Su Chen frowned slightly, startling Chu Wenin, who feared she had made an error. She cast a worried glance at Su Chen, which amused him. The simple demo had little impact. After all, the final decision on who would perform the theme song was yet to be made, and surely the production team would have professionals to assess it. Upon exiting the studio, Lu Wenxiong hurriedly took documents to send to the production team, while Su Chen strolled leisurely behind. Just as they were about to turn the corner and exit the artist department, a series of stumbles echoed from behind. Su, Teacher Su. Su Chen turned to find Chu Wenin blushing profusely, as if mustering immense courage to speak to him. What's the matter? I. After a prolonged struggle, she finally relaxed and shyly inquired, When will this movie be released? I want to see it. Su Chen smiled gently. It's not confirmed yet, but I'll let you know once it is. Good. Once Su Chen vanished around the corner, Chu Wenin exhaled a long breath. That sentence remained unspoken. From a moment she heard the song, she had fallen in love with it. With her expertise, it was easy to discern that this was a masterpiece. Teacher Su was truly remarkable. If her previous thoughts aligned with those of other trainees, perceiving Su Chen as merely a recent graduate, she could now assert that this teacher had undoubtedly surpassed most composers in the company. She felt fortunate. Though she was introverted, she was not foolish. She had wanted to muster the courage to approach Su Chen, but ultimately, she relinquished the idea. After all, she was merely a trainee, and she had just met him. There were many debut artists in the company and numerous talented trainees as well. What right did she have? Reflecting on this, she chuckled at herself, realizing how profound her aspirations were. Su Chen, of course, understood Chuanin's intent. For him, it mattered little who sang. However, this girl exuded a refreshing and refined aura. With a solid professional foundation, it was evident that she was a very diligent individual, and he admired her, yet she truly seemed ill-suited for this particular song. Su Chen contemplated offering her some words of comfort, perhaps reassuring her that he would create a song tailored for her. But ultimately, he said nothing. Promises carried a weight of responsibility, and he never made them lightly. Su Chen was scribbling musical notes in his notebook, while Tang Jia rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head to observe him. With her other hand, she cradled a cup of milk tea. She had no understanding of music theory, but insisted on staying nearby. Setting down his pen, Su Chen casually handed her another cup of milk tea. Here, drink it all. Tang Jia scrunched her nose adorably. I don't want to gain weight. After a moment of concern, she sighed, Oh no, I think I've gained weight again. Su Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. Who told you that drinking milk tea would make you gain weight? Besides, a little weight looks good on girls. Oomph. I want to be a big star, so I must keep my figure. Look at those female celebrities. They all maintain such excellent figures. Afterward, she muttered to herself, I wonder how they maintain it. Do they drink milk tea? Su Chen burst into laughter, casually responding, I'll ask them for you later. Noticing her lack of response, he turned to find Tang Jia staring at him intently. Su Chen, do you know which part of you is the hardest? Su Chen was taken aback, thinking, this girl must be feeling unwell. Just as he was about to lecture her, she continued, Your beard. Your thick skin makes it so even your beard can't break through. She erupted into laughter, leaving Su Chen speechless, wondering where she had picked up such a line. An idea struck him, and he followed her lead, asking, And do you know which part of you is the thickest? Before she could respond, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It's your skin, because your beard is so tough, it hasn't pierced through your skin. How rude. Tang Jia playfully punched Su Chen. I don't have a beard. You're just being difficult. As they both laughed heartily, Tang Jia suddenly looked at him with utmost seriousness. But, Su Chen, I believe in you. You will definitely become a behind-the-scenes mogul. Of course, one mustn't forget those who help them rise to prominence. Then make sure to ask for my help. Deal. Su Chen replied earnestly, following her lead. Wait. Behind-the-scenes moguls are still in their developmental stage. If I don't invest a little, I would be at a loss. I want to be an angel investor. With that, Tang Jia dashed out energetically, leaving Su Chen bewildered. A few minutes later, she returned, slapping 2,000 Chinese yuan onto the table with an air of extravagance. Quick, write me an investment agreement. Resigned, Su Chen obliged. How do I write it? Tang Jia furrowed her brow, mumbling to herself how to write. Suddenly, she appeared dazed. But you haven't even opened a company. How can we write it? Su Chen chuckled and suggested, What about investing in me? Tang Jia smacked her forehead, realization dawning. Yes. I want to invest in you. I want it. She frowned again. How do I get a share? Pouting in thought, she turned back to see Su Chen had already written, received 2,000 yuan from Tang Jia upon Su Chen's success. Investment returns shall be provided. Su Chen smiled at Tang Jia. How much will you return? Tang Jia counted on her fingers for a long time, finally biting her lip and weakly stating, 200 million? Su Chen nearly choked in disbelief. Isn't that a bit excessive? Nonetheless, he ultimately pinned down 200 million. Party B, Su Chen. Party A, Tang Jia. After both stamped their fingerprints, Tang Jia beamed with joy and hurriedly snatched the paper away. Su Chen stood alone, staring blankly at the door for a long time. How'd she know I was nearly out of money? Chapter 16. She isn't popular ding. You have an unread message. The floating screen displays the sender, Wen Yan. What does the class teacher want with me? Opening the message reveals, Su-chun, do you have time to come to school tomorrow? There's something very important. Su-chun felt perplexed. What could be so urgent? The graduation party had already taken place, and many had already left the school. Now, what remained was merely the ceremony, which seemed inconsequential whether one attended or not. Is there something I should know? I'm quite busy these days and may not have the time. Su-chun replied after some contemplation. Or should we discuss it over the phone? The response came swiftly. Is that so? It's a bit difficult to explain over the phone. Su-chun thought to himself. What could possibly be so complicated that it couldn't be conveyed through a call? Nevertheless, as one of the few friends he had left in this school besides Ma Teng, and also a teacher, Su-chun decided to maintain a level of patience and respect. Although their communication had diminished after the incident, she had shown concern for him over the past 2 years. What if I come to find you? Are you free now? After a brief silence, as if she was hesitating, a message arrived. That works. Let me send you the address. Location link, 36 Dongfeng Road, Hongdu District, Jiangxing City. A restaurant name, conveniently nearby. Su-chun was quite familiar with this place, having passed by often during high school. What could she possibly want here? 20 minutes later, upon arriving at the restaurant, Su-chun immediately spotted Wen Yan sitting in the corner, graceful and gentle, at a table for 4. Wen Yan occupied one side, while the other side was set with cutlery. Su-chun approached the table and sat across from Wen Yan. What made you choose this place? He inquired, unceremoniously lifting a water glass from the table to take a sip. Hey, Wen Yan attempted to interject, but it was already too late. Setting down the glass, Su-chun asked, What is the matter? It's nothing, Wen Yan replied, a hint of awkwardness in her smile. Su-chun glanced up and noticed a few celebrity photos in the corner of the table. Who are they? He casually asked, finding them somewhat familiar. Wen Yan looked at him in surprise. You don't recognize her? Should I? Su-chun blinked and chuckled. It's Jiang Yan. My niece is a fan of hers and asked me to get a few signed photos. Here they are. Su-chun responded with a nonchalant "oh," remarking, No wonder she looks so familiar. The editing is quite severe. She isn't even popular. Why would anyone want her autograph? This was merely a casual quip, a throwback from a past life, spoken without any particular malice. Yet, suddenly, he felt a chill behind him, an aura of hostility. Then came an angry voice. What did you say? Turning around, he saw a tall woman, wearing sunglasses and a mask, glaring down at him. She isn't popular. What is the problem? He thought, puzzled, wondering if she was unwell. The woman shifted slightly to the wall's side, obscuring her identity from others before removing her sunglasses and mask. Fixing an intense stare on Su-chun, he blinked, glanced at the photos, and then back at the woman. It was Jiang Yan. Oh, you aren't popular, Su-chun exclaimed, eliciting a burst of laughter from Wen Yan. Jiang Yan had anticipated Su-chun recognizing her and offering an apology, but upon hearing his words, her fury ignited. She lunged at Su-chun, completely disregarding her celebrity image. Nearby staff, noticing the commotion, glanced over curiously. Jiang Yan quickly turned away, halting her actions, yet continued to glare at Su-chun with palpable rage. How could this be? Normally, if someone overheard a derogatory remark, they would feel embarrassed and quickly offer an explanation or apology. Yet here he was, boldly acknowledging it and delivering a second blow. Get away. Jiang Yan kicked Su-chun's leg and squeezed past him to occupy the seat beside him. A fragrant breeze wafted by, and only then did Su-chun realize that Wen Yan and Jiang Yan knew each other. Once seated, Jiang Yan's gaze fell upon the cup on the table, and her face grew colder. Did you touch my cup? Is this your cup? Su-chun exaggeratedly retched, mockingly grabbing a napkin to wipe his mouth. You bastard. Jiang Yan could no longer contain herself, her restraint faltering as she delivered a solid punch to Su-chun and Appo's side. Yet to him, it felt no more intense than a playful tickle. All right, you two stop it. We might attract reporters. Wen Yan chuckled, intervening to prevent further chaos. Jiang Yan shot Su-chun a frosty glare, but fell silent. What brought you both here? Su-chun inquired, acting as if nothing had happened. Wen Yan was about to answer when Jiang Yan interjected. No telling. That bastard. If he knew we had been waiting in the same place for hours just to hear that dubious song, he would surely laugh. Wen Yin smiled gently and clarified. We have some matters to attend to nearby, and since you were coming, we decided to meet around here. Su Chen nodded, refraining from further inquiries. As prying into others and Oppo's privacy seemed inappropriate. By the way, why did you want to see me today? Upon hearing this, Wen Yin and Oppo's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Right? Let us discuss the matter at hand. The school contacted me this afternoon regarding your graduation situation. They can offer you another chance. However, Wen Yin paused, gauging Su Chen and Oppo's reaction, and continued, you will need to write a report detailing the circumstances at that time. I had planned to tell you tomorrow, but since you and Oppo's busy. Su Chen responded with a casual "oh" and remarked nonchalantly, forget it. Honestly, graduating doesn't hold much significance for me anymore. I'm not the same Su Chen I once was. This disciplinary action means nothing to me. Even if I write a report, the facts will remain concealed. I don't have the time. Wen Yin, alarmed, was about to persuade him further when Su Chen queried, I sent it just a matter of making a phone call. Why do we need to discuss it face to face? I'm afraid you might hang up on me. Given Su Chen and Oppo's previous demeanor, it was unimaginable that he would sit calmly and converse like this today. A phone call would likely end with a disconnection. Wen Yin knew him all too well. Yet, since the graduation party, Su Chen and Oppo's demeanor appeared to have undergone a significant transformation. The distance had diminished, yet his stubbornness remained intact. This was what Wen Yin pondered in her heart at that moment. I wouldn't hang up on you. It's just that I really don't have time for this right now. But carrying a disciplinary record Wen and Oppo's allow you to obtain your graduation certificate. Have you thought about what that means for your future employment? Wen Yin urgently continued to urge him. Su Chen shook his head, unsure how to explain. Oh, I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're just a high school student? In the midst of his thoughts, he heard Jiang Yan teasingly draw out her words, intentionally emphasizing high school student as a form of retaliation for Su Chen's earlier remark. I'm a high school student. Does that affect your popularity? Chapter 17. I brought the queen home as the two were on the verge of another argument. Wen Yin quickly interjected to prevent further discord. It was perplexing. Every time these two met, they clashed. Truly, they were natural rivals. What about the second matter? Observing Su Chen's resolute expression, Wen Yin realized persuasion would be futile and decided not to press further. The second matter was simply to inquire about his job. How was it going? Did he require any assistance? No worries. I have already secured a job. Su Chen responded with a smile. Oh, what is it? I'm composing music at an entertainment company. Wen Yin exclaimed in delight. Really? That's wonderful. Which company? A small one. Finally, seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yan could not resist making a sarcastic remark. Look at him. Soon to become a prominent composer. Who needs a little star like me to find work? It seems more like the composer is lifting our little star. Prior to Su Chen's arrival, Wen Yin had asked Jiang Yan to assist him in finding a job, as she believed Su Chen's situation was rather precarious. Becoming a singer was out of the question, but working behind the scenes would still be quite commendable. Jiang Yan, being a classmate and a minor celebrity well-connected in the industry, could easily help resolve Su Chen's predicament. However, she never anticipated their immediate clash upon meeting. Upon hearing Jiang Yan and Oppo's words, Su Chen deliberately glanced at her, remarking coolly, you and Oppo's not exactly small yourself. Jiang Yan was infuriated, exclaiming, are you even human? You appear quite attractive, yet your tongue is so sharp. She had never before encountered such indignity. Just as she prepared to retort, an idea flashed through her mind. If she lost her temper, it would merely serve this scoundrel's intent. Thus, she smiled charmingly, picked up her phone, and playfully said, you'll still need to rely on the composer for a meal, right? Come on, little brother. Let us connect on WeChat for future interactions. Su Chen gazed at her innocently. I'm not small either. Jiang Yan nearly spat blood in frustration. Scoundrel, be a decent person. She reminded herself to endure. But eventually, she could no longer suppress her indignation and boldly challenged him. How do you prove that you and Oppo's not small? Care to show? With that, she shot a glance at Su Chen, her cheeks subtly tinged with pink. This left Su Chen utterly bewildered. Are female celebrities really this bold? Uncomfortably rubbing his nose, he pretended he hadn't heard. Jiang Yan, as if discovering a new realm, burst into laughter. Scoundrel, now I know your weakness. Come on, let us connect on WeChat. Her sweet tone was a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor, sending chills down Su Chen's spine. Wen Yin, unable to bear the scene any longer, softly reminded them to be mindful of their surroundings, which brought a temporary halt to their banter. However, Su Chen, you both genuinely should connect on WeChat. Once the noise subsided, Wen Yin earnestly addressed Su Chen. Su Chen grasped her intention immediately. One was a friend of Wen Yin, the other a classmate. Given their shared industry, Wen Yin undoubtedly hoped they could support one another. Of course, the primary beneficiary of this goodwill would be Su Chen, and he found himself unable to decline such an offer. The dinner was a chaotic affair. Wen Yin had to intervene multiple times to quell their disputes, but it wasn't too long before they were at it again. Jiang Yan, in particular, was especially vivacious. After winning a small victory, her delight was uncontainable, and her teasing became rather audacious. The level of her banter was almost unbearable for Su Chen. Women, you're playing with fire. Is this really the so-called goddess of homebodies? The pace is so rapid. An hour later, at KT Bar, Su Chen and Jiang Yan sat in a dimly lit corner. The dinner had just concluded when Wen Yin received an urgent call and had to leave. Before departing, she reiterated her instructions for Su Chen to ensure Jiang Yan return home safely. However, Jiang Yan insisted on dragging Su Chen to the bar. After much coaxing, Su Chen found himself following her without much clarity. What are we doing here? Of course, we're here for a date. Don't you like it? This woman seemed to have discovered a newfound amusement, becoming addicted to flirting. Were it not for Wen Yan's request, he would have likely abandoned her without a second thought. Just so we and Oppos, re-clear, I didn't bring any money. Uft, can I treat you? Jiang Yan scoffed. She certainly wouldn't reveal to Su Chen that her reason for coming here was to listen to music. In Jiangcheng, this bar occasionally hosted original singers. Reputed to be quite good, after several fruitless days in Jiangcheng, she decided to take a chance. Whether she would encounter suitable talent was left to fate. Moreover, she discovered that bantering with Su Chen was quite enjoyable, alleviating some of her recent anxieties. She waved over a waiter. What would you like to order? Handsome. Jiang Yan handed the menu to Su Chen. He glanced at it but shrugged, indicating he was fine with anything. After perusing for a while, Jiang Yan closed the menu and handed it to the waiter. Please recommend us 2 suitable cocktails. The waiter instinctively glanced at Su Chen, his eyes darting as he spoke. If it's for you two, I recommend the Long Island iced tea. It resembles red tea, with a sweet and sour flavor, and ISN T2 intense. With that, he discreetly winked at Su Chen. Su Chen was taken aback by the waiter's audacity. What are you looking at? Even if I were to tip, it would be much. Just as he was about to refuse, Jiang Yan had already agreed. Great. 1 for each of us. Huh. Su Chen's gaze towards Jiang Yan grew peculiar. What was this woman up to? This was a potent drink, colloquially known as a loss of innocence cocktail. Deceptively easy to drink, yet capable of rendering one unconscious. Surely she couldn't and Oppos to be unaware of this. Or was she plotting something? What's wrong? Jiang Yan asked, noticing Su Chen's gaze. He waved his hand dismissively. Nothing, let us see how it goes. On stage, a boy with dreadlocks was performing. Su Chen had not heard this song before, and his overall impression was quite underwhelming. From his perspective, it was of rather low quality. Jiang Yan, too, felt disappointed after listening to several songs, only to find that this one was an original, albeit lacking in quality. It seemed that finding good music was no easy feat. Since that day, she had become somewhat obsessed. If she were to seek out songs, she would need to engage professional composers. Before long, the waiter brought their ordered cocktails. Jiang Yan, while listening to the music, sipped her drink through a straw. The tangy flavor was quite pleasant. After a song, she finished her drink, leaving Su Chen stunned. Let us go. After listening to a few more songs, none were impressive. It seemed there was no hope of finding anything here. Jiang Yan stood up, visibly disappointed. Her height and striking figure made her stand out as she rose. A nearby young couple glanced at her in awe, feeling that this well-covered girl seemed a bit familiar. They whispered to each other before looking back, tentatively asking, "Jiang Yan?" Jiang Yan smiled and made a shushing gesture towards the couple. Then she nudged Su Chen, whispering, "Let us hurry." Just as she finished speaking, the girl began to shout, "Jiang Yan! It's Jiang Yan!" Those nearby turned their heads, and the crowd stirred restlessly. Su Chen acted swiftly, grabbing Jiang Yan and Appo's hand and fleeing. Before anyone had the chance to capture the moment, they had already escaped the bar. Fortunately, both were familiar with the streets of Jiangcheng, and with little effort, they evaded the pursuers. Once they stopped, Su Chen surveyed the surroundings and, relieved to find no one paying attention to them, was about to reassure Jiang Yan that everything was fine when he noticed she was swaying unsteadily. "Hey, are you all right? I feel a bit dizzy." 5 minutes later, Su Chen found himself carrying the unconscious Jiang Yan on the street. Oh no, I should have warned her. Did she really think it was wise to drink so recklessly? It was not entirely Jiang Yan and Appo's fault. She had never ordered drinks when visiting bars before, and no one in her circle indulged in such beverages. It was understandable, given her unfamiliarity. What now? Messages to Wen Yin went unanswered, and calls received no response. Was he left with no choice but to resort to the last option? A phrase suddenly flashed in Su Chen and Appo's mind. "I'm bringing the diva home." The little diva was still a diva. Chapter 18. Accidentally entering a celebrity chat group, Su Chen and Jiang Yan sat in the back seat of a taxi. Unable to sit still, Jiang Yan leaned against Su Chen's shoulder for comfort. The driver glanced at them through the rearview mirror, stealing furtive glances. "Young man, is she your girlfriend?" "No, she's a friend who drank too much, and I came to pick her up," Su Chen replied with a smile. But the driver continued with a teasing tone, "Oh, I see. I see. Understand what?" The weather in Jiangcheng was often rainy. It was still sweltering summer. As Su Chen carried Jiang Yan up the stairs, the narrow corridor was filled with an unexpected air of intimacy due to the warmth and softness of her body against his back. After placing Jiang Yan on his bed and pouring hot water by the bedside, Su Chen let out a long sigh. This woman, though slender, was indeed quite substantial. Her height added to the challenge, making it rather strenuous to carry her up several flights of stairs. After a brief journey, he was drenched in sweat. Gazing at her alluring figure on the bed, a surge of desire ignited within him, uncontrollable. Memories of Jiang Yan and Appo's flirtatious words from earlier danced in his mind, stirring something primal. Should he act like a beast? Or even worse, standing there, panting, his eyes blazing with intensity, he struggled internally, ultimately allowing reason to prevail. Suppressing the wicked thoughts that threatened to overwhelm him, he tidied up the room before stepping into the shower. Upon emerging, he heard Jiang Yan's phone buzzing incessantly from her bag. Curious, he glanced at the screen and noticed a chat group with several unread messages. Had Wen Yin been urging her to come home? Yet, she felt utterly exhausted and only wished to sleep, summoning her last ounce of consciousness. She opened the chat and invited Su Chen to the group. Then she sent a message. "Yin Yin, I drank too much and stayed at Su Chen and Appo's place. Don't worry about me. Su Chen, please take some pictures and send them to Yin Yin." Her words seemed directed at Wen Yin, but they were also a reminder to Su Chen to behave himself. After sending the message, Jiang Yan fell back into a deep slumber. In her hazy state, she thought she heard a faint melody, but soon her awareness faded into oblivion. Unbeknownst to her, her recent actions had set the chat group ablaze with activity. "Jiang, what is going on?" "Jiang Jing. Su Chen. Is he the newly added leader of the kindergarten?" "Luo Zhe. Is there some juicy gossip?" "Luo Zhe, who is Su Chen? Does anyone know him?" "Luo Zhe. Is Jiang Yan playing with her phone?" In a matter of moments, the chat group, consisting of more than 10 people, was flooded with messages surpassing 999. As Su Chen descended from upstairs, he hung up his guitar and tidied the sofa. Before heading to bed, he glanced at his phone. "What's this? We are all elementary students? 999 unread messages? How'd I end up in this group?" Confirming that it was indeed his phone, he noticed someone had mentioned him. Had Jiang Yan awakened? Rushing back to his room, he found her still sound asleep. Perhaps she had woken briefly earlier. Why had she added him to the group? This woman and Appo's behavior was truly baffling, with the chat history too overwhelming to sift through. Chen decided to inquire with Jiang Yan the following day. Noticing a mention directed at him, he responded simply, screen locked, asleep. Jiang Jing, kindergarten leader. Are you an artist too? Your name sounds quite audacious. Jiang Jing, but this is an elementary student group. We're far more impressive. Chen, I am not an artist. Jiang Jing, a civilian? Xiangyang. Jiang Yan is dating someone outside the circle? Quite bold. Luo Zhe. If this gets out, how many otaku will be heartbroken? Luo Zhe. Jiang Yan, care to explain? Jiang Jing, kindergarten leader, come chat. It's not every day we have a civilian join. As sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, Jiang Yan slowly opened her eyes, her head throbbing painfully. The unfamiliar surroundings startled her. She tried to recall the previous night's events, but her memory only reached back to escaping the bar with Chen. Stealing a quick check of her body, she sighed in relief. All seemed well. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she climbed out of bed and noticed a note left on the table. You drank too much last night. When Yin and Appos, as calls were unanswered, so I brought you home. There are some steamed buns and soy milk on the coffee table. Feel free to buy something else if you prefer. Just remember to close the door when you leave. Reading this, Jiang Yan felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Though she hadn't known Chen for long, it was clear he wouldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. However, having embarrassed herself so soon after their first meeting, how would she hold her head high in the future? This rogue would undoubtedly tease her about it. What an embarrassing stain. After washing up, she took a brief tour of the ordinary, old house, devoid of anything particularly special. The calls of vendors outside brought a sense of tranquility to her heart. Pulling back the curtains, sunlight streamed through the greenery outside, casting dappled shadows on her desk. Jiang Yan slowly approached and took a seat. If there are no troubling thoughts, sitting here reading should be quite pleasant. However, the table is barren, occupied only by a notebook and a pen, utterly ruining the ambience. A person who lacks a love for reading. Chapter 19 Chen, White on and Appos. Do you greet everyone? Jiang Yan casually flipped open the notebook on the table. A musical score? She turned the pages swiftly, the sound of paper rustling filling the air. There was an entire volume. She randomly halted on a page, noticing a song title handwritten in bold black ink. Don't bother me. The strokes were vigorous and powerful, flowing with a sense of grace. The handwriting was rather beautiful. Jiang Yan mused. Was this intentional? Have I offended someone? It seemed that everything had gone awry that day. She merely wished to take a detour, but found herself at the airport, only to discover she had no money on her. These lyrics resembled the mundane accounts penned by online writers. Jiang Yan scoffed softly, shaking her head. Yet, the effort was commendable. It just appeared lacking in quality. Before meeting Chen the previous day, when Yan had mentioned him to her, although the details weren't extensive, she grasped the general idea. What a pity. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Jiang Yan rose from the bed to answer it. The caller ID displayed Wen Yan. Oh no, I hope nothing embarrassing happened last night. With a sense of trepidation, she picked up the phone. Hello, Jiang Yan? Jiang Yan, where are you? Wen Yan inquired. Feeling guilty, Jiang Yan replied, I and Appos. Am outside. What an Appos, sup? Oh, I saw that you called me several times last night. Is everything all right? I didn't notice last night. My phone died later on. Phew. Thank goodness. I'm fine. Just saw you seemed worried, so I thought I'd check in. I'm relieved to hear you're okay. Jiang Yan thought about not letting Wen Yan find out she had spent the night at Chen's place. Otherwise, she would never be able to face anyone again. That's good. Are you staying in Jiangxing for a few more days? After contemplating, Jiang Yan responded, perhaps 2 or 3 more days. I snuck out this time, and I made Hong Jie quite upset. I need to hurry back to Yanjing. The song situation still hasn't been resolved. She had invited several reputable composers in the industry, and upon her return, she would need to visit them. When Yin replied, all right, let us see if we can meet up before you leave. Sure. Just as she was about to hang up, she heard Yin hesitate before saying, Jiang Yan. Chen's temperament is what it is. Please don't take it to heart. He is not a bad person, really. Jiang Yan chuckled in response. It's nothing. After he returned last night, he even sent me a message complimenting you. He asked me to convey his apologies. Jiang Yan felt speechless. Had she not been there, she might have believed her words. It's fine, I don't mind. Great. Then please help him out when you can. Considering you two have exchanged WeChat now. That escalated quickly, Jiang Yan thought, her cheeks heating up slightly. When did she become so lewd? Nevertheless, she smiled and said, I understand. After hanging up, she suddenly remembered something. She had blacked out last night. Surely she hadn't sent any inappropriate messages? She quickly grabbed her phone to check. Thankfully, there were no chat records with Wen Yan. However, she saw several hundred unread messages in a group chat and clicked in. Why is everyone tagging me? How do they know Su Chen? Panic surged within her, feeling as though she had been caught in a compromising situation. She hastily scrolled back through the chat history to see the messages from when Su Chen had joined the group. The words, "You have invited the kindergarten leader to join this group. Please start chatting," left her feeling utterly helpless. What on earth happened? She couldn't recall anything at all. Moreover, she had tagged Wen Yan in this group, yet Wen Yan was not even in it. However, looking at the messages she had sent, she could infer the situation at that time. What should she do? This group consisted of fairly close friends from the industry, and they had established it to chat freely. Among them were Jiang Yan, a television host, Luo Zhe, a rock singer, and Jiang Jing, an actress. Others were also public figures in their respective fields. They usually exchanged banter, played games, or shared information within the industry. Now, this incident had left her unable to explain herself. After pondering for a while, she finally crafted a message. I'm sorry, everyone. I drank too much last night and accidentally added a friend to the group. P.S. Just an ordinary person. Yuan Qing, Brother Qing, could you please remove him? I can't kick him out myself. Although it was still morning, her brief message ignited a flurry of responses. Luo Zhe, you finally showed up. Luo Zhe, you were drinking? Oh my, what gossip have I stumbled upon? Jiang Yan, a night without returning home with an ordinary friend. Jiang Jing, where are you now? Did anything happen? Do you need help? Jiang Yan. She knew too well the nature of these friends. There was no way to explain herself. Thus, she resorted to her trump card. Jiang Yan, Luo Zhe. Do you believe I want to share your last embarrassing moment with your wife right now? Luo Zhe, help. I want to say another word. Jiang Yan, what dirt does Luo Zhe have? Spill it to entertain us. Jiang Jing, what dirt does Luo Zhe have? Spill it to entertain us. After a lengthy exchange, they finally clarified the situation. Through Jiang Yan, they learned that Su Chen was merely an ordinary person who had brought her home to help her avoid a crowd. Although the commotion was lively, everyone was merely joking. Jiang Yan's status in the celebrity circle was unparalleled. Many male stars had publicly declared her as their goddess. Yet, she had never been associated with any scandals, maintaining a clean reputation. With such stature, how could she possibly be interested in an ordinary person? Hence, from the very beginning, they had doubted that anything would transpire between Jiang Yan and Su Chen. Most of the chat content was merely playful teasing, as Jiang Yan had often teased them in return. As they were engrossed in their conversation, a new message popped up in the group. Yuan Qing, little Jiang, adding people is your privilege, but removing them is mine. Yuan Qing, our group is quite democratic. Whether to kick someone out is up to everyone to decide. Your word alone doesn't count. Yuan Qing was the group's admin and a top-tier male singer who rarely spoke in the group. Jiang Yan, wow. You've even managed to bring out my aloof brother Qing. Jiang Yan, you're something else. Jiang Jing, long time no see, brother Qing. This time, Luo Zhe dared not speak up, perhaps genuinely frightened by Jiang Yan's earlier threat. The others, however, greeted the superstar enthusiastically. After some discussion, Jiang Yan made a suggestion. Jiang Yan, didn't a senior mention before that we artists should stay grounded? Jiang Yan, it's rare to have an ordinary person in our group. Chatting occasionally wouldn't hurt. Jiang Yan, let us keep him around. What does everyone think? As soon as the message was sent, others quickly echoed their agreement. Jiang Jing agreed. One Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan didn't expect such a turn of events, but it mattered little. If they wanted to keep him, so be it. She just wondered if Su Chen's candid nature would be too much for them to handle. Yuan Qing, since everyone agrees, we'll keep him for now. Yuan Qing, let us welcome our new member. Change your name and greet everyone. P.S. Don't Bother Me, original singer. Kai Jinya lyrics. Kai Jinya music. Kai Jinya chapter 20. Elevation as senior composer Su Chen lay sprawled across his desk, succumbing to slumber, while his phone buzzed incessantly. Irritated, he picked up the device, wondering why he continued to receive notifications despite having activated the Do Not Disturb mode. Upon inspecting the chat group, he discovered a barrage of messages with someone tagging him. The unread messages had reached a staggering 999. Did these celebrities have so much free time on their hands? He clicked on the tag message. Yuanqing. Let us welcome our new member, kindergarten leader. Change your name and greet everyone. What was this peculiar initiation? Scrolling through the chat history, he gleaned the essential information. It turned out Jiang Yan had mistakenly added him to the group yesterday. This woman must think he harbors ulterior motives. The most perplexing aspect was that, despite knowing the error, they insisted on keeping him around, subtly implying that they wished to engage with this newcomer. A sense of novelty. That was understandable. Yet, he felt a twinge of annoyance. What did keeping it real imply? Were celebrities inherently superior? Nonetheless, while he was perturbed, the others had not crossed any lines, and he saw no need to retaliate. Yuanqing, a superstar singer, along with several other prominent figures from diverse fields. If he cultivated a rapport with them, it could prove advantageous in the future. Thus, resigning himself to the situation, he followed Yuanqing's suggestion and updated his nickname in the group to Su Chen. He promptly sent a message, Su Chen. Hello everyone, I am Su Chen. Shortly after, the group erupted with responses. Jiang, wow. Newcomer photo reveal. Age, height, measurements, and profession. Please share. Jiang Yan. Jiang, what is this? Are you trying to compete with Jiang Yan? I don't think you stand a chance. Jiang Yan, step aside. Celebrities seem to harbor an inexplicable curiosity about ordinary people, particularly regarding Su Chen's unexpected intrusion into their tight-knit circle. Noticing a few others inquiring about his profession, he replied, Su Chen, I currently work as a composer at a company. Jiang, oh, that makes you somewhat of an insider. Looks like Jiang Yan didn't make a mistake. Jiang, welcome. Jiang, welcome. Luozha, welcome. After observing the lack of substance in the conversation for a while, Su Chen decisively exited the group chat interface. In the afternoon, news finally arrived from the Strange Tales production team. The demo for White Fox had passed the Group S review, and director Li Qingyan was exceedingly pleased. Although this outcome was anticipated, the absence of any mishaps allowed him to breathe a small sigh of relief. General Manager Wang Yan, Composition Department Director Kong Qishui, and Composition Group Leader Lu Wenxiong displayed an unusual exuberance. This was a battle between Xingqing Entertainment and Shanghai Media, and Xingqing had emerged victorious. It was a long-awaited triumph, akin to a much-needed comeback. I can hardly wait to see the expressions on Jing Xiuan and Lao Jia from Shanghai Media. Well, the gold medal composer. What of Shanghai Media? Wang Yan laughed heartily in the conference room. As the laughter subsided, he lifted his teacup and took a sip, smiling as he addressed Su Chen. Little Su, Director Li Qingyan specifically called to express his gratitude. He also mentioned wanting to invite you to their film premiere. Wang Yan's demeanor was markedly different from the imposing presence he had exuded during their first meeting, appearing much more approachable. The other two men also wore smiles, especially Lu Wenxiong, who was typically stern as a grassroots manager but now displayed an unusually amiable attitude. Thank you, Manager Wang. I was merely fortunate, Su Chen replied, and Wang Yan's satisfaction grew at his modesty. The young man was calm and humble, which was commendable. But why had others failed to produce satisfactory work after 2 weeks of effort? This was not merely luck, it was talent and capability. After a round of commendations, Wang Yan shifted to the main agenda. Next, we will proceed with the formal recording of the song. We have a bit of leeway with time, as the production team has allocated a week for us. However, I believe it prudent to wrap this up expeditiously. Better to be cautious than lax. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Besides recording the song, there was also the consideration of whether the production team would require adjustments to the final track. It was wise to allow for some time. Do you have any thoughts on the choice of singer for this song? Su Chen shook his head. aware that he could only offer suggestions without any final decision-making authority. Only after demonstrating sufficient influence or value might the company grant him a portion of that power. Jiang Yan's inquiry was a gesture of respect. Very well, then we shall select from within the company. As Jiang Yan opened his computer, he began to explain to Chen. Currently, our company has a total of 22 debut artists, excluding trainees, of which 8 are singers, and among these, 5 are female artists. Many of them are out on engagements and cannot attend in person. I will play recordings of their previous work, and then we can decide who would be the most suitable. Since they only needed to listen to snippets rather than full songs, they quickly identified a candidate. The chosen female singer was Chen, a third-tier artist with a somewhat husky and magnetic voice, imbued with a touch of melancholy. Her previous works aligned perfectly with the song style. All right, let us finalize that. Old Lou, please reach out to Chen's agent and have her return promptly so that little Sue can participate in the recording. With all arrangements in place, Jiang Yan gazed at Chen with a smile. There's one more thing, little Sue, regarding the rewards for this project. Everything previously promised will be fulfilled. The project revenue of 800,000 may take a while, as we await the funds from the production team. However, your elevation to senior composer can happen immediately. Additionally, when this project is released, the song will simultaneously debut on music platforms. You are aware of the revenue-sharing ratios for songs released on these platforms, I presume? Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. Generally, before entering the entertainment company, one would sign corresponding copyright and revenue-sharing agreements. If the copyright belonged to the company, the composer's share would be relatively higher. Conversely, if the copyright belonged to the composer, the company's share would be greater. Some complacent composers might opt for the company to retain ownership of the copyright to receive a more substantial upfront payment. However, Chen was confident in his compositions and had thus signed for independent copyright. According to the agreement, the revenue-sharing ratios varied based on the composer's level. For ordinary composers, the company would take 80. Upon promotion to senior composer, the company's share would drop to 70, with the remaining 30 share between the composer and the singer. The specifics would depend on the levels of both the composer and the singer, typically established within a general range, with specific figures negotiated independently. Following this pattern, silver medal composers would see the company's cut reduced to 60. Once achieving gold medal status, the company's share would plummet to 40. As gold medal composers possess significant appeal and inherent fan base, thus requiring considerably fewer promotional resources from the company. Hence, they were afforded a broader margin in revenue sharing. What Jiang Yan just mentioned pertains to this issue. Chen is a third-tier singer, and based on your current status as a distinguished composer, the two of you would share a total of 30, with her receiving 15. However, I shall take the lead today. How does a 20 share sound for you? Chen nodded slightly. Given his current standing, attaining such a proportion is quite a challenge. Thank you, President Wang. Chapter 21. The path to becoming a silver-level composer in the realm of Blue Star. The endeavor to release a song encompasses a myriad of tasks, including lyric writing, composition, accompaniment, recording, copyright registration, liaising with music platforms, and orchestrating promotional resources. This intricate process cannot be accomplished solely by an individual. It involves a multitude of stakeholders. Entertainment companies play a crucial role in facilitating these endeavors, offering services such as accompaniment and recording, managing copyright registrations, leveraging their artist resources, connecting with music platforms through professionals, and investing in advertising to promote the songs. Given the associated costs, profit sharing is inevitable, reminiscent of practices on Earth. Thus, Chen perceived no issue with this system. As an anonymous and obscure figure, he would attract no attention on his own. Moreover, interactions between companies are typically corporate to corporate. Who would engage with an individual? Now that he has ascended to the status of a senior composer, his restrictions have lessened significantly, aside from the regular attendance requirements. He is eager to elevate his status to that of a silver-level composer, as this would free him from the confines of daily presence at the company. Recently, he has spent so much time at the office that he feels as though he might split in two. Mr. Wang, may I inquire about the process for advancing to silver-level composer? Jiang Yan and his colleagues paused momentarily, silently pondering the ambition of this young man. However, he was not yet labeled as overly ambitious. The success of the song White Fox suggested that he possessed genuine talent. Yet, discussions among the group had led them to speculate that luck played a significant role, especially considering Chen had previously mentioned that this song was one he had written long ago and merely repurposed. The duration of its creation and whether others were involved remained uncertain. Thus, Jiang Yan's praise was merely polite banter. They all hoped the company would produce a genius composer, but they were seasoned individuals, and their reasoning remained grounded. The chances of a recent graduate succeeding were slim. "Are you aspiring to become a silver-level composer, little Sue?" Jiang Yan teased, only to be met with Chen's earnest nod. "Indeed, I have perused the relevant company policies, yet I found no explicit regulations regarding the promotion to silver or gold-level composer." To his surprise, Jiang Yan chuckled inwardly at Chen's naivety about the challenges associated with these advancements. After all, among the 30-plus individuals in the composition department, only a handful had attained silver-level status, and since Lao Jie's departure, not a single gold-level composer remained. "Let me clarify this for you, as you are new," Lu Wenxiong interjected. "Little Sue, you notice that the company policy outlines the benefits and entitlements for various levels of composers, but lacks clear promotion criteria, correct? The distinction between ordinary composers and senior composers is merely an internal classification for employee assessment. For instance, an ordinary composer must produce a qualifying song within 3 months, or they will be eliminated. However, if an ordinary composer can consistently deliver qualifying songs for 6 months, they may be promoted to senior composer. Conversely, if a senior composer fails to produce a qualifying song within a month, they will be demoted to ordinary composer. As for what constitutes a qualifying song, our company holds evaluation meetings, and only after passing these assessments can a song be deemed acceptable. Chen nodded, having read these rules in the company's documentation. The titles of silver and gold-level composers are standardized within the industry. The Weilang platform evaluates composers based on the quality, performance, and popularity of their past works, updating these assessments monthly. In other words, the promotions to silver and gold-level composers are not solely determined by our company. This revelation surprised Chen, but he found comfort in knowing that even if he were to leave the company in the future, his title would remain intact. Is there any specific standard for the Weilang platform's evaluations, such as conditions that must be met to achieve promotion? Lu Wenxiong patiently explained, there are indeed standards. However, it is not merely a matter of meeting certain criteria. Rather, one must fulfill specific conditions to be eligible for promotion. For instance, to qualify as a silver-level composer, one must have achieved a position in the annual rookie list top 10 at least once, or have placed in the monthly rookie list top 10 on 3 or more occasions. Only upon meeting these conditions can one be considered for promotion. Seeing Chen's calm demeanor, Lu Wenxiong cautioned, do not underestimate the difficulty of this task. This standard is merely foundational. Many who have met these conditions have still waited a long time for promotion. The platform also considers other factors, such as popularity and the quantity and quality of previous works. These additional factors lack clear-cut criteria and depend entirely on evaluation outcomes. Furthermore, attaining a spot on the monthly or annual rookie list is no easy feat. Numerous composers vie for these positions, especially during the early months of the year when many rush to release their songs, leading to fierce competition. After Lu Wenxiong's detailed explanation, Chen grasped the situation. The minimum standard for a silver-level composer to advance to gold level is to have achieved a position in the annual top 3 or to have placed in the monthly top 10 6 times or more. This made it evident that the path to gold-level composer is even more stringent. What about Lao Jie? Chen recalled having seen Lao Jie's work, which he deemed rather average. According to these standards, he should have struggled to qualify. Yet, Lao Jie was undeniably a gold-level composer. Lu Wenxiong replied with a hint of disdain. While Lao Jie's abilities are somewhat superior to others, he has not reached the caliber of a gold-level composer. His promotion was facilitated by the company, pushing him forward with songs. Yet, he displayed in gratitude and swiftly transferred to Shanghai media. Su Chen nodded, posing his final question. If he fails to produce any subsequent works after his promotion, won't he risk demotion? Lu Wenxiong shook his head. Once a composer attains silver or gold level status, it is a lifelong designation. A composer may experience periods of prolific output, yet upon promotion, if they exceed their peak period, their output and quality may decline. However, one cannot disregard their previous works, hence the title remains. Yet, those within the industry are acutely aware of who is in their prime and who has exhausted their creativity. Thus, distinctions exist even among gold-level composers. With all this newfound understanding, Su Chen contemplated how he might strategically plan his ascent to silver-level composer. Chapter 22. Money corrupts men. The progress accelerated rapidly thereafter. Chen Pei received a call from her agent, and within 2 hours, she hurried back from the neighboring live announcement set in the Shanghai market. She could not afford to be negligent regarding this matter. Her agent informed her that it was the theme song for the film Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, directed by Jiang Yan. What does this entail? If utilized wisely, it could potentially elevate her career to new heights. The recording process was relatively smooth. Although Chen Pei's singing skills were average, her voice was her strong suit. There were a few hiccups along the way, but she quickly adjusted after some reminders. The entire song, including accompaniment and recording, was completed in less than an afternoon. Throughout this process, Su Chen merely observed from the sidelines. After all, the recording studio was staffed with professionals, and his presence was not necessary. Once the recording was finished, they played it back, and the fidelity was astounding. It sounded almost identical to her previous life. After making a copy to share with several executives, they were all exceedingly pleased. Previously, they only reviewed the sheet music and relied on their professional expertise to assess the quality of the piece. Now, it was merely a matter of using their ears for appreciation. Even someone with no knowledge of music theory could at least appreciate the work. After listening, Wang Yin instructed the music director to collaborate with Lu Wenxiong to finalize the files and send them to the production team. Just before sending, he remembered to have Su Chen adopt a pseudonym. According to company confidentiality policies, composers must use pseudonyms while employed. Additionally, the company had signed a confidentiality agreement prohibiting the disclosure of others' identities. Otherwise, they would face substantial fines and potential lawsuits. Thus, no one would risk such consequences. The competition within the industry was too fierce, and poaching was a commonplace occurrence. Su Chen momentarily struggled to think of an appropriate name. Let us go with Tangua. Wang Yin immediately laughed, noting that the name sounded feminine, which would enhance confidentiality. It is worth mentioning that Chen Pei, as a singer, was quite astute regarding social dynamics. She held no biases against him simply because he was a newcomer. Throughout the entire process, she addressed him with utmost respect, calling him teacher repeatedly. Before leaving, she even exchanged WeChat contacts with Su Chen. Teacher Su, I am profoundly grateful for your guidance. I absolutely adore this song. I have a program to record in the Shanghai market soon, and when I return, I must treat you to a meal. Su Chen smiled and declined. Once he had walked away, Chen Pei turned to her agent and whispered, Sister, it feels quite strange to lower myself like this for a newcomer. Her agent, slightly older than her, shot her a sidelong glance. Who says we cannot show respect to newcomers? Those renowned composers were once newcomers too. Chen Pei's heart stirred, and she exclaimed, Sister, are you implying that he could become a top-tier composer? Do you have any news? The agent looked at her helplessly. I have no news to share. However, for him to land the theme song for Strange Stories, he must possess some talent. Just think about who the competition is. Lao Jie, a celebrated composer. Showing some respect can only be beneficial. Should he truly ascend to that level in the future, we would have established familiarity ahead of time. A few kind words cost us nothing. Only then did Chen Pei come to a sudden realization. Have you heard? Our project for the theme song of Strange Stories has been awarded. Is that true? Who told you? Who else? Did you not notice how excited old Lu was? He wasn't even cursing. He looked like he had just married a new wife. Don't let him hear that. You'll be in trouble. I also overheard someone from the recording studio mention it, and it seems authentic. I wonder who got it. If it were me, that would be fantastic. Please, if it were you, they would have informed you long ago. Alas, I regret the sleepless night I spent on my work. Meanwhile, the second group of the composition department engaged in fervent discussion when they saw Su Chen returning alone. Dong Xiaojia, puzzled, inquired, "Hey, where did Xiao Su go? We haven't seen him all afternoon." Su Chen, unbothered by concealment, replied with a smile, "I just recorded a song." "What? Your work was selected?" Su Chen nodded with a smile. The office promptly erupted in excitement. "Oh my goodness, Xiao Su is incredible. What song is it? Show us. Xiao Su has struck it rich. You must treat us." "Yes, treat us." Everyone chimed in with congratulations, their expressions brimming with envy and admiration. After agreeing to treat them once the bonus was distributed, Su Chen sat at his workstation to rest. Having busied himself all day without checking his phone, he opened it to find a message from Jiang Yan sent in the morning. "I'm leaving. Thank you for the breakfast." After sending that message, noticing that Su Chen had not replied, she likely felt it was insufficient. Over an hour later, she sent another message, this time a voice note. Su Chen, not paying attention, clicked on it directly. "I'll find you to play again, sister." The speaker blared, and the emphasis on the word play was particularly pronounced. A moment of social embarrassment ensued. The office had just settled down after a lengthy commotion when that sound pierced through. Instantly, the atmosphere turned awkward. Some raised their heads to glance at Su Chen peculiarly, while others snickered discreetly. Su Chen met the gaze of an older colleague, offering an awkward smile. The colleague chuckled and gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaojia quietly scoffed, muttering, "What a scoundrel." Indeed, money corrupts men. The moment he started earning, he was already pursuing women. Well, given the circumstances, it seemed explanation was futile. This Jiang Yan was quite the troublemaker. Fortunately, Su Chen had a thick skin. Any awkwardness was merely fleeting. In the blink of an eye, he returned to casually scrolling through his phone. Celebrity chat group. Jiang Yan. "I'm so tired. I don't want to work. I have to rush a hosting script, and I want to get a rest tonight." Luozha, just quit. Let your sister-in-law support you. Jiang Yan. Luozha, be a decent person. Jiang Jing. Luozha, be a decent person. The conversation continued with a flurry of messages. As work was about to conclude, Su Chen, with nothing much to do, replied in the group. "On Su Chen Yi Ding Yang. I reflect upon myself thrice daily. Can this task be avoided, postponed until tomorrow, or delegated to someone else?" Jiang Yan. "Huh." Su Chen finally spoke up. "What you said makes so much sense. I'm left speechless." Jiang Jing. "Su Chen, you're hilarious." Luozha. "Su Chen, is Jiang Yan still at your place?" After a few more exchanges without substantial content, Su Chen decided to close the chat group. Chapter 23. Chu Anan. Would you assist me in recording a song? For several days, Su Chen immersed himself in the quest to ascend to the rank of silver-level composer. His past experiences illuminated the fact that such endeavors cannot be rushed. He refrained from unveiling a plethora of songs all at once to climb the charts. Being too conspicuous is not advantageous. He understood well the adage that tall trees attract the wind. Patience is sometimes essential. Moreover, from the company's perspective, a steady approach is necessary. Bait must be offered gradually. Overwhelming the fish at once would diminish his inherent worth. Within the internal platform of the company, numerous projects that had successfully connected with business clients were published, allowing composers to create based on the project background. As a senior composer, the projects visible to him were limited. He perused the available projects, most of which revolved around enterprises seeking anthems or promotional songs for tourism, which he found rather uninspiring. He had hoped for something akin to a project like Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, though such opportunities are rare. Given the current capabilities of the company, acquiring such a project was unfeasible. It was only through Wang Yan's connections that they managed to secure it, rendering it an exceptional case. After a fruitless search, he was about to log out when a new call for submissions for a theme song for a microfilm suddenly appeared on the screen. The project, titled My Father, was an outstanding graduation piece from the directing department of Beijing Normal University, a tale of emotional redemption between a father and daughter. The microfilm narrates the story from the daughter's perspective, encapsulating her journey from her first steps to her educational endeavors and eventual career through a series of vignettes. In elementary school, She lamented to her father about the lack of candies while her classmates indulged. During her middle school years, she faced bullying due to her family financial hardships, but felt unable to confide in her parents. In university, when her father visited her, she hid to avoid the embarrassment of being seen with him by her peers. As an adult, she learned to respect others, but remained aloof towards her father's concern. The earlier segments of her story brimmed with resentment. That was until one day her father fell ill and was hospitalized. Though he was saved in time, he was left unable to walk. While tidying up her father's room, she stumbled upon a diary chronicling her life from birth to adulthood, her cries, joys, and sorrows. She felt the profound restraint and deep love he held for her. It was then that she finally realized the burdens her father had shouldered all along. Chen was deeply moved after reading this. Although he had never lived through such experiences, he recognized that human emotions often resonate universally. Suddenly, a melody sprang to his mind, and he felt inspired. During the lunch break, Chen ventured to the artist department. Typically, trainees were preoccupied with their rigorous training schedules, making it inappropriate to interrupt them during work hours. The training room was sparsely populated, with most having gone for lunch, leaving only a few girls behind. One was tidying her training equipment, while two others were engaged in stretching exercises to alleviate fatigue. They were surprised to see Chen, as they recognized him as the composer of the theme song for Strange Stories from a Chinese studio. However, they were unaware of what the song entailed, as it had yet to be released. Nevertheless, this was enough to earn him their respect, and they refrained from the evasive behavior they had displayed previously. "Mr. Su, is there something you need?" one of the girls inquired. For the artists, especially the trainees, it was imperative to remember composers. Upon hearing this, Chen smiled and asked, "Have you seen Chu Ainen?" The girls exchanged glances, realizing that perhaps Mr. Su had a song demo to record. The prospect of a new song so soon was impressive. One girl hesitated, unsure of Chu Ainen's whereabouts, and looked to another for guidance. "Chu Ainen should be in the break room. You might find her there?" The second girl quickly chimed in. "Thank you." Chen expressed his gratitude before departing, prompting the girls to begin gossiping. "Did you notice how handsome Mr. Su is?" One remarked. "Of course. I noticed that the first time he came. He is more attractive than all the male artists here. Then why didn't you step up and volunteer to partner with him? Please. Handsome looks aren't everything. Reality is more important." "Ha, but Mr. Su's song has already been selected. Are you regretting not partnering with him?" They whispered among themselves. Emerging from the training room, Chen traversed the corridor towards the break room. No one here. The break room was empty, save for a boxed meal on the T-shaped table. Glancing around and finding no one else, he contemplated leaving. Just then, he heard a faint voice from the nearby copy room that resembled Chu Ainen. "Hello? Dad? Yes. I'm having lunch now. Have you eaten?" Okay, I understand. I'll take care of it. By the way, Dad, I sent you another 5,000 yuan yesterday. Did you receive it? Good to hear. I have money, so don't worry. We're not busy here, just a normal work schedule. Take care of yourselves, and make sure you and Mom stay healthy. Chen fell silent, aware of the meager compensation trainees received, about 3,000 yuan a month, significantly less than most composers. In Jiangcheng, such an income barely sufficed for rent and food for some. Yet, this young girl managed to save 5,000 yuan to send home regularly. It was almost unfathomable. Casting a glance at the boxed meal on the adjacent table, he noted the transparent plastic bowl containing scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a few simple vegetables. It appeared she had prepared it at home and merely reheated it in a microwave. How industrious! Other trainees typically dined in the bustling food courts of nearby malls. As he contemplated this, the door to the copy room swung open. "Que non, spotting Su Chen, gasped in surprise." "Ah, Mr. Su?" Her expression shifted to one of embarrassment, akin to having her secret revealed. Noticing Su Chen's gaze lingering on her lunchbox, she appeared flustered. "Did you make this yourself?" Su Chen inquired nonchalantly, wearing a smile. Chu Ainen lowered her head and softly replied, "Yes. It looks delicious. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes is my favorite." Chen complimented, causing Chu Ainen to blush. "Mr. Su, Are you here to see me? Realizing he had nearly forgotten his purpose, Chen smiled and said, Yes. Are you available this afternoon? Yan nodded, I am. Do you need to record a song? I can just ask the training instructor for a break. After checking the time and weighing his options, Chen agreed, Great. Let us plan to record a song at 2 p.m., shall we? Yan quickly affirmed, but she refrained from asking who the song was for or its intended purpose, as she sensed Chen's reserved nature. Chapter 24. Prose poetry written by Father. The artist division's office area was partitioned into several smaller sections, including a trainee practice room, an artist zone, and a recording studio, among others. As Chen exited the trainee practice room, he found himself lost in thought while heading toward the composition department. At a corner, he was suddenly jolted as he collided with someone at an alarming speed. In that instant, he felt a soft object press against him, causing him to stumble slightly. Ouch! A woman exclaimed in surprise. He quickly responded, my apologies. In truth, neither of them had been attentive at the corner, and considering the other person's brisk pace, the fault should have been more on their side. However, as a man of decorum, he hastily offered his apology first. Upon lifting his gaze, he encountered a stylishly dressed woman with exquisite makeup, clutching her chest and appearing quite startled. Goodness! A D-grade powerhouse, how terrifying. Beside her stood a man and a woman. The girl trailing behind was rather ordinary, holding a bag and several other items, looking somewhat flustered. The man, surprisingly, was also wearing makeup and was angrily supporting the woman while directing his ire at Chen. Are you blind? Didn't you see someone coming? He spat, his tone effeminate. Chen's expression immediately turned icy. How audacious to bite back. Anger flared within him. My eyesight is poor. I can only see people. The group momentarily froze, processing his retort, before the woman's face turned ashen. The effeminate man, now furious, shouted, How dare you speak to me like that? What's your name? I'll call Feng Xiao over to see what kind of person she brought out. Clearly, he mistook Chen for a trainee, likely due to his good looks. Chen frowned, bewildered by their behavior. It was a trivial matter. An apology would suffice. He had already chosen to overlook the incident, yet they persisted in their confrontation. Upon hearing the effeminate man's threat, he smirked mischievously. Call me daddy, and I shall tell you my name. The words hung in the air, and the woman, along with the effeminate man, looked as though they might explode with rage. You! The effeminate man charged forward but abruptly halted mid-stride. Realizing Chen was significantly taller and appeared unafraid of confrontation. You know who she is? Do you dare to provoke her? He threatened. Casting a nonchalant glance at the woman, Chen retorted, Who she is has nothing to do with me. Since he had already offended them, he decided to do so more thoroughly. From their previous exchange, it was evident that this woman was no paragon of virtue. Her subordinates were acting aggressively, and her failure to intervene suggested her tacit approval of such behavior. Furthermore, she seemed quite incensed herself. Did you forget that you bumped into me? Seeing that Chen was unfazed by his threats, the effeminate man feigned a call to Feng Xiao, the trainee's manager. At that moment, the woman spoke with chilling detachment. Who I am is inconsequential, and indeed none of your concern. However, who you are is quite significant. Are you bold enough to leave your name? An overt threat. Chen had encountered many such individuals, their intellect seemingly absent. With irritation, he replied, I'm Chen from the second group of the composition department. This revelation stunned them. They had initially assumed he was merely a trainee, but now realized he was from the composition department. What does it matter that he is from the composition department? He seems nothing more than a small fry. Regaining her composure, the woman fixed her gaze on Chen, her eyes unblinking. Very well. You possess courage. I shall remember you. The emphasis on remember carried a menacing undertone, implying that he should prepare for consequences. Chen, amused, grinned back. I appreciate your intention to remember me, but I have no recollection of you whatsoever. With that, he circumvented them and continued towards his department, leaving behind a group of individuals seething with anger. As he walked, Chen mentally lamented the absurdity of the situation, questioning how he continually encountered such intellectually deficient individuals. This author is utterly shameless. Due to the fact that many of his songs were penned in a notebook at home, Chen found himself without ready sheet music. Thus, he tore a page from a nearby workbook and began to sketch out notes. After a little over 10 minutes, a complete composition materialized before him. One could not deny the invincibility of his memory. The words from his past life were etched into his mind as if carved in stone. Prose poetry written by father was a song he had cherished in his previous life. Initially, he was captivated by its melody on a video platform, unaware of its meaning. However, upon reviewing the lyrics, he was profoundly moved. Today, when he encountered the call for submissions for the theme song of the microfilm My Father, the narrative instantly transported him back to cherished memories. This song felt as though it had been tailor-made for the microfilm, even more so than its original context. The composition was simple and unpretentious, akin to a daughter softly recounting her experiences like a series of gentle stories. Yet, there was always a poignant note that struck at the heart, provoking tears. Originally, he had planned to use 2 songs to test the waters for the newcomer chart, though he had yet to finalize the selections. However, after witnessing today's event, he resolved to submit this song for the My Father microfilm competition and simultaneously promote it on the charts. During the recording of White Fox, he had heard Chen-Yin's voice, which harmonized well with this song. Additionally, upon meeting her today and overhearing her conversation with her father, he felt a deeper alignment with her character background. As for the second song, he intended for Luo Jiaxing to perform it, but he needed to hear his voice first. Given his current standing, he could only engage these 2 artists for the time being. To assert he would directly challenge the top charts would be overly presumptuous, and those established artists might not even acknowledge him, much like the woman from earlier, whose eyes seemed to reach for the heavens. Another reason was that the top charts were filled with numerous artists, including many superstars. The success of a song depended not only on its quality, but also on various other influencing factors. A misstep could lead to disaster. In the afternoon, Chen brought Chen to the recording studio area. There were 8 recording studios in total, with the first 3 designated for debut artists who typically enjoy priority access. Although the first 3 were currently unoccupied, to avoid unnecessary complications, Chen opted for a relatively more secluded studio. Upon entering, he handed Chen the sheet music he had written so she could familiarize herself with it. Upon seeing the lyrics, Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure, softly humming along with the melody. As Chen sat idly beside her, waiting, he suddenly noticed the silence that had settled around him. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Chen in tears, wiping her eyes while more tears flowed uncontrollably from her gaze. Chapter 25. 2 songs. Chen handed a tissue to Chen, who accepted it with an apologetic expression. "I'm so sorry, Teacher Su. I just now." Chen shook his head. "It's all right. Take a moment to calm yourself. Once you're composed, we can resume recording. However, during the official recording, you must maintain control over your emotions. While a singer should convey their feelings, it is equally important to manage their emotional state." He understood Chen-Yin's reaction. As a child from a rural background, the scenes were deeply resonant for her. Moreover, the song mirrored much of her own growth experiences. Upon hearing Chen's words, Chen nodded vigorously, relieved that he did not hold it against her. He had anticipated that she might falter during the recording, perhaps struggling with her emotions and affecting her pitch. To his pleasant surprise, her performance was impeccable. The remnants of her tears lent her voice a slight rasp, as if she were on the verge of crying, yet managed to hold back, allowing the song's emotions to unfold fully, rich yet restrained. After completing the recording, Chen listened to the playback on the studio's computer, feeling exceedingly satisfied. He lavished praise upon Chen, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Teacher Su. Once the files were transferred and the work concluded, Chen summoned her courage to call out. Yet, after uttering Chen's name, she hesitated for quite some time, afraid to continue. In that instant, Chen grasped her intent. This young girl needed to learn to seize opportunities when they arose. Seeing her reluctance to speak further, he sighed inwardly but maintained a cheerful facade. "What is it? Do you wish to sing this song?" Chen-Yin's face turned beet red at his inquiry, her gaze darting away like a shy kitten caught off guard. Am I allowed?" It seemed she had mustered great resolve, finally voicing her earnest desire. Don and Appos, to be foolish. Su Chun, recalling a line from a classic Stephen Chow film, blurted out. Chun and Appos, and an Appos, as face fell, her expression turning as pale as a deflated balloon. Indeed, had she been too naive? How could she possibly deserve such a magnificent song? She forced a smile, about to respond, when Su Chun continued. This song was meant for you. Huh? Chuanin's body stiffened, her mind buzzing as if struck by a windfall. Everything felt surreal. She had envisioned this scenario countless times, being recognized by a composer, singing a song that belonged to her. Yet it had suddenly materialized into reality. If her affection for White Fox stemmed merely from its exquisite melody, her connection to the prose poem written by my father resonated on a profoundly personal level. It felt as though it encapsulated her very essence, and she yearned to possess it. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Su Chen was taken aback. Why are you crying again? I should have known better than to jest with such a sensitive girl. This was a habit he needed to amend. Enough of the tears. You must practice this song more. I need to present it to the leaders for their review. Once they give their approval, I hope to see an even better version of you during the official recording. Chu Inen quickly composed herself, nodding earnestly. Please call Luo Jiaxing over. Su Chan instructed with a smile, and Chu Inen promptly complied, getting up to leave the studio. In her haste, she accidentally bumped her head against the door frame, eliciting a resigned smile from Su Chan as he shook his head in amusement. In the trainee practice room, a group of young boys and girls were practicing their vocal exercises under the guidance of their instructor. Chu Inen entered and approached the vocal teacher, whispering a few words. The puzzled instructor then called Luo Jiaxing out. What's going on? Why are Inen's eyes red? Did she do something wrong with teacher Su? Well, isn't it normal for her to get scolded by the teacher for being so oblivious? The trainees began to murmur among themselves. Silence. Continue practicing. The vocal teacher sternly admonished. Silencing the room. As Chu Inen and Luo Jiaxing walked together, he inquired with curiosity, Inen, is something the matter? Perhaps buoyed by her recent stroke of luck, she teased. It's a good thing. You'll know when we get there. He speculated that teacher Su might have prepared a song for Luo Jiaxing as well. Given Luo Jiaxing's easygoing nature, he ceased his questioning. Teacher Su? Upon entering the recording studio and spotting Su Chun, Luo Jiaxing was taken aback. Please take a seat, Su Chan said, nodding. He had intended for Chu Inen to call Luo Jiaxing and then proceed with her lesson, but he was willing to accommodate the unexpected presence. Didn't I ask you to help me record a demo? I wanted to hear your vocal quality and what songs you've sung before. Once seated, Su Chen got straight to the point. A demo recording? That's good news. Luo Jiaxing, slightly confused, nonetheless responded obediently. I've recorded demos for many composers before, singing various songs, though I tend to sing more high notes. My favorite genre is rock, particularly the exhilarating feeling of belting out those powerful notes. Teacher Su, did you know? It allows me to fully express my desires, frustrations, and fears. Once he began talking, he found it hard to stop, contrasting sharply with Chu Inen's reserved nature. He was quite the chatterbox. Stop! Stop! Observing that the conversation was spiraling, Su Chun raised a hand to halt him. Sing a few lines for me. Luo Jiaxing complied eagerly and launched into a currently popular rock song. His singing was mediocre, with several flaws, yet his emotional delivery was robust, and he possessed a wide vocal range. He sang with boldness and conviction. Su Chan gestured for him to stop and sat in thoughtful silence. The two others waiting patiently for his next words, especially Luo Jiaxing, who remained puzzled about why Su Chan placed such emphasis on vocal quality for a simple demo. After a few moments of contemplation, Su Chen's expression shifted. Inspiration struck him. He picked up a pen and flipped over the sheet of music he had previously given Chu Inen, beginning to sketch out notes. The two watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Whoa, is he writing a song? They were completely taken aback, having never witnessed such a creative process unfold live before them. 10 minutes later, a complete song unfolded before the eyes of the three individuals. On the reverse side of the paper were inscribed the bold characters Boundless Sea and Sky. Chapter 26. Conflict in the recording studio. Luo Jiaxing and Chen were both struck by the surreal experience. Was it truly possible to compose a song in just 10 minutes? Moreover, it appeared to be tailored to Luo Jiaxing's vocal timbre and characteristics. How could that be? After a moment of stunned silence, they finally accepted this astonishing reality. Chen handed a sheet of paper to Luo Jiaxing. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with it. We'll have you sing it shortly. Luo Jiaxing received the paper and began to hum softly. As he perused the lyrics, he lifted his gaze, staring at Chen as if he were an otherworldly being. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible. The lyrics filled him with excitement. Teacher Su, I want to sing it. He quickly expressed his heartfelt desire. Chen cast a knowing glance at Chen, implying that she should observe and learn from Luo Jiaxing's boldness. Fear not. Seize every opportunity. Chen gazed at Luo Jiaxing with envy, but refrained from speaking. If it had been any other composer, they might have questioned, "Who do you think you are?" Such exquisite songs were typically reserved for debut artists and could serve as lead singles on albums. Why would they let a mere trainee sing it, unless the company intended to groom him for stardom? Yet, he needed to be exceptionally talented to warrant such investment. Luo Jiaxing's qualifications were not poor, but rather pedestrian. Generally, individuals like him had scant chances of debuting. He remained in this position merely for the faint glimmer of an unattainable dream, or perhaps more accurately, a fantasy. Do you wish to sing this song? First, you must master it, and then I shall evaluate your potential, Chen stated firmly, treating Luo Jiaxing differently than he did Chen. He believed a bit of pressure was necessary. To his surprise, Luo Jiaxing seemed to misinterpret his words, responding with enthusiasm as if Chen had already granted him permission. This left Chen at a loss for words. Luo Jiaxing had numerous flaws, particularly his lack of meticulousness while singing. He made several mistakes, all of which Chen pointed out. After nearly 2 hours of practice, they managed to complete the song. During the official recording, Chen and Chen sat in the outer room of the studio. Chen gave Luo Jiaxing an okay sign. I once doubted myself, wandering through a desert, bearing no fruit, regardless of the dreams I sowed. Just as I spread my wings, the wind fell silent, accustomed to pain. Can that be considered a harvest? The first verse was satisfactory and met expectations. However, as they approached the high notes, Luo Jiaxing suddenly hit a wrong note. His technique still needed refinement. Though he possessed a wide vocal range, he could not rely solely on brute force when singing such songs. Otherwise, no voice could withstand the strain. After halting the recording, Chen provided guidance on how to articulate the lyrics and skillfully employ techniques. Luo Jiaxing and Chen listened intently, their expressions filled with admiration for Chen. Not only was he a composer capable of crafting such remarkable songs, but he also possessed extensive knowledge of vocal techniques, perhaps even surpassing their vocal instructor. Could it be that teacher Su could sing? He appeared no older than they were. After numerous attempts, Luo Jiaxing finally found his rhythm. The ones who understand me best. Thank you for silently accompanying me on this journey, allowing me to craft beautiful stories. As they neared the final line, suddenly, the recording studio door burst open with a loud bang. Luo Jiaxing was momentarily taken aback, interrupting his performance. Upon seeing the intruders, Chen's expression hardened. "Get out," he said coldly. After a long afternoon of hard work, they were disrupted just as they were about to achieve results. Who would be angry in such a situation? It's Chen, right? We need this recording studio. Could you step aside? The intruder was the woman and the flamboyant man who had bumped into them earlier. The flamboyant man arrogantly shouted at Chen. Chen, maintaining his icy demeanor, reiterated, "I said get out." The woman stood silently with her head held high, while the flamboyant man insisted, "According to company regulations, we, the debut artists, have priority access to the recording studio. You must vacate when we require it." Chen frowned. If memory served, only studios 1 through 3 were designated for these debut artists. These two clearly sought trouble, perhaps seeking vengeance for the earlier incident. The morning's event was merely a personal dispute, at most leaving Chen with a reputation for disrespecting seniors. However, now they were invoking company policy, which could escalate matters. If I recall correctly, studios 1 through 3 are indeed yours. but all other studios are fully booked. The flamboyant man and Appo's expression gleamed with satisfaction. Chen nodded, confirming his suspicion. They were indeed looking for trouble. He refrained from checking the actual occupancy of other studios. Since they had managed to locate him and were citing this issue, they undoubtedly had 100 ways to claim other studios were occupied, all with plausible justifications. The flamboyant man, seeing Chen nod, assumed he had acquiesced, smirking condescendingly. You were so arrogant this morning. Now you must bow to me, a mere newcomer. After returning from his earlier encounter, he had inquired about Chen and learned he was just a rookie. As he prepared to taunt Chen further, he shut the door and locked it, unwilling to engage further in pointless dialogue. Chuvanin watched in astonishment. Teacher Su, she is our company's second-tier artist, Wu Di. The man beside her is her manager by Di Hao. Chuvanin whispered, while Luo Jiaxing emerged from the studio. His expression tinged with concern as he glanced towards the door. They all recognized Wu Di, a prominent figure within the company, a favored confidant of the general manager. Her behavior was often overbearing, and trainees occasionally faced her wrath if they inadvertently crossed her. What is there to fear from a menopausal woman and a flamboyant man? Chuvanin chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. In the company, while everyone shared this sentiment, no one dared to voice it aloud. Chen was the first to articulate such thoughts. Enough, let us not dwell on them. Continue, Chen declared, noticing Chuvanin's lingering worry. Let us finish recording the song first. With Chen's encouragement, Chuvanin and Luo Jiaxing resumed their efforts. After some adjustments, Luo Jiaxing finally completed the recording of the song. After listening to the playback, they confirmed there were no issues, successfully wrapping up the session. Chapter 27. First, let's listen to these two songs. Outside the recording studio, Kong Qishui wore a sullen expression, lost in thought. Wu Di also maintained a cold silence. Only the agent, by Di Hao, incessantly chattered beside them. Mr. Kong, you have seen his attitude. After Chen had pushed them out, the two were furious and promptly contacted the composition department's director, Kong Qishui. In Xingqing Entertainment, they had never been treated in such a manner. They initially believed that Chen would bow his head and recognize his position, but instead, he had further humiliated them. A profound disgrace. However, when Kong Qishui arrived, he found himself unable to open the door to the recording studio. Kong Qishui felt that his dignity had been significantly compromised. Just then, the door to the recording studio swung open. Chen, surprised to see Kong Qishui outside, remarked, Mr. Kong, what's the matter? With a darkened expression, Kong Qishui inquired. What happened? Nothing much, just bringing two interns to record a couple of songs, and we were about to finish when they barged in, interrupting the session. If it were anyone else, Chen would have been disinclined to explain. However, since Kong Qishui was the director of the composition department, he deemed it necessary to clarify the situation. Otherwise, this pompous individual might misinterpret the events. Upon hearing this, Bai Dihao immediately bristled. Who barged into your recording studio? According to company regulations, when studios 1 to 3 are fully booked, we can requisition other studios. He gestured dramatically, embodying his overly flamboyant demeanor. Indeed, rather petulant. In truth, when Bai Dihao complained to Kong Qishui, he was not entirely fabricating accusations. After all, on the surface, they were indeed in the right. There was no need for exaggeration. Chen, Wu Di is a senior. If there are no pressing matters, it would hurt to give way, Kong Qishui remarked thoughtfully. His attitude left both Wu Di and Bai Dihao momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't he be unleashing a torrent of curses? They had come precisely to witness him reprimanding this subordinate. Why had he suddenly adopted such a gentle demeanor? They were unaware that Kong Qishui was in a difficult position. After all, Chen had just helped the company resolve a significant issue and was thus considered a benefactor. With the film Liaozhai yet to be released and its impact still lingering, the relationship between the company and Chen was akin to a honeymoon phase. To turn against him over such a trivial matter would seem petty and might even appear as burning bridges. Therefore, Kong Qishui endeavored to suppress his emotions and refrain from losing his temper. Chen nodded, understanding the rationale behind Kong Qishui's demeanor. It was not merely a matter of pride, but rather the value of the song by who. He believed that had it not been for this song, Kong Qishui would have reprimanded him immediately, or perhaps even dismissed him outright. After all, a newcomer who had just joined the company held no intrinsic value. Moreover, Wu Di was a significant asset to the company. The distinction between what mattered most was abundantly clear. Mr. Kong, let us first listen to these two songs. Chen offered, handing over the USB drive he held. Kong Qishui accepted it, somewhat puzzled, yet still addressed Wu Di and his companion. I apologize, but the hallway is not the place to resolve this matter. Perhaps you could return for now. I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this issue. Upon hearing this, Wu Di furrowed his brows, but refrained from saying more. After all, Kong Qishui was still the director of the composition department, and they had to maintain a degree of respect. They dare not speak too harshly. Very well, Mr. Kong. I hope for a satisfactory resolution. Wu Di replied coolly before turning to leave with Bai Di Hao. Kong Qishui watched their departing figures, inwardly scoffing. As the director of the composition department, he was akin to a father figure to the singers in the artist department. Typically, they would seek his approval and treat him with respect. Yet with Wu Di, there was a sense of arrogance. Although she was courteous to him, there was an unmistakable air of condescension. What was this? Was she merely relying on her relationship with the general manager? Everyone was aware of such trivial matters. Inside Kong Qishui's office, Chen sat across from the desk. Essential to soothe the atmosphere within. This was his way of managing people, a strategy that had never failed him. Su, how are you finding the company after a week? Are you settling in? He chose not to address the issue directly, instead starting with a friendly inquiry. Chen smiled and replied that he was adapting well. They exchanged some mundane pleasantries before Kong Qishui finally broached the main topic. Su, you were not at fault in this incident. However, Wu Di is a pillar of our company, accounting for nearly 20% of our revenue. Thus, it is crucial that we afford her some respect. What you witnessed earlier was merely for show. Do not take it too much to heart. Connection with the general manager. Such matters were best discussed privately among trusted circles. Why would he disclose this to his employee? Unless he wished to jeopardize his own position. Do not worry. I'm not taking it to heart. Chen, having been through his own share of experiences, understood Kong Qishui's intentions all too well. Good, as long as you're not upset, Kong Qishui thought to himself, feeling a sense of smug satisfaction. Youthful exuberance often came with a lack of awareness. However, with the situation having unfolded, they needed to consider each other's feelings, especially since she was currently their company's cash cow. How about this? In a while, you and I will go to Wu Di and offer an apology. Agree? Chen inwardly scoffed his intentions. Despite the elaborate preamble, he maintained a neutral expression and shook his head. Mr. Kong, let us first listen to the songs. Demonstrate my value before we proceed with any apologies. This was a straightforward and unyielding principle of the entertainment industry. Kong Qishui felt a surge of irritation. He had made his intentions abundantly clear. Yet the young man remained obstinate. Was he truly incapable of recognizing the situation? Did he wish to provoke a confrontation? Kong Qishui's principle was to avoid tearing relationships apart unless absolutely necessary. Though he felt discomfort, he resolved to endure it for the time being and see what Chen had to offer. With two interns recording a couple of songs, do something remarkable? Had the success of Bai who inflated his ego? Was he truly challenging Wu Di? Although Kong Qishui harbored some criticisms of Wu Di, she was undeniably a profitable asset for the company. What did Chen have to show for himself? Inserting the USB drive into his laptop, he opened the folder containing two files. One was titled Father's Written Prose Poem, and the other The Vast Sky. The titles seemed unremarkable. S. Written Prose Poem. Upon hearing the voice of Chuan and Damp, Oppos, and he was transported to another world. In 1984, when the crops had yet to be harvested, my daughter lay in my arms, sleeping so sweetly. Tonight's outdoor movie, I have no time to attend. My wife reminds me to fix the pedal of the sewing machine. In an instant, the song unfolded like a vivid painting before his eyes. It made him feel as though he had returned to an era of scarcity yet profound happiness. In that fleeting moment, his thoughts drifted back to the past. How many years had it been? So many years since he last reminisced about those things, now shrouded in the dust of memory. It felt as if someone had gently stirred them, and once awakened, they became uncontrollable. P.S. Essays and poems by Father Original Artist. Su Fei Lyrics. Dong Yufeng Music. Su Fei Chapter 28. Anyone can, except her. Kong Chi Shui, born in the 1970s, is a man who has genuinely experienced the era depicted in the story, while Chuan'an's upbringing resonates with similar experiences. Nostalgia from that time. In the 1980s, he was just entering his teenage years, already possessing independent thoughts. Despite his family's relative affluence, and felt far too much. Now, as a father to a daughter in her early teens, he comprehends the burdens a father bears. After listening, he remains silent for a long while, eventually turning to wipe the moisture from his eyes and asking Su Chen, "Is this song one you wrote recently?" Su Chen nodded calmly. Good, good, good. It was unclear whether he was praising the song or complimenting Su Chen's talent. This song bore a resemblance to a project from our company. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Father from Beijing Normal University's directing department. Yes. With Su Chen's reminder, Kong Chi Shui recalled, I plan to submit this song as the theme for the microfilm. Su Chen stated. Upon hearing this, Kong Chi Shui gazed at Su Chen with a look of conviction. Trust me, this song will surely be chosen. Simultaneously, his gaze towards Su Chen shifted slightly. If they had previously assumed that Su Chen was merely fortunate to have crafted a fine song on occasion, what then could this song be classified as? Once his emotions settled, he began to listen to the second song, Boundless Sky. I once doubted myself, wandering in the desert, planting dreams that never bore fruit. When I finally spread my wings, the wind fell silent. Accustomed to pain, can it be considered a harvest? The song was inspiring, revealing the harsh realities of life filled with failures and the scrutiny of friends and family. It was a poignant confession, conveyed through music. To the indifferent, thank you for underestimating me. It has compelled me to rise and live more brilliantly. He envisioned a young man who continues to strive towards his dreams. It was both uplifting and touching. Although his own life had been relatively smooth, feel the immense power within the song. A piece capable of evoking deep emotional resonance. When human emotions are engaged, it feels as though the entire song is a personal narrative. This was yet another rare gem. The two songs today surpass the quality of White Fox, resonating more profoundly with audiences. If such songs were released, is this also a new composition of yours? Kong Chi Shui gazed at Su Chen with hopeful eyes. Upon seeing this, Su Chen nodded slightly, revealing no intentions to conceal. This was precisely his aim, to prove his worth, to test the boundaries of the other party. Kong Chi Shui exhaled deeply, his gaze towards Su Chen igniting with fervor. So, you wrote 3 songs in just 1 week? Not quite. White Fox was written previously. Week. You produced 2 high-quality songs? Su Chen replied with calm assurance. Yes, both were completed this week. Kong Chi Shui's face lit up with joy. If he could maintain this level of output, Su Chen's rise to becoming a top-notch composer would be almost assured. He could vouch for that with his expertise. Could the company be on the verge of welcoming another golden composer? Prior, when Su Chen inquired about advancing to silver and gold composer statuses. At that time, Wang Yin and others had found it amusing, considering the young man somewhat arrogant. In hindsight, perhaps their judgment had been overly hasty. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. What about the situation with Wu Di? Su Chen inquired calmly. Kong Chi Shui firmly replied, Rest assured, there's nothing to worry about with Wu Di. He has been riding on his past contributions to the company, lost in his own world. Such occurrences have transpired before. I will handle this matter. You need not concern yourself. Upon hearing Kong Chi Shui's words, Su Chen smiled contentedly. This was the effect he desired. The truth always stands on the side of value. Kong Chi Shui's perspective was straightforward. A potential golden composer holds far greater value than any artist, even if that artist currently generates revenue for the company. the company could effortlessly nurture a new generation of artists whenever they chose. Just imagining such a scenario was exhilarating. After listening to the two songs, General Manager Jiang Yan sat in his chair, emotions swirling within him. These two songs were masterpieces, surpassing the earlier White Fox, Jia as past works. The most significant aspect was that they were crafted by Chen, a newcomer to their company. Moreover, according to Kong Qishui, they were completed within a week. Chen, you are truly a genius. Wang Yin, though more restrained than Kong Qishui, could not help but express his admiration. His praise was sincere. Given the quality of these songs, calling Chen a genius was not an exaggeration. Regardless of whether he could produce consistently in the future, the quality of these songs alone was astounding. Some individuals might spend a lifetime trying to catch up, including certain silver and gold composers, even if their works had once graced the newcomer chart and the wind and cloud chart. Chen shook his head. President Wang, I plan to use these two songs for charting. Wang Yin smiled upon hearing this. Last time, when you inquired about advancing to silver and gold composer statuses, I thought it might take some time. I didn't expect you to have new works ready so soon. Of course, charting is a good thing. The company will fully support it. If Chen advances, it will also be beneficial for the company. Pausing for a moment, Wang Yin asked, do you have any thoughts on how to chart? Without hesitation, Chen candidly replied, I plan to have Luo Jiaxing and Chuan and sing them. Comer chart. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin, along with Kong Qishui and Lu Wenxiong present, furrowed their brows. Luo Jiaxing? Chuanin? Wang Yin looked at him, puzzled, while Lu Wenxiong tentatively asked, are they trainees? He had some recollection of these names. Trainees? If they are trainees, they can only aim for the newcomer chart. After a brief silence, Wang Yin broke the tension. Would you like to hear my suggestion? What could Chen say? He could only nod slightly. Given the quality of these two songs, they could easily attempt the wind and cloud chart. Therefore, my suggestion is to assign these two songs to established artists in the company for charting on the wind and cloud chart. The company will fully invest in promotional resources. There is a significant chance of success. If you can make it onto the wind and cloud chart, it would greatly benefit your advancement. After speaking, we can arrange to listen to Zheng Qingjin's voice later. He excels in high notes. What do you think? Chen, upon hearing Wu Di's name, casually remarked, anyone can do it, but Wu Di cannot. P.S. The Vast Sky original artist, Xin Band, lyrics, Yao Ruolong, music, Hun Lim, Jun Young Choi. Chapter 29, What is going on? I still have some songs like this, Kong Qishui asked with a frown. It's nothing, just a minor disagreement, Chen replied nonchalantly. Kong Qishui chose not to probe further, falling into silence for a moment before conceding. In that case, let us choose someone else. I think Lin Feier would be quite suitable. He was well aware of Wu Di's usual demeanor. Typically, he would turn a blind eye unless things escalated. Upon hearing Chen mention a disagreement, he grasped the general situation. If there was an issue, it was best to switch individuals. For him, the company's interests were paramount. Mr. Wang, I've already committed to having these two songs sung by Luo Jiaxing and Chuanin. Wang Yan's expression darkened upon hearing this. The repeated defiance was a blow to his pride. Adjusting his posture, he reclined slightly in his chair and, with a firmer tone, addressed Chen. I hope you understand that you are still merely a senior composer. When it comes to how the songs are utilized, you can only offer suggestions. You do not possess decision-making authority. The implication was clear. Who would sing these two songs was not up to him. Despite being a prodigy with the potential to become a star, he had not yet reached that status. What was not yet secured remained an illusion. Even if Chen produced several songs within a week, the future was uncertain. Chen had anticipated the scenario and calmly shook his head. Mr. Wang, these two songs can only be sung by Luo Jiaxing and Chuanin. As Wang Yan's face visibly darkened, Chen seized the moment to add, as for others, there's no rush. I have a few more songs. Wang Yan, along with Kong Qishui and Lu Wenxiong, perked up at this revelation. A few more? Yes, a few. Wang Yin exchanged glances with the other two, urgency evident in his voice. Where are they? Bring them to me. Su Chen smiled and pointed to his head, indicating that they were still in his mind. Wang Yin felt a twinge of disappointment. They had yet to be written down. It had always been he who painted dreams for others. When had it become the other way around? Yet, this dream was one he had to embrace. After all, Su Chen was currently the most promising candidate for stardom within the company. Such a talent was not to be offended. Realizing his earlier impulsiveness, he decided it was better to extract the last bit of value from the situation. I need a promise. Help the company cultivate another artist who can rise above the second tier, at least someone like Wu Di. If you can achieve that, then this matter will proceed as you wish. Kong Qishui contemplated for a moment, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Su Chen. Chen readily agreed. Certainly, the eyes of Kong Qishui and the other two sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. Indeed, we're already half convinced by Su Chen's words. All right, since you've agreed, I will authorize the new talent rankings for August. Lu, trainees shortly. We'll add a task for August to assist these trainees in debuting. Su Chen observed everything from the side, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. From the outset, he had been reluctant to use debut songs, not only because the uncertainty of the charts was too great, but also for a significant reason. The songs written for them, aside from garnering appreciation, would yield no tangible benefits. Moreover, as a mere senior composer, he would have to share profits with them. The situation was different with trainees. He would be their mentor, and they would respect and appreciate him. If he were to establish his own company one day, these two might very well become his foundational team. Stylishly dressed woman, Wu Di. At that moment, Wu Di leaned against Wang Yin and Amp, Oppo's shoulder, her face weary as she sighed softly. I've been so busy lately. After finishing one engagement here, I have to rush over there. I'm so exhausted that I barely have any time to rest. It's not until the day that I finally get to see you. Wang Yin tightened his arm around her shoulders, expressing concern. If you're tired, take a break. Money is infinite, and the company doesn't lack the income from one or two of your engagements. Thank you, Mr. Wang. You're so kind to me. Raising her wine glass from the table, she clinked it gently with Wang Yan's and downed it in one go, revealing a swath of her fair neck. This way, I can see you more often. Then, as if recalling something, a look of regret crossed her face. But I can't go to the company lately. Wang Yan, curious, asked why not. Wu Di hesitated, looking troubled. Wang Yan immediately understood, adopting a commanding tone. It's fine, just speak your mind. A couple of days ago, I lost face at the company. Wu Di lamented. I went back to record songs, but the studio was occupied. In a hurry, I found another studio to communicate in, but I was chased out by the composition department staff. Kong Qishui said he would give me a satisfactory answer. Yet 2 days have passed, and all he said was that the songs they were recording that day were also very important. He simply offered an apology and brushed the matter aside. If this gets out, how can I hold my head high in the company? Wang Yin frowned as he listened. Kong Qishui, did he provide any further explanations? Wu Di replied pitifully, no explanation at all. He just dismissed me with a few words. Everything else was just pleasantries. From the moment he came to me until he left, it probably didn't even take 3 minutes. Wang Yin's expression darkened. Because of his connections, these people usually treated Wu Di with courtesy. Kong Qishui, as the head of the composition department, should have understood this matter. He assured her, don't worry, I will have a word with Kong Qishui. Simultaneously, he casually inquired, whom does Kong Qishui favor so much that he treats you this way? As he spoke, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be Su Chen? If anyone had been favored in the composition department lately, it could only be Su Chen. Moreover, Su Chen had mentioned a minor conflict with Wu Di. As expected, a rookie in the composition department who looks down on us, who will respect their seniors in the future. As she spoke, a hint of pride crept into her heart. In the company, she felt like a being who could reach the heavens. How could they compete with her? In the midst of her self-satisfaction, a voice reached her ears. Su-chun, you haven't done anything excessive towards him, have you? What? Wu Di turned her head in disbelief towards Wang Yan, only to find him looking at her with a serious expression. Why does this differ so greatly from the script I envisioned? I am a victim here. Yet, confronted by Wang Yan's stern demeanor, reminiscent of his authoritative presence in the meeting, she dared not be careless. And no, it was just a minor disagreement in the recording studio. We did nothing wrong. In fact, we were scolded and thrown out. Wang Yan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't too excessive. Otherwise, if Su-chun held a grudge against the company over this incident, it would be utterly unjust. Today's discord arose merely from differing views on the charting issue, but they ultimately reached an amicable resolution. He certainly did not wish for any further complications. Wang Yan had discerned that Su-chun was not one to be easily subdued. Rather, he needed to be handled with care. That's good. Wu Di felt as if she might bleed from her heart. Was this even coherent? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "Who exactly is Su-chun?" Hint of profundity. It doesn't matter who he is. For now, just avoid provoking him. Wu Di casually responded, "Oh." However, her nonchalance was evident, prompting Wang Yan to furrow his brows. "Did you hear me?" He raised his voice slightly, startling Wu Di into a shiver. She quickly forced a smile. "I got it." Vicious glance, bending down slightly. Chapter 30. Scandal exposed. Subsequent events unfolded seamlessly, adhering to the planned trajectory, and overall, the progress was quite smooth. The film Strange Tales is set for release on July 15th, with its theme song White Fox simultaneously launching at midnight on the same day. The recordings for Essays by Father and The Vast Sky have been completed and will be available on the same platform on August 1st at midnight. In recent days, the marketing and branding departments of Star Orange Entertainment have intensified their efforts. The inspirational stories of Luo Jiaxing and Chu Inen have been packaged and promoted. Prominent figures on social media have begun to generate buzz. The song White Fox, produced by Star Orange Entertainment, will debut alongside the film Strange Tales, directed by Jiang Yan. Whether this theme song meets audience expectations remains to be seen. Having attended the premiere, I can only say it was incredibly worthwhile. The film held my attention throughout, evoking both laughter and tears. Notably, the theme song is exquisite. I am unaware of the singer's identity, but their voice sent shivers down my spine. Although I have yet to watch the film, I was fortunate enough to hear the theme song White Fox through a friend. I can confidently say it is the finest song I have heard in recent years. It vividly conveys the story of the film. The melody is hauntingly beautiful. Hong Chi-shui about Su-chun's efforts to support them in front of Wang Yan. They attempted to express their gratitude multiple times, but Su-chun politely declined their thanks. For them, Su-chun is their mentor, a benefactor for life. Yet to Su-chun, he secretly approved of the support conveyed by Hong Chi-shui, wishing for everyone to recognize that following him, Su-chun. While Su-chun thrived in his endeavors, unbeknownst to him, a storm in the entertainment industry was brewing, closely linked to him. Breaking news. Rising star Jiang Yan was spotted spending the night at a man's residence, leaving the following morning. Shocking. Idol singer Jiang Yan was seen in close proximity to a man, sparking rumors of a romantic relationship. Legal experts speculate. Did Jiang Yan return home in a state of confusion? Was it a crime or consensual? Online, rumors regarding Jiang Yan proliferated. The initial source was a self-media individual who captured 2 video clips. One featured Su-chun escorting Jiang Yan into an apartment building, lasting approximately 10 seconds. The other showed Jiang Yan exiting the building the next morning for about 3 seconds. The couple's faces were obscured from the camera, making identification difficult. However, the second video clearly revealed Jiang Yan's face. Features upon magnification. Analyzing her attire and handbag in comparison to the first video confirmed her identity. It was indeed Jiang Yan, the goddess of the has not been embroiled in scandal for years. The sudden revelation left many in disbelief. Some even vowed to track down the man involved. Brothers, are there any locals from Jiang City? Quickly check where the video was filmed. Let us find the address, and I'll head over to Jiang City to confront that scoundrel. Let's see if the brothers from Jiang City can help us out. We must locate this fiend and make him pay. The thought of my goddess suffering daily pains my heart. She must be exhausted and worn thin. I can't believe Jiang Yan is that kind of person. Well, that's so surprising. Don't women often prefer older men? Older men are good. They have social security. In this world, there exists only one power that reigns supreme, the power of money. At this moment, the celebrity chat group buzzed back to life due to the unfolding drama. Ji Xiangyang, Link, Jiang Yan Su Chen, you two have been exposed. Luo Zhe, haha. After all these years, Jiang Yan's first scandal. I'm so excited. Jiang Yan, what do you plan to do? Need me to give you some advice? Luo Zhe, yes, consult Jiang Jing. She is an expert in this area. Ha ha ha. Jiang Jing, get lost. Actress, had previously generated rumors for promoting a CP for a new drama. Thus, Luo Zhe's comment held a grain of truth. However, everyone was merely jesting. Such incidents are commonplace in the entertainment industry. They were well aware of the context surrounding Su Chen and Jiang Yan and recognized that some media outlets intentionally distorted facts for sensationalism. They remained skeptical about the claims of Jiang Yan being involved with an older man, leading to their carefree banter. Had it been true, they would have treaded lightly, perhaps even refraining from discussing it altogether. Jiang Jing, do you think if people discover that Su Chen is the man in the video, he'll be torn to shreds? Luo Zhe, huh. Don't say that. Su Chen would indeed become the #1 enemy of many boys. Witnessing the turmoil of others brings great joy, especially when that joy is derived from someone else's troubles, doubling the delight. For them, today's explosive news was too entertaining, particularly with Jiang Yan and Su Chen at the center of it all. Describing them as the best of mischievous friends would not be an exaggeration. With the management team adeptly handling the situation, they felt no concern over potential fallout. After incessantly tagging the two with no response, they were about to exit the group chat when the typically aloof Lu Tianwang finally spoke up. Lu Yuanqing, Su Chen, Jiang Jing. My usually stoic Qingge has come alive. Jiang Jing, Su Chen, please take care. Yi, Ding Yang, Su Chen. Heed the warning. Luo Zhe, Su Chen, stay safe. Notification count, 999. Chapter 31. Fatigue from confrontation. Hello. I'm currently in Kyoto, I see. It's all fabrications. How could this happen? It's merely a misunderstanding. I don't know how I was photographed. All right. You look exhausted. Jiang Yan accepted the milk, and they both settled onto the sofa in the living room. After taking a sip and setting it down, she said, bombarded with calls, all asking the same question. My mouth is nearly blistered from explaining. Some are relatives from my hometown. Others are old friends. I can't just ignore their calls. Who knows what kind of accusations might arise? Zhou Hong gently squeezed her hand, offering consolation. Just wait a few days. Their initial excitement will fade, and they won't inquire as much. Yet, feeling anxious, she asked, you and that Su Chen, are you certain there's nothing going on between you two? Jiang Yan found it somewhat amusing yet absurd. Ever since the online rumors emerged, Zhou Hong had sought her out immediately to comprehend the situation. Who was the man in the video? Did anything happen? How did they meet? What transpired that night? Jiang Yan had clarified everything, but Zhou Hong still sensed something amiss. For years, Jiang Yan had never been linked to any scandal. Especially about someone 5 years her junior, merely a recent graduate. Each time Zhou Hong contemplated this, her gaze at Jiang Yan grew increasingly peculiar. Fortunately, the media had not captured Su Chen's face. Otherwise, the situation would have turned troublesome. Jiang Yan finished the milk, feeling a sense of relief. Will we clarify this? The thought of being accused of being involved with an older man makes me furious. Zhou Hong sighed. Some individuals online could indeed be utterly nonsensical. Although she felt equally indignant, she maintained a professional perspective. Let us wait a bit longer. Now is not the right time. Jiang Yan frowned, perplexed. Isn't it better to clarify now? Otherwise, who knows how they twist the narrative in a few days. With so many calls, if we clarify, Zhou Hong shook her head. No. Based on the information currently circulating, immediate clarification ISNT the optimal solution. Some of the information is genuine, such as the video with Su Chen, while other aspects, like the claims of you obtaining a marriage certificate with an older man. No one would believe our clarifications, inadvertently validating the marriage allegations. How unjust that would be. A vague clarification would only invite the internet to pounce on any inconsistencies, branding us as guilty of playing word games. Either scenario would lead to adverse consequences. Thus, let us wait and see if any solid evidence emerges. Typically, to maintain momentum, they continue releasing any material they have. If they don't, it means they possess no evidence, and then we can address the matter more easily. Zhou Hong knew she was essentially an inexperienced adult, knowledgeable, yet lacking practical experience. A theoretical type, messaging app, confronted with a long list of unread messages, feeling overwhelmed. She had received countless calls, and the messaging app was no different. Exhausted, of those reaching out varied widely. Some genuinely cared while others feigned concern. She selectively opened a few messages. Wen Yan, Jiang Yan. The media is just writing nonsense, she replied. However, the company has arranged for a clarification in a few days. That's a relief. Those media outlets have gone too far. When Yin responded, they edited the video to make it look real. I was startled when I first saw it. The man in the video was wearing clothes identical to Su Chen's. By the way, do you recall what he wore during our last dinner? Jiang Yan felt a surge of embarrassment, akin to being caught red-handed, silently thinking that the man was indeed Su Chen. Yet, she couldn't voice it. How would I remember what he wore? Are you still upset with Su Chen? He is actually quite a decent guy. After chatting with Wen Yin for a while and confirming that Jiang Yan was indeed fine, she finally let it go. The chat group for celebrities had been flooded with over 999 messages for days, which Jiang Yan had yet to open. Upon doing so, and Luo joking about her. What a bunch of idle fools. She quickly typed a message in the group. Jiang Yan, Ji Xiangyang Luo, have some decency. I'm in this situation, and you're still laughing at me. Jiang Yan, Jiang Jing, Sister Jing. There's no need for assistance at the moment. The company has a response plan. I'll reach out when I need help. Moments after sending, replies flooded in. The leading lady finally speaks. What is your impression of your first scandal experience? Luo, we're not laughing at you. We're just concerned. Jiang Yan, you're both scoundrels. Ji Xiangyang, Luo, Jiang Jing's message remained unanswered, likely because she was busy. The other members of the group chimed in to chat with Jiang Yan, offering comfort and playful banter, creating a lively atmosphere. She felt a headache coming on. Originally, she had planned to release a new album in October, yet she had only managed to compile 7 songs. Mediocre, neither outstanding nor poor, merely fillers for the new album. The pressure was immense. Although she currently stood as a minor celebrity, the new generation of artists was watching her closely. For instance, the second-tier singer Shi Siyuan was just a step away from breaking into the first tier. It seemed she had always viewed Jiang Yan as a target or a rival, competing both openly and covertly. The rivalry between Shi Siyuan's company, Huanchao Entertainment, and Jiang Yan's company, Huiwang Entertainment, was well known, making such confrontations unsurprising. Nonetheless, Chen was undeniably unsettling. Chapter 32. Is it better to defame others than to strive for one's own success? Brothers, has there been any news about that man? I echo the sentiment. I am quite eager to know. Fellow brothers from Jiangsheng, please share some insights. Across the internet, probing into the affairs of Su Chen, yet no substantial results have emerged. Jiang Yan has yet to make a statement, which seems to confirm the allegations. If there were no substance to these claims, she would have clarified the situation at the earliest opportunity, rather than allowing this to linger. Indeed, Have you not observed how certain celebrities swiftly confront rumors? This reflects the notion that a clean conscience fears no shadow of suspicion. Clearly, Jiang Yan is feeling the pressure. In less than a day, this incident dominated the trending topics on the Weilang platform. Concurrently, Weilang officials presented a timeline of the event in a number-line format. On July 9th, at 18:02, the self-media account Xianxian Vlog revealed a video of Jiang Yan spending the night at a man's residence. Xianxian Vlog released a second video showing Jiang Yan exiting her apartment building. On July 10th, at 7:35, the collective viewership of this incident surpassed 200 million, garnering over 150,000 comments. Public sentiment surged to a fever pitch. Some of Jiang Yan's fans rallied to defend her. Disappointment and heartache. Meanwhile, casual onlookers were merely entertained, for to them, the truth or falsehood of the matter was irrelevant. What mattered was the spectacle. After all, the entertainment industry is a vast cauldron of intrigue, rife with ambiguity. On the evening of July 10th, the news of Jiang Yan's clandestine marriage to the older male director ascended to the second position on the trending list. Beneath this trending topic, Jiang Yan's rise to fame to this director, insinuating that her entire career trajectory was intertwined with him. Accompanying accounts chimed in, creating an illusion of authenticity. At the first opportunity, everyone within the industry sensed something amiss. They are acutely aware of such matters. Ordinarily, the crux of Jiang Yan's situation would lie with her fans, while others might remain indifferent. However, fans tend to exercise restraint in their criticisms, rather than attack their idol. Furthermore, industry insiders are often interconnected through various promotional activities. In a chat group for celebrities, the following exchanges took place. Luaja, Jiang Yan, what is going on? Intentionally slandering you. Ji Xiangyang, I have the same feeling. Fans when T speak so harshly. Jiang Jing, no need to speculate. Someone is definitely pulling strings behind the scenes. Jiang Yan, do you know who? Jiang Jing, do you need assistance? Jiang Yan furrowed her brow as she read the messages. Since July 10th, the tide of public opinion had shifted dramatically. What began as disappointment and sorrow had escalated into outright personal attacks, outright denying her accomplishments since debuting. Hong Jia, do you think someone is truly plotting against her? Jiang Yan mused. No need to inquire. There is definitely foul play at hand, Hong Jia asserted. However, fixating on this is futile. We must strategize our next move. If I am not mistaken, it is likely someone from the other side, Hong Jia suggested, gesturing in a particular direction. Jiang Yan paused for a moment. Are you implying? Hong Jia took fed, Who else could it be? Jiang Yan took a deep breath. This, Shi Siyuan had repeatedly challenged her. Despite her indifference, it seemed to have given Shi Siyuan a false sense of confidence. Given her stature, Shi Siyuan was hardly worthy of contention. Yet, perhaps due to the competitive nature of their companies and the backing of resources, she might have misjudged her standing. What a ridiculous woman. Jiang Yan was well aware of the rumors surrounding Shi Siyuan. She would stop at nothing for the sake of resources. Were likely not without merit. A woman so unscrupulous, who had ascended through shortcuts, believed she could rival Jiang Yan? Spread across her face. Siyuan, it appears your efforts are bearing fruit. The hired trolls have begun attacking Jiang Yan's Weilang account. Many have flocked to her account to berate her. The goddess of homebodies has maintained her pure Fade for a decade, only to have it shattered in an instant. Seated beside her, Shi Siyuan exhibited no signs of delight. These are merely minor inconveniences for her. They will not inflict any substantial damage. Perhaps in a while, maybe in 6 months, or perhaps sooner, everyone will forget. Zhou Yuyan expressed some regret. What a pity. However, if this effect can persist for 3 months, it will benefit us upon the release of our new album. Shi Siyuan nodded in agreement. That much was true. When Jiang Yan is at the center of controversy, I would have the confidence to bring Jiang Yan down decisively, stepping over her to claim her position. As the media figure who first released the video, Chen vlogged, Yuan inquired without dwelling on the matter. Yes, we've made contact. The individual is merely a small-time content creator, not even a notable influencer, who enjoys filming vlogs to share online. The video was captured by chance. That evening, while filming snippets of daily life, he camped outside the building all night, capturing only a brief 3-second clip. Not being a professional entertainment reporter, any reliable key information, Yuan thought it unfortunate, but simultaneously scoffed. To the public, she is a revered goddess, yet privately, she is no different from any other woman in need of male companionship. However, this situation might work to our advantage. Since the man's identity is unclear, we can manipulate the narrative. While we may not have definitive proof, she cannot produce any evidence to counter our claims. Our objective is to prolong the intrigue surrounding this matter, amplifying its impact. Jiang Yan nodded, her expression brightening. If Chen were here, he would undoubtedly mock the duo as the Green Tea Sisters. What is this? Rather than striving diligently for success, they resort to undermining others. Rather than focusing on their own album production, they choose to trip others up. If they manage to produce anything remarkable, that would indeed be a surprise. The man you found is quite unreliable, Jiang Yan. The man you found seems rather unreliable. Zhou Hong suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by a thought. What do you mean by the man I found? I have no connection with him. Jiang Yan retorted, clearly aware of whom Zhou Hong was referring to at this juncture. Zhou Hong chuckled awkwardly and corrected herself. My mistake. What I meant was that Chen is a bit unreliable. This matter has been trending for a day, and he hasn't made any comment. After all, this situation is related to him. You should at least acknowledge it. Jiang Yan rolled her eyes. Please. I've already been inundated with inquiries. I'm quite overwhelmed. She then offered a brief justification for Chen. He is a working professional. Perhaps he is too busy to notice. After all, not everyone is constantly monitoring the news. Zhou Hong pursed her lips, refraining from further comment. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yan took out her phone and sought out Chen. Hesitating for a moment at the silent chat window, she finally decided to send a message. Jiang Yan, little brother, are you trembling with fear right now? At that moment, Chen was holding his phone, which vibrated. Seeing it was Jiang Yan, he opened it. Huh? Am I trembling? Why? This woman is truly perplexing. He replied curtly. Chen. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Yan's expression softened. Jiang Yan, you haven't seen the news yet, have you? Chen, what news? Jiang Yan, you are being hunted down by the entire world. Despite his confusion, Chen followed her suggestion and opened Weibo. The headline goddess Jiang Yan spends the night at a strange man's house caught his eye. Holy cow! It can't possibly be referring to me, right? Upon clicking, he found 2 viral videos circulating online. Is that really me and Jiang Yan? Captured on film? These paparazzi are truly relentless. He scrutinized the clips, relieved to confirm that his face was not visible, but the comments were filled with inquiries about his identity, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. What is happening? I've suddenly become a pariah, hunted by all. Jiang Yan's influence in the industry is undoubtedly comparable to that of a certain celestial sister in my previous life. Although not of the same ilk, her fan base is far more solid. Moreover, she has always been known as a scandal-free star with a stellar reputation. Has my presence shattered that pristine record? No one of the fans are furious. Chen, thankfully, it didn't capture my face. Is everything all right on your end? Jiang Yan. Oh, little brother, are you starting to care? Jiang Yan. So, how do you like your big sister? Jiang Yan. Look at how many fans are heartbroken. You and Amp. Oppos. V truly struck gold. Chen suddenly felt averse to continuing the conversation with this woman, tempted to expose the chat logs to the public. I can't see or touch you. Jiang Yan. Oh, do you wish to touch? Before Chen could respond, another message arrived from her. Jiang Yan, if you truly want. Jiang Yan, sister might just say yes. Playful, such affectation. Yet, it was effective enough to ignite a spark of frustration within Chen. Somewhat normal again. Chen, this situation feels rather suspicious. Is someone pulling the strings behind the scenes? Jiang Yan, oh? You've noticed? Jiang Yan was genuinely surprised. If it were someone from the entertainment circle, such awareness would be normal. She hadn't expected a layman like Chen to pick up on it. Chen, obviously, who wouldn't see through such sordid tricks? Chen, any suspects? Chen, and what are we planning to do now? Jiang Yan, you should pray that no new videos of your face emerge. Handling it. There is no issue. As for any suspected individuals, she certainly wouldn't and amp, oppose, to divulge any information to Chen. After all, it was merely a suspicion, and Chen couldn't offer any assistance. Chen shrugged. Fine, since she has a plan, and the PR team is on it. I'll leave it be. Noticing that the group chat of celebrities was still buzzing with chatter, he found it rather dull and closed the chat window. He had more pressing matters at hand. At that moment, outside the gate of Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School, Chen slowly placed his phone into his pocket. Young man, waiting for your girlfriend? The gatekeeper teased, casually sweeping the ground with a cigarette in his mouth. Chen smiled and shook his head. No, I'm here waiting for my sister. The gatekeeper scoffed dismissively. Sisters and brothers, aren't they all just dating? How novel. I've seen plenty of that. You know why I've lived to this ripe old age? It's because I mind my own business. Don't worry, I won't spill the beans. He chuckled. Chen could only roll his eyes in exasperation. It was the peak hour for school dismissals, and students were trickling out in pairs. The boys, upon glancing at Chen, quickly diverted their gaze. In their eyes, this boy was somewhat handsome, but not as striking as they were. Nothing special. However, the girls were a different story. Spotting Chen, some discreetly alerted their companions, there and oppose, as a handsome guy, and then several heads turned in his direction, engaged in hushed conversations. Some noticed him but kept their composure, occasionally stealing glances, their cheeks flushed. Chen was quite accustomed to this attention. After all, he was aware of how conspicuous he was in a crowd. Before long, a group of girls emerged from the school. He still needed to give this girl some face, so he refrained from calling her a brat. Chen was quite mindful of that. In the group, Tang Jiai's eyes lit up at the sound of his voice. She bid a quiet farewell to her friends and quickly made her way towards Chen. During the peak dismissal time, many onlookers were astonished to see Tang Jiai running towards Chen. My goodness, Tang Jiai has a boyfriend? Who's that guy? Discussions. Tang Jiai reached Chen's side and naturally linked her arm with his. Chen go. Her voice was sweet. What brings you to school to find me? It was evident that she was delighted by his presence. Chen affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled, saying, Uncle Tang and Aunt Wu have returned to their hometown, and today is someone's birthday. I was worried that someone might not have enough to eat. He sparkled with surprise. Chen go. How did you know today is my birthday? Then, with a playful wrinkle of her nose, she added, Who said I wouldn't have enough to eat? At that moment, the two girls who had been with Tang Jiai had already reached the school gate. They ambled slowly, as if trying not to crush an ant, glancing at Chen repeatedly. And Kujia, this is my brother, Chen. Shan is a plump girl with a round face, exuding a lively personality. Upon hearing Tang Jiai's introduction, she immediately greeted, Hello, brother. I am Tang Jiai's classmate. We share the same dormitory. On the other hand, Kujia possesses a delicate appearance. She shyly addressed Chen. Hello, brother. I am Kujia. Chapter 34. Birthday. Chen smiled in response, greeting them warmly. Hello. Thank you for taking care of Tang Jiai. Has she been a handful for you? Upon hearing this, Tang Jiai pouted in displeasure. What do you mean by that? Have I really caused you trouble? Oh, it's nothing. Although Tang Jiai often creates a bit of chaos for us, it's only right that we look after her. After all, we share the same dormitory. Shan chimed in with a giggle. Tang Jiai was furious at this remark. Who do you think is the one who brings you meals? She retorted, her irritation evident. She shot a fierce glare at Shan, who merely responded with a playful grimace. Meanwhile, Kujia had yet to voice her own thoughts on the matter, caught in a dilemma of whether to speak up or remain silent. Observing the scene, Su Chun shook his head in resignation. After exchanging pleasantries, noticing that the two girls had no intention of leaving, he extended an invitation. Do you have any plans after school? I'm going to grab a bite with Tang Jiai. If you're free, you're welcome to join us. Kujia quickly declined. No. We have other matters to attend to. You two go ahead. We can arrange to meet up another time. Her refusal came swiftly, preempting Kong Shan's response, only protesting her hasty rejection. However, Kujia shot her a knowing glance, implying that it was inappropriate to intrude on the siblings' meal. Su Chun chuckled softly at their silent exchange. Forget it. I would want to make you uncomfortable with another invitation. He politely stated, all right. After bidding farewell to the two girls and watching them walk away, Su Chun turned to Tang Jiai, asking, what do you want to eat, birthday girl? Today. You call the shots. Don't hold back. Tang Jiai grinned mischievously. You said it. Don't regret it later. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, I want to eat grilled fish by the river. I haven't had it in ages, and I'm craving it. Su Chun rolled his eyes, exasperated. Think bigger. Project have come through. 80,000 in total. After taxes, I still have over 60,000 left, which is quite a sum. Really? How much did you earn? Tang Jiai asked, her eyes shining with curiosity. More than you could count on your fingers. Su Chun teased. However, when he saw her disappointment at his vague answer, he relented. I just really want to eat grilled fish. Su Chun said, fine, let us go somewhere special. How about the Toscana Fusion Restaurant? It's one of the more upscale places in Jiangcheng, specializing in refined Western cuisine, with a pleasant atmosphere and a beautiful view of the river. Knowing her preferences well, he decided this would be the perfect choice. As they approached the entrance, Tang Jiai hesitated. Brother Su, shouldn't we just go for the grilled fish? This place seems expensive. Su Chun chuckled, reassuring her, it's all right. We don't eat out every day. Besides, it's your birthday. A little splurge is perfectly fine. Even as they settled into their seats. This was a realm she had never ventured into before, accustomed instead to home-cooked meals, street snacks, and simple fare from school cafeterias. Seamlessly blended French and traditional Chinese styles, creating a charmingly rustic and refined ambience. The restaurant was spacious. A stage occupied the center, complete with a piano, often hosting musicians to play soothing melodies, primarily featuring instruments like the saxophone, piano, and violin. The overall atmosphere was indeed enchanting. After taking in her surroundings, Tang Jiai leaned closer to Su Chun and whispered, this restaurant must be quite pricey, right? Su Chun smiled gently. Not really. The average cost per person is just over 1,000. 1,000? She exclaimed, causing nearby diners to glance their way, leaving her feeling embarrassed. Yet, Su Chun remained unfazed, chuckling, it's fine. Since we're out to eat, let us enjoy ourselves. In truth, it barely scraped the low-end category. He brought Tang Jiai here, believing it to be the highest level of dining she could accept. Otherwise, she would never have agreed to come. He took the initiative to order a few dishes, bypassing the need for Tang Jiai to choose. During the intervals between courses, he casually inquired, how has school been treating you lately? Although he didn't intend to pry, it was a habitual question to ask a student, despite it being one he once despised. As expected, Tang Jiai's expression fell. Brother Su, it's my birthday. Su Chun offered an apologetic smile. All right, my mistake. I want to bring it up again. Her eyes twinkled with delight at his words. Brother Su, did you see the news today? Jiang Yan actually has a boyfriend. Su Chun was taken aback. Is the rumor spreading so quickly? What is wrong with her having a boyfriend at her age? He thought to himself that if Jiang Yan heard this, she would certainly have a few choice words for him. Tang Jiai hurriedly clarified, no, it's just that it's a bit surprising. It came out of nowhere. Of course, it doesn't matter to me, but many boys are having a hard time accepting it. There's even a boy in our class who got so angry he burned his books. Su Chun chuckled. And what happened then? Tang Jiai burst into laughter, completely unconcerned about her image. He was called to the office by the teacher and scolded for ages. Then she shifted the conversation to the core of her curiosity. But I noticed that the building in the video looked quite familiar. It resembles ours, doesn't it? Su Chun felt a chill run down his spine and quickly denied it. No way. Think about it. what kind of person Jiang Yan is. Should he go to our place? After a moment's thought, Tang Jia agreed, that is true, but it really does look like it. Su Chen smiled. Features. He had spent considerable time analyzing this, fearing that someone might confront him at home. Soon, the dishes began to arrive. Su Chen introduced each one while serving Tang Jia, who savored the food like a little hamster, cheeks stuffed full, looking both adorable and amusing. Su Chen felt a wave of warmth. He had been close to this girl since childhood, though they had drifted apart in recent years. Felt truly wonderful. Yet, unbeknownst to him, while enjoying the meal, Tang Jia was mentally calculating the prices. This one is 128, 198. Chapter 35. Birthday gift. It was unclear when it began, but a handsome blonde gentleman had appeared on stage, quietly taking his place at the piano. As he commenced playing, the title of the piece was unknown to Su Chen. Found the composition unremarkable and soon lost interest. As Su Chen dined, he retrieved a wrapped box from a nearby bag and playfully dangled it before Tang Jia. Tada! Your birthday gift. Wow, really? What is it? Let me see. Tang Jia exclaimed with feigned exuberance, though a subtle hint of worry lingered in her eyes. She was aware of Su Chen's financial constraints. Swatting her eager hands away, Su Chen chuckled. Who demands to see a gift? First, let's eat. Undeterred, Tang Jia pouted. Su Chen, please show me. Otherwise, I can't eat. If my mother finds out you're starving me, you'll be in trouble. Su Chen laughed. Is that so? I don't recall ever being scolded by Aunt Wu. Tang Jia's expression soured. I suspect you are her biological son. All right, here you go. He relented, handing her the box. With swift hands, Tang Jia opened it, only to be met with disappointment. Lying inside was a copy of 10 Years of College Entrance Examination True Questions, Freshman Edition. Su Chen, how cruel! She exclaimed. Observing her displeasure, Su Chen decided to cease teasing. Just kidding. That was merely something amusing I picked up on the way. The real gift is here. He then produced another box and presented it to her. Tang Jia, happy birthday. Her face lit up with joy as she hurriedly began unwrapping it. Tense, she froze, revealing a sleek fruit laptop worth tens of thousands of Huaxia coins. This, Tang Jia stammered, momentarily speechless. Recovering, she urged Su Chen, this is far too extravagant. You must return it. Anticipating her reaction, Su Chen reiterated the words he had spoken at the school gate. I told you, I've made money. But, she began. She was left dumbfounded. She had never seen such wealth. Before she could voice her astonishment, Su Chen patiently explained, I wrote a song and sold it for 800,000. Ah, you wrote a song? Right, you're a composer. As Su Chen prepared to answer her inevitable questions, she murmured, if songwriting is so lucrative, should I learn to compose? Wandered along, with Su Chen selectively sharing recent events in a manner she could easily grasp. He chose his words carefully, but to his surprise, leaving him both amused and exasperated. On stage, the blonde gentleman concluded his performance and, with an air of elegance, and Tang Jia, standing before them, he inquired in flawless French, hello, beautiful lady, may I invite you to perform together? Instantly, Su Chen's demeanor darkened. Perhaps due to past experiences, he held no fondness for such individuals. In fact, he felt a strong aversion. Can't you see we're still students? Is unwelcome here. The blond man protested. Sir, I believe you may have misunderstood. He added pompously, in this beautiful place, I never expected to encounter someone like you. You do not deserve to appreciate elegant music. Su Chen found this utterly laughable. Oh, and what type of person do you believe is worthy of such appreciation? Chen declared, the piano is the most elegant of instruments. Only a gentleman can appreciate it, and only a gentleman can produce perfect music. Chen towards Su Chen shot a glare at the man. However, Su Chen merely smiled, squeezing her hand to calm her, before teasingly stating, but I am not a gentleman. The blond man appeared bewildered, confused by Su Chen's implication. Just then, Su Chen stood and walked towards the stage. The blond man's expression shifted to alarm. What did this barbarian intend to do? Was he going to damage my piano? Stop! He shouted, rushing to intervene. Yet, just as he moved a few steps, he was stunned to see Su Chen seated at the piano. What is he doing? Playing the piano? This brute? The blond man crossed his arms, adopting a spectator stance. Meanwhile, Tang Jia watched Su Chen with confidence, hoping he would put the arrogant foreigner in his place. In mere moments, Su Chen placed his hands on the keys, his fingers gliding across the piano, producing a cascade of notes. The blond man scoffed, as lacking any structure or beauty. However, as he continued to observe Su Chen, he noticed a remarkable transformation in his demeanor, beloved, exuding both nobility and tenderness. His fingers danced gracefully, producing a series of melodious notes that filled the air. Su Chen played the classic piano piece F. Elise, a choice he made for its relative simplicity. Despite his proficiency in many more technically demanding compositions from his previous life, such as Canon and Flight of the Bumblebee, he opted for this well-known, graceful piece. Their ears attuned to the exquisite music. A shared curiosity lingered in the air. What was this music? Why did it sound so beautiful? At that moment, the blond gentleman was fixated on Su Chen, astonished to realize that his piano skills surpassed his own, although the piece was not particularly complex. Achieving such a beautiful result was undeniably challenging. The ridicule he had previously cast now reverberated back upon him, and most strikingly, he had never heard this piece before. Upon the conclusion of the performance, he eagerly approached Su Chen. Was that piece composed by you? Su Chen regarded him from a lofty vantage, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. What? Is it that a barbarian like me cannot compose music? Perhaps even enraged. To his surprise, the blond man adopted a more humble demeanor. I apologize, sir, for my earlier impetuousness. Judging by your piano skills, you are undoubtedly a remarkable pianist. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Su Chen shrugged, feigning indifference. How can I express my thoughts freely? Oblivious to Su Chen's inner musings, the blond man assumed he had been forgiven and continued, I beg your pardon, sir. He introduced himself. My name is Abner, and I am a pianist. I meant no offense earlier. I simply noticed how beautiful this young lady is and wished to invite her to perform a piece together. After the previous incident, named Abner likely harbored no malicious intentions. Furthermore, he appeared to have acted without any particularly inappropriate behavior. His direct manner of expression had led Su Chen to subconsciously suspect ulterior motives, prompting his earlier outburst. But might I inquire if you would permit us to perform this piece? Su Chen was not surprised by the man's demeanor. He had discerned that Abner was a highly skilled pianist. When a pianist encounters such a piece, they are invariably delighted, for expansive imagination, to create something of that caliber. He did not take this matter too seriously. Of course, if you are willing. However, if it is for commercial purposes, a fee will be required. Abner was ecstatic upon hearing this. Oh my goodness, you are truly magnificent. Thank you. Thank you. He moved to embrace Su Chen, who deftly sidestepped him. Abner laughed awkwardly and hastily ushered them back to their original seats. Please wait a moment. I will fetch my teacher. He will be thrilled to meet you. With that, he hurried toward the elevator. Su Chen and Tang Jia returned to their seats. Tang Jia gazed at Su Chen with curiosity. Just when Su Chen thought she was about to ask him something, she looked at him with admiration and exclaimed, Brother Su Chen, you are amazing. This is not what I expected. He thought she might inquire how he excelled at the piano or how he composed that piece. Oh well, Tang Jia has always had a unique perspective. What's the name of that piece? It sounds wonderful. Su Chen teased her. The title of this piece is to Tang Jia. Her eyes sparkled, and her smile resembled a crescent moon. Now I have my own piano piece. Jai. He engaged in whimsical banter, while she chose to believe him. It seemed to work quite well. Before long, Abner returned, leading a robust, silver-haired Western gentleman. He whispered something in the man's ear, and they approached Su Chun and Tang Jiai. "Dear guests, we are deeply grateful for your patronage of our restaurant. Your presence honors us." He spoke in clumsy Mandarin, even struggling to express the phrase honor. Seeing that the man was elderly, Su Chun stood up to show respect. "Please, do not mention it. We merely came to enjoy a meal." The elder smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "I apologize for neglecting to introduce myself. My name is Andre, and I am a pianist. This is my disciple, Abner. I heard my disciple mention that you played a truly marvelous piano piece. I hurried down to ask if you might play it once more." Su Chun hesitated, but ultimately rose to approach the stage. Respect begets respect, which was a principle he upheld. Moreover, the elder reminded him of his music teacher from his past life. He had a profound love for music, which led him to acquire many skills related to it, including piano. He had once studied under a top foreign pianist who had taught him much. Thus, today's encounter stirred poignant memories. Seated before the piano, for a few moments in tranquility. When he opened them again, his demeanor transformed dramatically. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Andre's eyes. This young man seemed to embody the very essence of the piano before him, graceful and noble. As a cascade of notes filled the air, Andre became increasingly exhilarated. He envisioned a gentle, beautiful woman, and there were countless sentiments he longed to express to her. At first, the music whispered softly, but gradually, it transformed into a joyful melody, flowing freely and cheerfully. The notes danced with vivacity, evoking the sound of a young girl and Appo's laughter, bright and clear. The entire composition unfolded like an uncontrollable flame of love, gradually igniting. As the music softened, it resembled two lovers gazing into each other's eyes, suspended in the dissipating melody. Even as memories faded. To his surprise, this music rekindled those cherished reminiscences. As the piece concluded, Su Chun rose from the piano. Andre discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye and bowed deeply to Su Chun, filled with gratitude. Su Chun quickly helped him up. "Do not mention it. In our culture, such gestures are frowned upon. They could shorten one's life. May I ask the name of that piece?" Andre inquired. He replied, "This piece is called To Alice," which elicited a stifled giggle from Tang Jiai. Even with Su Chen's thick skin, a hint of embarrassment crept over him, as if he had been caught. "Are you the composer of this piece?" Andre asked, to which Su Chen nodded indeed. "My name is Su Chun." Andre's excitement grew. "Mr. Su, would you truly allow us to perform this piece?" Su Chen shrugged. He approached the front desk. Andre accepted the score with immense enthusiasm, as if it were a priceless treasure. Just as he was about to bow again, Su Chun quickly intervened. "Mr. Su, I truly do not know how to thank you." After a moment of thought, he whispered to Abner, who then left. Minutes later, Abner returned, and Andre respectfully handed the items he carried to Su Chun. "Mr. Su, we are immensely grateful for your generosity. We have nothing to offer in return, but here is a bank card as a token of your authorization. Please accept it." Su Chun shook his head, refusing to take it. "If it's a free performance, then it's fine. However, if it is for commercial purposes, please let me know." After some back and forth, Su Chun ultimately declined Andre's offer of compensation. He would not accept a fee for granting permission in a free setting. It was a matter of principle. Yet, after much persuasion, he reluctantly accepted a VIP card for the restaurant, which granted him complimentary meals. Su Chun began to suspect that Andre had created this card just for him. "I may travel the world, but I will spend most of my time in France. Should you visit France, I would undoubtedly extend to you the warmest of welcomes." Su Chun nodded with a smile. Chapter 37. New Revelations. Andre is a remarkably wise elder, possessing exceptional skills on the piano. With just a single glance at the score, F are released in its entirety. During their brief exchange, his profound understanding of the piano was evident, igniting Su Chen's curiosity about his background. However, this was merely a minor episode, and Chen did not delve deeper. From the moment he took the stage to perform, aside from wishing to impart some lessons to Abner, he was driven by a personal desire to play. After all, he had once been a master in his previous life. Yet, in the 2 weeks since his arrival here, he had scarcely found an opportunity to showcase his talents. Granting permission for Andre and Abner to perform Fr. Elise in a complimentary setting was also a gesture of unique sentiment. He held the brilliance of that world's culture in his hands, naturally adopting a perspective of superiority. Nonetheless, if circumstances allowed, eliminating the cultural heritage from his past life would be a source of joy. Moreover, he had already registered copyrights for all the songs he could think of. Tang Jiai did not linger long in the restaurant. Andre and Abner personally escorted them downstairs, watching them depart. Abner could hardly contain his excitement. "Teacher, we gained so much today." Andre smiled slightly. Indeed, this piece can be considered a classic. After a moment's hesitation, Abner softly inquired, "Teacher, do you think this piece was composed by Chen?" Andre paused, then responded thoughtfully, "I believe so. Although our interaction was brief, I sense that his piano skill is already on par with mine. It is truly hard to believe that he is so young. Even among us, creating such a piece is no easy feat. Perhaps this is what genius looks like." Appos, as high praise for Chen. In all these years, he had never witnessed such admiration directed towards a young talent. "Well, our journey in Huaxia has been fruitful. It is time to return home," Andre remarked with a relaxed smile. "I hope to encounter this talented young man again in the near future." In the capital, within the conference room on the 19th floor of the Radiant Entertainment Building, Jiang Yan and her agent Zhou Hong were attending an internal company meeting. The agenda concerned strategies for addressing the recent scandal. Social media had begun to wane. However, no new videos had emerged. "I believe we can conclude that they have no additional evidence." Situation, as the attendees pondered with furrowed brows. "Given this, I propose we proceed with our response plan. Under the established guidelines, we should respond assertively and deny all rumors." A man resembling a leader in attendance frowned. "ISN and Appos. It a bit premature? Has the individual who captured the initial video, Xian, been contacted? Could there still be unstable factors on their end?" The host quickly replied, "I believe there is no need for excessive concern. We have reached out to them, and they have confirmed that they possess only these 2 videos. After careful assessment, we collectively believe they are telling the truth. Furthermore, it has not obtained any information from them." After a moment of silence, the male leader contemplated, lightly tapping his pen on the table. "Very well, if that is the case, we shall proceed according to plan." Just as he finished speaking, a colleague nearby exclaimed, "There is another new revelation." The group was taken aback, hastily projecting the content of the revelation onto the conference room screen. It was yet another video, this time featuring an interview with a taxi driver. "You mentioned that you drove Jiang Yan on that day. Could you provide us with the details?" "Indeed. So I paid little mind. Once they were inside, I glanced at them through the rear-view mirror, and the woman was wearing sunglasses and a mask. I thought she was quite beautiful, and only later realized it must have been Jiang Yan." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "And the young man?" "He was quite handsome and seemed to be in his late 20s, definitely not over 30. The video ran for approximately 5 minutes. It also dispelled rumors regarding Jiang Yan and an older gentleman. This brings both advantages and disadvantages. The new revelation has disrupted our plans. Initially, we aimed to deny everything, but now that some claims have been substantiated, we cannot proceed with that strategy." Unexpected news threw the PR department into disarray, rendering their previous plan obsolete. They needed to devise a new strategy, and the atmosphere grew tense. In the celebrity chat group, Jiang Yan, there's been another new revelation. It seems things are getting a bit troublesome. Jiang Jing, what do you mean? Jiang Jing, if it were only the first 2 videos, we could easily concoct a reason to deny the entire incident, which would be the simplest approach. However, with the mounting evidence, we can no longer utilize that strategy. I have merely orchestrated rumors before. The company has a comprehensive plan for that. This is an unexpected crisis. At that moment, Luo, who had not been seen for a long time, made an appearance. Luo, could we have Su Chen come forward to clarify? After all, he is the central figure in this incident. Jiang Jing, Luo, perhaps you should remain silent. Jiang Jing, Su Chen is indeed the focal point of the situation. Asking him to clarify seems rather harsh, does it not? Chapter 38. Defeating magic with magic, only 2 days left. Su Chen glanced at the calendar on his desk, silently counting down. White Fox is his inaugural creation in this world. In 2 days, his work will face its first public scrutiny. To be honest, there is a tinge of excitement within him. However, he has completed all necessary preparations. Now, it is merely a matter of observing the market and oppos. As reaction, ding, you have a new message. Just as Su Chen was feeling rather bored, he received a notification from the chat group mentioning him. Upon opening it, he conducted an online search. Soon, the taxi driver's large face appeared on the screen. Wow, they were able to find that out. But didn't Jiang Yan and oppos as company have a team addressing this issue? Surely, they must have resolved it by now. After pondering for a moment, he tagged Jiang Yan in the chat. Su Chen, Jiang Yan, has your company not resolved this issue yet? As soon as Su Chen appeared, a flurry of responses erupted. Jiang Jing, Su Chen, someone in the group suggested they might want to murder you, Luo. Luo, what nonsense. I merely expressed my thoughts. My intentions were good. Su Chen, well, your intentions may be good, but I suggest you refrain from voicing them next time. Jiang Jing, ha ha ha. Luo, perhaps you should hold off on that in the future. Xiangyang, you should really reconsider that next time. Others quickly chimed in as well. Luo, after a brief commotion, Jiang Yan finally appeared. Jiang Yan, Su Chen. No longer applicable. In the group, Jiang Yan maintained a professional demeanor, refraining from overstepping her bounds with Su Chen. Upon reading her message, Su Chen felt exasperated. Is this the expertise of a public relations department? The scandal had been public for several days, and they were just now formulating a plan. They are thrown into disarray. Shooting and amp, oppos, to either be a plan A, plan B, or even plan C in place. Unable to contain himself, he vented his frustrations in the chat. Su Chen, is your public relations department just coasting? This is so unprofessional. Su Chen, it's been days. And there's no contingency plan? Almost instantly, he received a reply from Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan rolls eyes. Jiang Yan, what do you know? You're not in the industry and may not understand, but this situation is somewhat troublesome. One misstep could have very negative repercussions. Seeing their replies, Su Chen smirked, confirmed that not only was Jiang Yan's company's public relations team lacking professionalism, but Jiang Jing's team might also be similarly inept. Su Chen, is it really that big of a deal? I am truly astounded. Jiang Yan, you're just sitting there oblivious. If it didn't involve you. Su Chen knew she did not genuinely believe he had an answer. Nevertheless, as he was one of the main characters in this situation, he felt a sense of responsibility. Thus, he decided to offer some suggestions. Su Chen, let me ask you, Jiang Yan, if you come out to clarify now, will the public believe you? Jiang Yan, no. Su Chen, exactly, so clarifying is futile. The public will only believe what they choose to believe. Jiang Yan, then what should we do? Su Chen, let them believe what they want. Jiang Yan, seeing her confusion, Su Chen inwardly scoffed. Where has your intelligence gone? Chen, humans are inherently confident beings. They trust their own judgments. Thus, your clarification should not aim to reveal the truth. Su Chen, is there a potential adversary behind the scenes, tarnishing your reputation? Before Jiang Yan could respond, Jiang Jing had already typed a reply. Jiang Jing, it could be Shi Yuan. After sending, she quickly retracted her message. However, at that moment, Su Chen was typing and caught sight of the content. Shi Yuan? That wretched woman? After a quick online search, he quickly pieced together the crucial details. Singers. How intriguing. Given this, he felt it was even more imperative to assist Jiang Yan. Chen, Jiang Yan, follow my lead. Forcing her to rely on scandal to maintain her fame, thus becoming a laughingstock. Chen, second. Leaving her as a mere joke. As soon as he sent this, Jiang Yan berated him profusely. Jiang Yan, Chen, are you trying to get yourself killed? Chen shook his head in disbelief. Some people are simply beyond help. Chen, Jiang Yan, what do you understand? Listen carefully. Chen, third, issue a clarification. That entertainment figure is suspected of spreading rumors and reserves the right to pursue legal action. After sending the message, the chat group fell into a long silence. Then, Jiang Jing's voice message came through, brimming with excitement. Jiang Jing, Chen, you're truly a genius. How did you come up with that? Jiang Jing, you should join our company's public relations team. Following that, others began replying in succession. Ji Xianyang, impressive. Luo Zhe, truly impressive. Jiang Yan, I understand now. In the 19th floor conference room of Hui Wang Entertainment, the public relations staff were still in a frenzy when Jiang Yan suddenly stood up. All right, everyone, let us pause for a moment. I have a proposal. Please listen and see what you think. The crowd looked at her in astonishment. Typically, such matters are handled by the public relations department. She knew Jiang Yan was inexperienced in this area. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rushed to clarify as soon as the scandal broke. How did she come up with a plan after fiddling with her phone for just a moment? Nevertheless, everyone gazed at her respectfully. I ask you, and now, will the public believe anything we say? She echoed Chen's words verbatim, repeating them. After finishing, she remained standing, filled with professional public relations personnel. Almost instantaneously, they grasped the implications of her words. My goodness, Jiang Yan, you're brilliant. First, use a prominent entertainment figure to create the truth, then clarify afterward. This way, everyone will believe what the entertainment figure said is true. Simultaneously, they will perceive all previous related revelations as mere rumors concocted for publicity. While it may have some impact on you, it pales in comparison to the fallout from the scandal. Importantly, the phrase and amp, oppos, suffered a blow from a rival and amp. Oppos will prompt associations with Shishiyuan, using magic to defeat magic. How clever! Jiang Yan, amidst the cacophony of praise from everyone around her, suddenly experienced the exquisite joy of feigning modesty. Chapter 39. The storm settles on the morning of July 13th. A prominent figure in the entertainment industry revealed an intriguing piece of gossip on Weibo. According to reliable sources within the circle, a certain actress named Jiang was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated stunt by her agency, devised to pave the way for her upcoming album release in October. The article, sprawling over 1,000 words, provided a comprehensive analysis of Jiang Yan and Oppo's as current predicaments, such as dwindling popularity, the imminent album launch, and pressure from competitors, necessary, even fabricating rumors to garner attention. The revelation sent shockwaves through the online community. It was no surprise to me. The situation seemed suspicious from the outset. Suddenly finds herself embroiled in one just as her album is set to drop. It and Oppo's, as evident to even the most naive observer. I had previously voiced my suspicion that this was a publicity stunt, and yet I was met with scorn. I now wonder where those critics are. Embarrassment? So, does this imply that Jiang Yan and Oppo's affair with that man is indeed fabricated? After all, there is video evidence. But acting, my dear, is what they do in the entertainment industry. With that perspective, I find myself feeling much better. Soon, a wave of so-called prophets emerged online with their predictions, which in turn influenced the commentary section sentiment. Other entertainment accounts began to repost the information. By the afternoon of July 13th, the entertainment figure released a follow-up. Another amusing tidbit revealed that Jiang Yan's intention to create a scandal for attention had backfired spectacularly, being exploited by her rivals instead. The article mocked Jiang Yan and her agency, insinuating that their attempt at a clever maneuver had backfired, turning the scandal into a farce that tarnished her reputation. As the article circulated, the comments section became increasingly cryptic. Was her rival referring to XSY? Who is XSY? Can someone enlighten me? Use your brains, please. Jiang Yan's competitors are not numerous. Scanning the comments, names began to surface. What about XSY? Is there an army of trolls attacking? My guess is yes. Otherwise, wouldn't be foolish enough to concoct a scandal involving an older man. The entertainment industry can be brutal, can it? A single strike can be fatal, doesn't she? Don't be so naive. Consider how she ascended to the second tier in just a few years. She must be a formidable character. This air of mystery began to spread from the comments to other media outlets. The tide of public opinion began to shift towards Shi Yuan. Due to his keen interest in the situation, Chen was among the first to see the gossip. Well done. Instead of presenting the public with a conclusion, it and oppose, as far more effective to give them a clue to ponder. This way, their conclusions are more solid and harder to sway. The results proved fruitful, achieving initial objectives. That night, Jiang Yan's verified Weibo account released a statement. In light of the recent rumors surrounding me, I wish to clarify the following. 1. The content captured in the video was a misunderstanding. 2. The rumors regarding orchestrated scandals are unfounded. I would never resort to such measures for attention. 3. I reserve the right to take legal action against those spreading falsehoods, including the entertainment figure. Legal notices will soon be served, and those who maliciously slander will face consequences. 4. I hope everyone can focus more on the children in disaster-stricken areas. I have donated 1 million Huaxia coins and will continue to contribute to charitable causes. 5. I apologize for any unintended use of public resources. Once the statement was released, it garnered over 100 million views within an hour. Proof. Shortly after, Jiang Yan's Weibo account fell silent. In the comments, people sneered. Go ahead and send your legal notice. Verification. The opposite must be true. I declare that the content released by the entertainment figure has been essentially validated. Folks, I noticed a detail. In the video of Jiang Yan's scandal, that man actually broke character and laughed. Where? I saw it too. It was hilarious. They will find countless reasons to support their belief, even resorting to absurd discoveries to validate their judgments. Watching the shift in online sentiment, a collective sigh of relief was released. In a mere day, the tides had turned. It is astonishing. Yet, the reality stands before us, and it is hard to deny. While there may be some negative repercussions, they are minimal. Ironically, due to this audacious maneuver, any subsequent detrimental evidence will pale in comparison. After all, oppose, as design. Thus, the storm of rumors eventually stabilized. Little brother, you are remarkable. Jiang Yan promptly messaged Chen, unabashedly praising him. Upon receiving the message, casually replied, "Oh? What makes me remarkable?" Jiang Yan chuckled and replied with a shy emoji. Shy? What do you mean by that? Chen imagined the exaggerated expression on her face. So how do you intend to reward me? Almost instantaneously, Jiang Yan responded, "How about when I return to Jiang City next time? I'll treat you? You shameless little rascal. Perverted girl. No wonder you're single." Attached. Chen suppressed his irritation and silently criticized her. "Let us skip that. I'm much tastier. Why don't I treat you instead?" Upon reading Chen's reply, Jiang Yan's face flushed slightly, as if recalling something. "Little brother, you're being naughty." Chen rolled his eyes. Was this a reversal of blame? Avoiding the topic, he casually asked, "Do you have a grudge against Shi Yuan?" "What?" Another message from Jiang Yan arrived. This time considerably more serious. "It's not exactly a grudge. It's just competition between our agencies. She's an artist promoted by Huang Chao Entertainment, directly competing with me. So competition is inevitable. I don't mind much, but she seems intent on targeting me." Chen nodded silently, his suspicions confirmed. This matched Shi Yuan's typical modus operandi. "I heard from Jiang Jing in the group that you're set to compete with her in October for your new album." 40. The unveiling of the White Fox Jiang Yan received Chen's goodwill and reciprocated with polite words. "All right for now. Everything is fine. If it comes down to it, I may ask for your assistance." As she typed, she silently added a thought. "How would you help? With your mundane songwriting?" However, this sentiment remained unuttered, for she knew it was inappropriate to voice such sarcasm, especially since Su Chen had just rendered her assistance. She felt it prudent to be a bit more reserved. Upon reading Jiang Yan's message, Su Chen shrugged. If you don't need my help, then so be it. His intention was simply to support her, as when Yan had suggested the two of them should assist each other. He was aware that Jiang Yan was preparing a new album, and since he had songs available, it seemed like a perfect opportunity for mutual benefit. The idea of aiding Jiang Yan in her competition with Shi Siyuan was also quite intriguing. However, seeing her disinterest, he felt no need to press her to listen to his songs. On July 15th, the film Strange Tales from Chinese Studio finally premiered. Director Li Qingyan called to extend his regards. Teacher Tang, it's truly regrettable that you couldn't attend the premiere. I had hoped to meet you in person, but it seems we shall have to wait for another occasion. Are you in Jiangxin? When I come to shoot there, we must celebrate together. Do let me know when you visit Beijing. He reassured that while he may not be able to assist with significant matters, his father's reputation could still open doors for smaller issues. After some pleasantries, the call ended. Throughout the conversation, Director Li exhibited remarkable courtesy. Given Su Chen's status, it was uncommon for him to connect with such a celebrated director. However, it was said that after hearing The White Fox, Li Qingyan was so moved that he declared it resonated deeply with him, encapsulating everything he wished to express. He insisted on meeting the song's lyricist and composer. Yan had mentioned that Li Qingyan wished to invite him to the premiere. Su Chen had initially dismissed it as mere politeness. He unexpectedly received a formal invitation. However, feeling that Beijing was too far, he concocted an excuse to decline. As the film's official release approached, Li Qingyan invited him again to participate in the post-screening activities, where cast and crew would interact with audiences at various cinemas. Yet again, Su Chen found a reason to politely decline, not anticipating that Li Qingyan would personally call to inquire about his absence, which left him feeling somewhat guilty. The esteemed director lived up to his reputation. The premiere of Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio garnered rave reviews even before its official release. The director and Oppo's fame, coupled with extensive media promotion, led to a pre-sale box office of 200 million on the eve of its release. And to quality, being a rare work of sincerity. Although some aspects seemed less than logical, the overall highlights overshadowed them, positioning it among the finest films in recent years. The 3D effects were particularly impressive. The moment droplets flew towards the screen, it was genuinely startling. However, and certain plot points lacked fluidity. Nevertheless, it was recommended, for many other films paled in comparison. The film's aesthetics were rather jarring to viewers, but if one took the time to immerse oneself in the narrative, it could evoke tears, especially for those experiencing heartbreak. However, upon the release of the first day's reviews, opinions were sharply divided. If the premiere represented the company's promotional efforts, it was the true test of the film's quality. At this stage, reviews reflected the most genuine reception. The influence of paid reviews had diminished significantly. By the end of the first day, the official box office reached 250 million, with a rating of 8.5 on a major review platform. This box office figure placed it at the top, while the score was considered quite high. On the second day, however, lacking the boost from pre-sales, the box office dropped to 140 million, yielding a score of 7.5, resulting in a significant decline in ratings. On the third day, box office fell below 100 million, only achieving 8 million that day. Furthermore, the rating plummeted below 6, resting at 5.8. As more viewers shared their opinions online, negative reviews flooded in, criticizing the film for insulting the intelligence and emotions of its audience. Many who had initially intended to refrain from commenting found it impossible to remain silent. It is undoubtedly a remarkable film, constantly assaulting my senses. I nearly surrendered. I could hardly fathom how many absurdities I had to endure to finish it. This film fills a void in the history of Huaxia's tragic love stories, with outrageous character designs that nearly made me spit out my dinner at the sight of a character with bright green hair. In summary, the critics expressed that while the story had potential, it was poorly executed. The 3D visual effects were impressive, yet the character designs were baffling, and many plot points lacked coherence. Had viewers been asked to guess the director behind the film, few would have believed it was crafted by such a renowned figure. When Su Chen read these reviews, he too nearly burst out laughing. Although he had yet to view the film, he could glean its quality from the critiques. He found it perplexing that such a prominent director could produce something like this. He had expected the film to receive the acclaim that had been promised during its promotional phase, hoping to ride the coattails of its success. But it seemed that hope was dwindling. For midnight on July 15th, The White Fox was simultaneously released on the Tian platform. On the first day, it garnered over 500,000 listens. The second day saw a decline to 120,000, while the third day rebounded slightly to 200,000. The initial surge was largely thanks to pre-release resources and support from Chen and Oppo's fans, barely crossing the threshold of success. However, the subsequent days fell below that mark. A glimmer of hope emerged, as the data on the third day showed a slight increase compared to the second. Overall, the 3-day figures remained within a normal range, albeit not the explosive success anticipated. The trajectory remained uncertain and required further observation. Nevertheless, it was already a marked improvement compared to the film Strange Tales. Although Chen was confident, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease. Would the audience resonate with his work? Soon he would find out. On platform. As of July 17th at midnight, White Fox had a total of 820,000 listens and 490,000 downloads. However, the data released on July 18th left everyone astounded. White Fox garnered 790,000 listens in a single day, nearly equaling the total of the previous 3 days. The single-day download reached an astonishing 530,000, surpassing the cumulative total of the first 3 days. Film's release, White Fox was adversely affected. Yet, as the audience for the film grew, more and more individuals began to recognize the unexpected appeal of its theme song. Online commentary regarding the song proliferated. Did anyone notice how captivating the theme song is? Can I dance for you once more? The lyrics are profoundly melancholic, encapsulating a millennium of sorrow and the harsh realities of life. Listening to this song inspires me to weave 1,000 enchanting tales. While Strange Stories from a Chinese studio struggles to narrate a single story effectively, it is indeed ironic that a film fails to convey its narrative while the song achieves what the film could not. Such a subpar movie hardly deserves a song of this caliber. Everyone rushed to Tian Dongting, where the theme song White Fox was released alongside the film. A song costs merely 2 yuan, and it's even cheaper with a membership. Truly a worthwhile endeavor. These comments initially surfaced in the reviews for Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, later appearing beneath White Fox on the Tian Dongting platform. Subsequently, they found their way into discussions on the Weilang platform, gradually gaining momentum. The topic that truly propelled this matter to its zenith was a discussion on Weilang. What exactly went wrong with the film Strange Stories from a Chinese studio? Within the topic, acting 11 and special effects a mere 2. Remarkably, the soundtrack received 0. This particular result quickly garnered widespread attention. How could the soundtrack receive a score of 0? Typically, regardless of the circumstances, every option in a voting scenario would garner at least a few votes, even if it were only 1 or 2. The idea that everyone would agree on this is a well-acknowledged truth. However, in this voting for Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, it appears to defy conventional wisdom. Many viewers who had watched the film took to the topic to express their admiration for the theme song White Fox. Curious passers-by began to search for it online. On July 19th, White Fox achieved 950,000 listens and 760,000 downloads in a single day, bringing the cumulative total to 560,000 listens and 780,000 downloads. On July 20th, it reached 300,000 listens and 80,000 downloads. 00 listens and 860,000 downloads. By midnight on July 22nd, the cumulative listens for White Fox reached 7,210,000, and downloads hit 5,660,000. It unexpectedly entered the top 10 of the July song charts, securing the 10th position. This outcome was utterly unforeseen. White Fox was not originally intended to compete on the charts. Had that been the case, the release date would have been set for the beginning of the month. Nevertheless, It was launched on July 15th merely to ride the coattails of the film's popularity. Yet, when the film's reception fell short of expectations, the song surprisingly ascended to the 10th spot on the July charts. This was beyond anyone's wildest dreams, even for Chen, where countless artists vie for recognition, many of whom are megastars. Given Chen Pei and Amp, Oppos, as popularity, that even with White Fox, there would be any hope of success. Moreover, with only half a month remaining, he was already at a significant disadvantage. Yet, the outcome astonished all. Within a mere 8 days, it had made a remarkable comeback, not only closing the gap but also surging into the top 10 of the charts. Chen, while surprised, found it somewhat reasonable upon reflection. After all, White Fox had once been a ubiquitous hit during its prime, playing everywhere from the streets to taxis, school broadcasts, internet cafes, supermarkets, and shopping malls. Thus, achieving such results is not wholly surprising. Star Orange Entertainment. Yes, General Manager Jiang Yan exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. Beside him, Kong Qishui and Lu Wenxiong could hardly contain their exhilaration. When the data was revealed, the trio could scarcely believe their eyes. Although their experience had allowed them to detect some promising signs from the previous day's data, the moment they saw the ranking, it felt like a dream. This was the highly competitive and prestigious chart of the industry. Only during Lao Jia's tenure had they previously managed to secure a few spots on this list, and that had taken all the resources of the company. This time, it was a serendipitous occurrence. Chen was truly a lucky star. Wang Yin mused to himself, recognizing that they should elevate their regard for Chen. Yet, he couldn't and Oppos. He helped but feel a twinge of regret when thinking of Sky and Sea and the prose poem written by my father. If those two songs had been utilized for chart competition, then... But now, Chen was a treasure. Whatever he said would hold weight. In just 8 days, they had captured the 10th position on charts. With about a week left in July, he wondered if there would be any changes in the rankings. Perhaps it could climb another position. However, even as he thought this, Wang Yin was cautious not to voice such aspirations, for in the past, he wouldn't have dared to entertain such notions. For artists with innate popularity or those of the megastar caliber, the first week of a new song and Amp, Oppos' release is typically the peak of its impact. However, for less popular artists with smaller fan bases, it may require more than 2 weeks of accumulating favorable word of mouth before a new song can truly take off. Of course, there are exceptions, such as White Fox, which was able to soar within a week due in part to the film and Oppos' influence. Therefore, the situation remains unique, and whether it can sustain this momentum is uncertain. If it can improve its ranking in the final week, even by just 1 position, it would significantly aid Chen Pei and Oppos' transition from a third-tier artist to a second-tier one, as well as elevate Chen from a senior composer to a silver-level composer. Most importantly, when an artist or composer in the company ascends, it holds considerable relevance for Star Orange Entertainment's evaluation criteria in the next assessment cycle. Chapter 42. A song revives a film, they have made the list. In Jiangyan, at Shanghai Media, a meticulously dressed, middle-aged man with impeccably styled hair lit a cigarette. This man was Jing Xiuan, the general manager of Shanghai Media. At this moment, executive chair, across from several individuals lounging on a sofa in the reception area. Among them, an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s. It is not surprising. Their song indeed possesses the potential to make the charts. With excellent lyrics and composition, and a capable vocalist, coupled with the momentum from the film and Amp, Oppos, Liao Zhai and Amp, Oppos, it is only natural for them to succeed. The elderly man was Li Sun, the music director of Shanghai Media, music production. As a veteran of the company, he spoke candidly and directly, seemingly oblivious to the somber expressions of those present, remaining silent. He understood Li Sun and Amp, Oppos' disposition. Excessive words would bear no fruit. Moreover, what Li Sun stated was indeed factual. As by who emerged victorious in the bidding contest against Shanghai Media, they had promptly downloaded and analyzed the song upon its release. Their findings aligned closely with Li Sun's observations. Noticing the despondent expression of a young man on the sofa, Jiang Yan spoke gently. Lao Jia. There is no need for concern. Chen Yuan is not inferior to Bai Hu. Our failure to win the bid was merely a matter of luck. I have already arranged for this song to be released as a single. A good work shall not be wasted. Lao Jia nodded, his face clouded with discontent. Jiang Yan felt a twinge of frustration himself. How could he claim it was not inferior to Bai Hu when it fell short in so many aspects? Yet, as the general manager, before hearing Bai Hu, he thought Chen Yuan was quite commendable. Yet after listening to Bai Hu, he found Chen Yuan to be lacking in several respects, failing to match the caliber expected of a top-tier composer. It was ironic to think that a composer, brought over with such effort, had lost to someone from his former company. Reflecting on the unfamiliar name that appeared in the song's credits, he inquired, Lao Jia, do you happen to know someone named Tangua from your time at the company? Lao Jia's heart tightened, but he replied, no. I knew over 30 individuals in the composition department at Xingqing Entertainment, but none by the name of Tangua. Jiang Yan expressed mild disappointment upon hearing this. Perhaps they are a newcomer, or maybe Xingqing Entertainment fabricated a composer to secure the bid. He did not pursue the matter further. Yet his words instilled a sense of unease in Lao Jia. In a bid to assert himself, Lao Jia declared, one song does not define anything. Did they not announce that new artists would debut in August? I will make my move then. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled momentarily at this, but quickly faded as he replied, no, Rus, let's first see what they have to offer. If they're not up to par, there will be no need for your intervention. You are a gold medalist. Do not lower your stature. On July 22, Liao Zhai achieved a daily box office of 18 million. Compared to its opening day revenue of 250 million, this marked a staggering decline of over 90. It had utterly flopped. Negative reviews flooded the internet. As of now, the total box office barely surpassed 600 million. After deducting costs such as distribution and theater shares, the production team was left with only 250 million. Given that the initial production cost exceeded 350 million, they were currently at a loss exceeding 100 million. The box office performance was dismal, and under the current circumstances, breaking even seemed utterly hopeless. The theater operators were brutally realistic. It did not matter who the director was. Initially, they might allocate more screenings to Liao Zhai, but if the attendance rates fell short of expectations or the reviews were disastrous, the screenings would be promptly reduced. Currently, the largest cinema chain, One Cinemas, had allocated only 25 of their screens to Liao Zhai, with an overall national screening rate of 19, even with a full house. The daily revenue would only amount to tens of millions, a futile effort. This was a failed experiment. Some plot arrangements may have been overly convoluted. The new filming techniques required time for the market to adapt. Perhaps in a few years, or even a decade, someone might finally grasp the essence of this film. Director Li Chengyan faced the media, stating as such. Whether or not this was true remained uncertain. Just when everyone thought and oppose, Liao Zhai and oppose, was destined to fail entirely. An unexpected turnaround occurred. On July 23, Liao Zhai saw an attendance rate exceeding 70, with a box office of 25 million. It was a rare upward trend during a film's theatrical run. Typically, a new film's fate is sealed within the first week. The opening week's performance determines whether it soars or flounders. For Liao Zhai, poor initial performance would usually lead to a swift reduction in screenings, effectively quashing any hopes for recovery. However, against all odds, Liao Zhai rebounded strongly, capturing the attention of many. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that this surge in popularity stemmed from Bai Hu. The song was delightful, yet why were so many declaring the film unwatchable? Had anyone actually viewed it? Was it truly disappointing? Listening to the song alone felt lacking. One yearned to comprehend the film's content. Brothers, I will go and test the waters and return to inform you. I will give it a try, too. On July 24, Liao Zhai grossed 28 million. On July 25th, the film earned 33 million, with a total of 683 million. In some regions, attendance rates hit 100. July 29, Liao Zhai had surpassed 800 million in cumulative box office. According to assessments from professional firms, The production team had crossed the threshold of profitability. Despite the online backlash, viewers were still tuning in. As one netizen put it, as Xiaoxi's box office began to recover, By Who also reached its moment of glory. By July 31, By Who had amassed 98 million downloads, ranking 9th on the charts. Xingqing Entertainment finally executed a remarkable comeback after a long period of suppression. Meanwhile, Su Chen achieved his debut performance in this world. This outcome was a delightful surprise for both parties involved. Chapter 43. Brother Su Chen, what song have you written? With the momentum gained from Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, White Fox took flight, and in turn, it nourished Strange Tales. This was a flawless collaboration that mutually elevated both parties. Although the reputation of Strange Tales was less than stellar, it at least mitigated losses to a minimum. Director Jiang Yan did not call to express his gratitude to Su Chen, yet the understanding lingered among them. Su Chen over the phone and recognized him as a perceptive individual. Sometimes, it was unnecessary to make everything overtly clear. It would be inappropriate to say, "My film is subpar. Thankfully, your theme song saved it." Such a prominent director would find that awkward, and both sides would feel uncomfortable. In this matter, he owed Su Chen a favor, and that was that. Tang Jai, could you send me your brother's WeChat ID? In the dormitory of Class 3, Grade 1 at Jiangxing No. 2 High School, Kong Shan cheekily addressed Tang Jai. Tang Jai rolled her eyes. How long had you been pestered about this? What are you even thinking? Kong Shan was delightful in many ways, yet her vivacity and clinginess were overwhelming. Oomph. Your brother told me to keep an eye on you and Jai at school. Naturally, I must provide regular updates. Upon hearing this, Tang Jai felt even more speechless. Do you have no shame? Am I not the one who brings you lunch most often? Is it not always me and Jai who fetch water for the dormitory? And who keeps the place tidy? Tang Jai meticulously enumerated Kong Shan's transgressions, causing Ku Jiajia to snicker beside them. Stop, stop, stop. Kong Shan quickly interrupted Tang Jai. Don't dwell on the details. With a sudden thought, she exclaimed, by the way, am I not the one who helps you with your homework every time? Tang Jai's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully mimicked Kong Shan's earlier words. Don't focus on the details. Homework was indeed her weak point, and it was true that Kong Shan and Ku Jiajia always assisted her. After saying that, Tang Jai shifted the conversation. In any case, you shall not obtain my brother Su Chen's number. Seriously, Tang Jai, how can you be this inconsiderate? Kong Shan exclaimed dramatically. It's just a number. What is the big deal? Are you afraid? Or could it be that you have feelings for your brother Su Chen? At this, Tang Jai sprang up, chasing Kong Shan in playful pursuit. Kong Shan behind Ku Jiajia, and chaos ensued. This was the norm in Tang Jai's dormitory. Although they all hailed from the same city, due to the rigorous demands of their studies, they spent most of their time living on campus. The classmates in one dormitory spent the most time together, becoming thoroughly acquainted with one another. As vibrant young ladies, their lively antics were entirely normal. Seeing the two of them in a perpetual state of commotion, Ku Jiajia quickly diverted the topic. You two stop it. By the way, Tang Jai, what does your brother do? Indeed, upon hearing this, Kong Shan paused. Following Ku Jiajia's lead, she inquired curiously, yes, what does your brother do? I can't believe I forgot to ask. You've never mentioned it. Kong Shan was straightforward and spontaneous, speaking her mind without hesitation. I won't tell you. Another round of playful banter ensued. Ku Jiajia, feeling exasperated, decided to let them continue. It was futile to intervene. Let them be. Fortunately, the commotion did not last long. Once they settled down, Tang Jai proudly declared, my brother Su Chen is a composer. A composer. Kong Shan echoed, her voice rising in excitement. Does that mean he writes songs? Does he know any celebrities? What songs has he written? Let me hear. A flurry of questions followed, leaving no time for a response. Tang Jai pondered for a moment, realizing with dismay, oh no, I don't think I've ever asked him. It must be noted that in certain aspects, Tang Jai and Kong Shan shared similarities. Perhaps this was one of the reasons they became friends. Seeing Kong Shan's eager eyes awaiting her answer, Tang Jai steeled herself and exaggerated. A composer is someone who writes lyrics and music for singers. Do you understand what singer is? They are stars. How could he not know any celebrities? Not only does he know them, but he is also quite familiar with some. Kong Shan became animated at this revelation. And even Ku Jiejia leaned in closer. Who? Who? Can you help us get an autograph next time? Tang Jiai haughtily huffed. That depends on your behavior. Then, waving her hand, she leaned in closer to the two with a conspiratorial whisper. I can't tell you who I know. They have confidentiality agreements. I can't just share that. I can only say they are quite impressive. The two girls felt a twinge of disappointment, but perked up as Tang Jiai continued to tease. As for autographs, I can ask next time. If you both behave well, I'll see if I can get you an autograph from a big star. After saying this, she added with a hint of mystery, but remember, keep it a secret. The two nodded eagerly. Once she had successfully wheedled them, Tang Jiai slipped into the bathroom, stealthily pulling out her phone. At the top of her WeChat contacts, she found Su Chen's number. She composed a message and sent it. Brother Su Chen, what song have you written recently? I'd love to listen. Last time, Su Chen mentioned selling a song for 800,000, and how could she have forgotten to ask? Fortunately, she had managed to gloss over that question during their earlier conversation. Otherwise, she would have been in a tight spot. Su Chen was preparing to attend a new artist's debut scheduling meeting on August 1st when he received a message from Tang Jiai. A song? Su Chen mused. He had actually anticipated Tang Jiai would inquire about this during their last meal together, but it seemed she had overlooked it. How curious that she thought to ask today. Could it be she just remembered? That is quite a long delay. I'll explain when I have the chance. It's not something that can be easily conveyed over WeChat. Su Chen intended to be candid with Tang Jiai. After all, they had no secrets between them since childhood. However, this particular matter needed to be discussed face to face. As the company had confidentiality policies, he could share the information with Tang Jiai, but if she inadvertently disclosed it, that would be problematic. Once he saw Tang Jiai reply with an enthusiastic okay, Su Chen felt reassured enough to put his phone down. Tomorrow marked August 1st, the debut day for Luo Jiaxing and Chu Wenin. He needed to go over everything he had to do today to ensure nothing was overlooked. For new artists, debuting usually followed one of two paths, either by gaining popularity through a talent show, thus achieving a certain level of fame, or by being packaged by an entertainment company, releasing songs and charting, with the goal of entering the top 10 of the monthly rookie chart for a successful debut. Luo Jiaxing and Chu Wenin had chosen the latter route, although the rookie chart was somewhat akin to a pecking order among amateurs. The competition was still intensely fierce each month. In addition to the trainees who had yet to debut, there were also established artists from lower-tier ranks. Competing for a position on this chart was no easy feat, especially for trainees without any prior recognition. It was akin to a vast chasm. Chapter 44. How did you drape the evening glow on your shoulders? The scheduling meeting for the debut of new artists in August was attended by various departments, including the artist department, composition department, and marketing brand. General Manager Wang Yin personally presided over the meeting. Perhaps due to the exceptional quality of essays by my father and the vast sky, the company was determined to avoid any mistakes arising from negligence. Consequently, the entire meeting was conducted with meticulous attention to detail. The work plan was organized chronologically, down to the hour, listing all the tasks that needed to be coordinated among the departments. Specific details included the timing for promotional broadcasts, announcements on the Weibo platform, music platform uploads, and follow-ups with entertainment media resources, among others. Once all arrangements were finalized, Wang Yin, with a warm smile, turned to Su Chen and said, "Little Su, you don't have a Weibo account yet, do you? You should register one. In the future, whenever we have plans to release songs, you can share teasers there to generate some buzz." Other artists in our company also share their singles on this platform. It's a cherished tradition of ours. You can also share insights on music, which would enhance your profile as a composer. Su Chen nodded slightly. This was something he hadn't considered before. He had intended to register later. Given the current state of the music industry, it was challenging for behind-the-scenes composers to gain public recognition. When we enjoy a song, we typically only search for the artist who performed it, rarely considering who wrote it. There are even instances where immensely popular songs are sung by relatively unknown artists. Unless a composer has produced a significant body of classic songs and accumulated fame to a certain extent, they remain largely unrecognized. For example, The previous life of Fong Wenshan was an exception. Otherwise, the roles of composers are often relegated to the shadows, with their fame and popularity confined within the industry. Thus, Su Chen felt an urgent need to register on Weibo until now. Since there was a requirement, he decided to proceed with the registration. It was a simple task, just using his phone number. He certified himself as a composer under Xingqing Entertainment, adopting the nickname Tanghua. After registering, he searched for and followed the company's internal artists. Done. He casually browsed through a few posts, and just as he was about to close the window, a piece of system-recommended content caught his attention. My dream at 20, to be a soulful girl, embracing the most important decade of my life. The accompanying image featured a young girl with a delicate appearance, radiating youth and vibrancy. In the photo, she wore a sleeveless dress, and on her left shoulder, there was a large red birthmark that almost covered the entire area, creating a stark contrast against her otherwise fair skin. She was a special girl. This was Su Chen's immediate reaction, followed by a surge of sympathy and compassion, a reflexive response. Although he was not part of a special group in his previous life, his appearance had drawn similar discrimination. He had faced countless instances of prejudice based on his looks, and he understood that feeling all too well. Thus, he could not help but feel a connection to the girl. This must be her anguished cry, Su Chen thought. The post was part of a campaign initiated by the Weibo platform called Star Following the Heart. It encouraged individuals to share their experiences and dreams under a specific topic. At the conclusion of the campaign, content would be evaluated based on likes, shares, and comments, with the top 3 receiving opportunities to fulfill their wishes. He anticipated that the girl would share her tragic experiences, as such activities often attract sympathy and garner attention. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on the content, only to be met with an unexpected narrative. The girl recounted her life experiences from childhood up to the present, her family, studies, work, and dreams. She grew up in a happy family. Although not wealthy, her parents enjoyed a harmonious relationship. However, she struggled academically, often giving up midway through her studies. After entering society, she worked various jobs, including as a restaurant server, a mall sales associate, and a real estate agent. It was only after facing the harsh realities of life that she recognized the value of education. Yet, it was too late to turn back time. Now, she was diligently working to save money for adult education, hoping to fulfill her dream of completing university. Her aspiration was to finish her studies within the next decade and find a job she loved near her home, living with her parents. Throughout her narrative, there was no mention of her red birthmark, nor a hint of complaint. Instead, the entire post exuded an optimistic and positive outlook on life. Su Chen was momentarily moved by the girl's spirit, reflecting on his own past with a twinge of embarrassment. He opened the comments section, intending to leave an encouraging note, only to be confronted by some glaringly harsh remarks at the top. "You are so ugly," garnered 24,000 likes. "That red birthmark is a disease, and it will spread. Soon, it may cover her entire shoulder." Received 19,000 likes. "My child was frightened by your photo. Next time, please dress more conservatively." Attracted 8,000 likes. In an instant, anger surged within him. The replies below mostly condemned these commenters, yet those spiteful comments still amassed thousands of likes. Su Chen could not comprehend the twisted perspectives that could lead to such cruelty. He marveled at the wonders of creation. Although he felt compelled to lash out at these individuals, he ultimately refrained. Anger diminishes one's wisdom. He did not wish to stoop to their level. After a moment of contemplation, he wrote in the comments section, "How did you drape the evening glow on your shoulders?" He sent it and shared the post. This comment became his first tweet on Weibo. At 8 p.m., Joyful Party aired. Prior to this, Luo Jiaxing and Xu Inan had been arranged by the company to promote Joyful Party as part of their debut preparations. The recording concluded just in time for the broadcast to coincide perfectly with the release of their new song the following day. However, unfortunately, throughout the show, apart from performing their new song during the intermission, Luo Jiaxing and Xu Inan oppose and were virtually invisible in all other segments. Particularly during the gaming section, they had minimal screen time and interaction. I felt completely ignored during the recording of and oppose, joyful party, and oppos. Luo Jiaxing lamented after the show. To this, Su Chen could only chuckle in response, encouraging him to quickly elevate his status to secure better positioning. In this industry, where opportunities for debut were scarce, shows like Joyful Party had become the primary choice for entertainment companies. The queue for clients at Kanglin Satellite TV was lengthy, eager for new song promotions and film premieres. It was Jiang Yan who had leveraged considerable connections to secure even these limited appearances. Chapter 45. My father never wrote prose poetry, nor kept a diary. In the early hours of August 1st, Boundless Sky and prose poetry written by father were launched on the Tiantian Dongting music platform. Artists from Xingqing Entertainment began to recommend the songs on Weibo. Qin Pei remarked, "Prose poetry written by father is a wonderful song that can be played on repeat all day." Zheng Chengjin commented, "After the storm, we still have and amp. Oppos, Boundless Sky. And amp. Oppos, classic work." Wu Di added, "Newcomers with new songs and amp. Oppos, Boundless Sky and amp. Oppos, and an amp. Oppos, prose poetry written by father and amp. Oppos, are now available for listening. Currently, Luo Jiaxing and Chuan and amp. Oppos, and have few fans." The comments section is sparsely populated, yet they persist in posting lengthy articles on Weibo, sharing their personal journeys. Su Chen opened his Weibo account and published a second post. "I have written the lyrics and composed a new song. Boundless Sky is dedicated to all friends who are still struggling amidst confusion. Prose poetry written by father is a heartfelt tribute to my father. Thank you for your support." This was a standard promotional effort. For Su Chen, this was a newly registered account. He had no followers and little influence. After posting, he returned to the homepage, only to be astonished to discover that his account, registered just yesterday, had gained over 2,000 followers overnight. Under his first post, most comments express sentiments like, "This is the warmest statement I've heard this year. I'm definitely a fan now, and I belong to a special group during my lowest moments. You reminded me that life is worth living." As a composer, such poetic words surely translate into exceptional songs. Su Chen had not anticipated that such a simple action would yield so many followers. He scrolled back to review the girl and Oppo's Weibo and found that she had pinned his comment to the top. Soon after, the first day statistics were released. Boundless Sky had 260,000 downloads, while prose poetry written by father reached 290,000 downloads, placing them at 36th on the rookie chart. Most artists ahead of him were already established singers. On August 2nd, the media accounts collaborating with Xingqing Entertainment began to promote vigorously. The song critique expert stated, "Strongly recommend prose poetry written by father. Everyone has memories they cannot sever. About fathers and their children. This song, like a gentle touch, unveils the purest aspects of humanity. Even if one has not experienced it, it can evoke tears. Indeed, a good song can bridge the gap between joy and sorrow. No more words. I will continue to cry," proclaimed the music herald, an astonishing voice, an emotionally stirring song. No arrogance, no cynicism. Boundless Sky is undoubtedly the best rock song in recent years. In low times, listening to it resonates. In times of success, it brings tranquility. The spirit of Chinese rock endures. In the comments section, listeners began to share their personal stories related to the songs. "My father is quite ordinary. He never wrote prose poetry or kept a diary. I remember when he worked for others, rising before dawn and returning late at night, earning meager income to support our family. Thus, I spent little time with him. My memories are filled with the calluses on his hands as they brushed against my face. In my youth, I often resented him for not providing me with much. But eventually, I realized he gave me everything, now that he has been gone for many years. He appears in my dreams less frequently. Thank you for allowing me to revisit these deeply cherished feelings." Another remarked, "My father kept a diary, and, out of curiosity, I flipped through it, only to find it filled with records of his work income and living expenses. In my father and amp, Oppo's yellow diary, I found this line. I ask myself if I have done anything wrong. Why then must fate strangle my throat?" Such comments abound. Xiao Zhang is a marketing planner. In Shanghai, this is a respectable position, with a polished appearance and a decent income. Yet, she is currently feeling quite low. She has just had a fierce argument with her father. At 30, she stands at the beginning of her career as a professional woman. However, her father always pressures her to marry at the most hectic and stressful times. Over the years, she has grown accustomed to being alone, eating alone, watching movies alone, moving alone, and even going to the doctor alone. She is perfectly capable of living well on her own. She cannot fathom why marriage is necessary. Some marry for happiness, while others divorce for it. Thus, her choice to remain unmarried is also in pursuit of happiness. Moreover, she is not against marriage. She simply does not wish for it at this time. Yet, to her father, it feels like a mechanical task that he insists on completing, urging her time and again. Today, her father called again, and they quarreled once more. She spoke harshly, and after a moment of silence on his end, he said nothing. After hanging up, she felt immense regret. She believed she should not have treated her father that way, but she did not know how to apologize. In her agitation, she often scrolls through Weibo to lighten her mood. Today, she opened the Weibo app, and a recommendation caught her eye. The song critique expert stated, "I strongly recommend prose poetry written by father. Everyone has memories they cannot sever about fathers and their children." Upon seeing the word father, her heart stirred uncontrollably. The song critique expert is a blogger she follows, and she enjoys listening to his song recommendations during moments of boredom. Most of the time, his song choices are quite good. Yet, today, the song provokes some resistance within her. She initially intended to scroll past it, but inexplicably turned back and searched for the song on the music platform. In 1984, when the crops had yet to be harvested, my daughter lay in my arms, sleeping so sweetly. In an instant, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. She could vividly envision her father pausing his farm work during the busy season in a poor village to cradle her to sleep. The subsequent recollections of her mother's nagging and the mundane details of rural life drew her deeper into emotional reflection. "Tomorrow, I need to borrow some money from the neighbors again." The child cried all day, demanding cookies. The blue corduroy shirt felt like a thorn in my heart. Squatting by the pond, I struck myself twice. Such simple words allowed her to feel her father's helplessness. The limitations of the times and the pressures of family weighed heavily on the shoulders of an aging father. The heartfelt lyrics, imbued with deep emotions, seemed to awaken the purest part of her soul, and her eyes began to glisten with tears. Time shifted. Her daughter had grown up, while her father was gradually becoming frail and aged. The thought of her daughter getting married stirred feelings of reluctance and concern within him. At this realization, her heart skipped a beat. Yes, when a daughter marries, it is the father who feels the most reluctant. Thus, he must be the one who suffers the most. In that moment, she seemed to grasp the essence of it all. Tears began to flow uncontrollably, pouring down like rain. Without hesitation, she picked up her phone and called her father. Dad, Sore. Chapter 46. Unstoppable, I am a serial entrepreneur. 8 years ago, I resigned from my job and partnered with a friend to establish a headhunting firm. However, due to an economic downturn and differing opinions on decisions, we ultimately parted ways. 4 years ago, I ventured into the breeding industry, and just as I was poised to turn a profit, a devastating flood wiped everything away. Not only did I lose all my prior savings, but I also found myself deep in debt. 3 years ago, while delivering takeout to repay my debts, I immersed myself in the culinary industry. Finally, after clearing my debts and saving enough to lease a storefront, the tide turned against me as the trend for physical stores surged, causing my hard-earned money to vanish in an instant. Once, I was the only college graduate in my village with a respectable job, regarded as the pride of my community. Yet everything changed. Over the past 8 years, I have experienced the vicissitudes of life and endured the judgment of those around me. I confess, in a moment of despair, I contemplated jumping from a building. 8 years of effort, and I felt utterly devoid of purpose. I believed that death would be easier than living. But then, I inadvertently heard a song that imbued me with immense courage. It dawned on me that not everyone is against me. My family is my armor. I am now ready to embark on my journey towards my dreams once more. To the indifferent, I thank you for underestimating me, for it has fueled my resolve to live even more brilliantly. To those who truly understand me, I am grateful for your unwavering support. I hope that one day, as the song suggests, I can break the shackles of fate and find my oasis in the desert. This is a comment from an online user. Similar scenes are quietly unfolding in many places. On August 2nd, Boundless Sea and Sky garnered 580,000 downloads, while prose poems by my father reached 690,000. On August 3rd, Boundless Sea and Sky achieved 840,000 downloads, and prose poems by my father surpassed 1,010,000. In just 3 days, these two songs ascended to the top 10 of the newcomer chart, with prose poems by my father taking the first place and Boundless Sea and Sky the second. According to the data from the newcomer chart in July, if other songs maintain the same quality as in July, these two tracks have already secured their positions at the top of the August newcomer chart. The internet erupted in astonishment. A newcomer with two songs simultaneously occupying the top 2 spots on the chart is a rarity in the annals of Blue Star's music history. Starcy Media fell silent upon hearing these two songs. They had initially planned to wait for a new release from Star Orange Entertainment and strategize their approach accordingly, even preparing competing songs. However, it now seemed futile, as these two songs were simply unstoppable. In stark contrast, Star Orange Entertainment was engulfed in an atmosphere of celebration. Teacher Su, Luo Jiaxing, and Chu Yin gazed at Su Chen with exhilaration. Among everyone, they were undoubtedly the most animated. As newcomers, achieving the top 2 positions on the chart with their debut songs, and doing so with such remarkable prowess, was beyond their wildest dreams. While others still sought favor from songwriters, they had already arrived at the fabled land of dreams. Though this was merely the beginning. They had reached heights that most in the training camp would find difficult to attain in their lifetimes. They vividly remembered the envious glances cast upon them when their debut was announced. The regretful gaze of Yu Baiwei, who once rejected Su Chen. Even in these past few days, they had grown numb to the astonished expressions of the crowd as the charts updated. All this pride was owed to the talented composer before them. Upon seeing the two enter, Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement, inviting them to take a seat. The meeting room was filled with nearly all relevant personnel. Su Chen, your contributions are invaluable. Wang Yan began, affirming Su Chen's efforts. Whatever you desire, do not hesitate to ask. The company will do its utmost to accommodate. Su Chen had become a sought-after asset. Without exaggeration, he could single-handedly turn the tide. Su Chen shook his head. For now, I have no requests. Wang Yan was not surprised. He knew Su Chen was not one to take advantage of his newfound favor. Given the current situation, it was clear they had effectively secured their positions on the charts. I've listened to the other songs on the list, and they simply do not compare to ours. Even if an unexpected turn occurs, and we do not clinch the first or second place, we will undoubtedly be recognized. Thus, it could be said that Luo Jiaxing and Chu Yin had already achieved success before their official debut. With Wang Yan's words, joy illuminated the faces of Luo Jiaxing and Chu Yin. Chu Yin was somewhat reserved, while Luo Jiaxing appeared ready to leap from the screen with excitement. They understood that while good results were cause for celebration, the acknowledgement from their boss was equally significant. Wang Yan smiled at their expressions before shifting the conversation. However, I propose we seize the momentum. Upon hearing this, Su Chen instantly grasped Wang Yan's intent. Ah, I see you want more songs, he thought, surprised at the urgency. Where was the composure one would expect from a boss? Wang Yan felt the weight of Su Chen and Appo's gaze and felt his face heat up, but quickly regained his composure. For the sake of the company's interests, what was his pride worth? If Su Chen could deliver a few more songs, he would gladly humble himself. If the success of these 3 songs allows me to advance to a silver-level composer, would that be possible? Su Chen did not answer his question, but instead raised a matter that concerned him. Wang Yan pondered. If it were up to me, it would definitely be possible. After all, one of your songs is in the top 10, so you have undoubtedly met the criteria. However, ultimately, it is not for us to judge. My suggestion is to accumulate a few more songs. That would be more prudent. Su Chen was speechless. Wang Yan was clearly trying to extract more from him. Nevertheless, he understood the wisdom in Wang Yan's words. The evaluation for composers occurred monthly, and the criteria were not entirely transparent. It was indeed safer to accumulate more songs. Otherwise, if he missed the August evaluation, he would have to wait until September. Feigning contemplation, Chen replied, "All right, I will strive to produce a few more songs before the refresh of the August charts." Jiang Yan's heart raced. A few more songs? In August? I intended to suggest you achieve more results, not necessarily within August. How did it turn into something you could dictate so easily? But this also confirmed his judgment. Chen indeed had a wealth of songs. With that thought, excitement surged within him, though he maintained an outward calm. Very well, I grant you full authority. From here on, you will take the lead. Should you encounter any challenges, do not hesitate to reach out to me. At this point, he was clear-headed. He would no longer pressure Chen to assign songs to anyone in particular. It was evident that Chen would not consider Wu Di's side, so it was acceptable to assign songs to anyone else. Ultimately, it was for the benefit of the company, so he would not dwell on it further. This meeting concluded on a high note. Upon returning to the composition department, Chen was met with cheers and congratulations from his colleagues. He smiled in response. Suddenly, he recalled a saying from a past life. When you have not yet risen, the world is filled with villains. When you succeed, you are surrounded by allies. How astute. The members of the second group in the composition department had entirely elevated Chen to another realm, a realm that could only be gazed upon in admiration. Thus, with Star Orange Entertainment's triumphant victory, they too basked in the shared glory. Chapter 47. Are you free this Sunday? The news of Chen and Appo's upcoming song release spread quietly through Xingqing Entertainment, much like a gentle breeze. However, behind the scenes, it ignited a frenzy. In the tea room, the elevator, or simply walking down the corridor, encounters became commonplace. Casual flirtations and overtures of friendship abounded, especially among the female trainees. Some even hinted at being willing to offer something in return. Chen couldn't help but marvel. Had they learned so much even before debuting? Indeed, the entertainment industry resembled a vast cauldron of complexities. However, those who orchestrated these encounters could benefit from refining their acting skills. In contrast, Chen Pei was far more straightforward. "Teacher Su, are you free this Sunday?" The message from Chen Pei left Chen utterly astonished. This was so direct. Was it appropriate to say such things? Despite her composed exterior, Chen Pei was proving to be quite the surprise. This single statement completely overturned Chen's impression of her. Who was he, Chen, to engage in such behavior? Without hesitation, he replied, "That's not appropriate." Chen Pei? Chen shook his head. She had already made her intentions clear. Why engage in further ambiguity? We are colleagues, and it is best to refrain from crossing the boundaries of friendship. Chen Pei? Nearby, the agent Guan Mei was discreetly guiding Chen Pei on how to win Chen over. Upon witnessing Chen Pei's confused expression, she took a closer look at the message and stifled a laugh, whispering an explanation in her ear. After hearing this, Chen Pei couldn't help but curse under her breath. This teacher Su, who appeared so amiable, was surprisingly unyielding. Taking the phone from Guan Mei, she replied through gritted teeth, "Are you free this Sunday, Teacher Su? I would like to treat you to a meal." Chen's face flushed with embarrassment upon reading her message. When did he become the subject of such attention? He smacked his forehead, attributing it all to that mischievous Jiang Yan. She often joked around, leading him astray. After a lengthy internal debate, he finally replied, "Perhaps another time. I'm quite busy this week." Although he held a decent impression of Chen Pei, he remained cautious in his interactions with her. These debuting artists were not to be underestimated. A single misstep could lead to entanglements he wished to avoid. Meanwhile, Chen Pei felt a twinge of disappointment upon receiving his message. He had rejected her, yet Guan Mei remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. How could he easily accept your advances? Chen is currently the darling of our company, with countless eyes upon him. But it seems our teacher Su is rather principled. Chen Pei paused, contemplating. Though Chen's thought process was peculiar, his values appeared to be fairly sound. At least he had firmly rejected her. Perhaps you should consider making a sacrifice. After all, Teacher Su is both handsome and talented. What's there to lose? Guan Mei teased. As noon approached, Chen sauntered into the company building. Upon entering the elevator, just as he pressed the button for the 19th floor, he spotted Wu Di and Bai Dihao rushing in from outside. "Wait!" Bai Dihao called out as the elevator doors began to close. Su Chen pressed the open button to allow them entry. To Su Chen, these two were now mere colleagues, or perhaps even strangers. The previous conflicts had not left him at a disadvantage, and he had already imparted the necessary lessons. Thus, he bore no ill will. Aside from the fact that they would never be friends, he treated them like anyone else. Upon entering, Bai Dihao felt a twinge of awkwardness upon seeing Su Chen. Su teacher. He stammered, struggling to greet him. After Wu Di received a warning from Jiang Yan, he promptly relayed the information to his agent, Bai Dihao. Given the recent events, they were all too aware of the consequences of further offending Su Chen. Su Chen exchanged glances with them, offering a slight nod without uttering a word. One must admit, these two exhibited a degree of integrity. Unlike other artists who would fawn over him, they maintained a respectful distance. Wu Di's current attitude towards Su Chen was akin to keeping the peace. "I won't provoke you, and you don't provoke me." Did she feel regret? Perhaps a little, considering Su Chen's rising stardom. However, her prideful nature prevailed. In her eyes, Su Chen was merely a composer, someone who wrote songs to elevate others. Why waste effort to please him when the real goal was to impress the higher-ups? Upon reaching his desk, fellow members of the second composing group greeted him warmly. He hadn't yet settled on a new song. After a moment of contemplation, he reclined in his chair, engrossed in his phone. None dared to disturb him. After all, disrupting his inspiration could lead to dire consequences. Since releasing his new song on August 1st, he had not logged into his Weibo account. Today, he opened it to find a sea of red notifications, likes, follows, and comments, all marked as 999. He was astonished to discover he had amassed 30,000 fans. The comments revealed that most had been drawn in by his initial post, subsequently becoming fans after listening to his music. Some even established fan groups dedicated to him. This was unexpected. After scrolling for a while, he switched to WeChat. Despite the celebrity chat group having message notifications muted, the numbers continued to rise. Su Chen, who had a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder, felt compelled to clear all unread messages periodically. He typically only chimed in during those moments of clearing notifications, as many discussions revolve around acquaintances he had no place in. Other topics were trivial and unworthy of his attention, so he refrained from engaging. However, today's chatter seemed to concern him. Scrolling back, he found the source of the conversation. Luo Zhe. Let me recommend a new song, A Vast Sky. Absolutely brilliant. Jiang Yan. What genre is this song? Luo Zhe. Of course it's rock. Luo Zhe. But it's unlike any other rock. Just listen and you'll understand. Minutes later, Jiang Yan replied. Jiang Yan. Luo Zhe. I listened to it, and it felt mediocre. Nothing special. This remark irked Luo Zhe immensely. Luo Zhe. What do you mean mediocre? Do you even know how to appreciate music? Thus, a heated exchange ensued, racking up hundreds of messages. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Luo Zhe's antics. Though he had penned the song, he didn't expect everyone to adore it. Luo Zhe's insistence on promoting the song as a must-like was simply absurd. After pondering for a moment, he decided to respond in the group. Su Chen, Luo Zhe. While the song is indeed good, it's perfectly fine if not everyone enjoys it. Luo Zhe. Su Chen has arrived. You judge this song for us. Well, that was pointless. Luo Zhe completely disregarded Su Chen's previous statement. Clearly, he was not receptive to differing opinions. Chapter 48. The visit of Jiang Yan. Yuanqing remarked, I agree with the first half of your statement, Luo Zhe, but the latter part is incorrect. He continued, not everyone will appreciate a good song. However, he conceded, it must be said that this composer is truly remarkable. He further added, our company also had someone debuting on a newcomer chart this month, utterly crushed in comparison. After listening to the two songs, he felt the loss was justified. Just as Su Chen was at a loss for words, a prominent figure interjected. On this matter, Su Chen shared the same perspective as Yuanqing. He was astonished to learn that this esteemed superstar was paying attention to him. Indeed, upon hearing Yuanqing and Oppo's remarks, Luo Zhe chose not to dwell on the issue any longer. If Qing Gu acknowledges them, they must indeed possess great talent. He stated, I an oppose. V heard they're a newcomer in composing. If I could create just one song like that, it would be worth it even at the cost of my life. Jiang Jing interjected, stop it right now. Don and Amp. Oppose. T utters such ominous words. The lively banter in the group was entirely normal. After all, they were friends and wouldn't hold grudges over a few playful exchanges. Jiang chimed in, I know this person. They also have a song titled Prose Poem written by Father, right? He added, that song brought me to tears, and our station is planning to invite Chuan and Oppose and to perform it for an upcoming program. Su Chen felt a stir of interest. Jiang, what program is it? He inquired. Jiang replied, you might not have heard of it. It an Oppose, as called an Oppose. Music, listen to me, and Amp, Oppose, as a host for Jinan television. Jiang and Amp, Oppose, S words were credible. With Chuan and Amp, Oppose, and just started her career, increasing exposure was essential. Releasing new songs continuously was unfeasible. Thus appearing on a program was the best option. After some more conversation, Luo Zhe began to gossip. Who do you think this composer is? They were once obscure, but have now made a stunning debut. He added, the theme song in Oppose, White Fox in Oppose, from in Oppose, Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio in Oppose, was also written by them. Jiang Jing exclaimed, really? And Oppose, White Fox in Oppose, is by them? I need to look that up. A few minutes later, she exclaimed, oh my goodness, it truly is them. She continued, I absolutely adore White Fox. Where's Jiang Yan? Isn't she looking for songs? Could she possibly have this person write one for her? Li Yuanqing remarked, you and Oppose. Rethinking too much. This composer in Oppose, S caliber is highly regarded within the company. Treated like a precious gem. So how could they possibly work for other artists? Jiang Yan, who was usually quite active, had not uttered a word in the group all day. However, as the conversation heated up, no one paid attention to her absence. After chatting for a while, Su Chen decided to exit the group. Around 4 o'clock, he gathered his belongings and prepared to head home. Since his promotion to senior composer, the time clocking in had become less stringent. Coupled with his privileges, he found he did not need to stay at the company for long. Being a newcomer to Jiangcheng, his dietary preferences were quite different. Although his taste had improved somewhat after the merging of memories, he still struggled with the local cuisine's spiciness. Thus, he had developed a habit of cooking a simple congee for himself after work. After shopping at the supermarket, he returned to his neighborhood, and it was just around 5 o'clock. As he was about to enter the hallway, he heard someone call his name from behind. Su Chen. Turning around in confusion, he spotted a tall woman rising from a stone bench beneath a pavilion in front of the building. It was Jiang Yan. How'd she find her way here? Su Chen stared at her in disbelief. What do you want? He asked. I want. He blurted out, immediately regretting his words. His tongue had been rather loose lately. Jiang Yan, however, wore a teasing smile, glancing over him with a mischievous look in her eyes. Then hurry up and open the door. I can't wait any longer. Flustered, Su Chen ushered Jiang Yan upstairs and opened the door, only to see her swiftly bypass him and dart into the living room. She casually grabbed an apple from the coffee table and reclined on the sofa, munching away like a king. What a fickle-minded woman, Su Chen thought. How can you forget what you just said in 2 minutes? He questioned her. What made you decide to come here? And why didn't you give me a heads up? I just returned to Jiangcheng today and came straight here after getting off the plane. I tried to message you and call, but you didn't respond. So, I just decided to come. Jiang Yan replied. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Is that what I was asking? You have your own place. Why come here? Have you forgotten what happened last time you were photographed? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan chuckled. I came here to recharge. Recharge? Su Chen and Amp, Oppose. S heart raced, and his blood surged. Was it the kind of recharge he was thinking of? Jiang Yan remained oblivious to his inner turmoil and explained, things have been quite overwhelming lately, and your place has a lovely atmosphere. Su Chen chose not to pry into her troubles, feeling that he was not particularly close to Jiang Yan. They had only met once and spent a night together, during which nothing had transpired, only leading to greater complications later on. It was only after being added to a chat group with stars that he found himself continually connected to her. Now, Jiang Yan was behaving like an old friend, seemingly comfortable in a space. What will you do tonight? Are you staying here? She teased. Oh, so you're already thinking about that? Jiang Yan winked at Su Chen, sending a shiver down his spine. However, he countered, you can keep drinking. I'll just take some photos of you. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Jiang Yan exploded in indignation. That was her dark secret. The thought of that day made her cringe. Suddenly, recalling her drunken state, she sprang from a sofa and rushed to Su Chen's side, playfully threatening. Did you take pictures of me last time? Su Chen felt a rush of fragrant air as Jiang Yan adopted a flirtatious posture, pinning him against the door. Her hand rested on his waist, sending tingles through him. The air fell silent, filled only with their breaths. After a moment, Su Chen broke the silence. Why would I take photos of you? Am I insane? Are you really not lying? Jiang Yan asked, her tone shifting. Why would I deceive you? Good. Perhaps due to the charged atmosphere, their conversation became awkward, and they quickly changed the subject. Jiang Yan did not press the matter further. As Su Chen busied himself in the kitchen, she leaned against the doorframe, smiling. I didn't oppose. Do you expect you could cook? Stop. It didn't oppose. That's too much trouble. Let me treat you to a meal. You helped me immensely last time, and I haven't had the chance to thank you. After a brief pause, she added, but I have to head back after dinner. I have things to do tonight. Su Chen shot her a glance, thinking it best to decline. Why are you making all this fuss and running around? You might get photographed again, and you may not even finish your meal. Actually, I bought some groceries. I'll just whip up something simple, he suggested. Jiang Yan opened her mouth as if to say something more, but Su Chen set down the peeler in his hand. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he expelled her from the room. Observing this, Jiang Yan decided not to persist any further. If that is the case, then she would simply make amends another time. Chapter 49. The first encounter between Tang Jiai and Jiang Yan dinner is served. After a bustling hour in the kitchen, Su Chen emerged to find Jiang Yan peacefully asleep on the sofa. He chose not to wake her, instead setting the table and bringing out the dishes he had prepared. This evening, he had crafted a delectable seafood congee in the style of Hong Kong and Guangdong, accompanied by stir-fried eggs and chrysanthemum greens. Typically, he preferred lighter meals in the evening, not for the sake of maintaining his physique, but due to a long-established habit. Although he hailed from a different region in his previous life, work had frequently taken him to Hong Kong and Guangdong. He vividly recalled the first time he savored congee, a delightful surprise that had left a lasting impression. Who could have imagined that such a simple dish could be so exquisite? Ever since, whenever he visited, he would invariably order a bowl of seafood congee. Eventually, as his visits became less frequent, he took it upon himself to master the art of making it, honing his skills until he could recreate over 90% of its authentic flavor. Once he had arranged the utensils, he approached Jiang Yan. Hey, dinner's ready. No response. Get up and eat. After several calls elicited no reaction, he gently nudged her arm. Jiang Yan was clad in a plaid collared shirt, her slender arms exposed. Su Chen refrained from touching her skin, yet even through the fabric, he could sense an extraordinary softness. Jiang Yan, roused from her slumber, blinked sleepily and, after a moment's hesitation, turned her gaze toward the dining table and inquired, "Is it ready?" She then rose, stretching languidly, a sight that could only be described as captivating. Without washing her face, she sauntered to the table, her curiosity piqued by the unusual array of dishes. Did you make this congee? Su Chen nodded affirmatively, offering her a bowl brimming with the savory concoction. Give it a try. He gestured with chopsticks, encouraging her to sample the other dishes. Is this all you prepared? Perhaps we should dine out instead. Given her preference for bolder flavors, the light fare on the table seemed rather insipid to her palate. Annoyed, Su Chen replied, just taste it first. If it doesn't suit your fancy, we can always grab something else later. He hadn't bothered to inquire about Jiang Yan's culinary preferences prior to cooking. The ingredients were already purchased, and it was up to her whether to partake or not. Aware of her status as a freeloader, Jiang Yan said nothing further. She took a spoonful, and as the rich flavor flooded her mouth, her eyes brightened. This is actually quite good. One spoonful led to another, and soon she was relishing 2 hefty bowls without a trace of her usual starlet demeanor. After finishing, she contentedly patted her belly, her gaze shifting to Su Chen with newfound appreciation. Under the dim, warm light of the dining room, His chiseled features appeared strikingly handsome. She recalled his poise in the face of scandal and the admirable focus he exhibited while cooking, suddenly realizing that Su Chen possessed an array of commendable traits, aside from the fact that his songwriting could use some refinement. Lost in thought, her face grew warm as she envisioned something unspoken. Su Chen, noticing her expression as he lifted his head from his meal, furrowed his brow. What is this woman up to now? Why does her gaze seem to drift off mid-meal? His movement startled Jiang Yan awake, a faint blush crossing her cheeks as she quickly changed the subject. How's work been for you lately? By the way, why did you finish so early today? I thought I'd be waiting for quite a while. Su Chen replied coolly, it's been all right. There wasn't much to do at the office, so I came back a bit earlier. Jiang Yan paused, instinctively thinking that Su Chen was struggling to adapt to the workplace. Being a recent graduate who had just entered society, reflecting on the thick volume of songs he had written, she felt a pang of sympathy and offered a rare compliment. It's fine. Everyone goes through an adjustment phase. You'll get the hang of it eventually. When Yan mentioned that the songs you wrote before were quite good, you'll definitely make a name for yourself. In his past life, Su Chen had indeed penned a few songs before being signed by a talent agency. However, many students who had yet to graduate often produced works that lacked depth, merely imitating the surface without capturing the true essence. Talent agencies seek out potential not necessarily because of the immediate quality of their songs, but rather to invest a minimal amount and avoid losing promising individuals. Jiang Yan was well aware of this reality. Su Chen found her assumption perplexing, thinking to himself, I genuinely have nothing to do. Yet he chose not to elaborate, recognizing that pursuing this line of questioning could lead to unwanted scrutiny. He simply murmured in response. After finishing dinner, Su Chen tidied up the table and kitchen. Noticing that Jiang Yan was still lounging on the sofa as if she owned the place, he couldn't resist asking, when are you planning to leave? Jiang Yan immediately reverted to her previous demeanor. What? Do you want me gone so soon? Don't you want to do something? Su Chen shook his head in exasperation. This woman was a master of deception, always talking big, yet never taking any real action. Just as he was about to respond, Jiang Yan softly interjected, let me stay a little longer, all right? Her tone carried a hint of fatigue. Su Chen felt a tug at his heartstrings and decided to refrain from further comments. Having experienced the entertainment industry in his previous life, he understood the hidden struggles behind the glamorous facade that stars maintain. They too experience fatigue, tears, and anxiety over their careers. At the end of the day, they are just ordinary individuals cloaked in a veneer of brilliance. Thus, he chose not to pry further. If that's the case, then stay for a while. Jiang Yan settled into the sofa while Su Chen attended to tidying the room. Their conversation ebbed and flowed, with Jiang Yan occasionally steering the dialogue into amusing territory, prompting Su Chen to admire her prowess as a conversationalist. Time slipped away, and before long, Jiang Yan had dozed off once more. The evening air in Jiangsheng turned slightly chilly, prompting Su Chen to retrieve a clean blanket and gently drape it over her. He then retreated to his own room, pulling out his notebook to review his work. As he read on, sleepiness began to overtake him, and he leaned down on the table, drifting off. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Su Chen, are you home? A clear voice rang out from outside the door. Jiang Yan stirred awake, groggily rising from the sofa to respond. I'm here. She stumbled slightly as she made her way to the door and swung it open. Standing outside was Tang Jiai, engrossed in her phone as she sent a message to Su Chen. She had not noticed the presence of another woman inside the room. Upon sensing the door open, she instinctively assumed it was Su Chen. Su Chen, when did you come back? I saw your house was quiet, so I thought I'd give the door a knock. I didn't expect you to really be. As she spoke, she glanced up with surprise, only to be met with the sight of Jiang Yan standing elegantly in the doorway. A stranger? Yet, she seemed so familiar and stunning. You. Tang Jiai stammered, pointing at Jiang Yan, unable to articulate her excitement. Chapter 50. Confession of Identity. For quite some time after entering the house, Tang Jiai still felt a bit dazed. Jiang Yan had also regained her composure and took this opportunity to quickly tidy up her appearance. Was her hair a bit messy? Had her makeup smudged while she slept? Tang Jia circled around Jiang Yan, inspecting her from every angle, seemingly trying to confirm that she was indeed real. Once she was assured that the person before her was indeed the Jiang Yan she had seen on television, Tang Jia pressed her hand to her forehead, as if she had just won a grand prize. My goodness, this is too unbelievable. I have actually met Jiang Yan. How could you possibly be here? The bond between women formed remarkably fast. Before long, Tang Jia was engrossed in animated conversation with Jiang Yan, during which Jiang Yan had managed to unearth all of Tang Jia's secrets. Tang Jia felt a bit shy in front of Jiang Yan, unsure of how to address her. Jiang, call me sister, Jiang Yan smiled. Tang Jia was overjoyed. Sister Jiang Yan, I adore you so much. When Chen heard the commotion and emerged, he found Jiang Yan holding Tang Jia's hand, both seated on the sofa, chattering incessantly. Nevertheless, despite the lively atmosphere, he felt a certain awkwardness in the air. He was all too familiar with Tang Jia. Being in the presence of a superstar for the first time left him feeling rather restless, especially when he inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Yan's fashionable attire. Comparing it to his own school uniform, he felt like an ugly duckling. In contrast, Jiang Yan was warmly engaging with Tang Jia, her demeanor no different from how she presented herself before the media. Chen, you've woken up? Just now. Sister Jia was praising you. Chen was taken aback by Tang Jia and Appo's sudden visit and noticed how quickly she had become familiar with Jiang Yan. It seemed as though Jiang Yan was already well acquainted with their relationship, leading him to suspect that Tang Jia had been thoroughly interrogated in a short span of time. Chen furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Although he understood that Jiang Yan had not meant any harm, the ability to navigate their social circle was merely a basic skill. Still, he felt a sense of aversion towards her actions. However, out of consideration for Tang Jia, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Just as he was about to ease Tang Jia and Appo's discomfort, she suddenly exclaimed, Sister Jiang Yan, could I please have your autograph? Jiang Yan smiled slightly upon hearing this and took out a few photographs from her bag. Chen couldn't help but tease. Do you carry your own photos with you every day? Jiang Yan shot him a glance. If you don't understand, don't speak carelessly. I always bring a few back home. My relatives often request them for their friends. Once I'm back, my mom distributes my autographs to them. Chen understood and moved closer to take a look. It was the same photograph he had seen before from Yan. Remembering the remark that had irked Jiang Yan, he couldn't and Appo's help but chuckle inwardly. Jiang Yan seemed to have caught on to Chen and Appo's thoughts as she shot him a fierce glare, while Tang Jia eagerly examined the photograph, her satisfaction evident as she scrutinized it multiple times. The thought of how stunned Kong Shan and Ku Jia would be upon receiving such a picture made her want to laugh. Who would have thought that her boast would come true? Jiang Yan did not linger for long before she departed. However, Tang Jia remained glued to the spot. Brother Chen, you're amazing. You even know Jiang Yan. Chen chuckled inwardly. He had heard this line countless times throughout his life. He was unsure how Jiang Yan had explained her relationship with him to Tang Jia. Since Tang Jia had not inquired further, he decided not to elaborate. You should hurry back to study. Chen urged her to leave. I don't want to go. It's been so long since I've been home. Chen shook his head. She always played this card. However, as Tang Jia had pointed out, she had indeed not returned home in quite a while. Or rather, every time she had come back, Chen had not been there. In the past month, they had only seen each other a few times. Fine, let her be. After seeing Jiang Yan off, Chen settled on the sofa to watch television, while Tang Jia sat beside him, engrossed in her phone. Noticing her fiddling with her headphones, Chen snatched them away. What are you doing? Why are you sticking around here while playing on your phone all by yourself? Hey, Tang Jia playfully, swatting Chen's arm before reclaiming her headphones. I'm listening to music. Stop messing around. Suddenly struck by an idea, her eyes lit up. She shoved the headphones back into Chen's ears. Brother Chen, have you heard this song? It's so beautiful. It's called "And Appo's," the prose poem written by Father. And Appo's. Seeing Chen's lack of reaction, she continued to promote the song. Oh, and did you know? The sister who wrote this song is incredibly kind. With that, she switched applications and opened her Weibo account for Chen to see. Su Chan glanced over and caught sight of his own comment on a post about the girl with the birthmark. How did you drape the evening glow over your shoulders? He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that he had merely borrowed those words. However, they did encapsulate his feelings at that moment. Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled Tang Jiai's previous question. How do you know whether Tang Gua is a boy or a girl? Tang Jia replied matter-of-factly, her name is Tang Gua. Have you ever met a boy named Tang Gua? Plus, all the songs she writes are sung by girls. Well, the vast sky doesn't seem to be, but that's not important. Su Chan felt a surge of frustration. Not important? It's very important. He seized the chance to clarify the matter she had previously asked him about, pulling out his phone to log into his Weibo account. He opened his homepage and placed it before Tang Jia. Confused, she took the phone. What is this? Why are you showing me Tang Gua's account? I can log in and check it myself. Su Chan was speechless. Take another look. Tang Jia examined the screen again, scrutinizing it for a long while before suddenly exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Su Chan, you." Stunned, she gazed at him, unable to articulate her thoughts. Brother Su Chan, you are Tang Gua, the talented composer I recently became a fan of. The key point was that not only did she write beautiful songs, but she was also so warm-hearted. She had discovered Tang Gua through the incident involving the girl with the birthmark and, upon listening to her songs, had become an ardent admirer. Little did she know that Tang Gua was none other than her closest confidant, Brother Su Chan. This revelation felt utterly surreal. After a while, once her astonishment had subsided, Tang Jia seemed to recall something, her face lighting up with joy. Brother Su Chan, you are Tang Gua. Why did you choose that name? Su Chan chuckled, teasing her because I'm a fan of Tang Bohu, so I thought of it on a whim. How annoying. Tang Jia playfully hit his arm, her heart brimming with happiness. Last time, you asked me what songs I had written, didn't you? It's hard to explain over WeChat, but now you know. However, the company requires confidentiality for pseudonyms, and I signed a non-disclosure agreement, so I can't reveal it to anyone. You must keep this a secret. It's very important. After reiterating her point, Tang Jia nodded earnestly. Regarding his relationship with Jiang Yan, Su Chan chose not to elaborate further, merely stating that Jiang Yan was a classmate of the homeroom teacher, and it was through this connection that they became acquainted. He refrained from mentioning the rumors that had circulated. Given Tang Jia's thought process, it was unlikely she would connect the dots. As she left Su Chen's home, her mind was still in a haze. First, she encountered the young diva Jiang Yan, and then she discovered that Su Chan was indeed Tang Gua. Each revelation was not easily digestible. However, the fact that the person she admired, Tang Gua, was the same as Su Chan filled her with excitement. Stealthily, she took out her phone and opened the Tang Gua fan group, posting a message. Brothers, let us continue promoting Tang Gua tomorrow. Chapter 51. The rising star. A few days later, Xingqing Entertainment received an invitation from Jinan TV for Chu and to participate in the program Music, Listen to Me. To the outside world, it may seem that the debut of the two newcomers is intertwined. Consequently, Luo Jiaxing also received an invitation. This was quite an unexpected delight. Teacher Su, whom should I choose as my manager? During lunch, Su Chan found himself cornered by Luo Jiaxing and Chu Chuanan at the elevator. Luo Jiaxing inquired, while Chuanan blinked her eyes at Su Chan, unable to enter the composition department and lacking Su Chen's WeChat contact. They decided to wait for him at the elevator during lunch. Su Chan found this amusing yet exasperating. It seemed that both of them had become particularly reliant on him, asking for his opinion on such matters. He was not their caretaker. When they were still trainees, they were under the auspices of Feng Xiao, the head manager. Now that they had debuted, it was time for them to stand on their own. However, perhaps due to their rapid rise on the charts, the company had not yet arranged managers for them. Now, with their participation in the program, it was urgent to assign them managers. Yet, such matters were beyond his purview. They were internal affairs of the artist department and had nothing to do with the composition department. Moreover, selecting a manager was not a mere matter of personal preference. It required adherence to the company's arrangements. Nevertheless, seeing that they were both novices, Su Chan patiently explained, the selection of a manager is determined by the company, not by your choice, and certainly not by my say-so. Even if I were able to decide, I wouldn't have any suitable candidates. A manager must possess not only connections, but also capability. Most importantly, they must be responsible for every action of the artist. Within the entire company, he had only interacted with two managers, Wu Di's manager, Bai Di Hao, whose reputation was well known, and Xin Pei's manager, Guan Mei, with whom he had exchanged only a few words and had no deep acquaintance. He couldn't think of anyone else. Noticing that the two were still eager to speak, Su Chan smiled and interrupted. All right, do not worry. These matters are beyond your control. The company will certainly assign you suitable managers. The results will follow in due time. Now please head back. As he said this, Su Chan cast a displeased glance at the two. Add me on WeChat, and please do not block me here next time. There are too many people around. This is not the place for conversation. The two exchanged awkward glances before departing, hesitation evident in their demeanor. Su Chan couldn't help but chuckle. The two, having just entered the world of fame and fortune, were already experiencing anxiety over their positions. Upon returning to the composition department, Su Chan noticed Dong Xiao Jie and others huddled together, whispering mysteriously. He refrained from approaching them. However, Dong Xiao Jie, spotting his return, hurriedly leaned closer, lowering her voice to say, Su Chan, have you heard the news? Having grown accustomed to Dong Xiao Jie's penchant for gossip, Su Chan casually replied, Oh, what news? Seeing that Su Chan was unaware, Dong Xiao Jie perked up. Fang Xiao is set to become the director of the artist department. What? How is that possible? This revelation genuinely surprised Su Chan. His unfinished sentence conveyed his disbelief. Everyone knew that the trainee department was merely a place of distribution, devoid of benefits or status. The talents cultivated there were ultimately taken by others. As the head manager of the trainees, Fang Xiao seemed to have the least promising future among the managers. How had she suddenly ascended to the role of director of the artist department? Such a leap seemed implausible. Seeing Su Chan and Appo's expression, Dong Xiao Jie beamed with delight. Gossip was her favorite pastime, and Su Chen's reaction only fueled her enthusiasm. She cleared her throat and, with an air of mystery, continued, Did you know? Fang Xiao nearly became the general manager of our company. Su Chen paused, having never heard of this. During their brief encounter, he had perceived Fang Xiao as decisive and somewhat of a strong woman. He had wondered why she was in charge of trainees. Now, the pieces began to fit together. Intrigued, he adopted a curious demeanor and encouraged her. Do tell. Please share more. Dong Xiao Jie, clearly pleased, wasted no time in divulging further details. Fang Xiao was once our company's top manager. During the company's heyday, she nurtured several major stars, earning significant recognition in the industry. She mentioned a few names, leaving Su Chan slightly stunned. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, those individuals ventured out on their own. Consequently, the company fell off the list of the top 10 entertainment firms and struggled thereafter. At this point, Dong Xiao Jie lowered her voice even further, leaning closer to Su Chan. At that time, Fang Xiao was the director of the artist department, while Wang Zong was the director of the composition department. When the previous general manager stepped down, they were both competing for the general manager position. That competition left them with no opportunity to ascend. Wang Zong ended up becoming the general manager, and somehow, Fang Xiao found herself in the trainee department. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's brow furrowed. Then, why has she now returned to the position of director of the artist department? Dong Xiao Jie, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, whispered, I heard that the company's performance in the first half of the year was poor and the major film project failed. The investors were dissatisfied and wanted a change. After saying this, fearing that Su Chan might speak indiscreetly, she quickly cautioned, This is not something to be taken lightly. Su Chan nodded in understanding. After chatting for a while, they returned to their respective seats. Su Chan chuckled softly. No wonder Fang Xiao had remained in the trainee department. There was indeed a history behind her presence there. After her appointment, it seemed Wang Yin and Appo's position might become precarious. On August 7th, The Vast Sky and the prose poem written by my father have been online for a week. Their cumulative downloads remained firmly in the first and second positions on the rookie chart, and the gap with the third place was steadily widening. The Vast Sky had a total download count of 5.8 million, while the prose poem written by my father reached 6 million, nearly catching up to the bottom of the trending charts. If they could maintain this momentum, opportunities would not be absent. However, Chen was aware that sustaining this level of success would be challenging. The data indicated that both songs were already showing signs of a decline in popularity. Nonetheless, even so, their achievements were still remarkable. Perhaps due to Chen's outstanding performance or the rising popularity of the Weibo influencer. Media outlets that typically paid little attention to composers began reporting on Chen. Subsequently, self-media accounts also followed suit. Self-media excelled at exaggeration and creating atmosphere. They could elevate someone to the skies or drag them down to hell. Thus, it was no surprise that Chen was promptly dubbed the rising star. Chapter 52. Who do you think you are? Tanghua, a prodigious newcomer at Xingqing Entertainment, astonishingly secured the first and second positions on the August rookie chart within a mere week, displaying exceptional talent. Was White Fox also composed by Tanghua? In less than a month, 3 exquisite songs made it to the charts, an unprecedented feat. Who indeed is Tanghua? From where did Xingqing Entertainment unearth this remarkable talent? In just 1 month, 3 songs amassed over 20 million downloads, rightfully earning Tang with the title of newcomer king in the realm of composition. Ever since a certain self-media account coined this term, others have started using newcomer king to describe Chen. The internet buzzed with discussions. Who is Tanghua? How have I never heard of him? Is the media really failing to report on such talent? It would be better to forecast tomorrow's weather. Utterly speechless, they spend all day posting trivialities. Soon, some recognize the so-called Tanghua as the composer of White Fox, Boundless Sky, and the prose poem written by father. Goodness. So it turns out this Tanghua is behind those incredible songs, truly impressive. Boundless Sky is my favorite. Every time I listen to it, I feel an overwhelming rush of energy. Tanghua is indeed a genius composer. I adore White Fox. I cried for a long time while listening to it. Within a day, Chen's Weibo account gained 200,000 followers. Upon checking his phone and seeing the numbers, he was initially bewildered. After perusing the comments about the increase in followers, this would yield better initial data when promoting his songs in the future. However, he felt a certain aversion to being labeled as newcomer king. Unlike many young individuals who might revel in such titles, Chen viewed it as a burden. After reviewing the articles posted by those self-media accounts, he found that only a minuscule fraction reported the facts accurately. Most articles used a kernel of truth as bait, interspersed with an abundance of fabricated content. With such rampant resharing, distinguishing fact from fiction became nearly impossible. Nurtured by Xingqing Entertainment for years, only to be deployed in dire circumstances. Were they penning a fantasy novel? Chen shook his head. He realized that no amount of clarification could rectify the situation, so he chose to remain silent. The following day, Chen, have you seen the reports online? Chen nodded nonchalantly. Yes, I have. Kong Qishui joyfully remarked. I never expected these self-media accounts would serve a purpose after all. Chen raised an eyebrow. Did you orchestrate the reports? Kong Qishui waved his hand, clarifying no. Composers have always remained in the shadows. We would never seek out such publicity. Moreover, composers inherently lack popularity. Sensational report from a certain self-media account, and subsequently, others followed suit. Who would have thought it would ultimately benefit us? Chen frowned, pleased about this development. However, he had always been someone who despised trouble and wouldn't willingly court it. Kong Qishui, has anyone received the title of newcomer king? You are the first, paving the way for future composers. This will greatly benefit your song promotions. Those who pay attention to composers are true fans. After all, since you remain behind the scenes, these individuals are drawn solely by your talent. Look at this, Kong Qishui said, pulling out his phone to show Chen the article. But suddenly his expression shifted, and he halted mid-sentence. What's wrong? Chen inquired, intrigued. It seems we have a bit of a problem. Kong Qishui pushed his phone closer to Chen's view. It displayed a new post from an authenticated account. The headline read, "When the tiger is away, the monkeys claim the throne." Below the text was a rehash of a self-media account's exaggerated article about Chen. It appeared that the blogger had commented on this article and simultaneously shared it on their own Weibo. The individual in question was Jiang Yan. Kong Qishui explained. Jiang Yan is a relatively well-known music critic in the industry. He was once a music producer, but didn't achieve much success. Later, he has been known to reduce contestants to tears during competitions, not just once. The most concerning aspect is that he has a substantial following, far surpassing your current numbers. Impact you. Upon hearing Kong Qishui's description, Chen's expression darkened. I don't believe I've ever provoked him, have I? In his previous life, lacking any significant accomplishments, would boldly critique others, spouting seemingly correct statements to create a buzz and attract followers, thinking they were important figures. Looking through Jiang Yan's past Weibo content, he noted that criticism had always been directed at songs or singers. This was the first instance he had seen of a critic targeting a composer, and the target was himself. Chen did not desire the title of newcomer king and was well aware of the complications it could bring. But when had it become Jiang Yan's place to comment on him? If it were mere netizens, Chen might have been helpless. With so many people online, how could he trace them back to their homes? But here was a prominent blogger openly challenging him. To Chen, this was tantamount to a declaration of war. He picked up his phone. As astonished gaze, he retweeted Jiang Yan and Oppo's post, adding a single phrase, "Who do you think you are?" And with that, the entire internet erupted. Chapter 53. Is Tangwa male or female? Kong Qishui expressed some concern to Chen. With such a clash, could there be repercussions? They've already crossed the line. Do you expect me to hand them a tissue? Kong Qishui was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he chuckled to himself. He surged like a tumultuous tide. Then Jiang Yan's words were akin to a massive boulder inserted into that current. Anyone could claim supremacy without reflecting on their own worth. If memory serves, Tangwa is a newcomer, isn't he? Already vying for fame and fortune at the onset of his career. One could hardly expect great achievements under such circumstances. It is truly baffling what pride one could derive from a mere rookie chart, especially when the industry boasts so many seasoned veterans who dare not act so brazenly at the outset of their careers. This must be the most exhilarating moment for Jiang Yan and Oppo's fans, for at this hour, he always shares something. Whether it be insights into music theory or critiques of artists and songs, there is always substance to excite them. Naturally, today's revelations are the most explosive. This is the first time teacher Mu has criticized a composer. The anticipation for the sparks that will fly is palpable. Birds of a feather flock together. Appeared more moderate. While many were merely spectators, a portion supported Chen. This critic is truly troublesome, constantly attacking this and that. Those who are slightly out of sync with him seem to end their discourse in mere seconds, stifling their frustrations. Some opined, newcomer king, he may be a bit arrogant, but those songs are genuinely delightful, despite Jiang Yan's significant influence and large fan base. A faction remained critical of his methods, particularly the supporters of stars he had previously disparaged. Their disdain for him was palpable. As public opinion swayed in various directions, Chen's Weibo post ignited a firestorm of discussion. And Oppo's. It's worth noting that since Jiang Yan began his career as a music critic, he has lambasted countless individuals. Like Jiang Yan are notorious for stirring the pot. One misstep might lead to further complications. This was the first time someone had chosen to confront him directly. How bold of Tangwa. Finally, someone to put this old eccentric in his place. I think it's better to hold back. Jiang Yan is a stubborn one. Could lead to much frustration. As a public figure, cursing on Weibo reflects poorly on one's character. He is an elder. One should show respect. He slammed his fork onto the table. His fingers trembled with excitement as he scrolled through the screen. How dare Tangwa having critiqued countless songs and artists. Yet, no one had ever dared to insult him so brazenly. He had listened to a few of Chen's songs and found them commendable. However, as a critic, he felt compelled to maintain his authority. If all he did was praise, he might jeopardize his livelihood. After all, this villa was built on such notoriety. Recently, media outlets had been buzzing about Tanguy, and he quickly recognized it as a hot topic. If he could craft an article from it, it would undoubtedly go viral. The public is easily swayed. A slight nudge in their emotions could turn into a tempest of commentary. Moreover, he found Tanguy's media portrayal as newcomer king quite irksome. The young artist accepted the title with no semblance of humility, unlike himself, who had never received similar accolades despite years of dedication as a music producer. Yet, Appo's audacity. He must be taught a lesson. After pondering for a moment, he calmed his turbulent emotions and, with still trembling hands, typed on Weibo, "Some individuals don't think a few works make you exceptional. Today, as top composers, who among them isn't a renowned figure? Yet I have never encountered someone so arrogant. Compared to their works, some creations are utterly forgettable. What gives you such confidence?" Perhaps owing to his frustration, he typed an unusually lengthy response. In the past, he would never have launched such a comprehensive attack on anyone. He might critique a song and casually dismiss the artist. The edition department had caught wind of the situation and was closely monitoring developments. Upon seeing Jingyun's post, they immediately alerted Chen. Chen glanced at his phone and smirked. This old fellow is attacking both the person and the work. He must truly be incensed. He picked up his phone and, in the same manner as before, retweeted Jingyun's post, adding a succinct remark. "If you can, then do it yourself." After sending it out, Dong Xiaojia quickly received the notification. "Huh," she chuckled lightly. "Chen, you're ruthless." In truth, Jingyun had produced little of note during his previous tenure as a producer, making him particularly sensitive to any mention of that era. Chen's comment struck a deep chord. Unbeknownst to her, Chen had not overthought it. The current scene had merely evoked a classic phrase from his past. Once, he too had faced such harsh criticism and had been left speechless. Though he eventually found the proper retort online, the memory lingered. Now, as he stood against Jingyun, that phrase resurfaced in his mind, and he instinctively shared it. Little did he know how satisfying it would feel. After Jingyun's post, he initially felt quite pleased, thinking, "Let us see how you respond when I have a whole host of veterans backing me. You'll either offend them or remain silent, trapped in my grasp." Yet, his elation was short-lived as Chen's words pierced through his defenses. "If you can, then do it yourself. You insolent brat." The young man trembled as he held his phone in one hand, while his other hand hurriedly rummaged through his pocket in search of a life-saving pill. "Ha ha ha. If you think you can do better, then go ahead. This Tanguy truly deserves criticism. Finally, someone has put this old fellow in his place." On the internet, there are those who hurl insults, those who lend their support, and those who simply watch the spectacle unfold. Suddenly, at this moment, someone posed a rather intriguing question. "Brothers, may I inquire whether this Tanguy is male or female? Judging by this style of handling affairs, could it be that she is a strong woman?" Chapter 54. See you in September in the star-studded chat group. The conversation was lively. "Ha! Finally someone has taken down that old fool, Jingyun. Tanguy is truly my idol. Come and witness the excitement." "I saw it. It's quite refreshing." Also noticed, Tanguy and Appo's retorts are simply brilliant. Jingyun must be furious. "Haha, I really didn't endamp Appo's. Do you expect how to respond to if you can do it? Then you go ahead. Do you guys know? As the host, you're the master of words. How would you reply to such a statement?" Don't ask me. I pondered over it for half a day yesterday and still couldn't figure it out. Early in the morning, the members of the Star Chat group began discussing the hottest topic of the moment. A singer, along with others in the industry, had heard of Jingyun's reputation. Thus, his being taken down became a source of great joy in the chat, especially for Chen from music critics. Following this incident, he had come to regard Tanguy as a true idol, an admiration that was genuine, not merely superficial. While the conversation was heating up, Chen's message appeared in the group. "If you can do it, then you go ahead. I critique a refrigerator's cooling ability. Should I also know how to cool it myself? Upon reading Su Chen's reply, the group members were astonished. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. One. Just as everyone was finishing their comments, Su Chen sent another message. I say, eggs are tasteless. Should I also go lay an egg myself? What kind of logic is that? Why not join me in hosting? Male or female? At this moment, Mu Qingyun was indeed furious, extremely furious. The crux of the matter was that he was both angry and at a loss for how to respond. Su Chen's cheeky tactics left him bewildered. He sat there, repeatedly contemplating the logic of the situation. I said you are too arrogant, and your songs are mediocre. You tell me, if you can do it, then you go ahead. After much reflection, he finally realized he wasn't initially aiming to be put on the defensive by those old-timers. How cunning. Once the issue was clarified, a sudden enlightenment struck him. He spent another half hour comparing the information to compose an analytical article. He sent it off. You refuse to answer directly? Then I shall name the renowned Lao Jia. Let us see how you evade this. The entire article was presented in the form of a long image. Within, he listed the achievements of Su Chen's songs while also highlighting Lao Jia's historical accomplishments. He criticized Su Chen for his arrogance despite having only a handful of successful songs. In contrast, he praised Lao Jia, a veteran of Xingqing entertainment, for his numerous songs and humble demeanor. As a top-notch composer, his early career was also quite remarkable, yet he never boasted of being a newcomer king. Tang Jia approached Kong Shan's desk and gently tapped her. Shan, wake up! Kong Shan, with red-rimmed eyes, sleepily looked at Tang Jia. Mu Qingyun has posted another derogatory tweet about Tanghua. She whispered, careful not to disturb the other students. Upon hearing this, Kong Shan instantly perked up, with urgency. Where? Let me see. After reading it, she lowered her voice, filled with righteous indignation. How can this person be so relentless? Tang Jia replied coldly. Then it's time to fight back. Kong Shan immediately stood up, whispering, I'll go call Jia. Tang Jia nodded in agreement. After a moment's hesitation, she sent a message to Su Chen. Brother Su Chen, that annoying person has tweeted derogatory remarks about you again. Su Chen quickly received the message. He always replied to Tang Jia's messages without fail. Little characters can't stir up much trouble. Don't worry. Focus on your studies. After closing the chat window, Tang Jia felt considerably relieved. Since Brother Su Chen said not to worry, it must indeed be all right. However, she resolved not to let him know she was the leader of the fan group. I want to surprise him. As for Mu Qingyun's tweet, some were quite anxious. Lao Jia glared at Mu Qingyun's tweet, his expression darkening to the point of nearly dripping with anger. Originally, songwriters and composers seldom appeared in public. He had maintained a low profile outside the industry. Now, clearly instigating chaos. His past of jumping from Xingqing Entertainment to Shanghai Media had always been a sore point for him. Typically, such matters were seldom mentioned among industry insiders. Yet here it was exposed online. With one misstep, his reputation could be ruined. To make matters worse, this old fool even tagged both himself and Su Chen, as if he had done something commendable, blowing his own horn. It was utterly absurd. But now that he was already in the hot seat, he decided to go all out. Fuming, he picked up his phone and reposted Mu Qingyun's comment, mimicking Su Chen's style with the same phrase. If you can do it, then you go ahead. After a moment's thought, he added, don't casually compare me with anyone until you have some credentials. Once the tweet was posted, netizens erupted with laughter. Again with if you can do it, then you go ahead. Mu Qingyun must be ready to spit blood. Seeing Lao Jia's response, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This old fool was certainly not endearing himself to either side. Did he not realize that an enemy's enemy is not necessarily a friend, but could very well be another adversary? However, Su Chen found amusement in Lao Jia's subsequent remark. Let us settle this in September. Chapter 55. swift and resolute Jiang Yan, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, was consumed by rage and lost his composure. Upon seeing Su Chen's post on Weibo regarding September, in a moment of heated impulse, he retweeted and commented, "If you achieve the silver composer title in September, I'll eat dirt. Mark my words." The instant he sent the message, regret washed over him. Although Su Chen's current standing made the prospect of attaining the silver title seem unlikely, he had indeed released a song that had climbed the charts. Given the success of Su Chen's 2 songs in August, it was conceivable that he could secure a spot on the chart swiftly. If he were to produce 2 additional songs of similar caliber, wouldn't that seal the deal? The mere thought sent cold sweat trickling down Jiang Yan's back. What should he do? Delete it? Alas, eager media outlets had already disseminated screenshots of his Weibo post. Deletion was out of the question. To do so now would be tantamount to admitting defeat. Since deletion was not an option, he resolved to gamble on Su Chen's inability to produce such songs. This way, he could maintain a facade of bravado. Should Su Chen indeed release songs of that quality, he would simply have to accept his misfortune. At worst, he could go into hiding for a while before resurfacing. As Jiang Yan contemplated his escape route, Su Chen's Weibo post shattered his defenses once more. You wish to deceive for a free meal? Su Chen had forgotten to retweet or comment beneath Jiang Yan's post initially, leading many netizens to be oblivious at first. However, it wasn't long before someone caught on. Jiang Yan had sworn that if Su Chen achieved the silver title in September, he would eat dirt. Su Chen's immediate retort sent netizens into fits of laughter. The audacity of Tang Guo was simply extraordinary. Did he not realize he was taunting an old man who might suffer a heart attack? This was utterly brilliant. How did Tang Guo's mind work? Brothers, I can now confirm that Tang Guo is undoubtedly a faux girl. Rumor has it that an hour after Su Chen's Weibo post, a crowd witnessed an ambulance arriving at Jiang Yan's villa. After a brief stop, it sped away toward the hospital. Finally, the agents for Luo Jiaheng and Chu and Apos, and were confirmed. It was Fang Xiao. This was unexpected for Su Chen. The company had announced her appointment as the director of the artist department just yesterday. Yet she was personally taking on the roles of agents for both Luo Jiaheng and Chuanin. From Su Chen's perspective, this was quite favorable. Fang Xiao was arguably the most suitable agent for the duo at the company. Having once nurtured major talents and nearly ascended to the role of general manager, her capabilities were indisputable, and her connections were equally impressive. Most importantly, her stern demeanor was advantageous for the newly debuted Luo Jiaheng and Chuanin. Only benefits would ensue from her guidance. Many newcomers falter shortly after debut, often due to personal missteps. Su Chen had witnessed too many stars who, after a brief rise, became complacent. Caution and prudence were paramount in the entertainment industry. Fang Xiao was undoubtedly the strictest in this regard. Teacher Su, Fang is our agent now, Chu Wenin said with a scrunched-up face. Luo Jiaheng wore an expression of utter despair beside her. Su Chen feigned ignorance to their concerns and simply remarked, "Isn't that a good thing?" Fang's abilities are well recognized within the company. But Chu Wenin hesitated to voice her apprehensions, while Luo Jiaheng continued, "Fang is extremely strict. I feel intimidated just seeing her. It looks like our days ahead will be tough." They had endured considerable hardships during their trainee period, and even a good-natured child like Chu Wenin had a considerable aversion to Fang Xiao, which spoke volumes. Su Chen shook his head and addressed them earnestly. "You should consider yourselves fortunate. To have such a formidable agent at the onset of your careers is a blessing. If you have questions, be sure to consult Fang. Once you become more adept, you will naturally gain more freedom." Indeed, this was the case. The higher the caliber of the artist, the more lenient the company's oversight. This did not imply that their actions became unimportant. In fact, their behavior was even more crucial than that of newcomers. However, they were already familiar with the rules of the industry, understanding what to do and what to avoid, as well as what to say and what to withhold. Consequently, the company often did not need to provide reminders or assistance, creating an impression of ease from the outside. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiaheng and Chu Wenin had no choice but to relent. They were merely expressing their thoughts, without any intention of changing the situation. On August 13th, Chen presented the two selected songs. One was I Believe, a piece perfectly suited to Luo Jiaheng's style. Youthful and vibrant, it would be a splendid fit for him. The other, Clouds and Rain, was a gentle ballad with a folk touch, which he decided would be sung by Yan. As for other artists, he had yet to consider them. With approximately half a month remaining in August, he felt uncertain about the prospects of established artists performing. He lacked confidence in that regard. White Fox had garnered substantial traffic, but only barely reached ninth place in half a month. The idea of releasing a song without a solid guarantee was daunting. Since he could not aim for the charts, he would focus on the newcomer rankings, which would involve Luo Jiaheng and Yan. Based on the previous song's performance, he felt reasonably confident about targeting the newcomer rankings. Are you certain these two songs should still be sung by Luo Jiaheng and Yan? Fang Xiao inquired, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Absolutely, Chen affirmed with confidence. With Wang Yin having entrusted him with the decision-making power, he intended to choose whomever he deemed fit. Fang Xiao nodded in agreement. Truth be told, when she saw Chen presenting two more songs, she was somewhat taken aback. In just 1 month, including these two, he had produced 4 songs. She had listened to the pre-recorded demos, and while they seemed to differ slightly in quality from the previous 2, they were still rare gems. The output and quality were astonishingly high. As the director of the artist department, she believed it might be more prudent to reserve these 2 songs for the September charts. However, as the agent for Luo Jiaheng and Yan, if they were to perform these songs, an August release was entirely feasible. Naturally, she kept these thoughts to herself. Her earlier question was simply born out of surprise. All right, Fang Xiao was not one to dither. Since this was Chen's prerogative, she would not interfere. I will promptly arrange for the recording of the songs. In Chen's presence, she made a phone call. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Have some of your people come over. I have songs to record. Get a few reliable ones. I don't want any misfits wasting my time. Swift and resolute. Chapter 56. I Believe in Clouds and Rain. The following day, Chen arrived at the company slightly earlier than usual. As a composer, there were still aspects to discuss during the recording of the accompaniment. Upon exiting the elevator, he bypassed his workstation and headed directly towards the recording studio. As he turned the corner, he overheard a furious voice echoing down the corridor of the studio. Are you out of your mind? What did I tell you yesterday? We need to record. Record. Did I not instruct you to avoid being late? What do you mean traffic jam? Shouldn't you have left earlier? Do you not understand how crucial this song is? Turning the corner, he spotted the music director, Zhu Shui, berating someone on the phone with fervent indignation. Presumably assistants from the music department. Fang Xiao stood silently to one side, her expression icy. Upon noticing Chen's arrival, Fang Xiao greeted him warmly. Chen, you're here? We might need to wait a bit longer. The music department hasn't assembled yet. Chen nodded in acknowledgement. What do you think? Fang Xiao responded with a frosty demeanor. Is there only one bassist in the entire company? Did I not instruct you to find some reliable substitutes yesterday? Zhu Shui discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. The other bassists are unavailable today. This is the only one left. I assure you, he is generally dependable. I do not know what went awry today. Fang Xiao remained stoic, turning to stride towards the artist department. After a few steps, she glanced back at Zhu Shui, stating in 30 minutes, I do not care how you accomplish it. Is here. I will return at 9:30, and I expect to commence immediately. She then kindly addressed Chen. Chen, please take a moment to rest. Which elicited a faint smile from Chen. He found it curious that Zhu Shui, as the music department's director, seemed to harbor such trepidation towards Fang Xiao. A young man rushed in, drenched in sweat and visibly flustered. Fang Xiao checked her phone, noting he was 4 minutes late. Zhu Shui, as if triggered, unleashed another round of scolding upon the young man. Fang Xiao, growing impatient, urged, all right, let us get started. If we delay much longer, it will be noon. Zhu Shui finally exhaled in relief and discreetly gestured to the young man. The group promptly followed Fang Xiao towards the recording studio. Everything was set. Aside from a few adjustments to the drum beats, the entire accompaniment recording proceeded smoothly. Once the accompaniment was recorded, it was time for the song recording. And Jiang Yan had made significant progress. Since their debut, the pressure from the company had intensified, particularly in regard to professional standards. Being more seasoned, faced no issues at all. Upon completion of the recording, it was time for the release arrangements, overseen entirely by Feng Xiao, relieving Chen of considerable burden. Have you heard? Teacher Su has released a new song. Really? So soon? Is it due to the online spat with Jiang Yan? I and Oppos am not entirely sure, but I saw him discussing matters with Feng earlier. I wonder whose hands this new song will land in. Come on, don't speculate. I saw Luo Jiahong and Jiang Yan already in the studio today. In the trainee practice room, a group of individuals chattered animatedly. Upon learning that Luo Jiahong and Jiang Yan had been designated for the new song, murmurs of envy and jealousy arose within the crowd. Why are they the chosen ones again? They have already debuted. Why not give others a chance? You should take that up with Teacher Su, right? You've run into him a few times, yet still haven't snag a chance? A girl, addressed, felt her cheeks flush. Sigh, when will it be our turn to shine? Luo Jiahong and Jiang Yan are simply so fortunate. With Teacher Su's songs, even a mere log could debut, express their envy and discontent. After receiving the news, Qin Pei expressed her disappointment to her manager, Guan Mei. It's those two newcomers again. It seems I have no opportunity at all. Guan Mei maintained a positive outlook. It's hard to say. Let us wait and see. We'll do our part and leave the rest to fate. On August 15th, Luo Jiahong will release a new song. I believe on August 16th, while Jiang Yan will also release Clouds and Rain on the same day. Promoting was significant. As singers, Luo Jiahong and Jiang Yan possessed even greater fan-accumulating abilities. In just half a month, both had surpassed 1 million followers. Luo Jiahong at 1.38 million and Jiang Yan at 1.92 million. They had also retweeted the announcement prior to Chen. Simultaneously, the company's various collaborative channels began to allocate promotional resources. With the fervor from Chen and Oppos, as confrontation with Jiang Yan still palpable, the news quickly captured the attention of netizens. Did Tang Guo release another new song so soon? It seems she genuinely intends to make Jiang Yan eat his words. In just 1 month, to release 5 songs is an astounding output. The first 3 have already made waves. If these 2 songs chart as well, she will undoubtedly claim the throne. In response to the discussions, also chart, it would indeed create an unprecedented historical moment. Claiming the throne is entirely plausible. However, the quality of these songs remains uncertain, and charting is not as simple as it appears. The strength of Tang Guo's previous 2 songs may create a misleading perception of ease in achieving chart success. Clouds and Rain, folk. Noticing numerous fans in the comment section inquiring about the genre of the songs, Chen took to Weibo once more to clarify. Rock. Is Xingqing Entertainment planning to cultivate Luo Jiaxing in the direction of rock music? Nevertheless, Luo Jiaxing indeed suits this style remarkably well, with an impressive high pitch that resonates. Isn't it true that Chuanin's songs possess a unique infectious quality? After all, Chuanin's vocal prowess is evidently superior to that of Luo Jiaxing. It's not just about having a high voice, since they're all part of the same circle. And second positions. Father's written prose poem recorded 8.2 million downloads, while Boundless Sky achieved 6.94 million. Despite a noticeable decline in downloads during the second week following an initial surge, these figures remain strikingly impressive for the newcomer chart. It is essential to note that the lower end of the Fengyun chart typically hovers around 10 million downloads. Of course, monthly data fluctuates within this range. For instance, in July, White Fox secured the 9th position on the Fengyun chart with 9.81 million downloads. However, as of now in August, the lower end of the Fengyun chart has already surpassed 10 million downloads. Chen hoped to see whether these 2 songs could catch up to the Fengyun chart, but it now appears that the chances are slim. He noted that the 9th position belonged to debut artist Wu Qihua and Oppos, song If the Years Flow, which garnered 3. The 10th position was occupied by debut artist Su Ji's song Child Gazing at the Sky, with 289 million downloads. Currently, it seems quite feasible for either song to reach these figures within half a month. Boundless Sky and Father's written prose poem had already reached around 5 million downloads in their first week. Comparatively, I Believe in Clouds and Rain should ideally achieve at least 3 million, as long as their ISNT a significant decline in the following week. They should secure a place on the chart. On August 15th, I Believe in Clouds and Rain were launched. Within the first hour, I Believe recorded 320,000 downloads, while Clouds and Rain achieved 490,000 downloads. Those who remained up late to await the preview or download were undoubtedly die-hard fans. This marked the initial wave of data explosion, known as the initial traffic. As dawn approached, another surge was anticipated. News and public reception. As expected, beginning on the morning of August 15th, the data began to increase steadily. Significant surge by noon. By the close of August 15th, at 2400 hours, I Believe reached 620,000 downloads, and Clouds and Rain soared to 850,000. Felt reassured. He held ample confidence in both songs. However, the greatest fear lay in the absence of initial traffic. Without it, it now appeared that the situation was under control. On August 16th, the first wave of song reviews emerged, and feedback began to circulate online, despite I Believe having fewer downloads than Clouds and Rain. Expressing a desire to soar into the sky and stand alongside the sun, proclaiming that the world awaited his transformation. The dreams he wished to fulfill were never feared by other scrutiny. Here, they could all come to fruition. Ignited by his powerful delivery, evoked a sense of youthful audacity, reminiscent of a fearless calf. I believe in hope. I believe in tomorrow. Whether for students ardently pursuing their dreams or career warriors facing societal challenges, this song instilled a spirit of positivity and perseverance. Perhaps due to its catchy nature, some netizens with a penchant for humor began to share their whimsical interpretations. I am a chef. Listening to this song makes me feel like I'm preparing a lavish banquet for the emperor. I am a welder. As a server, after hearing this song, I feel like the whole hotel, including the owner, is mine. I believe I am who I am. I believe in tomorrow. I believe I can find money on the street. While listening to this song, I was begging in the city of who. After hearing it, I felt inspired and decided I wouldn't be so passive anymore. I resolved to beg in Kyoto. Of course, apart from these quirky individuals, I believe that next year I will definitely be accepted into Kyoto University. By August 22nd, within the span of a week, I believe amassed 85 million downloads, while Clouds and Rain reached 13 million. I believe had now surpassed Clouds and Rain, while at that moment, the 10th position on the newcomer chart. Su Ji's Child Gazing at the Sky barely reached 2 million downloads. I believe was just a step away from entering the chart. In a certain apartment in Kyoto, a robust young man burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Su Ji is about to be pushed off the chart. If he were to be ousted this time, it would surely be a blow to his pride, having failed to make it onto the chart several times. If he missed out again, the company might just give up on him. This young man was none other than Wu Chi-hua, currently holding the 9th position on the newcomer chart. And Su Ji debuted simultaneously, and their skills were relatively comparable. Competition often arose, leading to an unharmonious relationship. Seeing that Su Ji was on the verge of being pushed off the chart, he couldn't help but revel in the misfortune. Presently, his song If a Year's Flow had reached 8 million downloads, which he deemed fairly secure. Even if I believe forcefully entered the chart and pushed him down to the 10th position, as long as Su Ji was displaced, he would accept it. Clouds and Rain was entirely out of his consideration, given the substantial gap of over 6 million downloads. It seemed implausible for it to catch up in just a week. P.S. I believe was originally sung by Yang Yan. with lyrics by Liu Yurue and music by Chen. Clouds and Rain was originally sung by the Landlord's Cat, with lyrics by Mo Yusi and music by Jiang Yan. Chapter 58, upgraded to silver medal composer on August 24th, I believe accumulated a staggering 3.58 million downloads. Tangwa truly lives up to his word. This is the essence of true talent. Not long ago, media outlets hailed him as the newcomer king, and now it seems he is indeed deserving of the title. This marks his fourth song, and I eagerly await to see if the fifth can also make the charts. Clouds and Rain still has a considerable gap to close. It must strive harder. I shall go promote Clouds and Rain now. You all enjoy yourselves? Wait for me. I want to see the expression on Old Moo's face when he eats his words. Humans are peculiar beings. In matters that seem unrelated to them, the onlookers merely need to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Yet, often, as they watch, they find themselves becoming participants. Perhaps they do not wish for the performance to end so soon, or perhaps they wish to witness history. More and more individuals began to promote or download Clouds and Rain. Rather than anticipating a coronation, they yearned for a miracle. Under such an atmosphere, the download numbers for Clouds and Rain began to rise gradually. Ironically, just 1 hour after I believe made the charts, unexpectedly updated with a post. It contained no words, only an image of a car rear-ending another. Initially, everyone was puzzled. However, it did not take long for astute netizens to uncover the implication. This was a jab at Su Ji. Once the two events were connected, laughter erupted across the internet. Wu Qihua's was truly sharp. Who would mock someone so brazenly? Little did they know, the two have long been engaged in a covert rivalry, frequently exchanging barbs. A glance back at their previous Weibo posts reveals much. Su Ji must be seething right now. Is he going to confront Wu Qihua? Indeed, netizens were correct. Su Ji was, at that moment, on the brink of fury. Being ousted from the charts was already infuriating enough. Deep down, he harbored resentment towards Tangwa. Why did he choose to release songs in August, of all times, and particularly for it once? Was he merely showing off, while he had to deal with the fallout? However, before he could stew in his anger for long, he came across Wu Qihua's post. Unlike others, the moment he saw it, was intent and was driven to madness. That scoundrel! How despicable! He lacks any sense of professional decorum and behaves like a rogue. One cannot deny the immense power of the masses. When an individual pursues a goal, it may seem insignificant, akin to a flickering firefly. Yet when a multitude collectively yearns for the same outcome, their combined energy shines as bright as day. In the final week of August, the download numbers for Clouds and Rain surged dramatically. The previously declining daily download trend was suddenly pulled upwards by an unseen force. Originally indifferent listeners took a moment to listen, only to discover the song's undeniable charm. I long to see you again, even if it's just a fleeting glance before parting. I yearn to see you once more, if only to share a joke or two. The song's rhythm is slow, initially evoking warmth and healing. Yet upon a second listen, a hint of melancholy surfaces. Each person carries a story within them, and each feels as though the song is a reflection of their own experiences. The belated realizations and apologies arrive too late. Let parting teach me the value of cherishing and repentance. Farewell, my dearest. It is a pity that I fell in love with you at an age when love was least understood. She must have grown taller, her hair longer, and her demeanor more composed. Perhaps she has forgotten me, for it has been ages since I last saw her. In this life, who doesn't carry the past as they navigate the vast sea of humanity, searching for a place to belong? Don't dwell on it. You two have a story, though it remains untold. Of course, the comment section is never devoid of cynicism. The internet is filled with hopeless romantics, while reality is rife with heartless betrayers. At 10 p.m. on August 31st, in the last 2 hours, Clouds and Rain reached a total of 4.6 million downloads, while If Time Flows stood at 4.62 million, just a hair's breadth apart. Don't. Wu Qihua gripped his phone tightly, staring intently at the screen as it refreshed. Yet, ever so slightly. Finally, in the last hour, clouds and rain surpassed, if time flows, securing the 10th position on the rookie chart. Ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed from a building somewhere. Su Ji felt an overwhelming sense of relief. At that moment, he no longer cared whether he made the charts. Wu Qihua had just ridiculed him, and not long after, he too was ousted from the rankings. Could there be anything more satisfying than this? Without hesitation, posted Wu Qihua's tweet, accompanying it with an image of a series of rear-end collisions. Huh, are these two performing a comedy routine? How delightfully amusing. Thank you for giving me a week of joy. Perhaps a career in stand-up comedy would suit them better. At dawn on September 1st, in second place, I believe, reached a total of 23 million downloads, landing at 9th, while clouds and rain accumulated 9 million downloads. Brother Su Chen, congratulations. Su Chen shook his head with a smile, bemused that the girl was still awake at such an hour, still keeping tabs on him. He promptly admonished her, "It's late. You should be getting some rest." Soon enough, a reply arrived from Tang Jia. "I tried to sleep for 5 minutes, but my phone got jealous, so I had to appease it for 2 hours." Su Chen was left speechless, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. On the afternoon of September 1st, the Weibo platform updated the artist rankings. In the category of composers, Su Chen's name prominently appeared on the list of silver medal composers. Chapter 59, The Newcomer King, officially certified from July 15th, the day White Fox was launched. A month and a half has elapsed. In this brief span, 5 songs have ascended the charts, an unprecedented achievement. Within this short period, Su Chen has successfully risen to the rank of silver-level composer, currently active composers. Thus, it can be rightly stated that Su Chen has made history. Tang Gua, eternal idol. From this day forth, Gua, as my idol. Does Tang Gua face no creative bottlenecks? How does composing songs flow as effortlessly as drinking water? Do not view genius through the lens of mediocrity. Genius knows nothing of bottlenecks. They simply take up the pen and create. Surely, must now fall silent. In just half a day, Su Chen's fanbase exceeded 1 million, currently standing at 1.02 million. On the surface, discussions surrounding Tang Gua are fervent online. However, the attention on composers remains limited. Otherwise, given such achievements, Su Chen and Oppo's fan count would not merely be 1 million, but could potentially soar into the tens of millions. This explains why, despite all 5 songs being penned by Su Chen, the growth in followers cannot rival that of Luo Jiaxing and Xuanin. The internet has a long memory. The banter between Mu Qingyun and Su Chen is still fresh in the minds of netizens, who are unlikely to forget. Now is the time for accountability. Already begun to comment on Mu Qingyun's Weibo, asking, "Old man, when will you face the consequences? We have the evidence. Please deliver. Don't eat just yet. Wait for me. I plan to indulge in some fried chicken this afternoon. I'll send you a jet-powered combo." Yun has remained utterly silent, not making an appearance anywhere else since. Su Chen, however, harbors no grievances. He considers him merely a foolish clown, just as everyone buzzed about Su Chen's ascent to silver-level composer. An astute netizen noticed in addition to Su Chen's Weibo certification, Newcomer King of the Composition Chart for August 2023. Verified by Weibo. Is this official recognition? Many quickly refreshed the artist leaderboard. After extensive searching and comparing, someone finally discovered a change in the rules. Originally, the rules contained 55 items. Now, it has expanded to 56. The 56th rule states, in the artist leaderboard data, a Newcomer King title has been added for composers. Newcomer King, a title awarded for having 3 songs ascend the charts within a single calendar month. Applicable to all newcomer composers below silver level, based on the month data and confirmed by officials, appearing subsequently on the individual Weibo account. So, it was a rule created because of Tang Gua? Incredible. If, a month and a half ago, the title of Newcomer King was merely a media gimmick, outwardly calm, yet his colleagues at Xingqing Entertainment are far less composed, particularly Wang Yin, Kong Chi Shui, and Lu Wenxiong. Newcomer King, idol. Who will dare label us a minor company henceforth? Su Chun, you have brought tremendous honor to our company. A grand honor indeed. Regardless of whether this will yield tangible benefits, in terms of reputation, Su Chun has undeniably elevated the company's stature. The colleagues in the second composition group are equally exhilarated. The newcomer king has emerged from our group. Ha ha ha. Su Chun is truly remarkable. Who could have anticipated this just over a month ago? Who said it was unimaginable? From the moment Su Chun joined our company, I knew he was extraordinary. Remarkably impressive. Luo Zhe. Tang Gui's rise to greatness is merely a matter of time. Luo Zhe. Who exactly is he? Does anyone have any insider information to share? Luo Zhe. I desperately want to meet him, even if it means being a sycophant. Luo Zhe. Perhaps if he is pleased, he might toss me a bone. Luo Zhe. The bones he throws are likely of the highest quality. Thus far, none of his songs have faltered. This joker, his messages flow like a machine gun, one after another before anyone has a chance to respond. Eventually, Yuan Qing, stop dreaming, wash up and sleep early. Dreams can offer everything. Jiang Yan, stop dreaming, wash up and sleep early. It is then that people notice Luo Jiaxing and Chu and Indapos, and have quietly entered the ranks of fifth-line singers. On the launching platform, the data concerning artists reveals that every niche has its own leaderboard. Just as composers are categorized into silver and gold levels, singers are similarly divided. The hierarchy ranges from the highest to lowest tiers. First tier, kings and queens of the music scene. Second tier, first-line singers. Third tier, second-line singers. And so forth, down to fifth-line singers. Below that lies debut singers, the so-called 18th line. Individuals like Jiang Yan belong to the first tier, inching ever closer to the status of a queen, earning her the title of Little Queen, indicating she is but one step away from the apex. Conversely, recognized as a second-line singer. Though one tier below Jiang Yan, her company's robust support affords her the opportunity to challenge Jiang Yan's status. To his surprise, they have directly ascended to the ranks of fifth-line singers. Perhaps the recent events have garnered sufficient attention. 409. 62 Huaxia coins have been credited to your bank card. Over 9 million? Which transaction could this be? Just as he pondered this, a call from Wang Yin came through. Su Chun, the finance department, has just transferred the earnings from White Fox, Vast Sky, and essays by Father for August to your bank card. Did you receive it? Oh, I see. Yes, I just received it. Su Chen replied. Then he heard Wang Yin chuckling on the other end. Expected? Although you were promoted to a silver-level composer in September, you earned the title of Rookie King this time, contributing to the company. And Appos, Clouds and Rain and Appos, directly to you at the silver-level composer rate. However, as you know, it and Appos, it's not solely my decision. It needs to be reported and confirmed before it can be executed. So, the earnings for those two songs may take a little longer. Su Chun had no objections and simply expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I appreciate it. After hanging up, he shook his head. And he furrowed his brow. Why did the amount still seem somewhat amiss? He opened his mobile banking app to check the details of the transaction. And Appos, White Fox and Appos, 500, 761, 600. Although the descriptions were shrouded in encrypted language, Su Chun was able to discern the figures for each song. He didn't need to mention White Fox. After August, he hadn't paid much attention to its data. The amount of 500,000 seemed reasonable. However, here's for Vascan essays by Father from August. After some mental calculations, he believed the total should not have been this high. It should have been around 700,000. What accounted for the extra 100,000? Suddenly, Su Chun smacked his forehead. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten? He realized the mistake he had made in his calculations, which were based on a 25 share. These two songs had launched at the beginning of August, while he was still a senior composer. According to the rules at that time, the company took 70, leaving 30 for the composer and singer. He had also neglected to discuss it with Luo Jiaxing and Chuanin. Did these unfortunate kids not care about their earnings? The following day, Su Chen summoned Luo Jiaxing and Chuanin to an empty conference room. "Teacher Su, are we going to record again?" Luo Jiaxing exclaimed excitedly. Su Chen shot him a look of disbelief. "What are you thinking? Do you believe songs grow on trees?" "Hee. With you it's as easy as pie." Xing was about to chatter on. Su Chen rapped the table. Stop. Seeing Su Chen's serious demeanor, Luo Jiaxing finally quieted down. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen began, "You too. I should have discussed this with Fang Xiao, but it's fine." When these two songs were released, she wasn't your manager yet. The two looked at Su Chen in confusion, not understanding what he was referring to. "Please send me your bank details via WeChat, and I will transfer your earnings to you tomorrow." "What?" They both stared at Su Chen in astonishment. "There's money for us?" Luo Jiaxing blurted out. Su Chen rolled his eyes. "What do you mean? Aren't you supposed to earn money for singing?" At that moment, he understood where the issue lay. On one hand, they were two novices completely unaware of the situation. On the other, he had overlooked the need to discuss it with them, resulting in this confusion. So, he patiently explained, when these two songs were launched, my share was to be divided with the singers, amounting to 30. As trainees, you may not earn as much as established singers like Qin Pei, but you will still receive a share from me. I had planned to allocate 5 to you both. I simply forgot to inform you. Upon hearing this, you should receive over 1 million. Ah, both exclaimed in unison. 1 million, to them, was an unimaginable sum. They were aware that their previous salaries amounted to only 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Now suddenly, over 1 million felt astronomical. Moreover, they had heard others mention that trainees typically do not receive a share of their debut songs. Only after debuting do they receive a meager portion. Yet they never expected Su Chen would share earnings with them, and a generous 5 at that. "Teacher Su," Chuanin said, her eyes reddened. "We don't want it." Luo Jiaxing quickly echoed, "Yes, we don't want it. Just allowing us to sing your songs is more than enough. We can't take your money. Are we even human?" Su Chen looked at Luo Jiaxing in disbelief. Why does everything he says take on a different meaning? Seeing their determination, Su Chen had no choice but to adopt a stern tone. "You are taking it. Do you think I would covet your little bit of money?" In truth, Su Chen did not overly concern himself with the percentage. To him, whether it was 5 or 10 made little difference. It was sufficient to give a reasonable share based on individual worth. Although the two were trainees, they had contributed to these songs. When the time came to reward them, he would not be stingy, seeing that Su Chen was genuinely displeased. Su Chen calculated their shares. Luo Jiaxing, 680,000. Kuan, 790,000. The legacy of parents, rational consumption after successfully transferring funds to both individuals. Su Chen felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. Both were young, caution. While Chuanin appeared unfazed and trustworthy, he harbored reservations about Luo Jiaxing's character. In his previous life, he had witnessed countless instances of individuals who, after unexpectedly amassing wealth, squandered it recklessly and ultimately found themselves in dire straits. Even if one managed to navigate their own challenges, they must remain vigilant against the predatory tactics of professional scammers. Those fortunate enough to win the lottery or benefit from urban redevelopment often fell prey to elaborate schemes designed to exploit them. It was common for con artists to infiltrate social circles, drawing victims into traps that would drain them of their resources under the guise of high returns on investments. Categorize potential victims, employing sophisticated methods tailored to each group, with dedicated personnel monitoring for any signs of vulnerability. The modest fortune of Luo Jiaxing and Chuanin might not yet warrant such attention. However, as they embarked on their careers, their earnings would inevitably increase. Thus, it was wise to offer a precautionary word of advice. "Oh, I still want to buy a car," Luo Jiaxing lamented. Su Chen looked at him with mild exasperation. "How you choose to spend your money is your business. I'm merely offering a friendly reminder not to squander it. Issue. If you wish to purchase one, then do so." Luo Jiaxing's mood instantly brightened upon hearing this. In contrast, Chu Linen, though visibly excited, seemed devoid of any extravagant spending intentions. She repeatedly unlocked her phone, checking her bank balance, only to close the app moments later. This ritual brought her a fleeting sense of security, as if the numbers could vanish at any moment. Each time she verified her balance, a wave of satisfaction washed over her. As Su Chen approached, Chuanin found a quiet corner to retrieve her phone and dial a number. Dad. Since being upgraded to a silver-level composer, Su Chen found himself enjoying a newfound freedom. His schedule had suddenly opened up. During his leisure time, he indulged in reading and reminiscing about his past compositions, a rather pleasant experience. As a proud traveler between worlds, he had entertained the notion of bringing over some novels during this downtime. Yet each time he considered it, he ultimately lacked the motivation to put pen to paper. Perhaps it was the security of having the wealth of another world behind him that made him feel as if everything he desired was merely a matter of time. Consequently, he adopted a leisurely pace that now seemed too languid. Just as he was reflecting on this, the telephone on his desk rang. "Hello," he answered. "Ma Teng," came the rugged voice from the other end. "Huh, Su Chen, it's been a while since we last connected. Where have you been? Still in Jiangyan?" Su Chen replied with a smile. "Indeed, I've been here all along. What about you? Which production are you involved with now?" Su Chen's inquiry prompted Ma Teng to unleash a torrent of grievances. "Don't even get me started. Playing extras is no easy task. Lacking formal training in acting, he was relegated to minor roles in the production, such as a guard beside the emperor or the second-in-command of a bandit group. His appearances were few, with only the occasional line or two. Unfortunately, his family, while affluent, could only provide limited support, which meant he was viewed as a wealthy heir in the eyes of ordinary folks. Yet in the eyes of the truly wealthy, he barely registered as a blip on their radar. Su Chen listened quietly until Ma Teng finished venting. Suddenly, the conversation took an exhilarating turn. "Look at me, spreading negativity. I almost forgot to mention the real reason for my call. Remember when I mentioned my father inquiring about your voice?" Oh, Su Chen's interest peaked. He had almost forgotten about that. Initially, he considered it a mere consolation from Ma Teng, but realizing that his friend had been thinking of him stirred a feeling of warmth within. Yet, how could he explain that his voice had miraculously recovered? Surely, it would sound absurd to claim he simply had a dream in which he was healed or to attribute it to the advantages of being a time traveler. Thus, he feigned a semblance of excitement. "What news?" Ma Teng, eager to share, wasted no time. "My father learned through a business associate that there is a renowned doctor in Bei Province who has treated similar cases. However, he passed away a few years ago." Sensing Su Chen's concern, Ma Teng hastily added, "But don't fret. His death might not be as definitive as it seems." "Oh, pray tell," Su Chen urged, intrigued. Spot, before continuing. This business associate heard from his contacts that someone recently spotted the doctor in Luo Chen. After some clarification, Su Chen quickly grasped the significance. He recognized the name of the esteemed doctor, who had dedicated his life to promoting traditional Chinese medicine and had authored two remarkable works. The first, Heaven, delved into metaphysics, covering topics such as astrology and physiognomy, while the second, Human, focused on ancient medical practices, detailing internal medicine and herbal formulas. Additionally, there was an unfinished manuscript titled Earth, which explored geography and feng shui. To think that this rumor might hold some truth? After an extended conversation, Ma Teng concluded, "I will likely remain in Kyoto for a while longer. Do come visit when you have the chance." Upon hanging up, Su Chen felt a surge of inspiration. Should he consider a trip to Kyoto? Having spent over 2 months in Blue Star, he had scarcely ventured out. Moreover, his prose poem, written by my father, had been selected for a microfilm project by Kyoto Normal University, and the institution had extended an invitation for him to attend the premiere on September 12th, to which he had yet to respond. Perhaps he decided to put off the decision until after he finished his current obligations. Once the royalties from his songs were deposited, his first course of action would be to redeem the property he had previously sold. The loss from that transaction had weighed heavily on his heart. Although he now possessed ample funds to acquire several new homes in Jiangyan, he felt a sense of duty to reclaim his family's legacy, were seldom used for investment, and those he had sold were long since occupied. Compensating others to vacate was no simple task. Therefore, if negotiations went well, he could proceed with the formalities soon. Thus, he must prepare some materials in the coming days. Previously, when dealing with his parents' affairs, he had to use the household registration book, which was left amidst their belongings in their room. Since their passing, he had been quite reluctant to enter that space. After arriving, he felt a certain resistance within himself, compounded by the fusion of memories. His parents' chamber exuded a more antiquated charm. The bed and wardrobe were painted a deep mahogany hue, reminiscent of the last century's aesthetic. Following their departure, their belongings had been neatly organized into a small storage box. He recalled it being placed on the third shelf of the wardrobe. Upon opening the wardrobe door, he indeed discovered a square box resting there. As he opened it, he found an assortment of miscellaneous items within. It was not long before he located the household registration book. As he withdrew it and was about to close the box, a photograph caught his eye. In slightly mold spots. The stone path is lined with grayish-white bricks. The house is quite short, adorned with a lantern at the entrance. On the doorframe, there are couplets that seem rather new, as though taken during the New Year festivities. Chen remembers this photograph. He had often seen it in the car, placed there by his father. As a child, he had inquired several times about its origin, but his father always smiled and remained silent. As he grew older, he ceased to ask. It was only after the tragic car accident that claimed his parents' lives that he truly understood. In his final moments, his father's trembling hand opened to reveal this very photograph clutched tightly within. Unable to speak, his father communicated with his eyes. Overcome with grief, Chen had scarcely noticed the details at that time. He merely took the photograph when it was handed to him. Now, with a clearer mind, he recalls many details from that moment. It suddenly dawns on him that his father's gaze seemed to urge him to seek out this place. But why? He gazes at the photograph once more, scrutinizing it carefully, yet he cannot discern anything particularly noteworthy. Where is this? Province in Kyoto. It bears a resemblance to the ancient architecture found in Shan Province, and also somewhat to the courtyard houses of Kyoto. Kyoto, Chen, prompting him to open a chat group with his friends, sharing the photograph. Chen, image, does anyone recognize where this photograph is from? Before long, Jiang Yan replies in the group. Jiang Yan, it looks like a courtyard house. You can compare it online. Luo, Zhe, isn't this the courtyard from Nanluo Guxiang? Jiang Yan, are you sure? Luo Zhe, not sure. Jiang Yan, rolls eyes if you're unsure. Why are you talking? Luo Zhe. After some debate, they fail to arrive at a concrete conclusion. Luo Zhe. Chen, what are you looking for this place for? Chen fabricates a simple excuse to deflect the question. They chat for over an hour, yet yield no fruitful results. Just as he is about to exit the group chat, he notices Jiang has responded. Jiang, what is the point of arguing here? Whether it's Kyoto, Shan Province, or Yin Province, why not go and investigate? Chen, yes, I am considering that. As soon as Chen sends this message, Luo Zhe exclaims in the group. Lu Zhe, Chen, are you going to Kyoto to find Jiang Yan? Luo Zhe's thought process is indeed quite unique. However, this remark quickly reignites lively chatter in the group. Xiangyang, Chen, are you going to find Jiang Yan? Jiang Yan, Jiang Jing, why are you two making a fuss? Jiang Yan, will you go to pick up Su Chen? Su Chen cannot help but facepalm. This group is truly a chaotic mess. Nevertheless, he indeed harbors this intention. Firstly, to investigate what the courtyard in the photograph conceals, fulfilling his father and aunt, Oppo's, last wish. Secondly, he can also attend the premiere at Kyoto Normal University and meet Matang. The matter regarding the house can wait. Jiang Yan, you all be quiet. Jiang Yan, Su Chen, when are you coming? I might not be in Kyoto for a while. Su Chen ponders and recalls that the premiere at Kyoto Normal University is on September 12th, so he decides to schedule his arrival for September 10th. However, he refrains from stating this definitively in the group. Su Chen, I might arrive around the 10th. Jiang Yan, that's unfortunate. I'll be accompanying Hong Jia to Chuan province during those days, so I might not be able to pick you up. Jiang Yan, stay a few days, and I'll see if I can return in time to treat you to a meal. Su Chen, the timing is still uncertain. We can discuss it then. For Su Chen, if he could return to meet and have a meal with Jiang Yan, that would be quite delightful. If time does not permit, it is of little consequence. Su Chen does not dwell on it. However, at this moment, he notices L Yuanqing speaking in the group. L Yuanqing, Su Chen, let me know when you're coming. I'll pick you up. L Yuanqing, it just so happens that I have no plans during this time and will be resting at home. L Yuanqing, when you arrive, we can have a drink. This, L Yuanqing, is actually coming to pick me up? Within the group, familiar with are undoubtedly Jiang Yan, Luo Zhe, Ji Xiangyang, and Jiang Jing. L Yuanqing seldom engages in direct conversation with Su Chen. When a star extends an invitation, it is hard to decline. Su Chen, all right, Qingge, I'll message you once I confirm the time. With that, he adds L Yuanqing on WeChat through the group chat. The request is accepted instantly. Luo Zhe, wow, Su Chen, you must have some influence. Even Qingge is personally coming to pick you up. Jiang Jing, jealous. When will Qingge invite me to Kyoto for a visit? Ji Xiangyang, Su Chen, make sure to seize the opportunity to interact with a star. After some lighthearted banter, Su Chen exits the chat. He soon notices a private message from Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, when are you coming? Let me know once it's confirmed, and I'll check my schedule. Su Chen replies with an affirmative. In the afternoon, he books a flight from Jiang City to Kyoto for September 10th. He simultaneously sends the booking information to both L Yuanqing and Jiang Yan. Since Su Chen last received his manuscript payment, he has purchased several items for Tang Weidong and Wu Xiuhua, the elderly couple. To be frank, in recent years, they have genuinely treated him as their own child. Today, he brings along some fine cigarettes and a case of premium liquor, which brings immense joy to Tang Weidong. It is as though he feels his son has grown up. On the other hand, Wu Xiuhua stands by fretting, constantly murmuring about how hard it is for children to earn money. Knowing Su Chen is heading to Kyoto, the couple busies themselves, preparing food and drinks. Xiao Chen, make sure to take this with you. You might get hungry on the way. Su Chen chuckles at the sight of the plastic bag before him, filled with over a dozen boiled eggs and several cartons of milk. Andy, there is no need for this. It's just a short flight, but you must take it. What if you get hungry on the plane? Su Chen initially intends to explain that some items cannot be taken aboard and that meals are provided on the flight. Yet, he realizes that such an explanation could lead to more questions. Hence, he opts for silence and simply takes the bag. All right, I'll take it. I'll consume it upon my return or store it in the fridge. Su Chen silently resolves. It is pouring rain today, and his uncle's factory has flooded, requiring urgent rescue efforts from all employees. Otherwise, he would have sent Su Chen off. Wu Xiuhua expresses her regret, but Su Chen waves his hands dismissively, indicating it is of no concern. As he prepares to leave, Tang Jia pouts, looking displeased. Brother Su Chen, I really want to go to Kyoto too. Su Chen ruffles her hair. But you still have school, don't you? Once your summer break comes next semester, I'll take you along. All primary and secondary schools in Jiang City have foregone winter and summer breaks. Consequently, Tang Jia has been attending classes continuously. Even if Su Chen wishes to take her, she is unable to go. Upon hearing Su Chen's promise, Tang Jia's face lit up with joy, falls abundantly. However, in Su Chen and Appo's memory, he had never experienced such torrential downpours before. Outside the taxi, like monstrous waves. It felt as though countless whips were mercilessly striking the roof. Bang, bang, bang. The whole car trembled from the onslaught. The sky outside was ominously dark, as if it were about to collapse upon them. Through the window, the road ahead was obscured. Although it had been raining when he left, it was nothing compared to this chaos. How could the weather have shifted so dramatically after just half the journey? Predicted moderate rain. This was hardly reflective of that. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed not far from the car's roof, startling the two passengers inside. The driver jerked the steering wheel, nearly colliding with a bridge pillar. Seeing this, Chen quickly urged the driver to stop. "Let us turn back. We could take the next exit." Just then, a notification popped up on his phone from the travel app. "Dear passenger, we regret to inform you that due to weather conditions, your flight MU-9527 has been canceled. Please consider alternative transportation or..." Alternative transportation? Was he expected to take a train? The journey from Jiang City to Kyoto would take at least 6 hours. His backside would surely be sore by the end. He would rather not take the train at all. 2 hours later, Chen found himself at the ticket gate of Jiang City South Station. Stepping out of the taxi for just a few seconds, he was already drenched on one side. 23A, he muttered, trying to fix his hair while searching for his seat. This was an old-fashioned train for Blue Star, with 4 seats arranged in pairs facing each other. Since the advent of high-speed trains, such models had become increasingly rare. Typically, those in a hurry opted for flights or bullet trains, leading to fewer passengers on these slower trains. However, due to the weather, the carriage was now packed. "Excuse me, may I pass?" Chen quietly prompted as he approached his seat, already occupied by another passenger. His seat was by the window. Once seated, he quickly organized his belongings and let out a long sigh. He was averse to complications. His parents had tirelessly prepared everything for him, and he truly did not wish to turn back. Besides, the weather forecast predicted 3 more days of thunderstorms. Although he found the predictions unreliable, what if they turned out to be true? Thus, he resolved to take the train. Once settled, one has even begun acting in a television series. Through the haze of slumber, Chen heard a voice nearby. He opened his eyes to see a boy beside him chattering away. The round-faced girl across from him nodded eagerly, her face reflecting admiration. It wore a cold expression, her eyes betraying her annoyance. "Your university is fantastic. By sophomore year, you already have so many opportunities. Unlike us, impressive. Signing contracts is quite challenging. Only a few emerge from the crowd. If it weren't for my family's connections, I might not have had the chance at all." As soon as he finished speaking, the round-faced girl gasped in disbelief. "You've already signed a contract?" The boy shook his head. "Not yet, but my family is working on it. Perhaps by the end of this semester." He then cast a glance at the delicate girl, who had already donned her headphones, clearly fed up with his boasting. She found his constant self-aggrandizement unbearable. While she acknowledged he was from Jingyi, did he really need to reiterate it at every opportunity? He spoke of who was successful at their school as if it somehow reflected on him. If she had discovered this information by chance, newfound respect. However, his incessant bragging only intensified her irritation. Yet, she felt it inappropriate to directly tell him to be quiet, so she opted to endure in silence. In contrast, the boy across from her was quite likable. Since boarding, she had observed him peacefully sleeping, exuding a calmness that was refreshing. In terms of appearance, he was leagues ahead of the boastful boy, eyes that conveyed a unique masculine charm. She found herself stealing glances at him whenever she could. Suddenly, she was jolted back to reality, realizing he was looking at her. "Oh, I'm sorry," she stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson from embarrassment. She felt mortified, hoping he wouldn't think her a lovesick fool. said as she noticed Su Chen had awakened, temporarily alleviating the girl's embarrassment. Su Chen shook his head. No problem, continue. Wait, you aren't from Shisheng. Nonetheless responded politely. No, I'm from Jiang City. Oh, so you boarded at the starting station. That explains the different accent. The boy remarked. My name is Zhang Tao, by the way, from Jingyi. The delicate girl rolled her eyes, internally groaning. Here we go again. After introducing himself, Zhang Tao inquired, Are you also studying in Kyoto? Which university? Perhaps we are quite close. Su Chen shook his head coolly. I'm not a student. I'm heading to Kyoto for some business. People from different worlds? Oh, have you graduated? What job do you have? Zhang Tao persistently inquired, his curiosity seemingly insatiable. Su Chen merely shook his head, choosing to disregard him. Engaging in such relentless questioning on a train was an indication of a lack of boundaries, a trait he found utterly distasteful. Nevertheless, Zhang Tao's presence undeniably enlivened the atmosphere. The two young women introduced themselves. The graceful girl was named Yang Xiaoning, while the round-faced girl was called Xiang Xing. No wonder the train was so crowded. Initially, Su Chen had attributed the congestion to the torrential rain. Now, it appeared that the commencement of the school year played a significant role as well. Su Chen refrained from introducing himself, considering them all merely transient acquaintances. He was not one to divulge personal information easily. Zhang Tao noticed that Yang Xiaoning's gaze was consistently directed towards Su Chen, which irked him. He feigned a sigh and dramatically lamented, Alas, finding a job these days is quite a challenge. We have a neighbor who excelled in her studies, attended a prestigious university, yet has been unemployed for a year after graduation. Eventually, she managed to find work, but only earns 5,000 yuan a month, enduring daily overtime and exploitation by her employer. Xiang Xing nodded in agreement after hearing this. However, Zhang Tao swiftly shifted the conversation, stating, If we're talking about making money, the entertainment industry is undoubtedly easier. Just filming a movie can yield a handsome sum. My brother earns over 1 million yuan for a single film. After saying this, he struggled to suppress his pride. If only I could reach such heights, I would be utterly content. Xiang Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. Your brother? Over 1 million? That's incredible. Is he a celebrity? Who is he? Zhang Tao cast a sidelong glance at Yang Xiaoning and Su Chen. He is not exactly a star, more like a third-tier actor, he replied, not concealing his voice as he named his brother, causing the other passengers to turn their heads in curiosity. Xiang Xing was particularly animated by this revelation. As the conversation progressed, Zhang Tao naturally commandeered the discussion, clearly attempting to gain Yang Xiaoning's attention. However, his approach was painfully transparent. Not only Yang Xiaoning, but even Su Chen found it difficult to watch. After an uncomfortable journey, they finally arrived at their destination, the melodic announcement signaling the train and Oppo's arrival. Su Chen exhaled deeply, relieved to be free from the suffocating crowd. If not for a brief nap during the 6-hour journey, he would have found it unbearable. Xiaoning, how will you get to school? My brother in Oppo's car is about to arrive. If you need a ride, I could ask him to drop you off. Zhang Tao continued to fawn over Yang Xiaoning as they prepared to disembark. After making this offer, he tactfully included Su Chen and Xiang Xing, albeit with an insincere tone. Su Chen chose not to engage, believing that conversing with such a person would be a loss for him. No, thank you, Yang Xiaoning replied coldly. The group carried their luggage towards the station exit, with Zhang Tao trailing closely behind. Before boarding the train, Su Chen had already synchronized his ticket information with Lu Yuanqing. Following the directional signs, he walked towards the exit, with Yang Xiaoning and Xiang Xing soon catching up. How are you getting back? Yang Xiaoning asked from behind. Su Chen hesitated for a moment. Typically, people would part ways after disembarking, but these three seemed to have other intentions. I have someone picking me up, he replied with a smile. Then I and Oppo's LL ride back with you and Xiang Xing, she said, her voice slightly stiff. Is that all right? Xiang Xing tugged at her sleeve, clearly eager to catch a glimpse of the star. Su Chen frowned. It felt inappropriate to offer a ride to strangers, especially given that Lu Yuanqing was a celebrity and it might be inconvenient. However, noticing Yang Qianing's evident disdain for Zhang Tao, who seemed like an unwelcome attachment. He wanted to spare her embarrassment. Let me check. Zhang Tao was seething with frustration. He had noticed Yang Qianing stealing glances at Su Chen since they boarded the train, while she had been indifferent towards him. Now, seeing her eager to accompany Su Chen, he felt a surge of anger. Do you have a car picking you up? What kind is it? Can it fit several people? If it an Oppo's SA van, I could hitch a ride with you, so my brother won an Oppo's. Do you have to make another trip? Yang Qianing, irritated by Zhang Tao's forced demeanor, snapped. Zhang Tao, don't push it. Feigning innocence, Zhang Tao replied with a grin. I'm just asking. If it's a van, it can fit 10 people. I'll just let my brother know he doesn't need to come. At that moment, Su Chen received a message on his phone. He turned to Zhang Tao with an impassive expression and said, I don't know what kind of car it is, but I doubt there's room for you. Lu Yuanqing, being a public figure, preferred not to disembark, but he had already sent Su Chen the location and license plate number. Following the navigation, Su Chen navigated his way to the parking lot. Suddenly, he heard a voice call out to him. Su Chen, hurry up and get in. A sleek black Alfred minivan's window rolled down, revealing a handsome face. Chinga, Su Chen greeted with a smile. Although Lu Yuanqing had never met Su Chen, he recognized him at once. I guess it would be you. Upon seeing the others behind Su Chen, Lu Yuanqing paused slightly. Friends? Su Chen hesitated, but eventually responded, yes, 2 friends I met on the train. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, Lu Yuanqing was adept at reading situations and quickly deduced the context. Then let us all go together. We could drop them off first and then find a place to grab a drink. Su Chen nodded in agreement, turning to invite the 2 young women to join him. However, he noticed Yang Qianing and Xiang Xing standing there, stunned. Lu Yuanqing. Oh my goodness. They were utterly unprepared to be so close to a celebrity, especially one of his stature. In an instant, their minds were buzzing, overwhelmed by excitement, even forgetting to express their exhilaration. Zhang Tao stood nearby, equally dazed, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he recalled his earlier behavior. Even after disembarking, Yang Qianing and Xiang Xing remained dazed, watching as the car prepared to leave. Yang Qianing hurriedly approached Su Chen. She had intended to ask if she could add him on WeChat, but upon meeting his calm gaze, she felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over her, recalling everything that had transpired. Is there something you need? Su Chen inquired. Yang Qianing stammered, no. Nothing. Thank you. Su Chen nodded and waved his hand dismissively. The window slowly closed, and Yang Qianing watched as the vehicle gradually drove away, a sense of emptiness settling within her. Perhaps, she mused, she and he truly belonged to different worlds. Chapter 65. Sharing photos in the group chat. Contrary to his aloof demeanor in the chat group, Lu Yuanqing was quite loquacious in reality. From the moment he entered the car, he and Su Chen conversed like long-lost friends, asking each other an array of questions. Casual mentions of names like Jiang Yan and Jiang Jing left the 2 young ladies in the car momentarily stunned. It was only after the car resumed its journey that Lu Yuanqing scrutinized Su Chen more closely. Su Chen, are you certain you are not a celebrity? He inquired, a playful glint in his eye. Su Chen shook his head, chuckling. What a pity. With such an image, you should definitely consider entering the entertainment industry. Su Chen, half-jokingly, replied, Brother Qing, if I debut, will you support me? Lu Yuanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you serious? No jesting. If you were to debut, I would undoubtedly have your back. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something amusing. If you enter the entertainment world, you and Jiang Yan would actually make quite the pair. Upon mentioning Jiang Yan, an idea struck him. He pulled out his phone and aimed it at Su Chen. Don't move. Let me take your photo. With a click, he captured the moment and promptly sent it to the celebrity group chat. Lu Yuanqing, everyone guess who this is? Image. The moment it was posted, a flurry of responses erupted. Ji Xianyang. No matter who it is, no one is as handsome as Brother Qing. Luo Zhe. This person almost rivals my youthful self. Jiang Jing. Luo Zhe, have some self-respect. Everyone in the group was aware that Su Chen was heading to Kyoto, but no one knew the exact date. Hence, none considered that it could be him. Jiang Yan, huh? Brother Qing, did you pick up Su Chen? Just then, Jiang Yan appeared in the chat. Her words caused a stir. Jiang Yan, no way. Are you saying this is Su Chen? Luo, Jiang Yan. Is this really Su Chen? Are you sure? Jiang Jing, he is so handsome. Jiang Yan, no wonder you stay out all night. Su Chen watched Lu Yuanqing and Appo's antics, shaking his head in resignation. Brother Qing, you can't Appo's play me like this. I wanted to maintain a bit of mystery. Lu Yuanqing laughed heartily. With no other choice, Su Chen picked up his phone and responded in the group. Su Chen, hello everyone. I can confirm this is indeed me. No fakes. Su Chen, welcome to meet me in Kyoto. Upon hearing Su Chen's own admission, the group erupted in excitement. Jiang Yan, I can't believe Su Chen is this handsome. Has the world lost its sense of fairness? Jiang Jing, it's such a shame you're not a star, Su Chen. Luo, and no wonder Jiang Yan acted so quickly. If I were a woman, I wouldn't let him go either. Jiang Yan, are you trying to get yourself killed? Thus concluded a delightful farce filled with laughter. Lu Yuanqing's car did not head straight to Su Chen's hotel. Instead, it took an exit off the 5th Ring Road, winding along a narrow path. A serene place called the Secret Grove Courtyard. The environment was exceptionally tranquil, and strangely, upon entering, the surrounding noise diminished significantly, as if it were a world apart from the outside. Even with Su Chen's extensive life experience, he couldn't help but admire this hidden paradise. So what do you think? The environment is rather pleasant here, isn't it? Lu Yuanqing, clearly familiar with the place, guided Su Chen along. This spot is typically frequented by industry insiders, so there's no pressure. I often come here to relax, though it's not enjoyable to drink alone without someone to converse with. Now that you're here, we can have a good drink together. Su Chen nodded in understanding. Life as a public figure was indeed exhausting, offering nearly no privacy. One had to constantly be on guard against being recognized. Encounters with paparazzi, fans seeking photographs, and requests for autographs could happen at any moment. It was in places like this that one could finally catch a breath. Truly a utopia for celebrities. As they meandered, the two arrived at a private room surrounded by a screen. They continued deeper into the room, passing through a wooden door onto a terrace. Below lay a tranquil pond, and the terrace itself was adorned with rustic wooden tables and chairs, exuding elegance. Once seated, Lu Yuanqing waved to summon a server. What shall we order today? Bring over that bottle of wine I have stored and prepare a few of your signature dishes for us. The server promptly went to prepare their order. You celebrities really know how to indulge. Ordinary folks hardly have the time or means to relax in such places, Su Chen remarked, observing Lu Yuanqing lounging in his chair, savoring the fresh air. Lu Yuanqing opened his eyes at this. I wouldn't call this indulgence. As someone in a semi-unemployed state, I'm merely stealing a moment of respite from my struggles. Su Chen chuckled at his words. Brother Qing, that is not a very funny joke. Seeing Su Chen's disbelief, Lu Yuanqing shook his head and clarified, to the outside world, I am a king of the industry, constantly surrounded by admirers. But who understands the difficulties that come with it? After this explanation, Su Chen began to grasp Lu Yuanqing's situation. Generally speaking, a celebrity of his stature commanded a high price. Whether for endorsements or appearances, securing a top-tier star required substantial funding. Consequently, many companies or programs opted for rising stars who were popular yet more affordable, thus achieving a balance of visibility and cost-effectiveness. Lu Yuanqing's current predicament was indeed awkward. Despite holding the title of a superstar, he had no gigs lined up. This starkly contrasted with the Earth, where even the highest fees could be accommodated by numerous programs, some even managing to employ multiple superstars simultaneously. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Chen was suddenly struck by an idea. Earth? Variety shows? However, he quickly suppressed the impulse to speak. No rush. They had only just met, and such profound discussions were premature. As the food and drinks arrived, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation. As the host, Lu Yuanqing was attentive to Su Chen's comfort, discussing everyday topics that made him seem just like any other individual, devoid of the typical celebrity persona. Su Chen, in his casual demeanor, occasionally interjected with dry humor, much to Lu Yuanqing's amusement. By the way, that place you were looking for, let me take another look. After they had enjoyed their meal, Lu Yuanqing recalled Su Chen's purpose for his trip to Kyoto. Su Chen retrieved a photo from his pocket and presented it to Lu Yuanqing. Lu Yuanqing examined it closely. Luo, she was right. This photo does resemble a house in Nanluo Guxiang. Previously, the images shared in the group lacked clarity, but now, as he scrutinized the photograph, Lu Yuanqing felt a sense of familiarity. Oh, can we determine the exact location from this? Lu Yuanqing shook his head. The streets and the architecture do resemble that area, but I can't say for certain. You might want to visit in person. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. And this photograph is? Upon hearing the question, Su Chen explained, "It is a relic from my father's deathbed." He felt it inappropriate to elaborate in the group chat, but now, seeking assistance, he could not conceal the truth. Lu Yuanqing, taken aback, asked, "Do you know when it was taken?" Su Chen shook his head. Judging by the photo's age, it must be from the last century. Chapter 66. Greetings. I am Yuan. How do you say it? Su Chen hastily inquired. However, he noticed Lu Yuanqing shaking his head. First, find this place. One handsome man and a beautiful woman. King Yi. Upon recognizing Lu Yuanqing, the duo exclaimed with delight. Lu Yuanqing, slightly tipsy, felt his head spinning. Hearing their voices, his eyes cleared momentarily. Oh, it's Guanzan and Yuan, right? Lu Yuanqing greeted them with a smile. It has been a while since you last visited. Yuan. Su Chen, who had been behind Lu Yuanqing, turned at an angle and failed to see the faces of the two in front. However, upon hearing the name, his gaze sharpened. Simultaneously, Yuan caught sight of Su Chen standing behind Lu Yuanqing. In an instant, her mind went blank. Su Chen, they belong to entirely different worlds. How could their paths intertwine? She shook her head, questioning if she were dreaming. Meanwhile, a conversation. Upon turning back, he noticed Yuan's pallor and quickly expressed concern. What's wrong, Yuan? Are you feeling unwell? This jolted Yuan back to reality, and she hurriedly waved her hand. No, it's nothing. In an instant, she returned to her composed self. Lu Yuanqing, positioned opposite them, observed Yuan's expression intently, a flicker of curiosity crossing his mind. Do you know each other? He inquired. At this, Guanzan also turned his gaze toward Yuan while glancing at Su Chen. No, he just resembles a friend of mine. Yuan replied with a slight smile. Su Chen chuckled softly, but remained silent. Lu Yuanqing then pulled Su Chen closer and introduced, "Oh, it seems you two share a connection. This is my younger brother, Su Chen. Do have a proper introduction." Yuan hesitated for a moment before extending her hand. "Hello, I am Yuan. It is a pleasure to meet you." Yet, she noticed Su Chen merely shrugged, showing no intention of reciprocating the gesture. In the air, creating an awkward silence. Guanzan frowned slightly, his eyes flickering as if contemplating whether to reprimand Su Chen. However, we had a bit too much to drink, so we won an oppos. Tea linger. Enjoy yourselves. Let an oppos. Let's have a drink together another time. Guanzan then relaxed, nodding in agreement. As they watched the two walk away, Guanzan turned back and asked, "Do you know him?" Yuan shook her head, smiling. "Let us go." They won't wait for long. To Guanzan, Yuan appeared composed. Yet unbeknownst to him, her heart was in turmoil. How could Su Chen be here? How does he know Lu Yuanqing? Their relationship seems so close. Will he reveal some of my story? After all, what Su Chen discloses is entirely different from what Lu Yuanqing might say. Throughout the journey, Lu Yuanqing refrained from inquiring about Yuan. However, Su Chen sensed he might have guessed something. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. His mindset remained unaffected. After instructing the driver to drop him at the hotel, Lu Yuanqing waved his hand. "Are you staying here for a few days? Let us meet before you head back." He craved a drink, finding solitary drinking rather dull. Someone with shared interests, making him feel an unusual closeness. Let us see how the time unfolds. Lu Yuanqing nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Just as he was about to close the car window, Su Chen suddenly asked, "Chinga, have you considered creating your own show?" "A show?" Lu Yuanqing paused in surprise, then inquired what type of show. His eyes lit up. Although he seldom spoke in the group, He diligently perused all messages, knowing Su Chen often had the most ideas. Su Chen replied. Lu Yuanqing's expression turned slightly disappointed. After a moment's contemplation, he tactfully remarked, Su Chen, you may not be aware. Su Chen had anticipated Lu Yuanqing's response. He had already conducted his research. In Blue Star, there exists a severe dearth of variety shows. Currently, is dominated by Joyful Party. This outcome has historical roots. When Joyful Party initially launched, it became an instant sensation to the realm of variety shows, resulting in an influx of entertainment, talent, music, and dating programs. However, following prolonged competition, it established itself as the leader in the industry. Subsequently, other stations faltered, abandoning their ambitions to produce variety shows. This context explains Lu Yuanqing's reluctance when Su Chen proposed a music-themed variety show. Su Chen shook his head with a smile. King Yi, I have a proposal for a music variety show. I'll send it to you later. I believe you will find it intriguing. Lu Yuanqing, charmed by Su Chen's confidence, smiled in return. Oh, that sounds promising. Your ideas are always brilliant. If you can truly create something fresh, let us collaborate. Su Chen nodded slightly. About Lu Yuanqing's reaction upon reviewing the proposal for China's Good Voice. He felt a sense of anticipation. The following day, Su Chen navigated to the renowned Nanluo Guxiang, guided by his map. In contrast to the towering buildings of the capital, this area appeared somewhat dilapidated. Capital's architectural heritage, inevitably designated as a tourist attraction. The streets were bustling with crowds. In fact, amidst such congestion, numerous rickshaws transported tourists through the alleys. Su Chen strode leisurely, embracing a sightseeing mindset. Although fulfilling his father's last wish, he understood that such matters cannot be forced. Much like forgotten treasures, they elude discovery until one learns to let go, only for them to reappear unexpectedly. This alley stretched long. Venturing further down the path. Chapter 67. The Masquerade Concert. Su Chen moved slowly, pausing to observe the similar buildings flanking his path. It took him a full 2 hours to traverse from one end of the street to the other, yet he found no clues. At first glance, each structure appeared alike, but upon closer inspection, they were distinctly different. However, he remained unfazed, embracing an open-minded attitude. He did not feel compelled to locate the place. Today, he simply enjoyed wandering through the imperial city. The atmosphere here was truly delightful. Arriving in the afternoon, he noticed that by this time, various shops along the street had begun to set up their stalls. In contrast to the dilapidated aura of the daytime, rolling bricks and crowded courtyards and shadows, neon lights illuminated the streets in vibrant colors. At the end of the street lay a lake, flanked by a succession of bars. The urban trendsetters had already settled in, and some stages at the bars had even extended outdoors, with technicians busy adjusting equipment in preparation for an upcoming performance. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed through the air. Following the source of the noise, Su Chen noticed an expansive open area beyond the street's end. To his surprise, a large stage had been erected there, larger in scale than those at the bar entrances. The stage was already surrounded by a throng of people. Intrigued, Su Chen edged closer, and from his vantage point, and behind the stage that read, Masquerade Concert. Curiosity piqued, he gently tapped the shoulder of the girl in front of him and inquired, Excuse me, what event is taking place here? The girl turned, her cheeks slightly flushed upon seeing him, and enthusiastically replied, You don't know? This is an event organized by the Ho-Hai Street. It's called the Masquerade Concert. It happens every week. Anyone can sign up to perform, This initiative was launched to allow anonymity, enabling everyone to sing freely and elevate the concert's prestige. Understanding the concept, Chen couldn't help but notice a striking resemblance to a certain music variety show from his past life. He couldn't deny the creativity of the grassroots community. Thank you. He smiled at the girl. She, seemingly reluctant to end the conversation, playfully asked, "Are you going to participate?" Chen hesitated for a moment. Truthfully, he felt tempted. Since arriving on Blue Star, he had only sung at his graduation party, and by then, his voice was already compromised. Once he regained his vocal abilities, he had only sung on rooftops, without an audience. He had never truly performed in front of an audience. Seeing his interest, the girl eagerly urged, "Come on, I'll take you to sign up." Clearly delighted at the opportunity to spend time with Chen, she pulled him towards the registration desk. Signing up? What song? The boy at the registration desk looked momentarily surprised upon seeing Chen. With no further hesitation, Chen declared, "I'll go with a Sea of Stars." He preferred not to sing a new song in such an environment, lacking accompaniment and wishing to avoid unnecessary speculation. Upon hearing the song title, the boy at the registration desk looked at Chen with renewed astonishment. "A great song. Can you manage the key?" Chen smiled. "I'll give it a try." The boy, efficient in his manner, said, "All right, choose a mask you like." Chen glanced at the basket beside the registration desk, filled with various masks, foxes, pandas, tigers, and more. After some searching, he finally selected a unique one, the Monkey King. "Good luck." The girl cheered him on. With a chuckle, the boy at the registration desk joked, "With such a lovely girlfriend cheering for you, you better sing well." The girl blushed at the remark, casting a furtive glance at Chen. Sensing no urgency from him to clarify their relationship, she felt a thrill of delight. Chen received number 12, which was quite late in the order. Hence, he took his time donning the mask, engaging in casual conversation with the girl. "Is this street always this lively?" "Indeed, there are many tourists during the day. At night, numerous night market stalls set up. However, the bar area is the liveliest." Noticing Chen's unfamiliarity with the locale, she winked. "Are you a tourist as well?" "Not exactly," Chen replied. "I'm primarily here in Kyoto for some business." "Oh." She began sharing various cultural insights about Kyoto. Chen listened with great interest, occasionally responding. Although he had absorbed the memories of his past self, that individual had never visited Kyoto. As the capital of Huaxia on Blue Star, he felt an inexplicable fascination for the city. "I must tell you, this place was once remarkable. Look at it now. It seems so run down. It used to be home to prominent figures." Suddenly, Chen felt a jolt of realization. The girl appeared well acquainted with this area. "Are you familiar with this place?" Upon hearing his question, the girl smiled. "I live nearby. How can I not be familiar? Moreover, I know the entire city of Kyoto quite well." She boasted playfully before Chen. Quickly, Chen pulled out a photograph and handed it to her. "Can you help me identify this place?" The girl took the photo, scrutinizing it under the light, her brow furrowing in concentration. Chapter 68. Chen's version of the vast sky. This place feels oddly familiar. Upon hearing this, Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The same phrase echoed in his mind countless times before. "I have truly seen this place." The girl, noticing Chen's expression, hurried to clarify. "It's just that I can't recall it at the moment. Please give me a moment to think." Chen smiled and reassured her, "No rush. I was merely inquiring." However, the girl was quite earnest. "Can I take a picture with my phone?" She gazed at the weathered photograph Chen had produced, hesitated to scrutinize it further. Yet, she yearned to validate her memory of this place, hence her somewhat excessive request. After a moment's hesitation, Chen ultimately nodded in agreement. The photograph featured no people, only a solitary house, and he found little reason to mind. Once the picture was taken, the girl fell silent, her attention fixated on her phone, tilting it from side to side. At times, she furrowed her brow in contemplation, and at others, the stage had commenced. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to our masquerade music concert. This is a stage brimming with passion. Here, we are free from hierarchies and disparities in singing prowess. Everyone can don a mask and raise their voice for their dreams." The host began to announce. Ambience. The audience erupted with excitement. In bars, one often finds regular performers or bands, with patrons quietly enjoying the melodies of everyone present. With the outdoor setting drawing in a larger crowd, the atmosphere was palpably intense. Chen joined in the cheers, only to turn back and see the girl still lost in her thoughts, leaving him somewhat exasperated. It's all right. If you can't remember, don't force it. No rush. The show has started. But the girl shook her head, continuing to scrutinize the photograph. Chen could only smile wryly, realizing that his own nonchalance had inadvertently pulled her deeper into her quandary. Before long, the first singer took the stage. Despite the evening hour, she donned an elegant hanfu, which, paired with a mask, evoked a whimsical, ethereal quality. Chen mused internally. Could she be singing the White Fox? Yet, as soon as she opened her mouth, he found it challenging to maintain his composure. Your good night is an instinctive empathy. I hold on to it through sleepless nights, dreaming and murmuring. That handwritten letter lies at the bottom of my suitcase. Too late to imbue it with the meaning of the journey. Is this clouds and rain? Surely, this cannot be happening. What is the purpose of her attire then? The audience erupted into laughter the moment she began singing. Evidently many had shared Chen's initial thoughts. The girl seemed to revel in the unexpected twist her performance offered, waving her right hand to greet the audience. What a character! Nonetheless, it must be said that her singing was truly commendable. Aside from the slight dissonance with her outfit, there was little to criticize. At the very least, her performance concluded, the audience responded with enthusiastic applause, and the interactions among them flourished, igniting the atmosphere. The second contestant, a young man wearing a bull mask, took the stage. He resembled a character from folklore. He attempted to sing an old song by the renowned Lu Yuanqing. Though he appeared composed, his voice was a dismal spectacle. How could someone so tone-deaf dare to perform? His lackluster performance emboldened some audience members who had previously hesitated to take the stage. Given the informal nature of the event, there were no registration deadlines. After watching a few more singers, Chen gently reminded the girl beside him. He realized she was quite stubborn. No amount of persuasion seemed effective. Upon hearing his prompt, the girl slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes resembling those of someone just awakening. Once her pupils refocused, she asked, somewhat dazed, "You're going on stage? Good luck." "Who will perform the vast sky?" announced the host. The audience began to murmur in anticipation. Wow, he dares to sing this song. It's quite challenging. Indeed. I've tried singing it at KTV and couldn't hold a note. I cracked after just one verse. What is so difficult about it? At the very least, he should be better than the second contestant, right? Who can say for sure? I hope he does well and doesn't ruin this great song for me. A melodious cello began to resonate amidst the chatter. As Chen stepped into the spotlight, he found himself at the center of the stage, whirlwind of emotions flooding through him. This was the first time he was truly standing before an audience, showcasing his perfect voice. In that fleeting moment, countless memories flashed through his mind. In his past life, he had faced rejection in a talent show, holding back tears as he exited. He had endured the indignity of waiting 3 hours for a meager meal as an extra on set. He had experienced the humiliation of eviction due to unpaid rent. Traversing the desert, bearing no fruit, regardless of the dreams I sowed. This, in contrast to Luo Jiaxing's soaring style. Chen's voice began with a subtle rasp, as if he were expressing the anguish of those in despair. His singing possessed an enchanting quality of each listener. In that instant, the audience was spellbound, as if enchanted, standing frozen in place, shivers cascading down their spines. They were all fixated on the figure of the Monkey King on stage, as if trying to peer through the mask to unveil his true identity. Who is he? How can he sing so beautifully? Is he a renowned artist? It is said that the stage of the Masquerade music concert is rife with hidden talents, and indeed, it appears to be true. Today has been a revelation. His performance might rival that of the original artist. The girl who had initially coaxed Chen to sign up stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the figure on stage, enveloped in an aura of brilliance. How? How can he sing so exquisitely? I initially thought he was easy on the eyes, hoping to draw him over for some interaction, never anticipating he would turn out to be such a powerhouse. Fortunate was I, having never looked back, only to discover there truly was an oasis. Each drop of sweat bore the weight of life. Emerging from despair, I finally glimpsed a new universe. Su Chen's voice crescendoed, pure and resounding. In moments of helplessness and despair, he seemed to persevere, choosing to continue forward. Ultimately, he parted the clouds, revealing the dawn. Unlike the vibrant atmosphere of the preceding performances, the audience was now eerily still. Aside from the murmurs of the uninformed crowd, there was an eerie silence surrounding the stage. The sound system resonated loudly, drawing patrons from nearby bars who gradually rose to witness the unfolding spectacle. The vastness of the sea and sky symbolizes that after bravery, one must wield persistence to shatter the chains of fate. To the indifferent souls, I express my gratitude for your clarity in perceiving me. It has empowered me to stand tall and live a more vibrant life. As Su Chen reached the crescendo of his performance, his voice soared to its pinnacle, exuding a luminous quality that seemed to illuminate the struggles of those diligently pursuing their aspirations, tirelessly overcoming obstacles and forging ahead through adversity. In the face of future challenges, there was an unwavering courage, a solitary strength. The vastness of the sea and sky, after tempestuous storms, allows one to turn back and smile at past sorrows. To those who truly understand me, I thank you for your silent companionship along the journey, granting me the privilege of sharing good stories. The grace exhibited by Su Chen upon reaching the summit was profoundly captivating. As the final note lingered, he exhaled deeply, a sense of release enveloping him. Chapter 69. The singer who surpasses the original thud. Thud. The music ceased, yet Su Chen's heart continued to race fervently. The song he had just performed unleashed the entirety of his past life's experiences, delivering an exhilarating release that was almost insurmountable. After a brief moment of silence enveloped the stage, a cacophony of cheers erupted. Enchanting. Magnificent. Another one. Another one. Amidst the crowd, enthusiastic voices clamored for an encore. But Su Chen did not linger. He waved his hand and descended from stage. Although he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, prolonging the performance would have rendered it meaningless. Who on earth is this person? Could he possibly be a renowned singer? I think so. Otherwise, how could he be so extraordinary? I believe he surpasses the original. Surpassing the original? I think it still falls a bit short. The audience buzzed with speculation, most of them lacking a deep understanding of music, their opinions solely based on personal impressions. However, the perspective of professional musicians was distinctly different. From a nearby bar's second-floor window, a young man in his 30s stared intently at Su Chen as he stepped off the stage. He murmured to himself, "Who could this be? To deliver a live performance that rivals the recording. Could he possibly be some kind of deity?" I was tempted to take the stage and show off. But thank goodness I refrained. Otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing. No, I must leave. I would feel awkward if our paths crossed later. He turned away without hesitation, discarding the wolf mask he had been wearing into a nearby trash bin, and hurried down the stairs. Just as Su Chen reached the back of the stage, a figure lunged toward him. Caught off guard, he found himself enveloped in a soft embrace. The girl seemed to realize the impropriety of her actions and quickly released him. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "You sang brilliantly." Su Chen smiled and removed his mask, returning it to the collection area behind the stage. "I'm leaving." He was reluctant to linger any longer. The girl hastily followed him, calling out, "Wait, please." It was the staff member from the registration desk. "There are prizes to be awarded soon. I believe you have a good chance of winning." Though her words lacked certainty, it was evident she was hinting at Su Chen awaiting the first-place reward. "Su Chen guab dismissibly." "No need. I was merely here for fun." With that, he disregarded the astonished gaze of the staff and walked toward a street behind the stage. "Hey!" the girl called after him. Su Chen turned. "My name is Jiang Yan. I still don't know yours." "I'm Su Chen." He had no reason to hide his identity, especially since the girl had been quite helpful. Upon hearing his name, Dianshin's heart swelled with joy. "May I add you on WeChat?" She added quickly, perhaps fearing Su Chan might misunderstand. "I think I know the place in your photo, but I need to confirm. I can't go there tonight. It makes me a bit anxious. I'll take you there tomorrow." Su Chan was taken aback. Had she truly located it? The memory was distant and hazy, yet had just resurfaced. That place was not one he frequented often. "So tomorrow it is." He nodded slightly at her explanation. "That's fine." He took out his phone, scanned Dianshin's business card, and added her as a friend, even if she had no information about that house. Suchin took a quick shower and lay on his bed, browsing his phone. Ding! "You have a new message." To his surprise, it was a message from Chuanin. "Teacher Su, where are you now?" "In Kyoto." "Why?" After sending his reply, he waited for a response, but it took a while. "Oh, nothing," was the only reply he received, leaving him puzzled. Typically, this shy girl seldom messaged him. What could be the reason today? Unbeknownst to him, in a residential building in Jiangcheng, Chuanin gasped in disbelief while watching a video of the masked music concert shared on Weibo. "Suchin Fi, you've stolen the spotlight again." Tang Jiai messaged him, and Suchin rolled his eyes. "What spotlight? Speak properly." "Hee. Here is the link. See for yourself." Suchin opened the link and found a clip of him singing "Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies." Though not entirely complete, it captured the essence of the performance. Below the video, the comment count exceeded 2,000. "I dare say this is the best cover of and Oppos, Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies and Oppos I've ever heard. Talent lies among the masses. Who would have thought such a deity could emerge from a small stage? In my opinion, this singing skill has surpassed the original." Surpassed the original? I'm not so sure. I feel the original is still superior, with a clearer and more resonant voice. The comment section erupted into debate over this topic. Yet, soon a seemingly knowledgeable individual pointed out the crucial aspect. "You're comparing the live performance in the video with the original version, but you've overlooked a vital detail. The video features live singing with street-level audio equipment, while the original was recorded with professional gear. To sing live under such conditions and achieve a comparable quality is something to ponder. I can only say this is a deity the likes of which I've never seen." Their words struck a chord with many. That night, a Weibo post trended. "Who is the singer that has surpassed the original of Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies?" Of course, Su Chun was oblivious to all of this. What puzzled him was how Tang Jiai had discovered he was the one in the video. "How did you know it was me?" "Hee. I recognize you even if you turn to ashes." Su Chan felt a wave of confusion and was about to inquire further when Tang Jiai's message popped up again. "Actually, there's another clue. The bracelet on your wrist that I gifted you." Su Chan glanced at his left wrist, realization dawning upon him. Tang Jiai had indeed given him a bracelet, which he always wore. The video had captured a brief close-up, and despite the blurry quality, it had been noticed by Tang Jiai. But then Su Chun paused, his heart racing. Could it be that Chuanin had discovered it too? Chapter 70, The Old House. The following morning, Su Chun arrived at the appointed location with Dai Anshin 10 minutes early, at the entrance of Nanluo Guxiang. To his surprise, Dai Anshin was already there. Today, she seemed to have made a deliberate effort in her appearance, with subtle makeup enhancing her features. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently in the sunlight, radiating beauty. At first glance, she was not conventionally beautiful, but upon closer inspection, upon familiarity, her fair skin and well-defined features contributed to a harmonious and intellectual beauty. "Gulme, let me treat you to breakfast." As soon as Suchin approached, Dianshin took his hand and led him toward the breakfast shop. "Wait, let me treat you." Suchin quickly waved his hands in protest. It felt inappropriate to have someone help him and then treat him to a meal, even if it didn't cost much. He felt uncomfortable with the idea. "Trust me, I'm a local of Beijing. You're in my territory. It's only right that I treat you." Unlike the shy demeanor from the previous night, Dai Anshin appeared confident and gracious today. Unable to resist her insistence, Suchin followed her to a nearby breakfast spot. Streets were still quiet, devoid of tourists. The vendor had set up tables and chairs outside, creating an al fresco dining experience. Chen noticed a few young people with backpacks heading off to work. Suddenly remembering something, he asked Yan, "I apologize, I forgot to ask. Am I disturbing you from work today?" Yan waved her hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "Not at all. Whether I go to work or not is entirely up to me." Chen was taken aback. Her words resonated with his own sentiments. Could she also be a composer? What do you do for a living? He inquired. Yan blinked at his question, then playfully countered, "What do you think I look like I do?" Chen initially pondered, shaking his head in uncertainty, but decided against it to avoid dampening the mood. Instead, he ventured a guess. A student? Yan shook her head. A teacher? He guessed again, to which she merely smiled, remaining silent. After several failed attempts at guessing her occupation, Yan finally relented. "I work in IT." "IT? You?" Chen found it hard to reconcile such a profession with her image. "Why? Don't you believe me?" Yan teased. "I believe you, but it just seems a bit out of character," he responded. Yan chose not to argue further and pulled out several credentials from her bag, placing them before Chen. "Take a look at these. Here, see what this is?" she said, as she rummaged through her belongings, needing them for some errands later. "Otherwise, how could I prove myself?" Ignoring her jest, Chen picked up one of the documents and examined it closely. "Master's degree in computer science from Peking University," he exclaimed, impressed. He flipped to another certificate. "Researcher at the Institute of Electronics, Chinese Academy of Sciences." Each credential was a testament to her academic prowess. "I didn't expect you to be such an academic overachiever." As they chatted over breakfast, nearly half an hour slipped by. After finishing their meal, Yan led Chen down the street. As they walked, they exited the area of Nanluoguxiang. "This place is not part of Nanluoguxiang, but it's not far from here," she explained as they ventured further. Before long, they arrived at another cluster of buildings. Compared to Nanluoguxiang, this area was quieter and more secluded, yet felt somewhat desolate, with many courtyards appearing abandoned. "Let me check the photos." Yan pulled out her phone to compare images. After some effort, she finally pinpointed a courtyard. "This is the one." Chen quickly looked up. It was a traditional courtyard house with blue bricks and gray tiles. The layout and position matched the photo closely, but the entrance was blocked off, making it impossible to observe the details up close. Upon closer inspection of his old photograph, he noticed several discrepancies. For instance, the house in the picture was shorter, while this one appeared significantly taller. The building in the photo looked quite dilapidated, but this one seemed well-maintained. "Are you certain this is the place?" he asked with uncertainty. "I'm sure," Yan replied, sensing his doubt. "This house has been renovated. Although some aspects have changed, the overall appearance and layout remain the same. Look here." She pointed to a crooked jujube tree in the courtyard. A jujube tree?" Chen quickly pulled out his photo to check if there was a similar tree. "The same spot, the same crooked trunk. It truly is the place." As he compared the two, his heart stirred unexpectedly. Initially devoid of hope, the prospect of finding it felt like an unexpected delight. "I can't believe you actually found it." "Thank you." Yan beamed at his gratitude and added, "My judgment wasn't solely based on the jujube tree." "Oh." Chen was intrigued. "I came here as a child and knew what it looked like back then." Seeing his interest, Yan continued, "My family lived nearby, and I often ran around the streets playing. I've explored almost every street and alley. Once, while playing hide-and-seek with friends, I ran a bit too far and ended up here. The sky was darkening, and the gate was open, so I slipped inside to hide. To my surprise, I was caught. I was terrified, especially when I saw the person who caught me had a gun at his waist. Although he eventually let me go and even offered me treats, I was too scared to return here afterward. That's why I didn't bring you directly here last night." Chen nodded, surprised by her story. "So this place is connected to your father?" Curious, he peered through the fence into the courtyard. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" A sharp voice called out from a distance. Both turned to see a flamboyantly dressed young man, adorned in designer labels, standing nearby, glaring at them with an unfriendly expression. Upon seeing the young man, Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. As he turned back, the young man's expression shifted to one of surprise upon recognizing Chen's face. Chapter 71. A sense of disinterest it felt remarkably familiar to Su-chan. Not merely a sense of déjà vu, nor a mere fragment of a memory, but rather akin to an invisible magnetic field emanating a subtle warmth. "It's nothing. We're just here to take a casual look around," Su-chan replied with a smile. The young man furrowed his brow. "Tourists?" Su-chan nodded slightly. "We should leave quickly. This is a private area, not meant for visitors." Although the young man's expression remained grim, his tone softened considerably. "What is this place?" Su-chan inquired, pointing at the house with a hint of curiosity. The young man, rarely inclined to offer details, replied, "This used to be my family's old residence. It's uninhabited now, so we've secured it. You should really leave." Su-chan nodded, suddenly engulfed by a feeling of disinterest. From the moment he had encountered the old photographs and contemplated his father's dying wish, he had entertained numerous speculations. Now, having pieced together the various threads of this situation, he had formed some preliminary conclusions. Yet, at this moment, he felt no desire to delve deeper. His memories intertwined with those of his previous life, creating a singular emotional experience. However, he had little concept of familial ties after decades of detachment. Regardless of his father's connection to this place or the reasons for their departure, the absence of contact over the years suggested underlying issues. As for the guidance given to him at the end of his father's life, it seemed to stem from a desire to prevent his loneliness, to provide him with a semblance of support. Yet, what need did the current Su-chan have for such support? Moreover, observing the young man's demeanor, one could easily envision the multitude of unfamiliar faces that would inevitably intrude upon his life in the future. Contemplating this, he no longer felt inclined to take another step forward. Maintaining his current state seemed preferable, living his own life alone. "Let us go." Su-chan beckoned, and Jiang promptly followed suit. After a few paces, he glanced back to find the young man still standing there, deep in thought, brow furrowed. With a smile, Su-chan asked, "May I inquire, do you share the surname Su?" The young man appeared momentarily taken aback. "How did you know?" Then, suddenly, his expression turned stern. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Realizing that Su-chan might not be a mere tourist after all, the young man's demeanor shifted. Su-chan waved his hand with a hearty laugh. "No need to be alarmed, just a casual inquiry. Let us go." He then continued onward with Jiang, leaving the young man behind, who remained rooted in place, frowning at their retreating figures. After a lengthy pause, he muttered under his breath, "Nuts," before pushing aside the barriers and entering the old residence. "Hey, Su-chan, is that your home?" Jiang whispered beside him, having overheard the exchange between Su-chan and the young man. Particularly, Su-chan's inquiry about the young man's surname sparked a suspicion in her mind, especially when combined with Su-chan's own surname and the old photograph. "Not quite." Su-chan shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Sensing his reluctance, Jiang refrained from pressing the issue, her curiosity piqued but respecting his boundaries. "Do you have some time? Would you show me around here?" Su-chan inquired with a smile. "Absolutely," Jiang replied with a slight grin. The two spent several hours exploring the area, and Jiang proved to be quite knowledgeable, recounting the history and anecdotes of each location they visited, infinitely more enriching than aimless wandering. At noon, Su-chan treated Jiang to a meal. Despite some disagreements during the process, he insisted on picking up the tab, leaving Jiang somewhat annoyed. "You'll be heading back to Jiang City soon, right?" she asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice as they finished their meal. "Yeah, I have a few matters to attend to today, but I'll be back in a couple of days." Jiang, however, was quite easygoing. "All right then, let us stay in touch via WeChat." After saying this, she fixed her gaze on Su-chan, half-jokingly adding, "You'd better not delete me once you return." Su-chan chuckled, following her lead. "How could I? Having a beautiful and brilliant friend like you on my list is a privilege." Jiang smiled, satisfied. On the evening of September 12th, Su-chan attended the premiere of the microfilm My Father at Kyoto Normal University. Although labeled a premiere, it was merely a screening in the university auditorium, with relevant school officials present to fulfill formalities. This microfilm was not commercially oriented, but was released for free on Penguin Video as a public service endeavor. Due to its non-profit nature and the absence of an entertainment company's backing, the production was kept quite simple. Prior to his arrival, Su-Chun had communicated his intention to remain out of sight, so he only interacted with the university and AMP, Oppos, as project coordinator. He settled into a designated corner, quietly watching the film. Despite the somewhat inexperienced filming techniques and the simplicity of the props, the director demonstrated a remarkable grasp of emotional expression and script development, making it hard to believe this was the work of a recent graduate. "Mr. Tang, I truly apologize for any inconvenience caused," said the project coordinator, Deng Wenxing, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a scholarly demeanor. Su-Chun had declined the school's offer for reserved tickets and hotel accommodations, which left Deng feeling somewhat indebted. "It's nothing. I have other matters to attend to in Kyoto," Su-Chun reassured him. At Deng's request, he met with the film's director before leaving, a young man named Rong Fei. Su-Chun was surprised to discover that the director was male, as he had anticipated that such a poignant portrayal of the father-daughter relationship could only have been crafted by a woman with personal experience. Rong Fei smiled as he explained, "Mr. Tang, I originally intended to write a story about a father and son. However, I realized that a daughter's perspective would resonate more with the audience, so I changed the protagonist to a female character. As I continued writing, I became completely immersed, and the direction evolved entirely." This revelation astonished Su-Chun even further. "You wrote the script yourself?" "Yes, but I feel the script could use some improvement." Su-Chun shook his head. "No, your script is excellent." He spoke truthfully. The film's success hinged significantly on its script. Upon hearing Su-Chun's praise, Rong Fei felt a surge of excitement. He and Deng Wenxing had both been following Tanghua, the rising star in the music composition world, recently in the spotlight online. They had listened to every one of Su-Chun's songs, acknowledging him as a true genius. Receiving recognition from such a prodigy was an honor for Rong Fei. The two engaged in a lengthy conversation about their interpretations of film, script mastery, filming techniques, and performance insights. Rong Fei was astonished to discover that Su-Chun, a composer, possessed an understanding of these matters that rivaled his own formal training, and in some respects, Su-Chun's insights carried even greater depth. In that moment, they shared a profound connection akin to finding a kindred spirit. Chapter 72, Take It Easy. Tomato only allows hand-holding due to an unexpected change in Ma Teng's filming schedule. The crew had to travel to Guizhou province for location shooting. As a result, the planned meeting had to be postponed until another opportunity arose. Consequently, Su-Chun's visit to Kyoto was cut short. He quickly tidied up his belongings in the hotel, intending to check out the following day. This way, he could set off at any moment and take advantage of the next few days to explore Kyoto's attractions. With only a few belongings, he could easily find accommodation wherever he went, making it quite convenient. After his sightseeing, he would plan his return journey for a later date. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Su-Chun finished packing, a knock echoed through the room. Who could be knocking at this hour? Wasn't room cleaning scheduled for the morning? Intrigued, Su-Chun opened the door. A waft of fragrance swept past him as a figure swiftly slipped into the room. He hurried to intercept, fearing it might be a trickster. However, before he could catch up, the figure had already removed their hat and mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. "How is it you?" Su-Chun exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Yan languidly fanned herself with her hat. "What is this? You don't wish to see your sister? Or perhaps you have some business here shortly?" She teased, her tone laden with innuendo as she deliberately surveyed the room's key points. In a while, their essay project worth several $100 million to discuss. "Your presence here is a hindrance," Su-Chun retorted defiantly, shutting the door behind him as he turned back into the room. "What project? So lucrative? Can I partake?" Jiang Yan gazed at him with an innocent expression resembling a naive little bunny. Su-Chun couldn't resist any longer. "All right, enough with the act." He quickly diverted the conversation. "Where in Oppos? Do you suppose to be in Sichuan? How come you're back so soon?" Jiang Yan cast a glance at him and explained slowly. "There was little to gain in Sichuan, but good news arrived from Kyoto, so I rushed back overnight." Su-Chun nodded slightly, as if suddenly recalling something, and asked, "How did you know I was staying here?" Jiang Yan chuckled. "I specifically asked Qingge for your room number. I wanted to surprise you." Since Lu Yuanqing had previously accompanied Su-Chun, He was aware of his whereabouts. More like a scare. Su Chen quipped. Jiang Yan leaned closer, her voice sultry. Am I really that terrifying? In a hotel away from home, a lonely man and a woman. Don't you want something to happen? Su Chan was taken aback. Take it easy. Tomato only allows hand-holding. TSK, how boring. Jiang Yan scoffed, then settled onto the sofa on the balcony. Have you completed your business? She was aware of Su Chen's reason for visiting Kyoto. Yes, all done. Did you find what you were looking for? Jiang Yan asked, somewhat surprised. Although the likelihood of finding the house from Su Chen's photo in Kyoto was high, locating it wasn't an easy task. I found it. No worries. Jiang Yan, being quite astute, refrained from inquiring why he sought that particular house. Will you be staying here a few more days? Su Chan shook his head. I'll see. I plan to explore Kyoto a bit more. If nothing else comes up, I'll head back. Wait for me then. I'll finish my tasks in the next couple of days, and then I can show you around Kyoto properly. Jiang Yan seemed to have a sudden thought. By the way, since you have nothing planned, our company is hosting the release event for my new album tomorrow. You should come and take a look. After it ends, I could take you out for a tour. Su Chen was taken aback. Your new album is ready? Wasn't your trip to Sichuan about the songs? Jiang Yan waved her hand dismissively. Just one song left. The deal in Kyoto is almost secured. The timing for this release has long been set, so starting a bit earlier is no issue. Su Chan furrowed his brow, sensing that Jiang Yan's company was treading dangerously close to recklessness. However, he chose not to comment further. All right, how do I get there? I'll send you the address soon. Just head over when the time comes. I'll give them a heads up. Su Chen nodded, having no specific plans anyway. Attending the event for some excitement wouldn't hurt. Let us not dwell on that. Come on, I'll take you to a place. Jiang Yan mysteriously beckoned Su Chen as they made their way downstairs. In contrast to Shi Siyuan and Lu Yuanqing, Jiang Yan drove a Hummer, but the interior was filled with a delightful fragrance. As soon as Su Chen settled into the seat, he noticed a young woman in the front seat looking at him eagerly. This is my assistant, Jiang Nan. You can call her Xiao Nan. Jiang Yan introduced. Su Chen nodded and greeted her with a smile. Hello. Jiang Nan glanced back and forth between Su Chen and Jiang Yan, visibly conflicted. Jiang Yan shot her a glare. What are you scheming now? Jiang Nan's face was contorted in distress. Sister Yin, you said we were coming to see someone, not specifically a man. If Hong Jia finds out I snuck out, I'll be in big trouble. Jiang Yan retorted fiercely. You're not thinking of reporting me, are you? Jiang Nan's expression was a mix of worry and indecision. Both of you are my bosses. What am I to do? Su Chen, overhearing their exchange, looked at Jiang Yan with a curious gaze. You snuck out? Who snuck out? Jiang Yan replied. Su Chen, don't overthink it. Upon hearing Su Chen and Appo's name, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. You're Su Chen? So handsome. No wonder. Before she could finish, Jiang Yan threw a cushion at her. Su Chen's expression turned odd as he glanced at Jiang Yan. Could it be that this woman was developing feelings for him? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. It was far-fetched. Setting aside other factors in terms of social status, they were undoubtedly from different worlds. Perhaps she merely found amusement in teasing him. Due to Jiang Nan's slip of the tongue, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the car. After about 40 minutes of driving, Su Chen gazed out the window, finding the route familiar. Sure enough, after a few turns, they finally arrived at the secluded forest retreat. Once out of the car, Jiang Yan adopted a commanding demeanor. So, Su Chen, what do you think? Not bad, right? She awaited his reaction, but after a prolonged silence, she inquired, is this really the place you intended to bring me? Jiang Yan shot him an incredulous look. Don't you think this place resembles a hidden paradise? Su Chen managed a wry smile. Suddenly, Jiang Yan seemed to recall something. You haven't been here before, have you? Chapter 73. Yet again spotted by paparazzi on the first day, Qingge had already brought me here. Jiang Yan gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling as if she were being scrutinized. However, since they had already arrived, she decided against changing locations. With Jiang Nan present, neither of them dared to speak too freely at the dinner table. Interestingly, Jiang Nan seemed quite intrigued by Su Chen, bombarding him with questions that left him feeling quite exasperated. I said I would treat you to a meal last time, and I finally managed to fulfill that promise. Jiang Yan remarked lightly to Su Chen during dinner. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, nodding in silence. I've sent the address of tomorrow's press conference hotel to your phone. Make sure to come, Jiang Yan added. Su Chen took out his phone and confirmed that he had indeed received Jiang Yan's message. I will try my best to arrive on time tomorrow, he replied. Jiang Yan chuckled softly. You don't need to come so early. Just arrive at your convenience. Jiang Yan, overhearing this, blinked curiously at Su Chen. Are you attending the press conference tomorrow as well? Su Chen nodded slightly. Seeing his affirmation, Jiang Yan turned her head, casting a teasing glance at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan shot her a fierce glare, but Jiang Yan seemed undeterred, grinning mischievously. Though Jiang Yan was Jiang Yan's assistant, their relationship resembled that of sisters, allowing them to joke freely without reservation. After dinner, they drove Su Chen to the hotel entrance. As he watched the vehicle depart, he turned to walk into the hotel, unaware of a young man in black lurking in a hidden corner behind him, lowering his camera with an expression of excitement. Breaking news. The little Queen Jiang Yan spotted with a mysterious man. Shortly after Su Chen returned to the hotel, a self-media report quietly surfaced on Weibo. The leaked video captured Jiang Yan entering the hotel and leaving with Su Chen. Although Su Chen's image remained somewhat blurred, their intimate gestures were unmistakable. TSK. What new antics are they up to? Isn't last time enough? Indeed, that incident had me thrilled for days, only to end in disappointment. You wouldn't understand. Jiang Yan's new album press conference is tomorrow, and this is just another ploy to generate buzz. I see, but this kind of promotion is getting tiresome. The person filming this must be out of material. If not, they should just go home and tend to their fields. Unexpectedly, after the report was released, it stirred only minor ripples online, failing to create a significant uproar. The audience's interest in the gossip was evidently lukewarm, still recalling the promotional antics from 2 months prior. In a rented room, the young man in black slammed his mouse down in frustration. As an entertainment paparazzo, he specialized in trailing hot celebrities. Today, he had fortuitously encountered Jiang Yan at the airport and had discreetly followed her for hours, only to be ridiculed by netizens for his footage. He was furious. Initially, he had planned to release the first video to maintain the heat for a few days before dropping more revelations to maximize the hype. But now, he could no longer contain his anger. He buried himself in typing. An hour later, a new expose emerged on Weibo. This time, it featured not a video, but 3 photographs. The first was a still from the previous video of Su Chen. The second was a high-definition shot of him. The third was another still from 2 months ago's gossip video. The article conducted a detailed, comparative analysis of these images. The first and second were clearly of the same person. A comprehensive analysis of the second and third photos, considering attire, demeanor, and behavior, provided nearly irrefutable evidence that they were indeed the same individual. This time, a slight stir arose online. Wait, the subjects of both rumors are the same person? The last one was in Jiangsheng, and now it's in Kyoto? Did he rush from Jiangsheng to Kyoto for a performance? Something feels off here. Professional actors are supposed to follow their crew. No. I sense something has been overlooked. If it's staged, they should at least hire someone unfamiliar to minimize trouble. This man seems to have a connection with Jiang Yan. Exactly. You all are too naive. It has already been stated that Jiang Yan's new album is about to drop. This is a last-minute promotional stunt, understand? After this expose, skepticism began to surface online. The young man in black sat at his computer, reading each comment intently. As he read, he clenched his fist in triumph. 2 hours later, the topic's popularity surged. Some unaware spectators were drawn in. Who is this man? He looks decent. Is this Jiang Yan's rumored boyfriend? Or is it the same as last time? Wasn't this supposed to be a publicity stunt? That was last time, but now he has been spotted in a Kyoto hotel meeting privately. This seems more serious than mere promotion. Could they really be a couple? This guy is quite handsome. Jiang Yan certainly has good taste. It seemed the Weibo platform had caught wind of the commotion and promoted Jiang Yan's rumors, propelling them into hot search rankings. At this moment, some of Jiang Yan and Oppo's S-male fans began to react with agitation. What? This ISN and Oppo's T just a publicity stunt? Is it real? Who is this guy? I want to challenge him. How do you plan to challenge him? With knives? I'm truly bewildered. Jiang Yan has chosen such a pretty boy. Brothers, Does anyone have information on this guy? I want to expose him. As the situation escalated, members of the celebrity chat group began to notice the news. Luo Zhe, Jiang Yan, have you returned to Kyoto? When did this happen? Ji Xiangyang, Jiang Yan Su Chen, are you two dating again? Jiang Jing, Jiang Yan, the media has reported again, this time with Su Chen's photos. It seems this is escalating. Tell Su Chen to stay low profile. Ji Xiangyang, what should we do in this situation? Can Su Chen still go out? Jiang Jing, just keep a low profile and refrain from responding. As long as the main characters stay silent, it won't amount to much. Jiang Jing, they LL get excited for a bit. But once they realize there's no more gossip, their interest will wane. Jiang Jing, after all, only a portion of people are skeptical. Jiang Yan's company's response last time was effective for this situation as well. After some more discussion, seeing that neither Jiang Yan nor Su Chen had spoken up, the group's interest gradually faded. It was late at night, and many began to log off to sleep. Just then, L Yuanqing chimed in with a remark. L Yuanqing, honestly, I think Jiang Yan and Su Chen make quite the pair. Instantly, the group buzzed with renewed energy. Chapter 74. The new album launch event in an apartment in Kyoto. Jiang Yan's agent, Zhou Hong, sat with a stern expression, silent. The young assistant, Jiang Yan, stood nearby, trembling. Jiang Yan handed her a cup of tea. Sister Hong, why are you so upset? It's really not a big deal. Zhou Hong snorted coldly, but eventually took the tea. It will be too late when something does happen. After sipping her tea, she picked up her phone. Did you sneak out tonight just to see him? On the screen was a photo of Su Chen that had been leaked. Jiang Yan quickly replied with a smile. Sneak out? That's a bit harsh. I went out with Xiaonan. She was watching over me. What are you worried about? At this point, she shot a glance at Jiang Nan, who looked at her with a forlorn expression, too intimidated to speak. Jiang Nan, the assistant jumped at the sound. Is this how you look at your boss? Is this your way of being responsible? The assistant could only stammer in silence. All right, I understand. I won't take Jiang Nan with me next time. Zhou Hong began to nod at the first part, but suddenly felt something was amiss. Next time? No. What I meant was, there won't be a next time. Zhou Hong's expression softened somewhat. She scrutinized the photo for a moment before thoughtfully saying, it's not that you need to be so guarded, but as an artist, you must always be mindful of your public image. Su Chen is just an ordinary person. If this escalates, it won't be good for him either, right? Even if you don't consider yourself, you should consider him. She continued earnestly, at your age. It's a crucial time for career development. Don't jeopardize your future for something so ephemeral. Su Chen may be handsome, but you should weigh your options carefully. After all, he is merely an ordinary person. Seeing the conversation straying, Jiang Yan quickly redirected it. All right, I understand. So what should we do about this? It seems the online chatter is escalating. Zhou Hong glanced at her. Didn't you handle the last scandal quite well? Why are you asking me now? Jiang Yan's breath hitched. She dared not mention Su Chen's assistance, fearing it would lead to endless complications. Just as she pondered how to respond, Zhou Hong continued. No worries. Last time's public relations were successful, and since the effects are still lingering, this time should be easier. We just need to remain silent. In a couple of days, the hype will die down, and they will naturally lose interest. Remember, absolutely no responses. Jiang Yan nodded vigorously. As the online scandal was once again fervently discussed, the male lead of the incident, Su Chen, had already fallen asleep. The next morning, after getting up and washing up, Su Chen set off for the hotel according to the address Jiang Yan had sent him. The launch event was scheduled for 9 a.m., and the hotel was somewhat distant from where he was staying. Concerned about being late, he decided to take a taxi, allowing him to enjoy the streets and scenes of Kyoto along the way. At the Tianluan Mingdu Hotel in Kyoto, the press conference venue was fully prepared. Journalists who arrived received their badges and took their seats according to their assigned places. In the opulent hall, a massive display screen was embedded in the wall behind the stage, showcasing a large photo of Jiang Yan. Accompanying the photo were artistic designs that read, 2023. Ten Jiang Yan new album launch. Love endures, walking together. At the back of the stage, Zhou Hong was briefing Jiang Yan. Remember, when the reporters ask questions, do not respond to anything related to Su Chen. Just say it's a misunderstanding and keep it vague. If anyone presses further, move on to the next question. Jiang Yan nodded in acknowledgement. After Zhou Hong finished her instructions, she suddenly recalled something. Oh, tell Su Chen not to appear in public for a few days. His photo has been leaked, and journalists will likely come looking for him. Before she could finish, Jiang Yan gasped. Zhou Hong's heart sank, and she quickly asked, "What is wrong?" Jiang Yan looked somewhat flustered. Su Chen might come over soon. Yes, coming over? Zhou Hong's voice shot up an octave. Quick, call him and tell him not to come. Jiang Yan hurriedly took out her phone, her fingers trembling as she dialed. The call went unanswered. Voicemail. Once, twice, 3 times. What should we do? Jiang Yan asked anxiously, regretting that she had forgotten such an important matter. Zhou Hong frowned, contemplating for a moment. Suddenly resolute, she instructed, "Let us proceed as planned. You send him a message to stay away. Whether he sees, it is up to fate now. We can only take a gamble." 10 minutes later, the conference began. The company and Oppo's publicity department introduced each segment as per protocol. Jiang Yan sat at the table, feeling increasingly uneasy, frequently glancing at her phone. Zhou Hong, noticing her distress, gently squeezed her hand from the audience to signal her to remain calm. Finally, it was time for the Q&A session. The first reporter immediately struck at the heart of the matter. "Ms. Jiang, how do you explain the rumors about you that surfaced online last night?" "This matter is a misunderstanding." As the reporter was about to follow up, Jiang Yan seized the opportunity to interject, "Please focus on the new album instead of unrelated topics." "Thank you." The reporter had no choice but to relent. Many journalists present were from media outlets hired by the company and generally refrained from being overly intrusive. "Ms. Jiang, what genre of songs can we expect in your new album?" The second reporter, more considerate, redirected the conversation. Jiang Yan felt a wave of relief wash over her. The new album primarily features Cantonese songs, a mix of Cantonese and Mandarin. Since my previous songs were all in Mandarin, I wanted to challenge myself this time. Her response stirred excitement among the audience. Cantonese. She has never sung in that language before. Is this a final step towards becoming a diva? Oh, have you specifically studied Cantonese in Hong Kong? No, I haven't, but I have many friends from Hong Kong and Guangdong in the industry, and I mainly learned from them. Have you visited Hong Kong and Guangdong before? Not yet, but I plan to go there in the future. It and Oppo's. That's definitely on my agenda. The subsequent questions were rather mundane, and Jiang Yan answered them fluently. Lastly, Ms. Jiang, can you reveal the name of your new album? The main entrance of the conference hall was pushed open from the outside. The reporters in the back instinctively glanced towards the door. Then her gaze suddenly sharpened. Su Chen. Her voice was not loud, yet in that moment, it resonated with remarkable clarity throughout the hall. Jiang Yan's mind felt as though it had exploded. It was over. Chapter 75. Confronting the journalists. Is that Su Chen? I squinted. It certainly looks like him. There are numerous photos of Su Chen online. A quick search on my phone would confirm it. The press conference was interrupted, and the journalists in the audience began to murmur amongst themselves. It is indeed Su Chen. Within moments, one journalist had located the account of the informant. He held his phone high, displaying an enlarged photo of Su Chen. In an instant, chaos erupted at the press conference venue. Journalists swarmed towards him like cats drawn to the scent of fish, leaving Jiang Yan and the others in a state of panic on stage. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. As Su Chen pushed open the grand doors of the conference hall, he noticed a journalist in the back row watching him with keen interest. Soon, others began to turn around and whisper amongst themselves. He initially thought he had arrived late and disrupted the flow of the conference. Offering an apologetic smile, he started to look for a corner to settle in. However, halfway through, he spotted a journalist raising his phone and calling out his name. In an instant, he was met with a barrage of cameras aimed directly at him, leaving him utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Is this some sort of prank by Jiang Yan? Mr. Su Chen, may I ask if you and Jiang Yan are truly a couple? What transpired during your meeting at a hotel yesterday? 2 months ago, you spent the night together in Jiang City. Have you two already moved in together? The journalist clamored to ask. Su Chen's heart raced with alarm. Had Jiang Yan's affair been exposed? And his own photos circulated online? He had merely dozed off in a taxi today and hadn't paid much attention to his phone. How could so much have happened in such a short time? He glanced at Jiang Yan on stage, immediately noticing her anxious expression. Indeed, this was a disaster. Quickly gathering his thoughts, he deduced the situation. The previous scandal had been swept under the rug through hype. Even if he were caught on camera this time, as long as he remained out of sight, it would eventually die down. But by a stroke of bad luck, he had shown up at the press conference, solidifying the connection between him and Jiang Yan, an undeniable bond. The fruits of their previous public relations efforts were now in shambles. What should he do? Turning back was no longer an option. He had to confront it head-on. The journalists had completely encircled Chen, leaving him with no room to maneuver. Silence. He bellowed. Instantly, the hall fell eerily quiet, as if his voice had cast a spell over the crowd. How should I respond to this chaos? If there are questions, please ask them one at a time. Step aside. At his command, the journalists instinctively parted to create a path for him. As he walked, he calculated how to navigate this predicament. Though anxiety churned within him, his exterior remained remarkably composed. As the journalists made way, it appeared as though they were welcoming him with open arms. Outside the circle, Zhou Hong had just witnessed how the journalists had surrounded Chen like a fortress. Suddenly, his commanding shout had genuinely cleared a path. His steady gait and calm demeanor sparked a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Is this really Chen? Is he self-assured or simply fearless? At this moment, Jiang Yan and Zhou Hong returned to the stage. Once Chen approached, their eyes met, and he gave a slight nod. In that instant, Jiang Yan, who had been somewhat flustered, felt her heart settle a little. Everyone, please return to your seats. Chen commanded, and the journalists complied, resuming their places. Let us return to order, one question at a time. Who will start? The moment Chen opened his mouth, a scruffy-looking male journalist shot his hand up. Chen gestured for him to proceed. Mr. Chen, what exactly is your relationship with Jiang Yan? Without hesitation, Chen replied, friends. Are you more than just friends? The journalist pressed. Chen shot him a sidelong glance. One question at a time. You finished yours. Next. The journalist's face flushed with indignation. Is this how you treat the media? Chen scoffed. I could have declined your interview altogether. You should be grateful that I am answering your question. Do you understand gratitude? With those words, the journalist trembled in anger. Everyone is eager to know your relationship with Jiang Yan. I'm merely voicing the public's curiosity. You'd better adjust your attitude, or else before he could finish. Chen interrupted. What everyone wants to know is none of your business. The journalist stammered, struggling to regain his composure. Do you realize what you just did? That constitutes intimidation. According to the laws of Huaxia, your actions could lead to criminal charges. Do you understand? After the press conference, expect a lawyer's letter. He added, where are the security personnel? Why haven't you escorted him out yet? The journalist clutched his chest in distress. Jiang Yan, beside him, was in a panic. But to relent. Zhou Hong, internally lamenting, thought this troublesome Chen. Why must he be so combative right from the start? Hello, Mr. Chen. I've heard you and Jiang Yan are a couple, and some claim you're already living together. Is this true? A second journalist, a woman in her 30s, dressed sharply and exuding an air of professionalism, posed the question. Heard? Some claim? Which organization are you from? How unprofessional. Chen fired back, disregarding her gender. As a media professional, you must adhere to the truth. If your lack of professional ethics and distorted reporting leads to disaster or even loss of life, won't your conscience be troubled? How long have you been in this field? How long since you last educated yourself? You ought to read more and not follow others down the path of absurdity. After an intense exchange, another journalist, a well-presented woman, stood up to ask Mr. Chen, 2 months ago, she seemed to carefully choose her words. You stayed overnight with Jiang Yan in Jiang City. Do you have any explanations? Feeling a sense of relief as the female journalist appeared less confrontational. Explanations would be futile. Journalist's inquiry. He smiled and glanced at the 3 journalists from earlier. See, this is what professionalism looks like. You all should take notes. Left fuming. Chapter 76. I wrote a song for her. The praised female reporter appeared slightly embarrassed. Mr. Chen, but suddenly recalled that Jiang Yan is a singer. He quickly amended, "We are studying Jiang Yan and Appo's new album." However, as soon as Su Chen uttered these words, a snicker erupted. The reporter with a sharp face laughed mockingly. "You are just an amateur. Do you understand music theory?" Su Chen maintained a polite smile, albeit with an underlying tension. "You just called yourselves unprofessional, and now you're taking it personally. If you were truly professional, you would know what I studied. Does a composition major not understand music theory? Please think before you speak." Information about Su Chen had already been unearthed online. Looking somewhat sheepish, "Mr. Su Chen, I mean no offense, but according to reports, Jiang Yan was intoxicated that day. Could you explain how you were studying the new album?" Glancing at Su Chen's expression, seemingly fearful of provoking his anger. To her surprise, Su Chen chuckled. "Originally, this matter was private, and I did not wish to elaborate, as was the case last time. However, since everyone is curious, I will briefly recount what transpired. You may not know, but Jiang Yan was classmates with my teacher. Because of her new album, my teacher asked me to write her a song. Consequently, Jiang Yan flew to Jiangcheng to discuss the album with me. During dinner, we finalized our collaboration, and Jiang Yan, in high spirits, had a bit too much to drink. Concerned for her safety, I brought her to my residential community." As Su Chen spoke, he glanced at the female reporter. "I must clarify that I did not let Jiang Yan stay overnight at my home. Rather, I arranged for her to stay at my neighbor's house, allowing the two to share a room." Jiang Yan listened to Su Chen and Appo's elaborate tale, feeling somewhat speechless. As he spoke, she almost started to believe him. However, how to justify the songwriting aspect? It was indeed a web of lies entangled with more lies. Unsurprisingly, a reporter quickly seized upon the subject of the song. Su Chen smiled slightly. "That and Appo's a secret for now. I will surprise everyone in due time." The reporter was unwilling to relent and pressed on. "Then how would you explain your meeting at the hotel?" Kyoto was primarily to attend this launch event at Jiang Yan's invitation. After arriving, I checked into the hotel, and Jiang Yan came to visit me, the composer, for dinner. Is that unreasonable? I did not anticipate that what should have been a joyous occasion would be turned into such a spectacle by certain individuals. Su Chen feigned regret as he lamented, felt a wave of awkwardness. Su Chen and Appo's explanation was coherent. Although there were lingering doubts, he managed to justify himself. Finding a loophole would be challenging without evidence. The reporter's present sighed in disappointment. "Haha, I'm curious to see what kind of song you can produce." He could only focus on the music. He doubted that an obscure individual could compose a quality song. If Su Chen failed to deliver, Su Chen did not participate, but remained backstage with Jiang Yan. Su Chen's earlier responses had been akin to a roller coaster, leaving Jiang Yan quite startled. At last, a still question, the lack of evidence rendered it inconsequential. Yet, Su Chen's mention of the song created some complications. "Su Chen, did I not mention that I have already negotiated with Li Qingshan? He will complete the final song for the album. I will find a way to ensure he credits you." She intended to finalize this matter decisively. Hearing this, Su Chen could only shake his head helplessly. "You don't need to." Before he could finish, Jiang Yan was called away by her company. As she departed, she left him with a parting remark. "It's settled then." The video of Su Chen at the press conference quickly spread across the internet. "Wow, this Su Chen is so arrogant. How dare he confront the reporters like that? These reporters are so cowardly. If I were there, I would have kicked them." Keyboard warriors online often felt invincible. "Dare to offend my goddess. I shall not rest until I confront you." Discussions online were fervent. Although Su Chen had managed to mitigate the situation. "And you expect me to believe you didn't stay together? Do you take us for fools?" Personally, I don't believe that a man would bring Jiang Yan home and nothing would happen. Some individuals simply relished in spreading groundless speculation, lacking any evidence. Beyond the aforementioned, many were still primarily focused on Chen writing a song. After all, nothing else mattered as much. Do you know the caliber of songs top-tier artists produce? Would they really seek out an amateur to compose for them? Haha, that's the flaw. Shan has a rather peculiar temperament. Should he utter anything harsh, do not take it to heart. Jiang Yan continuously advised Chen during their journey. Shortly after the press conference, she was in a frantic rush to visit Shan. Initially, there was no urgency, but due to Chen's mention of songwriting at the conference, she felt compelled to take some measures. As for the reason behind bringing Chen along, it was partly because they happened to be together and partly because this matter pertained to him. Her intention was to discuss the authorship of the song. If Shan insisted on meeting the person credited, she would be prepared. However, she understood Chen's nature. He was someone who preferred to go with the flow. But if anything was said in a less than pleasant manner, he would retaliate fiercely. Given Shan's eccentric disposition, it ensued between them, hence her repeated cautions. After all, Shan was no insignificant figure. As one of the most formidable composers today, he had produced numerous classic songs. In comparison to renowned composers like Lao Jie, his stature was unparalleled. Provoking him would make it exceedingly difficult to find quality songs in the future. Are you really not going to look at the song I wrote for you? I'll take a good look. Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Suit yourself. It's a perfect opportunity to see what the world's top composers are truly capable of. Shan's residence was situated in a spacious house on the outskirts of the city, a stark contrast to the crowded urban area. The courtyard was adorned with pavilions, bridges. Guided by the assistant, Jiang Yan and Chen arrived at the tea room. Shan was already seated in the main position, pouring tea over a teapot. Jiang Yan has arrived. Please, take a seat. Upon seeing her enter, Shan greeted her with a nod. And who is this? Jiang Yan quickly introduced. This is my friend Chen. We happen to be together and decided to visit you. Shan nodded, showing little interest in Chen. I had the songs prepared for you. I could have just sent them over. There is no need for you to come all this way. Jiang Yan laughed and complimented. That would be quite disrespectful to your hard work. Since I had nothing else to do, I thought it would be nice to chat with you. I hope I'm not intruding. Shan chuckled heartily. Ah, Jiang, you still know how to flatter. After some small talk, Shan gestured for his assistant, who brought in a laptop and placed it on the table. The songs are on here. Take a look and see if they are satisfactory. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan took the mouse and opened a folder containing two files. One was a text document that she opened directly. A complete song titled The Cicada Knows Not of Snow appeared before her. After skimming through it, she found the lyrics to be quite exceptional. She attempted to hum a few lines, her face lighting up with delight. Teacherly, I really like it. Shan nodded in satisfaction. Those kids have plenty of free time. Let them practice. He then encouraged her to listen. As the accompaniment began to play within moments, Chen had made his judgment. It was a masterpiece. This song was among the finest he had heard in this world, surpassing even the top songs on the charts that month. He had previously thought the music in this world was merely average, but now he realized he had underestimated the talent around him. After Jiang Yan expressed her excitement and gratitude, Shan laughed heartily. At his age, there was no greater joy than having his songs appreciated by others. Ha ha ha. As long as you are satisfied. They chatted joyfully for a while longer. And as Jiang Yan noticed Shan in good spirits, she seized a moment to steer the conversation. Teacher Li, about this song. She carefully considered her wording. What? Is there something you find unsatisfactory? Shan suddenly frowned. No. I truly love this song, but I have a request. I hope you won't be upset. Previously, Sister Hong discussed that I would be singing this song. Now, I wonder if it would be possible to also purchase the authorship rights? Li Qingshan paused, slightly taken aback. Oh, you wish to credit yourself? In the entertainment industry, some singers who acquire good songs also buy the rights alongside them. At the very least, they would secure the authorship rights, ensuring that the singer, lyricist, and composer were all the same person, a rather significant marketing angle. However, to his knowledge, why the sudden desire for this identity? No. I want to credit it to another person. Li Qingshan and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. He asked sternly, who do you wish to credit? Generally, as long as the rights remained with them, it was acceptable to credit a singer. However, to credit someone else? That would mean attributing it to another composer, which was something he absolutely abhorred. What kind of composer would do such a thing? Gravity of the situation and realized she was in a precarious position. With no retreat possible, she braced herself and said, I wish to credit. Chen smiled and nodded. I write songs at a small company. The moment the words left his mouth, Li Qingshan's expression turned cold. Young people should be grounded, taking one step at a time. Do not always seek shortcuts. Aim too high, and you will achieve nothing. His demeanor shifted abruptly. Jiang Yan, sensing the tension, swiftly tugged at Chen's sleeve, signaling him to remain calm. Then, she apologized humbly. I'm sorry, Teacher Li, yes not. It's just, even Jiang Yan found it difficult to explain the circumstances surrounding her and Chen. What else is there to explain? Li Qingshan and Appo's frown deepened. Following the earlier exchange, he had already resolved not to allow the young man any shortcuts. At that moment, his assistant quietly whispered something in his ear, and as he listened, Li Qingshan's expression darkened further. Until the assistant finished speaking, he suddenly rose to his feet. You may leave, Xiao Jiang. I shall no longer sing this song for you. I hope you refrain from bringing such individuals to disturb me in the future. Chapter 78. Next stop, Diva Jiang Yan was drenched in sweat, her anxiety palpable. Teacher Li, I and Appo's, am sorry. Can I forego the credit? This song means the world to me. Li Qingshan scoffed. I have spoken my piece and shall not repeat it. I care not for your relationship, nor do I wish to entertain your gossip using my song. Not a chance. Xiaoyao, show our guest to the door. With that, he turned to leave. Is a song that barely qualifies as a masterpiece truly worth such arrogance? Jiang Yan sighed. Let us go. I had hoped to discover some remarkable music. But if this is all there is, I have plenty of songs just like it. Why beg so pathetically? Suddenly, Chen and Appo's voice broke the tension. Li Qingshan froze mid-turn, his fiery gaze fixed on Chen. What did you say? I will not repeat myself. Chen replied coolly, his demeanor calm as he regarded Li Qingshan, as though he were inconsequential. Jiang Yan felt a wave of dread. Her worst fears materialized. These two were truly at odds. Teacher Li, I apologize, Chen didn't mean it. He just. But before she could finish, Li Qingshan's cold voice interrupted. Young man, ambition is commendable, but do not be presumptuous. His tone, an icy disdain. Who was he? Li Qingshan. For years, no one had dared to challenge him so brazenly, even if his work were to resemble refuse. Yet this young man dared to offend him, igniting his fury. Jiang Yan clutched Chen tightly, desperate to prevent any rash actions. If he struck this old man, the consequences would be irreparable. If Chen knew her thoughts, he would surely be incensed. Am I truly such a person? Noting the varied reactions around him, Chen smiled softly and looked at Jiang Yan. I've stated before, there's nothing remarkable about such songs. Do you have pen and paper? What are you planning? To write a song on the spot? This is Li Qingshan we're talking about, the titan of composition. Surely you know his legend? Jiang Yan urged in a hushed tone. Chen, please calm down. Apologize to Teacher Li. Panic coursed through her as she felt beads of sweat forming on her palms. What had she done bringing Chen here? She should have handled this alone. Just as she felt at a loss, Li Qingshan's cold voice cut through the air. Give him paper and pen. To write a song on the spot? Ridiculous. He doubted anyone could produce a song of such quality in real time, especially not an unknown junior. It was the first time in years he had encountered such audacity in a young person. He must teach him a lesson. Moments latte. An assistant brought a fountain pen and a sheet of paper. Su Chen accepted them without a word, laying the paper flat on the table and beginning to write. Realizing she could no longer intervene, Jiang Yan shot an apologetic glance at Li Qingshan and focused on Su Chen's actions. Regardless of the outcome, Li Qingshan today. With this realization, her anxiety began to dissipate. Li Qingshan furrowed his brow, intrigued to see what this young man might conjure. Su Chen wrote slowly but without pause. Since recording the song in his notebook, the melody had become increasingly vivid in his mind, requiring no effort to recall. It was as though a command from his brain activated muscle memory, guiding his hand. The room fell silent, save for the sound of the pen scratching against the paper and the nib tapping on the table. The onlookers watched in silence, gradually sensing something unusual. Was he writing lyrics and composing music simultaneously? Such an approach was unheard of. Typically, one would compose music first or write lyrics before merging the two. Writing both concurrently? Unbelievable. Was he merely jesting? Questions bubbled in their minds. Li Qingshan even let out a cold laugh. After about 10 minutes, a complete song lay before them. What do you think? Su Chen handed it to Jiang Yan. She was too exhausted to hope. After witnessing his previous actions, she had abandoned all expectation. Yet instinctively, she accepted the paper and began to read, standing before the great round, carefully observing my path. At the next station, reaching the diva would be ideal. But on the glamorous starry road, fear of heights may arise. A shiver ran down her spine as though struck by lightning. Though she was unfamiliar with Great Round, the references to diva and glamorous starry road resonated deeply within her. Struggling to contain her excitement, she read through the lyrics. They were simple, yet inexplicably appealing. Casting a puzzled glance at Su Chen, she found him unfazed. Could it be true? Was Su Chen truly the genius when Yan had praised? Soon, she began to hum softly to the melody. As she continued, she abruptly halted, staring at Su Chen in disbelief. This was exquisite. Moreover, it seemed to possess even more charm when sung in Cantonese. For her new album, she had dedicated time to learning Cantonese, and in that instant, she felt the song and amp, oppose, allure. Li Qingshan, observing Jiang Yan and amp, oppose, reaction, was taken aback. Could it be? But as he continued, he found himself entranced. If Jiang Yan judged the song by intuition, he examined it from a professional standpoint. Yet even with his expertise, the song's quality shone through. The lyrics conveyed dual meanings, perfectly aligning with Jiang Yan's current situation. This and captivating, far superior to his own piece, Cicada Unaware of Snow. In an instant, his resentment towards Su Chen evaporated. Tailored for a singer in such circumstances was an unprecedented feat. His gaze towards Su Chen began to shift. Pausing, he attempted to soften his tone, asking, "What is the title of this song?" Su Chen replied coolly, "Next Stop Diva." Boom! Sing through her entire being. P.S. Next Stop Diva original artist, Kai Juyin, twins, lyrics, Huang Weiman, music, Wu Leking. Jiang Yan has been in the industry for 8 years. From her humble beginnings, she has gradually made her way to where she is today. She never dared to aspire to a higher status. However, as she gained recognition, ambitions began to stir within her. Upon her the title of Little Diva. Only then did she dare to associate the term diva with herself, albeit only in private planning. In public, whenever the media broached the subject of divas, she remained modest, claiming she still had a long way to go. Yet, Su Chen's song seemed to ignite something deep within her. She stood there, lost in thought, before finally speaking up. Is this name a bit too ostentatious? Offering no opinion, Li Qingshan could no longer contain himself. What is ostentatious about it? Every singer aims for this position. Dare to dream and act. I see nothing wrong with that. Jiang Yan turned to Su Chen, only to find him gazing calmly at her, neither affirming nor opposing her thoughts. Subsequently, Jiang Yan and Li Qingshan meticulously analyzed the song multiple times. The more Li Qingshan examined it, the more he was struck with admiration. Kid, this song, ISNT something you just pulled out from your previous works, is it? Though he had witnessed the entire process of Su Chen composing, he still found it hard to believe. He saw confirmation once more. I just composed it. Su Chen teased him lightly, only to be met with Li Qingshan's serious gaze. I do. Despite having never encountered someone with such talent before, geniuses do exist in this world. Following recent events, Su Chen was categorized in his mind as one of those exceptional individuals. His gaze towards Su Chen grew increasingly complex. So, you can create such remarkable songs, yet still accompany Jiang Yan here to witness the old man and oppose. As folly? He cast a subtle glance at Jiang Yan, who was avoiding his gaze awkwardly, realizing that her previous rejections of Su Chen had indeed been rather unwise. Just as she was about to offer an explanation, Li Qingshan interjected with a scoff. Oof. Even if you create such songs, don't expect the old man to apologize. Su Chen was speechless. You old man, you really know how to dramatize your own role. Did I ever ask you to apologize? Just as he was about to provoke him further, Li Qingshan suddenly shifted the conversation. But I have an idea. Can I take the lead on recording the accompaniment for this song? What are you plotting now? Really? That would be immensely appreciated. Jiang Yan exclaimed with delight upon hearing Li Qingshan's suggestion. This was a rare gem of a song, although it wasn't written by Li Qingshan, the fulfilling for her. While Li Qingshan was a composer, he had previously worked as a music director at an entertainment company, making him quite professional in recording. Even after transitioning to composing, he invested in a team specifically for recording accompaniment. A significant portion of the songs he created were recorded by himself, possibly out of a fear that others would ruin his masterpieces or perhaps due to his own passion. Since Jiang Yan agreed, Su Chen chose not to voice any objections. With someone recording the accompaniment, he could relax a little, seeing Su Chen acquiesce. Further details, Jiang Yan suddenly remembered something. Teacherly, regarding the song The Cicada Knows Not of Snow. Before she could finish, Li Qingshan shot her a stern look. Forget about that song. Once was humiliating enough. Do you want me to endure another round of disgrace on the October billboard? Jiang Yan and Su Chen exchanged glances, suddenly recalling Jiang Yan's earlier instructions. The rumors about this old man's eccentric temperament were indeed true. He was as temperamental as a child, ready to turn hostile at a moment's notice. However, since Li Qingshan had made his stance clear, Jiang Yan chose not to press the matter further. She was already grateful for securing a great song today. The group then discussed specific details in depth. Although Li Qingshan still harbored some disdain for Su Chen, his attitude had noticeably softened. Finally, everything was settled. Jiang Yan purchased the song for 500,000 to share for Su Chen, while Li Qingshan would oversee the entire recording process. Following this, Su Chen spent another 2 days exploring Kyoto. His trip to Kyoto ultimately came to a close. Su Chen? How could he possibly be associated with Jiang Yan? Shi Siyuan furrowed her brow, unable to fathom that Jiang Yan's rumor partner was Su Chen. The two, seemingly from entirely different worlds, had somehow intertwined, leaving her perplexed. Since their encounter at the secluded cottage with Lu Yuanqing, events had taken a surreal turn. Both Lu Yuanqing and Jiang Yan were top figures in the entertainment industry. She acknowledged that Su Chen possessed some talent, albeit confined to the school environment. The songs he had previously written were utterly disregarded by entertainment companies. What conspiracy were they weaving? You know him so well. Do you truly believe he can write anything worthwhile? Zhou Yuyan inquired blandly from the side. Shi Siyuan paused momentarily. No. Then what are you worried about? Zhou Yuyan shrugged. Since he can't produce a good song for Jiang Yan, wouldn't that be more advantageous for us? Moreover, according to my sources, Li Qingshan has backed out of the deal to provide Jiang Yan with a song. Isn't this precisely what we desire? Once you suppress Jiang Yan on the October billboard, your popularity will undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. At that point, stepping over her to ascend to stardom will be within reach. Shi Siyuan nodded but still wore a somewhat grave expression. Despite Zhou Yuyin's words, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within her. It was a feeling of losing control, something she despised. Yet, at this stage, there seemed to be no alternative. She could only nod gently. Let us proceed as planned. Chapter 80. New Plans Luaja. Suchen. Are you really going to write a song for Jiang Yan? Xiangyang. There's nothing wrong with Suchen writing a song for Jiang Yan, right? Luaja. That's not what I meant, it's just... Jiangjing. Xiangyang. It's fine for Suchen to write a song, but if the song doesn't meet expectations, it could face severe criticism. Jiangjing. Jiang Yan. Have you both thought of strategy? Upon returning to Jiangsheng, Suchen finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He could finally take a moment to relax and scroll through the chat history. In just a few days, the group chat had exceeded 999 messages. He began to scroll back in chronological order, reaching the day of Jiang Yan's new album release conference. A few members were discussing the events of the conference. Since matters were not finalized at that time, neither Jiang Yan nor Suchen had responded in the group. Now that everything was settled, Suchen contemplated for a moment and decided to type a response. Suchen. Xiangyang Luaja Jiangjing. The issue has been resolved, and the song for Jiang Yan has been confirmed, entering the recording phase. As soon as Suchen's reply was sent, the group chat buzzed with excitement. Luozi, Zuchen. Have you returned to Jiangcheng? Xiangyang. Why haven't you two spoken in the group these past few days? We thought you were cornered by fans. Jiangjing. Suchen. The song is entering the recording phase? Is it the song you wrote for Jiang Yan? Surprised, the members of the group, who were usually active or familiar with Suchen, numbered only a few. Thus, Suchen responded to each of their inquiries. Suchen. Luaja. Yes, and I'm back in Jiangsheng. Suchen. Xiangyang. Could you wish us some good luck? Suchen. Jiangjing. It's a song I wrote, and Jiang Yan thinks it's quite good. Hence it was selected. Suchen's response was rather unembellished, omitting any mention of the events that transpired at Li Qingshan's home. However, this understated tone hinted at something unusual to the others. Jiangjing, oh? Jiang Yan has her eyes on your song? It must be quite excellent. Luaja. Wow, Suchen. You've kept your talents under wraps. Do you have any other songs? I'd love to have some. Xiangyang. Can you give us a hint about the song you wrote? They all knew that Suchen was a composer and that he had recently graduated. Thus, they viewed him as merely a budding newcomer in the industry, someone learning the ropes while working behind the scenes. After all, he had never boasted of his achievements. Consequently, his professional endeavors were rare. Now, with Suchen suddenly announcing his collaboration with Jiang Yan, curiosity peaked among the group. They recognized the caliber of Jiang Yan. A star of her stature would undoubtedly select only the finest songs. The fact that Jiang Yan had chosen Suchen's work indicated its quality must be commendable. Curiosity propelled them to inquire further about the song. In response, Suchen chose to tease them. Suchen, I won't reveal anything just yet. You'll have to wait until October when it's released, and then you can buy it. Only one be disappointed. The group was taken aback by Suchen's confident tone. Of course, if anyone was the most excited, it was Luaja, the only singer among them. Luaja. Although I haven't heard it yet, I trust that any song Jiang Yan selects must be a masterpiece. Luaja. Suchen, I'm in need of some rock songs. Could you arrange some for me as well? Zuchen, Zulma. Luaja. Isn't that reasonable? Suchen. Quite reasonable. But I suggest you go to bed earlier in the future. Luaja. Why so? Suchen. That way, you won't waste the day dreaming. After some light-hearted banter in the group, Suchen finally closed the messaging app. Following his trip to Kyoto, he needed to devise a plan for the future. During his time in Kyoto, he accomplished 3 tasks. Firstly, he attended the premiere of the microfilm My Father at Kyoto Normal University. Secondly, as last wishes. Thirdly, he met with Liu Yuanqing and Jiang Yan. Regarding the collaboration with Liu Yuanqing for a variety show, Suchen's interest was not a fleeting whim. Previously, he had learned that the variety show industry in Blue Star was lagging behind, and he had begun to formulate some ideas. However, he had been hindered by a lack of channels, rendering any progress impossible. Upon encountering Liu Yuanqing and witnessing his circumstances, Suchen suddenly recognized him as the ideal candidate for collaboration. Even though Suchen planned to debut facilitate access to resources in the variety show production sector. This would grant him greater influence in future endeavors. Moreover, he held a deep admiration for the newly acquainted Rong Fei. As a burgeoning director, Rong Fei was undoubtedly a rising star. If he could adapt some web literature into scripts, it would be a promising venture. However, it was still too early to dwell on such thoughts, as he currently lacked vital industry connections. Nevertheless, he could initiate work on adapting web literature. Once these two matters were accomplished, he would possess more resources and no longer feel constrained in his actions. As for songwriting, he had initially enjoyed the anonymity of the alias Tanghua, relishing a sense of control. However, the unexpected developments surrounding Jiang Yan and Appo's new album had thrust him into the media spotlight, igniting an unprecedented sense of urgency. Thus, he needed to expedite his efforts to enhance Tangua's influence. If Jiang Yan and Shi Siyuan's new albums dominated the charts in October, confrontation with Imperial Entertainment once more. By then, any new grievances would compound old ones, and if Imperial resorted to unscrupulous tactics, he could find himself in serious trouble. After all, he was still quite vulnerable. Currently, the only asset he had was the Tanghua account. Therefore, he resolved to elevate Tangua's status to a gold standard. Given the current landscape, Jiang Yan and Shi Siyuan's albums were expected to be released in October in digital format, along with select singles released individually. Under such circumstances, both would inevitably siphon traffic from other artists on music platforms. Competing for chart positions in October would become increasingly arduous. However, delay could spell disaster. He could no longer afford to wait. As for the choice of candidates, he pondered for a moment. Within Star Orange Entertainment, his first picks would undoubtedly be Luo Jiaxing and Chuanin. However, neither had yet qualified for the Wind and Cloud rankings. Thus, he could only consider Chen Pei. Although his acquaintance with Chen Pei was not particularly deep, he nonetheless possessed a stronger presence than others. If all went smoothly, it would also fulfill his earlier promise to cultivate a second-tier artist for the company. He took out his phone, found Chen Pei's profile, and sent a message. Tomorrow, they would record a song at the company. Chapter 81. I aim to conquer the charts in the underground parking lot of Shanghai television station. Chen Pei emerged from the elevator, her weary body dragging behind her. Several days of sleepless nights spent rehearsing had left her dizzy and disoriented. Standing on the steps, she gazed vacantly around. Not far away, her manager, Guanmei, waved at her from beside a white van. Upon noticing, Chen Pei stiffly made her way over. As she approached, Guanmei promptly opened the car door. Hurry in and take a break. I'm Appo's. V prepared some chicken soup for you. Have a bit. Chen Pei managed a strained smile before settling into the vehicle. After a few sips of the warm soup, her spirits seemed to lift slightly. With her low blood pressure and prolonged rehearsals, she was nearing her limit. She had only held on through sheer will. How is everything going? Is it all proceeding smoothly? Guanmei inquired softly while Chen Pei sipped her soup. Chen Pei nodded, her voice hoarse and Appo's. That's all right, just a bit intense with the rehearsals. The producer has high expectations and keeps nitpicking. Any minor flaw requires us to start over. Guanmei reassured her, it's fine, just hang in there. Once this is over, I'll request a break from the company for you to rest properly. You've had too many commitments lately. Chen Pei acknowledged this with a nod, remaining silent. The car fell into a contemplative quiet, the only sound being the slurping of soup. Eventually, she set down the bowl and spoon, letting out a weary sigh. Sister, what am I really doing this for? Guanmei, sensing her distress, grasped her hand gently. For a better life, and to pursue your dreams. The company favors young artists for its resources. Singers like me, who are older and deemed less promising, have already faded from the scene, relegated to endless gigs and exhausting schedules. Guanmei opened her mouth to comfort her, but faltered, unsure of what to say. After a pause, she offered, Don and Appo's. T think like that. Don and Appo's. T put too much pressure on yourself. Remember, we did win with an Appo's. White Fox and Appo's. Didn't an Appo's. Tiwi? If suitable songs come along, the company will still consider you. Chen Pei shook her head. And Amp, Appo's. White Fox and Amp. oppos was only because the company had no other options. I was chosen solely because I fit that song best. I believe that if it weren't for the bidding for the production, even if I was the most suitable, that song would not have been given to me. Guan Mei sighed, recognizing the painful truth in Chen Pei's words. This harsh reality was something she could not unveil here. Quickly gathering her thoughts, she softly encouraged. Don't lose heart. We built a good relationship with Su Chun. Perhaps next time he might consider you. Chen Pei's face fell further. Her previous attempts to connect had gone unnoticed, leading her to believe he looked down on her. The first 4 songs had all been given to younger trainees, suggesting his views aligned with the company's higher-ups. Guan Mei shined internally. Chen Pei, why must you be so clear-eyed? Sometimes, a little ignorance can bring happiness. The car was enveloped in silence once more. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Chen Pei instinctively reached for her phone, but halted halfway. Guan Mei hesitated before saying, shouldn't you answer it? Though she felt for Chen Pei, she knew they had to be vigilant about work matters. If there were any issues with the show, they would both be accountable. Reluctantly, Chen Pei retrieved her phone. The production teams seemed indifferent to others' downtime, sending messages at 5 in the morning and again at midnight. Did they expect her to be tethered to her phone 24/7? Just as she was about to voice her frustration, her body froze. She reopened her phone, scrutinizing the message. Covering her mouth with one hand in shock, Guan Mei, seeing her expression, quickly grew anxious. What happened? Don't cry, it's all right. I'll handle it. She snatched the phone from Chen Pei, scanning the screen to find a message from Su Chun. Come to the company tomorrow to record a song. Guan Mei's eyes lit up as she met Chen Pei's misty gaze, both of them brimming with excitement. Su Chun had not been to the company for 5 days, so he woke up early today. After a quick breakfast, he rummaged through his notebook in the bedroom, selecting a few pages to take with him to the office. Upon arriving at the lobby of the company, he spotted Chen Pei and Guan Mei hurrying over from the reception area. Teacher Su, Chen Pei, shedding the gloom of the previous day, donned her favorite outfit, radiating enthusiasm. What are you two doing here? Why not head upstairs? Unsure how to respond, Chen Pei hesitated. Su Chen nodded with a smile. All right then, let us head up. The 3 of them proceeded to the office area of Xingxing Entertainment. The pre-booked conference room was ready. Xiao, Wang Yin, and Kong Qishui had also gathered. Although Su Chun had the final say, Feng Xiao, as head of the artist department, and Wang Yin, as the company's general manager, needed to be informed. Once everyone was seated, and after some casual pleasantries, Su Chun wasted no time and got straight to the point. You all must be aware that I'm recording a new song. Since we're all here, I'll be direct. My goal is simple. In October, I aim to conquer the charts and ascend to the ranks of a gold medal composer. The room erupted in shock. The October charts were notorious for being a battleground. Experiences, they understood Su Chun well. Once he made a decision, he would not easily waver due to others' opinions. They thus braced themselves for his next move. Success or failure, it all hinges on this. The conference room buzzed with astonishment. Chapter 82, 5 songs, 5 songs. Does this imply that Su Chun has not forgotten the criteria for advancing to a gold medal composer? In this context, songs for the October Billboard. What immense confidence! Following the recent Rookie King incident, Xingxing Entertainment has nearly put Su Chun on a pedestal. No one has ever attempted such a feat before. Is he on the verge of creating history? With this thought, the onlookers cast fervent gazes towards Su Chun. However, with less than half a month until October, is the timeline perhaps too tight? Based on Su Chun's past achievements, Wang Yin harbors some faith in him. Yet as the general manager of the company, he must exercise a modicum of rationality. While he understands that these songs may be trivial for Su Chun, producing 5 songs is no simple task. There is no need to rush. One must act within their means. Upon hearing Wang Yan's remarks, the crowd finally regains their composure. Indeed, 5 songs, all to be simultaneously featured on the charts, present an extraordinary challenge. Moreover, this is the infamous month of October, adding to the already daunting difficulty. Kong Qishui, who was nearby, was preparing to offer some words of advice. However, just as he began to speak, he heard Su Chen and Appo's voice resonate in his ear. "It's all right. I have already completed these 5 songs." In the conference room, everyone held their breath. Completed? Is he composing or merely transcribing? How can he express this with such ease? Noticing the reactions of the crowd, Su Chen refrained from further explanation. Instead, he reached into his pocket and retrieved several crumpled sheets of paper. After a vigorous attempt to smooth them out, he presented them to Wang Yan, who was closest to him. Wang Yan accepted the sheets, casting a puzzled glance at Su Chen. Seeing that Su Chen had no additional comments, he immersed himself in the task at hand. Wang Yan, a former head of the composition department, despite not having worked on the front lines for years, still possessed a solid foundation. Judging the quality of a song was a trivial matter for him. He took his time with the 5 sheets, examining each one for about 2 to 3 minutes. The others sat in silence, awaiting his assessment, the room filled only with the sound of soft breathing. After a considerable pause, Wang Yan exhaled deeply. "Are all 5 songs for female vocals?" he asked, struggling to contain his excitement. At that moment, he was astounded. Based on his professional judgment, these songs undoubtedly possessed the potential to become tremendous hits. The lyrics and melodies were exceptional, rich with popular elements, meeting all the criteria for a chart-topping song. With a bit of promotion, he believed they could spark a significant trend. Unaware of Wang Yan's inner thoughts, Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, they are all female vocal songs." Qin Pei, sitting nearby, felt a jolt of excitement. 5 songs, all for female vocals. How many will I get to sing? She glanced at Su Chen, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. These are 5 songs, after all. Although Wang Yan appeared outwardly composed, she had inadvertently caught a glimpse of a subtle movement, a slight tremor in his left hand, revealing the turbulence within. Thus, passed them around for everyone to see. Kong Qishui, intrigued, eagerly accepted the papers. Lu Wenxiong leaned in closer to catch a glimpse as well. The setting sun and the evening breeze, tenderly embracing at the crossroads where we once met, memories linger for so long. Huh? What a lovely melody. The two quickly finished reading the first sheet and tossed it across the conference table to Feng Xiao, moving on to the second. One person later traverses the misty rain of Jiang Yan. The boat sways gently, lost in thought. The sound of drums aboard the painted boat sings a few heart-wrenching songs. The lyrics of this song were rather obscure, and the two struggled to comprehend them, yet they pressed on. In this mortal realm of fireworks, you once bloomed, etching a few souls into the heart, from henceforth living in solitude. Upon reaching this passage, a wave of sorrow washed over them. Another exquisite song. They continued to read, each sheet flowing seamlessly into the next. The youthful innocence pairs perfectly with first love, like snowflakes falling on the coastline. The 5th season unfolds one day we had our time to meet. You are the wind I cannot touch, the dream from which I cannot awaken, the paradise I cannot find, the pain that cannot be healed. Do not pile up nostalgia, lest the plot becomes melodramatic. Having loved deeply for years, why ruin the classics? We are all adults now, neither owing nor being owed. Wasting time is my own choice. In the room, apart from the rustling of paper, whispers began to circulate. As more people finished reading, expressions of excitement illuminated their faces. Among those present, except for Feng Xiao and Guanmei, the others were either singers or composers. Interpreting a song was a simple task for them. As enthusiasm spread through the room, Feng Xiao and Guanmei suddenly grasped the situation. Another masterpiece. How does Su Chen's creative inspiration seem inexhaustible? Whenever he wishes to write, he simply does. An undeniable genius. A collective thought emerged in everyone's minds. Having read through the songs, Wang Yan, seated at the head of the table, inquired with a smile, "What do you all think of these 5 songs?" At this moment, he no longer feigned calmness, but instead radiated genuine delight. These 5 songs are indeed masterpieces. This is the best collection of songs I have encountered recently, excluding Su Chen's previous works. The quality of these songs undoubtedly qualifies them for the Billboard. Incredible. Unbelievable. Change. They collectively fell silent, their gazes fixed intently on Su Chen. Noticing their focus, Su Chen nodded. Everyone has now seen these songs. I plan to submit them for the October Billboard. There should still be hope, right? P.S. Human Fireworks original singer, Chung Xiang. Lyrics, Ning Ke. Composition, Ning Ke. The Setting Sun and the Evening Breeze. Original singers, Ink, Wang Xinqing, Su Xingjia. Lyrics, Zhao Tang Zhou. Chao Maqian. Composition, Qin Fei Qiong. Birds and Cicadas. Original singer, Ren Ran. Lyrics, Gung Gung. Composition, Kent Wang Jian. Dignity. Original singer, Yu Wenwen. Lyrics, Tang Tian. Composition, Yu Wenwen. Chapter 83. You youngsters really know how to have fun. What are your thoughts on the selection of singers for these songs? As the excitement in the room began to settle, Fang Xiao inquired, her position as the director of the artist department making her particularly invested in the matter. The decision of who would sing or who would not. Resource allocation. Thus, even though Su Chen had been granted considerable autonomy by Wang Yan, she felt compelled to voice her opinion. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. I have already shared the information with you all. Share information? Are you referring to inviting Qin Pei to record the songs? The moment Su Chen's words left his lips, Qin Pei, seated at the back, felt her heart skip a beat. Grasping Guan Mei's arm with her left hand and tightly clutching her skirt with the right, she pondered Su Chen's implication. Does this mean I am to sing them all? She exchanged a glance with Guan Mei, her exhilaration impossible to conceal. When Su Chen had presented 5 songs earlier, she never dared to imagine receiving any. Feeling fortunate even to be given one. While she had briefly fantasized about singing them all, she quickly dismissed the thought. Yet now, could it be that her dreams were materializing? As the realization dawned on everyone, their gazes turned to Qin Pei, rife with complexity. Today, she was the only singer present in the meeting room, making the situation all too clear. What had she done to earn Su Chen's favor? Just as they mulled over this, Wang Yin appeared hesitant to speak. Su Chen. My suggestion is this. The quality of these songs is exceptionally high. If we assign them all to one person, it would be somewhat wasteful. Or 3 singers instead. He left his statement hanging. Yet the implication was unmistakable. Fang Xiao, upon hearing this, could not suppress a subtle smirk. Wang, did you not mention that I have decision-making authority in these matters? Wang Yin felt a tinge of embarrassment. I did say that, but before he could finish, Fang Xiao interjected. I propose that all these songs be sung by Qin Pei. Concentrating resources on a single artist aligns perfectly with our department strategy. Damn, this woman is truly adept at seizing opportunities, openly undermining me. Wang Yin felt a surge of displeasure. However, he maintained a composed exterior, merely casting a fleeting glance at Fang Xiao before adjusting his demeanor to respond. Well, if that is the case, I shall refrain from further comment. My suggestion was merely a thought. You needn't take it to heart. He internally regretted his words, realizing how foolish he was to interject, fully aware of Su Chen's nature. Since Su Chen's elevation to silver-level composer, the company's constraints on him had significantly diminished. Achieving silver status was akin to entering a cooperative relationship with the company. Why did he feel the need to add his 2 cents? He found himself exasperated by Fang Xiao, maximizing company interests while neglecting the importance of maintaining a good rapport with Su Chen. Resolving to proceed, Su Chen declared, "Let us finalize the decision and commence recording the songs. We can skip the demo and go straight to recording." The room nodded in agreement. Wang Yin took the opportunity to add, "This upcoming chart competition will be quite challenging. We must increase our resource allocation." Jiang Yan and Shi Yuan are formidable opponents. To break through, we need not only quality songs, but also enhanced promotional channels. As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him. Oh, Su-chun, does your song feature in Jiang Yan's new album set to release in October? They had all seen the footage from the album launch and were somewhat aware of the dynamics between Su-chun and Jiang Yan. Yes, one of my songs is included. Wanting to question why Su-chun would still allow Chen Pei to compete on the charts. Isn't that self-sabotage? What if your girlfriend falters, leading to a disastrous outcome? It's no concern. Perhaps it will be someone else's misfortune. Wang Yin was taken aback, his expression shifting intriguingly. Is the intention to oust Shi Yuan from the charts? What complex entanglements lie between them? It was all too perplexing. He shook his head. You young people really know how to have fun. After the meeting concluded and responsibilities for subsequent tasks were assigned, Su-chan returned to the second group of the composition department. His absence over the past few days had not gone unnoticed, largely due to Jiang Yan's influence. Su-chun, you're back, Dong Xiao Jie exclaimed excitedly. Several colleagues who had been engrossed in their dramas or napping perked up at the sound. How was Kyoto? Had it not been for the news, we wouldn't have known you went there. Who would have thought you were acquainted with Jiang Yan? After being awarded the title of Rookie King, Wang Yin had suggested arranging a separate office for Su-chun to ensure a quieter environment for his creative process. However, reasoning that he wouldn't be in the office often enough to justify occupying the space, Wang Yin had no choice but to acquiesce. Having greeted everyone, settled in when Dong Xiao Jie leaned in conspiratorially. Su-chun, what exactly is your relationship with Jiang Yan? There are no outsiders here. You can share with me. I promise I won't tell. Su-chun rolled his eyes. I trust you as far as I can throw you. If I were to confide in you, I can guarantee that by the afternoon, everyone in the company, even in this entire building, would know. We are merely friends. Dong Xiao Jie clearly doubted this. However, without further prompting from Su-chun, she refrained from pressing the matter, recognizing his elevated status. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Who would have imagined that just a few months ago, the new recruit would accomplish in such a brief span what many take a lifetime to achieve? Regrettably, she mused, I'm a bit too old for this. He quickly had a bite to eat before settling in front of his computer. When he purchased a computer for Tangjai, he had also bought one for himself, initially intending to adapt online literature, but had not commenced due to his laziness. Now, he decided to utilize this computer for other projects. During his time in Kyoto, he had discussed music variety shows with Liu Yuanqing, and he was keen to draft a proposal promptly. Although he had never crafted a variety show proposal in his previous life, he had undertaken numerous similar tasks. As a viewer, he had also analyzed various variety shows from Earth. Thus, he could systematically deconstruct his memories to formulate a rough outline. He began by creating a template and establishing a framework, gradually filling in details. After several hours, copyright website to register it. On Earth, copyright disputes in the realm of variety shows were rampant, especially after the popularity of Running Man. These merely rebranded, while others subtly borrowed ideas from comparable programs, resulting in a plethora of copyright conflicts. Albeit relatively underdeveloped, boasted a more robust copyright system compared to Earth. Nevertheless, Su-chun diligently documented crucial details in his proposal, including specific implementations, supporting creative aspects, stage design, fixed lines, costumes, props, and so forth, minimizing the potential for loopholes. After submitting his application, Su-chun turned his attention to researching online literature platforms. Through various website explorations, online literature industry. Currently, the predominant model was subscription-based, with the largest platform being Chidian Chinese Network, backed by a major corporation, thus solidifying its status as the dominant force in the literary domain. Other websites were relatively smaller, suffering from limited readership and traffic. reaching a fraction of Chidian's audience. Consequently, the dwindling number of authors resulted in a vicious cycle, with some websites resorting to piracy to survive, leading to numerous takedowns. Therefore, if he were to write a novel, Chidian Chinese Network would be the most viable option. With time on his hands, he decided to take the plunge. Chen registered for an account on Chidian Chinese Network using his phone number and logged into the author's backend. Profit-sharing ratio was acceptable, and copyright belonged to the authors. With these two key points confirmed, he faced no significant issues. All preparations complete, he commenced creating a new book. Drawing from his memories, he crafted the synopsis. In this world, there are no deities. However, since ancient times, humanity has witnessed the myriad wonders of their surroundings, thunder and lightning, tempestuous storms, thus believing that above the heavens reside myriad gods, and below the 9 abysses lies the realm of spirits, the halls of Yama. With an abundance of outstanding novels from his previous life across various genres, and with no established connections with Rong Fei, he was in no rush to adapt script-style novels. Instead, he decided to follow his own inclinations. Zhu Xian was one of his favorite novels from his past life. He recalled that during his school years, a male classmate had rented this book from the school bookstore, and once it circulated in class, it became an unstoppable sensation. At that time, smartphones were non-existent, and computers had yet to achieve widespread use. Their reading material came solely from the school's bookstore. Transitioning from martial arts to immortal tales was a revelation not easily grasped by all. As if a new world had been unveiled. With the book approved, he began writing the first chapter. Time, unknown, presumably long ago. Location, the vast land of Shenzhou. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all living things as mere fodder. Chen made no alterations, directly transcribing from memory. He wrote 4 chapters in one go. Afterward, he rubbed his sore wrists and paused. Despite his enhanced memory, his typing speed remained somewhat sluggish. It took him 2 hours to produce merely 4 chapters without needing to organize his thoughts. Clearly, adaptation was indeed a laborious task. After publishing the chapters, registration website, only to discover that his application had been approved. One must commend Blue Star for its efficiency in this regard. It was now past 8 in the evening. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to send the proposal to Lu Yuanqing via WeChat. Brother Qing, please take a moment to review the music variety show proposal I sent you. If you're interested, we could collaborate. He sent the file. Rising, he stretched languidly, suddenly realizing he had missed dinner. It was too late to cook, so he opted to dine out. Despite recent gossip swirling around his name with Jiang Yan, very few truly knew him. Apart from a few young individuals who tentatively inquired about his identity, he had not encountered any confrontations. A simple meal was quickly consumed, and on his way home, he received a voice message from Lu Yuanqing. Hello, Chen. Where are you right now? Is it convenient to talk? With a smile, Chen replied, Of course, Brother Qing. Did you have a chance to look over what I sent you? What do you think? To his inquiry, Chen, this is precisely what I wanted to discuss. The proposal is brilliant, a stroke of genius, although I haven't finished reading it. Chen, grinning, asked, Shall we collaborate to bring this proposal to fruition? Lu Yuanqing laughed heartily. That's exactly my intention. Are you available in the next few days? I'll come to Jiang City to see you. Chen paused, slightly taken aback, then replied resignedly, Brother Qing. All my ideas are encapsulated in the proposal. What we need now is for you to assist in contacting the relevant channels, such as the production team, television station contacts, and mentors in the entertainment industry. Once we have confirmed personnel, we could discuss further. Chapter 85, Completion of Song, Recording on the Other End of the Line. Lu Yuanqing pondered for a moment. You are indeed correct. When it comes to mentor resources, I still have quite a few friends in the industry. I can easily gather a few to make it work. The background team is also manageable. If necessary, we can outsource it. However, dealing with television channels might be a bit troublesome. Despite having numerous contacts in the industry, his connections were mostly limited to certain production teams. Navigating the channels required direct dialogue with the higher-ups at the television station, a resource he currently lacked. Nevertheless, he believed that with his network, he could still make it happen. To instill some confidence in Chen, he continued with conviction, It may be a bit of a hassle, but it shouldn't be too problematic. Let me handle this first. Seeing Lu Yuanqing's enthusiasm, Su Chen smiled and said, "Then I shall await your good news, Brother Qing." Heartily. Rest assured, it's a rare and exciting opportunity, and I will certainly organize the resources efficiently. Suddenly, he recalled something, by the way. I just thought of candidate. ISN and Oppos. TG Jiang Yan at Jinan Television. I heard him complaining about things at the station recently, and I think it would be worthwhile to have a conversation with him. Since he is already an insider, establishing a connection should be quite easy. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Exactly. ISNT, that an immediate resource? If we can secure the television channel, we would have already achieved half of our goal. Ji Xiangyang and Oppos. S presence in the group indicates that the relationship is quite solid. Although I have never met him, I have interacted with him often online over this period. Collaborating with familiar friends on this project sounds quite enjoyable. I believe this endeavor will succeed. Before Su Chen could finish his thought, Lu Yuanqing urgently exclaimed, "Great. I will call him right away." "No, I'm flying to Hangzhou today. I must go. I'll hang up now." With that, he swiftly ended the call. Su Chen shook his head and smiled, realizing his earlier concerns about Lu Yuanqing not dedicating sufficient attention to this matter were unfounded. It appeared he had worried unnecessarily. With Lu Yuanqing so committed, it was indeed the best scenario, relieving Su Chen of much of his burden. In the following days, Su Chen visited the company daily to monitor the progress of the song recordings. As news of the recordings spread, discussions began to flourish within the company. "Have you heard? Teacher, Su has a new song out." A crowd of executives gathered around the recording studio. It was impossible for anyone to be unaware of it. After such an extended recording period, what songs could they possibly be working on? You might not know this, but I heard there are a total of 5 songs. That's why it has taken so long. 5? An intern exclaimed. Has it only been less than a month, and he has already written 5 new songs? That is an astonishing output. How fortunate for Chen Pei. ISNT it a bit wasteful to use such great resources on her, especially since she is nearly 30. Come on, at least she is a third-tier singer, far better than us mere trainees. The girl being discussed turned a shade of embarrassment, quickly defending herself. "No, that's not what I meant. It doesn't align with our company's style. Just imagine, with so many debut artists, why would all the songs go to Chen Pei? That's true, but it doesn't concern us, so let us not dwell on it. Instead, let us pray we encounter such good fortune ourselves in the future." As several trainees gossiped, the recording of Chen Pei's songs reached completion. In the recording studio, Wang Yan, Fang Xiao, Kong Qishui, and others gathered closely, filling the already small room to capacity. Music director Zhu Shui discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead. With so many eyes upon him, especially those of Fang Xiao and Wang Yan, he felt quite anxious. Although he was the head of the music department, he had risen from humble beginnings and felt somewhat intimidated by their presence. The last time an employee arrived late, Fang Xiao had ridiculed him mercilessly, leaving him unable to say a word in response, only able to smile awkwardly. He had been a mere novice when Fang Xiao was at the peak of her career, and the memory lingered. Finally, after the files were compiled and exported, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. "Mr. Wang, would you like to listen to it?" He quickly rose from his chair and turned to Wang Yan. "Let us hear it." Wang Yan sat down, eager to listen. Since they had not been present for the entire recording process, merely dropping by like Su Chen to check in, they were keen to hear the results. After all, the polished tracks would provide a different experience than hearing them live. The folder contained 5 files. Wang Yan opened the first one, Humanity's Fireworks. As the melodious music began to play, Chen Pei's voice emanated from the computer, although it was through speakers and lacked the clarity of headphones. The poignant tone was enough to evoke deep emotions in everyone present. The sensation was breathtaking. It was far more vivid than when they had previously held the lyrics and sheet music, struggling to grasp the melody and envision the sound. And Oppos' new song? They were at a loss for words to express their admiration. Everyone exchanged complex glances, the repeated shocks having left them somewhat numb. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. After listening to all 5 songs, Wang Yan burst into hearty laughter. If these songs could ascend the charts in October, Chen would likely rise to the second tier, and Xingqing Entertainment could potentially elevate its standing in the industry assessments that month. If that were to happen, he would take the credit, alleviating some of the pressure from Feng Xiao. He silently calculated his next steps to concentrate all company resources in full support of the promotion department. I will personally notify the finance team to increase the budget for October. If these songs achieve the desired success, everyone will receive bonuses this year. Chapter 86. The invitation for a recommended slot from the music platform, September 20th. Chen updates his Weibo. Thank you all for your companionship and protection. In October, we shall not be absent. The moment this news broke, the fan community erupted in excitement. What does this mean? Is there something planned for October? Are they going to hold a concert? Could it be that a new song is set to be released? No way. If anyone knows anything, please come forward and explain. I'm on the edge of my seat. Most were speculating the intent behind Chen Pei's Weibo post. Yet no one could confirm the matter. A few bold fans conjectured that a new song might be released in October, but this idea was quickly dismissed by others. October is not an ideal month. Although they unconditionally support their idol, rationality must prevail. In terms of both status and popularity, Chen Pei is significantly distanced from Jiang Yan and Shi Siyuan. If they were to clash, it would be an embarrassing defeat for the fans. Amidst the confusion, on October 1st, Chen Pei, an artist under Xingqing Entertainment, will launch 5 singles, crafted with great effort by songwriter Tanguo. Stay tuned. In October, we shall not be absent. Chen Pei Tanguo once confirmed, Chen Pei and Oppos, as fans could hardly contain their excitement. Oh my goodness, a new song is truly coming in October. I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to surrender. What is our idol thinking? Xingqing Entertainment is rather amateurish. Don't they realize how challenging it is to release a new song in October? How can they avoid a dismal defeat against Jiang Yan and Shi Siyuan? Clearly, the fan base of Jiang Yan and Shi Siyuan is solidly entrenched. Do not despair. Look who the songwriter is. It's Tanguo. I admit Tangua's songs are delightful, but this is the stormy chart. Look at where White Fox placed. It was at the bottom, and during a month with poor data, no less. The figures in October will undoubtedly surpass those of previous months. Whether it makes the chart is still uncertain. All right. Let us not dwell on this. Our idol is releasing music. Let us be a little happy. Joyful pursuit. Regardless of the outcome, ISNT enough to hear our idol's new song. Resources provided by Xingqing Entertainment. This news quickly stirred significant attention across the internet. However, beyond the support from the fans, Chen Pei was acting irrationally. What circumstances could possibly compel them to navigate the turbulent waters of October? Were they not concerned about being left with mere scraps? As for Tanguo, despite past achievements, the team at Xingqing Entertainment remained remarkably composed. They were confident, for Su Chun had never let them down, not once. Hello, may I ask who this is? Is this Xingqing Entertainment? I'm a staff member from Tiantian Dongting, and I'd like to discuss the recommendation slots for October. At this moment, an employee from the marketing department of Xingqing Entertainment was engrossed in her work when she received an unexpected phone call. Upon hearing the caller's identity, the recommendation slots from the Tiantian Dongting music platform had been sought after countless times before. Each encounter politely dismissed, followed by silence. In the eyes of this nearly monopolistic platform, Xingqing Entertainment was hardly worthy of consideration. Those slots were reserved for first and second-tier artists, and they had virtually no such resources. Why, then, was this opportunity suddenly presenting itself? Indeed, due to the remarkable accomplishments of teacher Tanguo, and with 5 songs set for release, our platform is eager to provide ample support. Su Chun had recently gained immense popularity, even earning the title of Newcomer King from the Wailing platform. With new music on the horizon, It was an excellent opportunity for Tian Dongting to capitalize on the influx of traffic. All right, my schedule is flexible. When would you be available? Also, who hurriedly took her to the office of General Manager Wang Yan. Upon hearing the news, Wang Yan was both thrilled and astonished. How could such a development occur? In the past, securing recommendation slots had been a rarity for their company. Now, they were reaping the benefits of Su Chen's influence. Silently elevating Su Chen's status in his mind, he instructed the marketing director, "Since this is a meeting of the director level, I will not attend. You shall represent me. No effort in securing that recommendation slot. This matter transcends Chen Pei. It's of great significance for our company. If successful, Tian Dongting, making it easier to secure recommendation slots in the future. Otherwise, we'll remain an impenetrable fortress, making our operations exceedingly challenging." The marketing director quickly agreed. As the head of the marketing department, she understood the stakes. A prime recommendation slot could yield results far superior to their relentless efforts over weeks. Unfortunately, prior attempts to engage with Tian Dongting had proven futile. Now, however, an opportunity had arisen. Moreover, should they secure a favorable recommendation slot, given the quality of Su Chen's songs, she was confident that they had more than a 50% chance of making the chart. Wang Yan rubbed his hands together in excitement. Consequently, in October, Chen Pei would find himself competing on a nearly level playing field with Jiang Yan and Shi Siyuan. When the dust settled, would Chen Pei ascend to new heights? He eagerly anticipated the outcome. Chapter 87. Tanghua is nothing. 2 days later, the agreement for the prominent position on the Tian Dongting platform was finalized, with both parties formally signing the contract. Xingqing Entertainment acquired a prime spot on the homepage of the Tian Dongting music platform for 15 days at the price of 5 million. Depending on the circumstances, there is the option to renew the contract. As an added bonus, Tian Dongting will intelligently push Chen Pei and AMP, Oppos, S5 songs to users in AMP, Oppos, phones over 2 million times. This condition is indeed quite generous. Typically, such resources would cost around 10 million. The cost has nearly been halved, and both parties express satisfaction. Tang's appeal can drive traffic to the platform, while the recommendation position will allow Chen Pei's songs to achieve better results, a mutually beneficial arrangement. On October 1st, a new song crafted by teacher Tanghua is set to launch, and reservations are now open to secure the release date in advance. Tian Dongting acted swiftly. The day after the contract was signed, the homepage poster was completed and displayed in the recommended spot. On that day, the number of reservations reached 500,000, exceeding expectations. Did Xingqing Entertainment really purchase a recommendation spot for Chen Pei? How laughable. What is she to dare play in such high-stakes circles? Is she not concerned about becoming collateral damage? I refrain from voicing personal opinions on this matter, but one must admire her courage. In a second-rate company, who bestowed such audacity upon a third-rate singer like her? The fans of Shi Siyuan scoffed at this, inundating her Weibo comments with remarks. Our idol, Chen Pei, is also releasing a new song in October. Did you see that? What do you have to say about Chen Pei? Be sure to show her what true talent looks like. Let her understand why flowers bloom so brightly. A mere third-rate singer daring to intrude upon our idol's territory. How audacious. In the capital city, Shi Siyuan scrolled through her phone with an impassive expression. The comments on Weibo were overwhelmingly in favor of her teaching Chen Pei a lesson. Occasionally, a worried comment would appear, but she disregarded it. She had never regarded Chen Pei as a threat. Even with Tang's involvement, she did not perceive any danger. Her true concern lay with Jiang Yan. Additionally, there was another source of anxiety, Su Chen, although she doubted that Su Chen's new song for Jiang Yan would impact her. If Su Chen were to reveal past matters at this juncture, it could create substantial repercussions. Her reputation would be tarnished as a result. Still perusing Weibo comments? Zhou Yuyan reclined leisurely on the sofa, watching television, her alluring figure on full display. In my opinion, Chen Pei is simply oblivious to the consequences of her actions. Inserting herself at this juncture will yield no favorable outcomes. Having said that, she sat up, though Xing Entertainment was once among the top 10 entertainment companies. It has long since declined. It seems that over the years, the quality of its employees has become inconsistent. Is there no one with a semblance of intelligence left? Do they still consider themselves the titans of the past? Shi Siyuan cast her a sidelong glance and gently remarked, I'm not worried about Qin Pei. I am concerned about Tanghua. Before she could finish, Zhou Yuyin chuckled. I admit he possesses talent. However, the success of his songs depends on the vocalist. If it were you, I am certain the results would be remarkable. But alas, it is Qin Pei who will squander these songs. Shi Siyuan shook her head at this. Tanghua isn't anything special. A good song without the backing and suitable singer support will struggle to achieve success on the charts. My concern remains with Su Chun. Zhou Yuyin paused momentarily. Why are you still fixated on that? I have told you, Su Chun is not a threat. Did you not say so yourself? His songs are mediocre. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and glanced at Shi Siyuan. Oh, are you worried about past events at school? After a brief contemplation, she continued, Rest assured, although he is entangled with Jiang Yan and has connections with Yuanqing, if he does not expose anything, it would actually work in our favor. As long as he lacks concrete evidence, I can manage the public relations aspect. Just imagine, he makes a fuss online, and we counter with a reversal. Does that not sound familiar? Trust me, everything will be fine. Shi Siyuan nodded, her expression softening slightly. You interrupted my train of thought earlier. Regarding Tanghua, I believe after the new album releases, we can find a way to approach him. Personally, I think his songs are quite impressive. Zhou Yuyin noticed Shi Siyuan was no longer so troubled and began discussing lighter topics. Shi Siyuan nodded in agreement. I have listened to his previous songs. They are exceptional. He is a remarkable composer. It is merely that he currently lacks resources that match his caliber. If we could secure him, it would be splendid. However, Xing Entertainment is keeping him under tight control, making it difficult to reach out. Zhou Yuyin smiled. As long as you are on board, you need not concern yourself with the rest. I will handle it. Your primary focus now is to eat well, sleep well, and rest well. October will be quite busy, with not only the release event, but also numerous promotional appearances. You must take care of your health. Shi Siyuan nodded at this, her eyes filled with determination. Once you attain a first-tier status, achieving parity with Jiang Yan, you will be able to accomplish even more. Indeed, I will. Shi Siyuan affirmed with a resolute nod. She was a person of immense ambition. Now, with her goal so close at hand, even her usually composed demeanor could not suppress the flickers of excitement within her. Ding! You have a new message. Su Chen opened his phone to find a message from Jiang Yan. Little brother, it's been a few days. Have you missed your sister? He couldn't help but roll his eyes and quickly typed a reply. The little brother indeed has. Almost instantly, Jiang Yan sent back a smirking emoji. Then shall I return to Jiang Cheng to find you? What schemes is this woman concocting? She should be quite busy lately. How does she have the time for such flirtation? His instincts warned him that something was amiss. Let us get to the point. He disliked beating around the bush and directly messaged Jiang Yan. As expected, her response came swiftly. Do you have any songs left? Can you write another one for your sister? Chapter 88. Jiang Yan's pressure writing a song? Haven't I already provided you with one? Su Chun sent a message, somewhat exasperated. One is hardly sufficient. The more, the better. He could almost envision Jiang Yan's nonchalant demeanor as she uttered those words through the screen. If I recall correctly, you were only one song short back then. You went to Li Qingshan solely for that last piece. Now you want more songs. Are we aiming for a 12-track album? Jiang Yan responded with a blushing emoji. That's not the case. It's just that I adore the song you wrote too much. How about you send me a few more like that? Su Chan felt momentarily defeated upon reading her message. Do you think songs grow on trees? They aren't so easily conjured. After a brief hesitation, he continued, even if I were to provide you with a new song, what would happen to the others? Which one would you discard? Upon receiving Su Chen's message, Jiang Yan wasn't overly disappointed. It was within her expectations. However, his second remark suddenly brightened her eyes. Could it be that he truly had more songs? She had initially reached out after a few days of silence between them, hoping to flirt a little and relieve some stress, never expecting a delightful surprise. Do you really have a new song? She inquired eagerly. As long as you have a song, Everything else is negotiable. Currently, some tracks in a new album are merely placeholders. If you send me a song, I and amp, oppos, LL certainly replace those fillers. After sending her message, her heart raced as she patiently awaited Chen and amp, oppos as response. During her time at Qingshan and amp, oppos as home, Chen had claimed to possess an abundance of such songs. At the time, she had thought he was merely boasting to save face for her. The song Next Stop, Diva had seemed like a serendipitous creation. Who would have imagined he genuinely had more songs? After a considerable wait, a notification chimed. She quickly grabbed her phone to find a message from Chen. This is the only one. There are no others. Wow, he truly managed to produce a song. She wondered about its quality and whether it would match the brilliance of the previous one. Minutes later, Chen sent an image. It was a snapshot of a page from his notebook. On the page lay complete lyrics and sheet music for thousand songs. Jiang Yan enlarged the image and read it line by line. After finishing, she attempted to hum along with the melody. Reflecting on the nights they had shared, she sang softly, "The red is still you, the sun you gifted to my heart. As tears flow, I wish for understanding and compassion. Tomorrow, as we part, the road may be long and lonely." Not bad. The melody had a distinctive charm. She continued to dissect it. Even if there are 1,000 songs in the future, drifting far away on my path, even if there are 1,000 evening stars, brighter than tonight's moon, none can surpass this night and oppos. As beauty, nor can they make me appreciate more. As she reached the climax of the song, a sudden thrill coursed through her. Some emotions were too profound to suppress. The song seemed even more enchanting than the last. If the previous song had captivated her due to its title and meaning, this one had completely won her over with its exquisite melody. It was exceptional. In her excitement, she suddenly realized that this song was crafted by Chen. Jiang Yan felt a moment of disorientation. Chen, in her mind, he was just a composition student who had yet to graduate, relying on Wan Yan's connections to seek her assistance in finding work. Yet in just a few short days, she discovered that neither she nor the others in their chat group, including Wan Yan, had truly understood Chen. Perhaps this was his genuine self, so radiant. I adore this song, even more than the last. When my sister comes to Jiangcheng, I'll be sure to thank you properly. Jiang Yan replied casually, concealing her inner uncertainties. She refrained from voicing her doubts, fearing it might lead to awkwardness between them. Instead, she preferred to explore the truth herself. As long as Chen hadn't blocked her, she would eventually uncover his secrets. Just enjoy it. No need for gratitude. With this, you should be secure for October, right? Upon seeing Chen's message, Jiang Yan's excitement suddenly waned. Sigh, the pressure remains immense. Oh, what do you mean? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yan explained to Chen, as a composer, you must be aware of Tangwa, right? The rising star of the music industry. Incredibly formidable. He wrote 5 songs for Chen Pei, also set to release in October. If it were only Shi Siyuan, I'd feel somewhat confident. But now with Chen Pei entering the fray, though she is merely a third-tier singer, she has Tangwa backing her. Under this double pressure, anyone would feel the strain. Jiang Yan's personality leaned towards caution. She was not one to be overly confident. Instead, she tended to be overly careful. Thus, she felt the pressure of the impending October competition more acutely than Shi Siyuan. After all, she was a budding diva. Winning would mean little, but losing would result in a significant loss of face. It was inherently an unfair battle. Upon reading Jiang Yan's response, Chen couldn't help but rub his forehead. So it was this way. It seems that the current situation was a consequence of his actions. It appeared his song was indeed worth the effort. He wondered how she would react upon discovering that Tangwa was him. He shivered at the thought. Nevertheless, he sent a comforting message. Is that so? Do you truly lack confidence in yourself? It's just Shi Siyuan and Chen Pei. What is there to fear? I believe you will achieve excellent results. After a long silence, Jiang Yan finally replied, I hope. It will go as I wish. Once the conversation concluded, Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. She wanted to elaborate on her appreciation for Chen's reassurance, but ultimately refrained. While Chen had indeed composed a remarkable song, He had only recently begun to step into the industry and lacked a comprehensive understanding of its intricacies. The music charts were rife with unpredictability. Often, a minor detail could lead to a downfall. This was her greatest concern. However, some matters were too complex to explain to Su Chen, so she simply followed his sentiments. She alone understood the challenges involved. Phew, she let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, today had been fruitful. She had received a high-quality song from Su Chen, one that could even be termed a classic. Thus, even if she faced adversity, it wouldn't be a total defeat. The pressing task at hand was to quickly deliver this song to the music department for accompaniment and recording. Time was of the essence. She hurriedly grabbed her phone, ready to head to the company. However, just as she took a few steps, her body froze. A fragment of memory flashed in her mind. She pulled out her phone and reopened the image Su Chen had sent. Indeed, the same desk, the same notebook. She vividly recalled the first time she visited Su Chen's home and saw that notebook filled with songs. P.S. Thousand Songs Original Artist, Chen Huixian. Lyrics, Lin Xin Qiang. Music, Mazia Kangya. Chapter 89. The unveiling of the October chart in a moment of clarity. Jiang Yan seemed to grasp the situation. She realized that she had initially formed a biased opinion. Recalling the time she discovered the notebook on Su Chen's desk, she had casually flipped through a few pages. Upon encountering a few straightforwardly styled lyrics, she had inwardly scoffed, dismissing them as mere trivial songs. Yet, upon reflection, even if one were to randomly select a song from the charts, reciting its lyrics without the melody, the result would likely not be significantly superior. While lyrics hold importance, it is often the melody that breathes life into a song. This realization filled her with regret for not having examined the sheet music more closely. What kind of song could that have been? After standing in place for a considerable time, she battled with the urge to ask Su Chen for the song once more. Ultimately, she suppressed the impulse and continued her journey to the company to arrange matters related to the song change. One must not be insatiable. This is her principle. When one possesses a treasure, one must also understand the value of moderation. On September 28th, Jiang Yan announced the title of her new album, Next Stop, Diva. The moment it was revealed, it sent ripples through the online community. My heavens, goddess, you have finally unveiled the title of your new album. This name carries significant weight. Next Stop, Diva, a tad audacious, but I love it. I hope, like the title suggests, you truly ascend to the top. Unlike the previous artists Luo, Jiahong, and Shuanin, the name Jiang Yan inherently draws attention. Within 2 hours of the announcement, the topic soared to the top of Weibo's trending list. For several days thereafter, it maintained its position at the summit. This is an achievement that many top-tier artists could only dream of. How arrogant. Just because others refer to you as a little diva, do you truly believe you have reached that status? A prideful army will surely face defeat. Mark my words. I used to admire you, but now I see you as leagues apart from our idol. Our idol never competes, but simply focuses on her craft. Based on that alone, you're not in the same league. Jiang Yan's actions seemed to strike a nerve with fans of Yuan. A flurry of comments flooded her Weibo, some dripping with sarcasm, while others resorted to outright insults. The comments section descended into chaos. Amidst this atmosphere of skepticism, the October chart battle officially commenced. In the early hours of October 1st, Jiang Yan's new album Next Stop, Diva, Yuan's new album Fly, and Chen Pei's 5 singles, Human Fireworks, Sunset, and Evening Breeze. The Dream That Can Awaken, Birds and Cicadas, and Decency were all released simultaneously. An hour later, the sales of Jiang Yan's new album surpassed 500,000 copies, while Yuan and Oppo's new album reached 380,000 copies, calculating at 15 Huaxia coins per electronic album. In just 1 hour, both artists amassed over 5 million in revenue. Such figures are indeed staggering. In light of their immense influence, the sales of Chen Pei and Oppo's singles appeared almost trivial, with a collective download count of less than 1 million within the same hour, translating to just under 2 million in revenue. Although this marked a significant improvement compared to previous performances, it still fell nearly half short of Jiang Yan and Yuan's achievements. This disparity stemmed from the difference in their fan bases. The first day revealed the most considerable gap, yet should the quality of the songs be high, the difference may diminish over time. Overall, this outcome aligned with expectations. However, the public's perspective was markedly different. Ha ha ha. Chen Pei must be feeling the heat now. They say October is a death month. Why must he join the fray? Now look at the result. One commenter remarked, likening it to a joke about a person who, intrigued by a quarrel, intervenes only to be caught in the crossfire. Please don and amp. Oppos. TB's so cruel. Perhaps Chen Pei is already feeling the pressure. Is it necessary to mock him? Can we just quietly chuckle? The online ridicule persisted. Aren't you upset? Guan Mei asked curiously, observing Chen Pei engrossed in his phone. Why should I be upset? I and Oppos am elated. This achievement is something I once could only dream of. And the best part is, this is just the beginning. Chen Pei replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. She had studied Su Chen's past chart performances, noting that he had consistently succeeded against the odds. This time, the results were on par with any of Su Chen and Amp, Oppos, as previous charting triumphs, so she felt no concern. She was confident that, in a few days, everyone would see who the true joke was. Guan Mei nodded approvingly at Chen Pei's demeanor. I was worried you might be upset. It's good to know you're not. These people merely vent their frustrations online. They truly amount to nothing, so there is no need to stoop to their level. Chen Pei smiled and shook his head. Of course not. On the day of October 1st, the data experienced a surge. The achievements of Jiang Yan and her peers witnessed a significant boost, particularly for Chen Pei. Following an initial influx of traffic, they entered a level playing field. Due to the influence of recommended placements, the morning of October 1st saw a dramatic spike in downloads. By noon, the total download count for the 5 singles exceeded 3 million, surpassing half the total sales of Jiang Yan and Yuan. However, in the radiant glow of their songs, this achievement seemed less prominent. Jiang Yan's new album continued to reign supreme, with Yuan close behind. The competition persisted into the afternoon, and just when everyone expected the first day of October's results to conclude in this manner, an unexpected turn of events unfolded in the evening. With less than an hour before the data collection deadline, Yuan's album suddenly skyrocketed in sales. If one were to chart the sales as a time graph, the line would show a steep incline during this moment. In scarcely 10 minutes, it overtook Jiang Yan's album, claiming the top position. Finally, at midnight on October 1st, amid great anticipation, the first day statistics of the October chart were released. Yuan's new album Fly topped the charts with a staggering 1.2 million copies sold, while Jiang Yan's next stop, Diva, followed closely with 1.09 million. Chen Pei's total sales for his 5 singles reached 3.5 million. In an instant, the narrative of Jiang Yan's decline swept through the online community. Chapter 90. The future queen, it seems the little diva, is not as remarkable as she appears. From the moment I learned that Jiang Yan's new album is titled Next Stop, Diva, I anticipated an inevitable face-slapping conclusion. I wonder if Jiang Yan is currently weeping in a restroom. I suggest she should consider renaming it to Future Diva. The fans of Yuan have unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Jiang Yan online. Caustic and mocking remarks are rampant throughout the internet. Even some uninformed netizens, upon witnessing the vitriol, have unwittingly joined the fray, contributing to the uproar. Yet, Jiang Yan supporters are not one to back down easily. They fervently retaliate against the disparaging comments. Could those detractors spare a moment to listen to the songs? Some novice accounts are quick to criticize, yet the money appears easy to earn. Perhaps they could share some of their fortune with me? In the last hour yesterday, data suddenly surged, and even a fool could discern the reason. While you all foolishly revel in this chaos, it is truly concerning for your intellect. To those critics, do not deny us the opportunity to purchase Jiang Yan's new album. Several of the leading tracks have already been released as singles. Shall we wait until you've listened before you speak? It is not even expensive, merely 2 huaxia coins. Surely you can afford that. In no time, a fierce quarrel erupted between the fans of Jiang Yan and Yuan. In the capital, Jiang Yan and Zhou Hong sat at a dining table, eating while glancing at their phones. This truly aligns with the notorious style of Huangchao entertainment, ever so unscrupulous. Only they would stoop so low as to engage in vote manipulation. Zhou Hong scoffed. Jiang Yan merely shrugged, choosing silence as she savored her meal. After a prolonged moment, she finally set down her chopsticks, dabbed her mouth with a napkin, and reclined comfortably in her seat before speaking slowly. Although everyone disdains vote manipulation, we cannot claim it is against the rules. After all, they have spent money. Have they not? Yet, can they sustain this for a month? Will they continue to invest such substantial funds in this endeavor? They will surely weigh the pros and cons. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's confident remarks, Zhou Hong's eyes glimmered. What about that little man of yours, Jiang? Yan shot her a glare, prompting Zhou Hong to hastily amend her statement. That's Su Chen, unexpectedly talented. I never noticed before. Chen K Gu is simply a classic. I adore it. I repeatedly played it last night, even while sleeping, until morning. Suddenly, something struck her, and she shifted the conversation. What is Su Chen's background, anyway? He rarely reveals himself. During the press conference, I was on the edge of my seat. I never imagined he could write such beautiful songs. Noticing unges inquisitive de miano. Jiang Yan silently critiqued her curiosity. I want to understand his origins, too. But really, as long as he produces good music, why concern ourselves with the details? Zhou Hong chuckled ambiguously. In the past, I was rather opposed to him. Your rumors brought considerable trouble. However, after hearing his songs, I must admit that you two seem rather well matched. Have you considered it? I'm quite open-minded in this regard, unlike other agents. If you can keep it under wraps, it's not impossible. Jiang Yan rolled her eyes in exasperation. He and I are merely friends. Please don't meddle. To divert Zhou Hong from this endless topic, she quickly shifted the focus. Moreover, we are not out of trouble yet. Apart from Shi Siyuan and Appo's relentless pursuit, there and Appo's also Qin Pei. I specifically spent 10 Huaxia coins to listen to her song, which is quite delightful. Although it bears the hallmarks of a commercial hit, it certainly has the potential for explosive popularity. Zhou Hong and Appo's demeanor grew serious. That Tanghua is truly impressive. In just 3 months since her debut, she has produced so many exceptional works, each one remarkable. I can't help but wonder if there's a team behind her. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment. It's certainly possible. Yet, such talent must also exist elsewhere. As she thought this, Su Chen unexpectedly crossed her mind. If he were to reveal his creations, how would he compare with Tanghua? On October 4th, after several days of fierce competition, Jiang Yan's next stop, Diva, reclaimed the top spot, achieving total sales of 3.28 million copies. Shi Siyuan and Appo's S-Fly followed closely with 2.71 million, securing second place. The online feedback poured in rapidly. Has anyone listened to Appo's next stop, Diva and Appo's? It's absolutely marvelous. Although I don't understand Cantonese, it doesn't hinder my love for this melody. Compared to this song, I prefer Chin Chin Kego, a classic. No one can dispute that. The praise was overwhelming. The sheer volume of positive remarks far overshadowed the comments from paid critics. The sales of both singles continued to rise steadily. But suddenly, an incongruous voice emerged. Wait, this song was written by Su Chen? Which Su Chen? The one who was rumored to be involved with Jiang Yan? You're unaware of how significant this was a while back. Oh my, it's true. Brothers. New discovery. Chen Qian Ke Gu was also composed by Su Chen. Initially, the focus had been on the rivalry between Jiang Yan and Shi Siyuan, and the matter concerning Su Chen had been temporarily forgotten. However, this sudden revelation rekindled interest, prompting many to examine the credits of each song on Jiang Yan and Appo's new album. Ultimately, they discovered that both of the lead tracks from Next Stop, Diva, were indeed composed by Su Chen. This revelation seemed to lend credence to Su Chen's earlier explanations. However, the excellence of these songs redirected their attention. Who exactly is Su Chen? A graduate from a lesser-known art academy. Yet he has crafted such remarkable music? Why had he remained obscure until now? While I may harbor some prejudice against this pretty boy, I cannot deny the quality of these two songs. I've listened to them, and indeed they're splendid, worthy of being lead tracks, suggesting that his previous claims about songwriting were indeed legitimate. According to reports, Su Chen is merely a composition student from Jiangshang Art Academy, having graduated only this year. How could he produce songs of such high quality? This remains a mystery, but one cannot deny the existence of true genius in the world. Perhaps he is indeed one who has been favored by fate? As discussions flourished online, the news swiftly reached Shi Yuan. She furrowed her brows. After perusing the comments, she immediately opened the Tian Dongting music platform and purchased Jiang Yan's new album. She was quite arrogant, having never listened to her rival and Oppo's songs since their release. However, upon discovering the connection to Su Chen, an inexplicable impulse surged within her. She felt compelled to see what kind of songs he had written that garnered such acclaim from netizens. Upon opening it, a melodious tune resonated. Chapter 91. The resentment of Shi Yuan. Jiang Yan's voice was delicate, markedly distinct from the original renditions of Next Stop, Queen, and 8,000 Songs. Yet when she sang, it bore a unique essence that could be described as breathtaking, especially for those on Blue Star who had never heard the originals. This sentiment resonated equally with Shi Yuan. If Next Stop, Queen was somewhat astonishing, then 8,000 Songs struck her soul profoundly. Though she had shifted her focus over the years from music to social maneuvering, her heart still harbored a fervent passion for music. In a fleeting moment, she felt that if this song were hers, it would be worth dying for. However, that feeling was ephemeral. After listening to both songs, she sat in silence, stunned. Su Chen. To her astonishment, both songs were composed by Su Chen. Initially, she had regarded his composing skills with skepticism, but now, this stark contrast left her reeling with discomfort. When had his compositional prowess reached such heights? If anyone knew Su Chen best on Blue Star, it might be her aside from Tang Jai. However, during their years together, she had never encountered such remarkable songs from him. Even when they signed with the Dynasty label, it was merely based on a somewhat decent, unfinished piece. Had he been concealing his talent all along? Suddenly, she recalled their meeting after the graduation party, when she had sensed a subtle change in him, though she had not pursued it further. Was that the inception of his transformation? Shi Yuan was perplexed. October 8th. Within a week, the charts underwent a seismic shift. Thanks to the continuously favorable reception online, Jiang Yan's new album surged to the top of the charts with overwhelming force. More astonishingly, her two singles, Next Stop, Queen, and 8,000 Songs, claimed the second and third positions, respectively. Next Stop, Queen sold for 59 million copies, while 8,000 Songs was downloaded for 22 million times. And Next Stop, Queen as a single reached 89 million downloads, pushing Shi Yuan's album and singles out of the top 3. The internet buzzed with excitement, especially among Jiang Yan's fans, who were reveling in their triumph. What had happened to the naysayers? Where was their previous arrogance? The divide between first and second-tier artists remained insurmountable. The assessments from the Weilang platform were undeniably professional. The initial pretensions of second-tier artists attempting to challenge first-tier authority were indeed laughable. The mocking remarks proliferated, while the reality was stark. Shi Yuan's fans could hardly restrain themselves from engaging in disputes. What was there to boast about? Was it merely luck that granted them good songs? They had resorted to fabricating rumors to promote the new album. Was this truly the conduct of a little queen? Furthermore, the origins of Su Chen's two songs remained ambiguous. Who knew whether they were merely purchased titles? The entangled relationship between Su Chen and Jiang Yan left their supporters in a state of ignorance. How pitiful. In the face of overwhelming dominance, these sour remarks appeared feeble. October 9th. Next Stop, Queen sold for 89 million copies, 8,000 Songs reached for 82 million downloads. And the single Next Stop, Queen garnered for 38 million downloads, maintaining its momentum. Perhaps due to the favorable reception, the sales of the two singles suddenly skyrocketed. October 10th. 1,000 Songs downloads first surpassed the sales of Next Stop, Queen, reaching 23 million. October 11th. The single Next Stop, Queen also surpassed its album sales, reaching 26 million downloads. October 12th. Both singles continued to ascend with unstoppable force. By October 15th, 1,000 Songs downloads reached 56 million, while Next Stop, Queen reached 94 million downloads. The new album's sales, while showing signs of decline, still reflected a flourishing trend for the singles. The top 3 spots on the charts remained dominated by Jiang Yan songs. In just 2 weeks since the October charts began, the outcome appeared to be sealed. Yuan's new album Fly had barely surpassed 4 million in sales. The downloads for her singles were likewise disappointing. Chen, Yuan seethed silently, her resentment palpable. This marked her second emotional outburst since being reduced to tears at the graduation party. Initially, her curiosity about Chen's impressive songwriting had been benign, but as her new album's figures were steadily eclipsed, an overwhelming sense of hatred welled within her. The individual she had once perceived as easily manipulable had now become the catalyst for her dismal October. A sudden wave of bitterness washed over her. After 3 years together, during which he had been utterly mediocre, he now seemed to have ascended to the heights of stardom alongside the illustrious Liu Yuanqing and the rising star Jiang Yan, even composing songs to undermine her. Yuan could not fathom that Chen had crafted such exceptional songs in the mere months following their graduation. If he had indeed created them earlier, why had he not shared them with her? The thought of her relentless networking efforts and her subservient demeanor in pursuit of a song ignited an inexplicable resentment within her, prompting a deep-seated doubt. She had always believed she had a firm grasp on Chen, at least during the first 3 years. Yet now, it seemed that her perception was misguided. With a furrowed brow, she exhaled deeply, a sense of despondency enveloping her. But in an instant, she regained her composure. Based on the data, her hopes of surpassing Jiang Yan in October appeared slim. Nevertheless, as a second-tier artist, her achievements remained commendable. This experience did not preclude the possibility of her ascending to the first tier. Therefore, she would not concede defeat. The road ahead was long, and time was on her side. Let's wait and see. Chapter 92. The road to Chen Pei's comeback. It seems that the results of the October leaderboard have already been determined, with little chance of change. Not necessarily. There's still a couple of weeks left, and perhaps a reversal may occur. Based on historical data, a fortnight is generally sufficient to predict the final rankings. Even if there are discrepancies, they are likely to be negligible. I trust the sentiments expressed above. In 2 weeks, factors such as resources and song quality will have reached their peak, solidifying the overall trend. I disagree with this perspective. Miracles do happen in this world, do they not? While everyone was engrossed in discussions about the outcome of the Jiangxi battle, few noticed that Chen Pei and Oppo's S5 songs remained steadily rising in data, slowly but surely. In an old residential complex in Luo City, a burly man crouched on a balcony, smoking a cigarette and taking swigs from a nearby beer bottle. His bloodshot eyes clearly reflected a prolonged lack of rest. His name was Xiao Lin, recently released from prison. Over a decade ago, in a nightclub, he had harbored a secret affection for a girl who was teased by a group of thugs. Despite his attempts to intervene, he was unsuccessful. When she was about to be coerced into drinking, he, fueled by alcohol, seized an ashtray from the table and struck out, resulting in a 12-year sentence. He recalled the autumn of his incarceration, with leaves falling gently and the streets filled with brick-like mobile phones. Now, upon his release, he found the world dominated by touchscreen smartphones. Throughout his imprisonment, she had visited him several times, the last being in August of this year when she informed him of her impending marriage. He smiled and wished her well, engaging in brief conversation before turning away. He had not disclosed his impending release to her. Over the years, he had toiled in various jobs, his spirit rendered tranquil through hardship. Yet after his release, he found himself plagued by insomnia, often sitting on the balcony, smoking and drinking through the night. Recently, he had obtained her address through a contact and had quietly observed her, feeling happiness for her well-being. However, an obsession lingered within him, an inability to let go. Tomorrow would be her wedding day, marking a definitive loss of direction for him. He could not comprehend why. In the end, he remained alone. Buzz. The vibration of his phone broke his reverie. He set down the beer bottle and fished out his phone from his pocket. A song recommendation from a music platform caught his eye. Fires of Humanity. Each individual in this world is but a fleeting firework. Cherish it while you possess it, and be grateful when it departs. Boom. The words struck a chord deep within him. With trembling fingers, he clicked to download the song without hesitation. Fires of Humanity. You once bloomed, leaving indelible marks in my heart, and now I live in solitude. As he listened, tears streamed down his face. After sitting in silence for a long while, he stood and exited. The area beneath her building was quiet, yet the rooms above were ablaze with light. He squatted in a nearby greenbelt, smoking and replaying the song. At 6 a.m, as dawn broke, he heard the distant sounds of firecrackers, signaling the arrival of the wedding procession. From this day forth, she would be another's bride. He would face life alone. Rising, he stubbed out the last cigarette and turned to leave. In that moment, he felt a sudden sense of relief. Back at home, he opened his phone and, with somewhat clumsy fingers, left a comment in the Fires of Humanity section. Perhaps loneliness is the main melody of life. The road ahead is long, and I shall no longer harbor disappointment. Similar sentiments echoed in the comments of other songs, resonating across many corners of the world. The flowers of Jiang Yan have fallen, and from now on, one lives in solitude. The beauty of humanity's fireworks is magnificent, yet there shall be no return in the next life. Why does a song evoke such tears without a clear origin of sorrow? In truth, the script of life is one you have already chosen in paradise. The reason you selected this script is that within it lies the people you long to see. Each individual experiences songs in their own unique way, sharing their stories and emotions. By October 19th, the comments on Chen Pei's 5 songs had accumulated over 200,000. Although these songs faced criticism, they undeniably stirred people's emotions. Perhaps this is the reason for their viral success online. On October 25th, Fires of Humanity surpassed 10 million downloads, skyrocketing to the 3rd position on the charts, even surpassing the album sales of Next Stop, Diva. Subsequently, the 2nd and 3rd songs also surged, with all 5 of Chen Pei's tracks occupying the 3rd to 7th positions on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan's new album Fly was relegated to 8th place. A wave of astonishment swept across the internet. A previously unnoticed underdog had gradually risen, defeating second-tier artist Shi Yuan. This outcome was entirely unforeseen. Chen Pei had truly emerged as a dark horse, astonishing everyone by standing tall amid such competition. Had anyone been monitoring her data prior? When did she rise? After mid-October, I believed the leaderboard would remain static and had paid little attention. Today, upon seeing the news, I was taken aback. How exhilarating! If this momentum continues, Shi Yuan's position in the top 10 is at risk. Teacher Tanghua is indeed formidable. We should have anticipated this. We simply overlooked it due to the high profile of the Jiangxi battle. Under the public's watchful eye, the data for Chen Pei songs experienced another surge. No one anticipated that the last days of October would bring such fervor, primarily stemming from Chen Pei and Tanghua. Xingqing Entertainment, in a state of excitement, saw Chen Pei repeatedly refreshing the data. In these days, monitoring the charts had become her greatest joy. Although she held confidence in Su Chen and had expected her ascent, the actual occurrence of this event brought an exhilaration far beyond her imagination. After October, she might indeed rise significantly. Of course, while some rejoiced, others despaired. Shi Yuan had already lost her composure numerous times over the past few days. As the end of October approached, her emotions shifted from anger to trepidation. If she ultimately fell to Chen Pei, it wouldn't merely affect her market value. She would become the entertainment industry's greatest laughingstock for a long time to come. However, as the end of the month drew near, the resources allocated to her by the company had been exhausted, leaving her powerless to reverse her fate. Finally, under the scrutiny of the masses, October came to a close. Due to the need for statistical analysis concerning the rankings of songs within albums, the final standings would be released at noon on November 1st. Nonetheless, those within the industry were well aware of the landscape and could surmise the outcome. According to the rules, songs from an album would be individually ranked as singles. For instance, aside from the 2 songs composed by Su Chen in Jiang Yan's new album, the remaining tracks would be ranked based on album sales. However, if a song from the album had also been released as a single, such as Next Stop, Diva, its single download figures would be combined with album sales for ranking purposes. Thus, let us briefly summarize the data as of October 31st at midnight. It can be inferred that the rankings for October's chart are taking shape. Jiang Yan dominates the top 3 positions, while Chen Pei emerges as a dark horse. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan suffers reputational damage. Had this outcome been suggested at the beginning of October, it would have been met with disbelief. Chapter 93. Promoted to gold medal composer on the morning of November 1st at Xingqing Entertainment, everyone gathered in the office area, eagerly anticipating the announcement of the results. The once vacant space, rendered so by the failure of a major film, now found its purpose. Jiang Yan managed to procure a large display screen and had it installed on the wall of the empty area, creating a fitting atmosphere for the occasion. In truth, he only dared to make such arrangements because he had a solid prediction of the rankings. Otherwise, the grand setup would have been a source of embarrassment had they failed to make the list. As time ticked away, the room fell into a hushed silence. Finally, at exactly noon, the data refreshed automatically. The rankings for the October Tian Ting chart were unveiled. 1. Chen Kegu with total sales of 17.81 million. 2. Xiaizhan Tianho with total sales of 15.66 million. 3. Rinjian Yinhua with total sales of 13.94 million. 4. Timian with total sales of 12.64 million. 5. Luo Ryuan Feng with total sales of 12.48 million. 6. Fenyao Hichan with total sales of 12.22 million. 7. Xingbulai Meng with total sales of 11.09 million. The results largely aligned with the forecasts. The 8th and 9th positions were claimed by two other leading artists, while Shi Xiyuan's soul hit song secured the 10th position. Cheers erupted from the crowd at Xingqing Entertainment. We won. Although the accolades belonged to Qin Pei and Su Chun, the collective enthusiasm and excitement were palpable. Achieving 5 songs on the charts simultaneously was an unprecedented milestone, elevating the company to a new echelon. They all recognized their collective identity as part of the company, feeling a sense of pride in their shared success. The notion of victory was merely a reflection of the atmosphere, rather than a competition. What mattered was that they held half of the top 10 slots. As congratulations poured in for Qin Pei, the glances directed at Su Chun grew more fervent. Unknown to the outside world, they were aware that Tanghua was indeed Su Chun, with the 2 songs given to Jiang Yan. All 7 of Su Chen's songs made it onto the charts, claiming the top 7 positions. Such an accomplishment was nothing short of extraordinary. One could even say it was a massacre of the charts. This remarkable talent was closely connected to them, making the earlier loss of Lao Jie seem trivial. In the afternoon of November 1st, the star rankings were revealed. Under the composer category, the list of gold medal composers prominently featured Tanghua. Unlike others, a rare note accompanied Tanghua's name, 2023 August Rookie of the Year on the composing chart. In less than 4 months in the industry, he created 10 songs, each of which made it onto the charts without a single failure, thus deserving to be selected as a gold medal composer. In just a few sentences, this summary encapsulated Tanghua's remarkable achievements during this period. Some who were oblivious to the truth suddenly realized the extent of Tanghua's accomplishments. The official recognition elevated Tanghua's status as a gold medal composer even further. Su Chun felt quite satisfied with this outcome. Initially, presenting 5 songs for the charts was a considerable risk. Even if all 5 made it, it would only barely fulfill the criteria for promotion to gold medal composer. Whether or not he would be promoted still depended on the assessment from Weilong's official team. Unexpectedly, the events unfolded so smoothly, which was indeed a delightful surprise. From now on, Su Chun will be our company's #1. You must treat him with the utmost respect. Understood? Jiang Yan announced with exuberance, eliciting laughter from the crowd. They all recognized the hyperbolic nature of his statement. The company could not be dictated by Su Chun alone. However, it underscored the high regard in which Su Chun was held. Even without such a proclamation, they would naturally afford him great respect. After all, he represented a veritable gold mine that no one wished to overlook. As admiration radiated from Luo, Jiaxing, and Chuanin, the others regarded Su Chun with fervent eyes. Even Wu Di's proud demeanor shifted slightly. This left Su Chun feeling somewhat uncomfortable. We and Oppos, real colleagues. They're into Oppos. There's nothing extraordinary about it. Let us just keep things as they are. Despite his reassurances, no one could revert to treating him with the casualness of before. As his achievements continued to accumulate, their respect for him only deepened, a natural inclination of human nature. After reviewing the composer rankings, Jiang Yan instructed his assistant to switch to the singer category, which was further divided into first to fifth tier lists. The number of artists increased as one descended the rankings. To save time, Jiang Yan directed his assistant to locate Chen, Pei, and Appo's name in the second-tier list. This was their target. If her name was absent from this list, it would render the rankings rather meaningless. The second-tier list contained nearly 100 names. Scanning downwards, they quickly found Chen Pei's name. To their surprise, she was not at the bottom, but had surged into the mid-lower tier of the second tier. Although there was still a gap between her and the leading artists, her debut in the second tier was already a remarkable achievement. With red eyes, Chen Pei expressed her gratitude to each friend who congratulated her. When it came to Su Chun, she opened her arms wide, offering him a heartfelt embrace. With 6 songs in total, including by Who, she had turned her fortunes around. All thanks to Su Chun. Caught in the warmth of her embrace, Su Chun felt a rush of emotions, but gently patted her back before releasing her. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Jiang Yan with a smile and said, "Mr. Wang, I have fulfilled my promise to the company." Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling that this referred to the earlier dispute between Luo Jiaxing and Xu Enan regarding the songs he had written for them. His expression grew slightly awkward as he responded, "Su Chun, that was just a joke back then. Why do you still remember it? No need to take it lightly. I intend to keep my word." Su Chun replied with earnestness, startling Jiang Yan. Now that Su Chun had become a gold medal composer, he was essentially a free agent, able to terminate his association with the company at any moment. Was Su Chun implying he intended to leave? Realizing this, Jiang Yan could no longer contain his concerns. "Su Chun, are you considering?" Seeing Jiang Yan's hesitant demeanor, Su Chun immediately guessed his thoughts and shook his head, chuckling, "Don't worry, Mr. Wang. I have no plans to leave at the moment." Jiang Yan sighed in relief, though his heart remained unsettled. Su Chun and Appo's words had planted a seed of unease in him, one that could sprout at any moment. He pondered desperately, is there any way to ensure Su Chun remains with us permanently? Chapter 94. Jiang Yan ascends to the throne. As soon as the rankings were released, Lu Yuanqing promptly sent a congratulatory message in the group chat. Others quickly joined in with their well wishes. Ji Xiangyang, congratulations. Luo Zhe, congratulations. Jiang Jing, congratulations. It was clear that everyone was invested in the outcome. Jiang Yan's crowning was indeed a monumental event. The members of this chat were her close friends, deeply concerned about her achievement. Following a flurry of congratulations, casual banter ensued. Ji Xiangyang, Jiang Yan, come out and share your thoughts. When will you take us out for a meal? Jiang Jing, Jiang Yan, I'm already selecting a restaurant. I'll send you the details once I decide. Luo Zhe, Jiang Yan, I've already ordered the dishes, just waiting for you to settle the bill. After a while, without a response from Jiang Yan, Luo Zhe decided to play his trump card. Luo Zhe, Jiang Yan, why so silent? Just crowned, and you're already acting aloof? This remark certainly did the trick, prompting Jiang Yan to emerge from her silence. Jiang Yan folds hands in gratitude. Thank you all for your blessings. I'm currently caught up in social obligations and can't break away. Once I finish, I will definitely treat everyone to a meal. With that, she sent a red envelope containing 2,000 huaxia coins to the group. Luo Zhao, Su Chun, you sly one, lurking silently, yet quick to snatch the red envelope. Ji Xiangyang, is there no justice? Of the total 2,000 huaxia coins, you got 1856, Su Chun? Jiang Jing, Su Chun, you are unbelievable. At Star Orange Entertainment, Su Chun chuckled upon observing the group's indignation. Earlier, during a break at the company celebration, he had checked his phone and stumbled upon the red envelope in the chat. With a mere tap, he found himself with 1856 huaxia coins. Those unfortunate souls. After typing a string of laughter, he exited the chat. However, the others had no intention of ceasing their chatter. Luo Zhe, Su Chun, when will you write me a song? Since Jiang Yan's new album was released, the group had been astounded by the songs. Having previously thought of Su Chun as an ordinary person, although he was a composer, they assumed he was merely a novice, working menial tasks at the company. Little did they know that this unassuming newcomer had produced such breathtaking pieces. The stark contrast had left them in awe. They had often remarked on why Jiang Yan was so popular. Clearly, her discerning taste surpassed theirs. From that moment on, Luo Zhe began to pester Su Chen for songs, frequently tagging him in the chat. His shamelessness was hard to believe for someone in the entertainment industry. Ji Xianyang, Luo Zhe, spare yourself. A rough guy like you. Ji Xianyang. How many idol goddesses in the entertainment industry are eager for Su Chen to write for them? What makes you think you deserve a spot? Wouldn't it be better to write for the ladies? Jiang Jing, snickers in agreement. Their teasing did not faze Luo Zhe in the slightest. Luo Zhe, Su Chen, don't be so rigid about gender. Luo Zhe, if those female singers can do it, so can I. The group was left speechless by Luo, who seemed oblivious to the concept of dignity. After some light-hearted banter, he shifted gears once again. Luo Zhe, hey, how do you think Jiang Yan will thank Su Chen? Jiang Jing, what else could it be? If it were me, I'd offer myself. Ji Xianyang, if it were me, I'd do the same. Of course, Jiang Yan was oblivious to their conversation. She was currently engrossed in her own affairs, handling greetings from company colleagues while fielding congratulatory calls and messages. Unlike the previous scandal, this time, despite the social obligations, she felt an exhilarating energy coursing through her, not the slightest hint of fatigue. Years of hard work had culminated in this moment. Who could remain composed? Drink some water. Her manager, Zhou Hong, handed her a bottle. Jiang Yan took it, gulping down half in one go. How do you feel? Happy, right? Jiang Yan nodded with a smile, not concealing her joy. Observing her, Zhou Hong cooed and oppose. T helped but exclaim, a queen. In the entire Huaxiao entertainment industry, there are only 8 kings and queens. Anyone would be unable to sleep from joy in your position. With a chuckle, Jiang Yan suggested, shall we celebrate tonight? Absolutely. Zhou Hong, suddenly thoughtful, added with a smirk, now that you and oppose V ascended, your status will elevate. Trivial matters will no longer concern you. From now on, she see you in one and oppose. T dare challenge you. Unless, pausing, she shook her head, unless she also becomes a queen, which is nearly impossible. After all, you and oppose V been at the forefront for so long, just a step away, and after all those years of honing your craft. Besides, she is merely a second-tier artist. It's too far. Jiang Yan smiled and remarked, she isn't an obstacle. Zhou Hong was taken aback, noticing a newfound aura of dominance about Jiang Yan. By the way, I've received numerous requests for Su Chen songs, and they wish for us to facilitate the connection. What do you think? Jiang Yan's brow furrowed slightly. So soon? Zhou Hong chuckled. You know how persistent and passionate singers are about good songs. In this era, there are perhaps only a handful of composers capable of crafting something akin to Chen Kegu. Among them, only Su Chen stands out. In the entertainment industry, connections often dictate success. Initially, it was merely about making introductions, a simple favor. However, now that Jiang Yan had reached a new echelon, she would likely not hold grudges. Thus, it was unsurprising that many were approaching with requests for songs. Decline them. Zhou Hong's eyes widened in surprise. You declined all of them? Shouldn't we consult Su Chen? Jiang Yan pondered briefly before responding. No need. From what I know of him, he seems to be someone who dislikes trouble. Zhou Hong raised an eyebrow, then playfully teased. Just stating the truth. I think you should consider it. Yes, a prime asset, if he maintains this level of performance. It won't be long before he becomes a top-tier talent. Jiang Yan chose not to engage further, her thoughts drifting towards Su Chen. Chapter 95. The Royal Entertainment's invitation to collaborate in recent days. Su Chen found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of busyness. Aside from managing professional engagements, he was inundated with calls from various external sources. Among these callers were individuals from entertainment companies and former classmates. Essentially, anyone who could possibly establish a connection would reach out for a brief conversation. Most of these individuals harbored a singular intention: to unearth new songs from him. With Jiang Yan's rise to prominence, Su Chen was thrust into the public eye, at least within the circles of the entertainment industry. To some extent, his name had become known among those traversing this path. Although Jiang Yan had successfully declined a portion of the song requests, the closure of this avenue did little to deter others. Some resourceful individuals managed to acquire Su Chen's phone number through former classmates at Jiangxing Art Academy and other channels. Su Chen maintained a courteous demeanor towards these callers, recognizing that they were primarily there to discuss potential collaborations or were old acquaintances. As long as their actions remained within reasonable bounds, he felt it inappropriate to be overly unwelcoming. However, in the end, he always tactfully declined, expressing that he had no immediate plans to release new songs. While some expressed regret, they did not press the matter further. "Hello, who is this?" Another call came through. Su Chen furrowed his brow, but answered the phone nonetheless. "Greetings, is this teacher Su Chen?" A somewhat subdued male voice inquired. "Yes, this is he," Su Chen replied. "Hello, teacher Su Chen. I am the director of the artist department at Royal Entertainment. I apologize for the abrupt interruption, but I would like to discuss a potential collaboration with you." "Royal Entertainment? How fortuitous. I regret to inform you that I currently have no plans for new songs, and thus cannot collaborate," Su Chen replied straightforwardly. "Please, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Allow me to present some of the benefits our company offers. We are in the process of nurturing a group of singers, which necessitates a wealth of exceptional songs, particularly those crafted by talented composers like yourself. If your work meets our standards, we would provide." Before the speaker could finish, Su Chen interjected, "Thank you, but no. I'm not looking to collaborate with an entertainment company at this time. Goodbye." He promptly hung up the phone, placing it aside with a faint chuckle. Royal Entertainment. He had no intention of collaborating with such a subpar company. The memories of being taken advantage of years ago remained vivid in his mind. Although it was a matter of the past, he could still empathize with the situation. As he pondered, his phone vibrated once more. The screen displayed the same unfamiliar number. Instantly, his mood soured. It seemed the interruptions would not cease. He hung up again. The ringing resumed, only to be met with another hang-up. After several repetitions, Su Chen decided to block the number. Yet, mere minutes later, another new number called in. It was evident that this too belonged to someone from Royal Entertainment. Losing patience, Su Chen answered, "Are you unwell? I have clearly stated that I do not intend to collaborate with your company. Why persist in calling?" To his surprise, the caller did not retaliate with anger. "Su Chen, please do not be upset. I sincerely wish to discuss a collaboration with you. Even if we do not partner, we could still converse. Who knows what opportunities may arise in the future, right?" The caller feigned surprise and added, "Oh, I suddenly feel your name is quite familiar. Have we interacted before?" Su Chen was about to end the call when the mention of familiarity jolted his memory. A figure flashed through his mind. "Ah, it's you. No wonder your voice sounded somewhat recognizable. Zhao Yuan, spare me the pretense. Your actions remain as despicable as ever." Unexpectedly, the other end erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, Su Chen. It has been a while. I was merely joking. However, I am serious about the collaboration I mentioned. Please consider it. Although there were some unpleasant experiences with the company in the past, those are bygones. Now that you are showcasing your talent, the company will undoubtedly support you. As a giant in the entertainment industry, Royal Entertainment can offer you the finest resources." His words flowed casually, as though the past bore no weight on him. Zhao Yuan was the one who had signed Su Chen years ago. While he was not the direct cause of the previous grievances, he had handled most of the ensuing sordid matters. Thus, Su Chen could only scoff at how easily Zhao Yuan dismissed their shared history. "You have a remarkable talent for whitewashing the sordid details. It is a pity, however, that I remain uninterested in collaborating with Royal Entertainment. But you are correct in one regard. Large entertainment companies can indeed provide ample resources. So why not seek out another company that aligns more with my aspirations? Perhaps Hui Guang?" At the mention of Hui Guang, Zhao Yuan's breath caught. The simmering anger from Su Chen's repeated affronts could no longer be contained. As a rival to Royal Entertainment, Hui Guang had always been embroiled in a subtle rivalry with them. Su Chen's remark was a blatant provocation. Thus, Zhao Yuan dropped the facade, confronting Su Chen directly. "Do not overestimate yourself, Su Chen. Just because you pen a couple of songs for Jiang Yan does not mean you are above your station. you are still nothing. And it is I who am offering you an opportunity. The world is vast. Do not be so naive. Su Chen chuckled in response. Oh, but I find myself uninterested in this opportunity you speak of. What shall we do? Perhaps you should consult others? The sound of a fist slamming on a desk reverberated through the line. Su Chen, Zhao Hongyuan's voice rose several decibels. Do not forget the events of your past. If I were to expose those matters, do you think you would emerge unscathed? Su Chen laughed heartily. Is that so? Then by all means, do hurry and expose them. I am merely a composer. Such things do not concern me greatly. However, I wonder if Shi Siyuan, as a public figure, might face repercussions. Is it that Royal Entertainment is prepared to abandon her? Furthermore, what about the company's reputation? If that is indeed the case, your revelations might just serve your purpose. A heavy silence fell on the line. Su Chen and Amp, Oppos. S-word struck a nerve. The threat he posed bore no effect. He had hit upon a critical point. The events of the past could indeed tarnish an individual's reputation. However, Su Chen was not technically regarded as a star. He was merely a composer. And while the whispers might cause minimal disturbance, the impact would be negligible. Yet, should these matters link back to Shi Siyuan, the company's artists would inevitably face a backlash. Delving deeper, if the company's affairs were unearthed by those with ill intent, it would undoubtedly invite complications. Not worth the cost. Chapter 96. Urging for updates from readers very well. Su Chen, you have truly impressed me. Given this, I am eager to see how far you can go. Before I could finish my sentence, Su Chen abruptly hung up the phone. Bang! Zhao Hongyuan slammed his phone down on the table, his expression darkening to the point of appearing as if he might weep. In the office, several mid-level executives of the Imperial Entertainment wore grim expressions. He declined? One of the executives could not help but inquire. Zhao Hongyuan replied in a muffled tone. Did you not hear just now? Perhaps still reeling from the previous slight. His tone was less than cordial. The mid-level executive, feeling stifled, grew even more displeased. Damn it, I did hear. I merely intended to lighten the atmosphere. I didn't expect that you would not appreciate my intentions and even throw a barb at me. It was your idea to contact Su Chen, not mine. He forcibly suppressed the urge to engage in a heated argument and redirected the topic. So what shall we do next? Should we expose the events from years past? Zhao Hongyuan, now the director of the artist division and the most prominent figure among the mid-level executives, was reluctant to confront his colleague directly. Absolutely not. That would be a self-destructive tactic. Moreover, the repercussions would likely affect us far more than him. He is correct. Once this matter is brought to light, it may unravel more complications, potentially inviting unnecessary troubles. Therefore, let us refrain from acting. After speaking, Zhao Hongyuan paused, seemingly attempting to reassure himself. He is merely a small fry. Perhaps he has enjoyed a stroke of luck, having penned a couple of decent songs. I was merely trying to see if there was a way to benefit the company. Since he is ungrateful, let this matter rest. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his reasoning, and fell silent. Although I am quite upset by his refusal, it does not warrant my time or energy to retaliate. Let's observe for now. Should he persist in his antics and oppose us, I would not hesitate to create some trouble for him. Once the matter was settled, they dispersed. Meanwhile, Su Chen, after hanging up, found himself both amused and enraged. These people truly have the audacity. They approach him requesting songs, yet adopt a demeanor of condescension, as if collaborating with Imperial Entertainment would be an immense favor to him. How can such shameless individuals exist in this world? Nevertheless, this precisely reflects the style of Imperial Entertainment. Next, he anticipated that the other party would refrain from taking any action against him, as he currently did not hold their attention. This was for the best. He could continue to develop during this period. With his hidden support from Tang Wei's account, he felt undaunted by petty tactics. As for the potential hazards stemming from past events, those were considerations for his future career. At this moment, they bore no significant influence over him. This incident was merely a minor episode. Soon, he set aside his thoughts, opened his computer, and prepared to write. Since uploading Zhu Xian, he had been diligently typing for over 20 consecutive days, crafting more than 80 chapters, and paused only after the tragic demise of Bai Yao. Following that, due to the flurry of activities surrounding the October rankings, He had become too preoccupied to continue writing. The hiatus had transformed into a void. It was inevitable. After a period of inactivity, his writing skills had dulled considerably. Stumbling through a couple of chapters, he decided to stop. Organizing the content, he prepared for upload. Upon logging into the author backend of Jiang Chinese network after many days, a flood of notifications greeted him. In the comments section, he was met with enthusiastic praise. I haven't read such an engaging novel in ages. The premise is remarkably fresh. Keep it up, esteemed author. I devoured over 80 chapters in one go. The prose flows seamlessly, and the emotions are exquisitely detailed. Truly a rare gem of a book. Will Zhang Xiaofan end up with Lu Sueki or Bai Yao? I suggest you take both. Can the author see this? I have a premonition that this book will pioneer a new genre. I may be witnessing the birth of a new literary master. Initially, the comments brimmed with admiration. However, after Bai Yao's tragic fate and several days of inactivity, the tone shifted abruptly. Coincidentally, Su Chen had chosen the pen name The First Master of the Inner Court. Consequently, the comments began to shift from addressing him as esteemed author to Grand Manager of the Inner Court. Author, I despise you. Why did you kill off Bai Yao? Will she come back to life? I sincerely seek an answer. Just a hint, please. Otherwise, this book will lose its charm. Why ruin a good storyline by killing Bai Yao? Are you planning to cut us off? It seems the author is indeed cutting us off. After days of no updates, perhaps they are undergoing surgery. No wonder your pen name is The First Master of the Inner Court. You must be the Grand Manager. Gradually, the reader's frustrations intensified. Even the donkeys in the production team would not dare to rest this long. Grand Manager, I adore your novel, but your update speed is disheartening. There once was an author who frequently stalled updates, and eventually, he became lame. I suggest everyone start a family. By the time the child gets married, you might be able to continue reading. I'm out of here. I'll wait for my grandson to grow up and buy me a physical copy to burn. From now on, you have acquired a new title, The Absent Author. Su Chen gazed at the comments section with a grim expression. When he updated, he was addressed as esteemed author, but after a few days without updates, he became Grand Manager, and if he delayed further, he would be labeled the Absent Author. How realistic are these readers? Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt. Apart from being busy with work, he had indeed grown somewhat lethargic. He quickly uploaded the 2 chapters he had just completed, feeling a bit more at ease. Shortly after the upload, a wave of comments surged in. Wow, the esteemed author has updated. Did you just finish your surgery? Please don't let there be any more interruptions. If there are, we'll be left with little. Oh no, the local specialties I sent to the Grand Manager are already en route. How do I retract them now that there is an update? Su Chen scrolled through the readers' comments, bemused. Each of them displayed remarkable wit and humor, even managing to amuse him, a time traveler. He closed the comments section and opened the internal messages. One account immediately caught his attention. While other messages showed 1 or 2 notifications, this account displayed an overwhelming 999. The account name read Chio Editor. Esteemed author, do respond. Chapter 97. The Hope of the Online Literature Innovation Department. As Su Chen opened the chat window, he was met with an avalanche of anxious messages. Author, what is happening on your end? Is there anything we can assist you with? Author, why have you stopped updating? This book is performing exceptionally well. You must maintain a consistent release schedule. Author, why did you kill off Bai Yao? The comments section has exploded. This is a huge risk. Author, the data has surged. You need to accelerate your updates. Author, our editorial team has evaluated this book and sees great potential. We have applied for a recommendation slot. Could you please provide a contact number for easier communication? Author, your novel is captivating. I am considering requesting a recommendation slot from my superiors for you. Since the first update of Zhu Xian, Su Chen had consistently uploaded his work immediately after completion, rarely glancing at the comment section, let alone checking the internal messages. Although the initial readership was sparse, he remained confident in a masterpiece from his past life, thus paid little attention to the data. He never anticipated that this oversight would lead to missing so many messages from the editors, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hello, editor. I sincerely apologize. I'm not familiar with this software and only just noticed the messages today. I've been quite busy lately and haven't had time to write. In the future, I may have more time to write extensively. Additionally, thank you for applying for the recommendation slot on my behalf. I truly appreciate your assistance. After sending the message, he intended to close the software, but soon received a reply. We finally got in touch with you. In the headquarters of Jiang Yan Chinese Network in Kyoto, a petite figure suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone in the office. The girl's face flushed as she quickly waved her hands in apology. Wu Qianqian, what are you doing? A door creaked open, revealing a bald man with a serious expression, his tone laced with palpable displeasure. Editor-in-Chief, I'm sorry, this is the office area, and it's working hours. No matter the reason, you cannot shout. Wu Qian quickly acquiesced, her voice softening. Okay, Editor-in-Chief. I'll be more mindful next time. However, I just got in touch with the author of Zhu Xian. Before she could finish her sentence, a loud exclamation interrupted her. What? You made contact with him? In an instant, a rotund figure dashed past, swiftly appearing before Wu Qian. His agility was astonishing. Where is he? What did he say? Let me see. The rapidity of the events left the surrounding colleagues speechless. Yet, having occupied his position as editor-in-chief for many years, he had cultivated a thick skin, showing no signs of embarrassment for his earlier outburst. Maintaining his composure, he urged Wu Qian. Wu Qian hastily opened the chat history, prompting curious colleagues drawn by the commotion to gather around. They were all familiar with the illustrious title Zhu Xian, and many had read the book. With most being fervent fans, they were eager to discover the unfolding plot and understood the significance of this author to their department. The elusive author had finally made an appearance, a rare opportunity not to be missed. Under the guidance of the editor-in-chief, Wu Qian typed a message. I haven't had the chance to communicate with you before. May we chat for a while? Su Chun pondered for a moment, recognizing that the other party had indeed assisted him considerably, arranging the recommendation slot without prior contact. Thus, he felt it would be impolite to decline and replied, of course. Please feel free to ask any questions you may have, and I will answer them one by one. Su Chen's words left the editorial team momentarily stunned. The tone resembled that of a celebrity addressing reporters, which felt rather peculiar. Yet, considering he was a potential literary giant, they rationalized it as a natural demeanor for a distinguished author. Yes, esteemed author, a touch of pride is only to be expected. I would like to inquire about your plans for the continuation of this book. How many words do you anticipate writing? Do you have any drafts prepared? Is the plot already arranged? Is there a specific update schedule? Seeing the inquiries, Su Chun shook his head with a smile. Indeed, these were the editor's primary concerns. I plan to write approximately 1 million words for this book. Currently, I have no drafts, but the storyline is well structured in my mind. I can write it at any time. Upon reading his message, Wu Qian and the editorial team brightened with joy. The plot being fully planned indicated his intent to continue writing. With the book currently under 500,000 words, a plan for over 1 million words suggested they were merely at the halfway point. This was undeniably splendid news. Their greatest fear was that Su Chun would cease writing and squander such a promising foundation. Knowing he would continue and produce a substantial amount was a cause for celebration. They now had ample room to promote the book effectively. As the innovation department of Jiang Yan Chinese Network, their mission was to grasp the latest trends in online literature and explore new genres. While they appear to be thriving, they alone understood the immense challenges of innovating within this realm. The emergence of a new category often required time to mature and validation through masterpieces. Yet, achieving such accolades was no simple feat. Furthermore, the completion of a lengthy novel typically demanded a year or more, representing a significant time investment. The innovation department had been nearly a year without notable achievements and was on the brink of despair. Unexpectedly, Wu Qian discovered Zhu Xian, an unprecedented genre within the realm of fantasy. The writing was exceptional, the emotions palpable, and the structure commendable, truly the mark of a master. That day, the editorial team held an exhilarating meeting, meticulously discussing operational strategies and promotional plans. However, when it came time to execute, they found themselves unable to contact the author. To compound matters, the author had ceased updates. A promising opportunity had faltered due to minor complications, leading the editor-in-chief to harbor reservations about Wu Qian's capabilities. Only today, when Su Chen finally responded, did they glimpse renewed hope. Regarding future updates, do you have the time for a regular schedule? No, Su Chen replied directly, leaving the editorial team momentarily breathless. Such bluntness, with no excuses offered, was unexpected. I often have unexpected matters that consume my time, making stable updates impossible. However, if I find a time, I will certainly write more. A collective sigh of relief escaped the team. Fortunately, he did not appear to be giving up. Thus, under the counsel of numerous strategists, Wu Qian and Su Chen engaged in a back-and-forth discussion, delving into not only promotional strategies, but also exploring deeper narrative aspects, with Su Chen patiently answering each query. This conversation lasted for more than half an hour, until all questions were thoroughly addressed. Very well, from now on, I shall continue to provide updates whenever I have the time, as we discussed today. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to reach out to me at any moment. Upon noticing that Su Chen was about to log off, the chief editor of the editorial department anxiously tugged at Wu Qian's arm, urging, quickly, let us obtain his contact information. Chapter 98. The first signature on Blue Star. Wu Qian was startled, awakening from her reverie. She quickly sent a message to Su Chen. Dear author, could you kindly share your WeChat contact? It would facilitate our future communications. Su Chen pondered for a moment and agreed. After all, he rarely logged in, making it prudent to add the editor's WeChat. Without hesitation, he sent his QR code. Kindergarten leader. The editorial team chuckled upon seeing Su Chen's online moniker, surprised that the author of Zhu Xian would adopt such a juvenile name, seemingly at odds with the tone of the book. Brother, I've secured the property deed for you. When shall I deliver it? Closing his laptop, Su Chen received a message from the real estate agent, Xiao Huang. He had long intended to reclaim the house left by his parents, but had been delayed due to attending a premiere in Kyoto. Upon returning, he promptly prepared the necessary paperwork. After signing the purchase contract, he had been waiting for news. Now, nearly a month had elapsed, and he was surprised to find that Xiao Huang had already finalized the deed. What a reliable young man. After some consideration, Su Chen decided to meet him, replying, no problem, just set a location, and I'll come find you. I need to head out anyway. All right, brother. I'm currently dining out, but I'll be back shortly. Why don't you come to our shop? Xiao Huang sent over a location pin. Su Chen checked the map. It wasn't far from his position. He promptly made his way towards the subway station. As he walked, he noticed occasional glances directed his way, as if people recognized him but couldn't quite place him. A few individuals huddled together, whispering. Su Chen chuckled inwardly, aware that photos online differed from real life. Even celebrities, who were not widely recognized, had a low probability of being identified on the street. Even if recognized without a fan base, no one would approach him, which was why he felt comfortable strolling openly in public. In this respect, he was less prominent than some influencers who frequently appeared online. Upon arriving at the real estate agency, it was precisely lunchtime. The staff had just returned from their meals, gathering to chat. Upon seeing Su Chen enter, they initially assumed he was a client. A young woman hurried over, greeting him. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? Are you looking to rent or purchase? Su Chen shook his head. I'm here to see Huang Qizhao. Upon mentioning the agent's name, the staff understood he was likely a client of Xiao Huang. Nevertheless, they didn't treat him any less favorably. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the girl invited Su Chen to the reception area and brought him a glass of water. Please wait a moment. Brother Huang has stepped out for lunch and should return shortly. Thank you. Su Chen replied, yet the girl did not leave. Instead, she sat down and engaged him in casual conversation. Meanwhile, the others exchanged curious glances, whispering amongst themselves. Where did this client come from? He is quite handsome. How would I know? You should strike up a conversation. Together? Let us not. I'm not interested in handsome guys. The office was predominantly filled with women, all of whom were intrigued by Su Chen's presence, leading to a noticeable decline in the chatter around them. Before long, the door swung open with a cheerful voice. Oh, brother, you're here already? So soon. My apologies for taking longer than expected. Xiao Huang approached briskly, apologizing as he walked. Upon reaching Su Chen and noticing the girl chatting with him, he greeted Su Chen and said, Please hold on a moment. I'll fetch the documents for you. He then turned to the girl with a smile. Xiao Li, keep Brother Su company for a bit longer. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Xiao Li's cheeks flushed, clearly understanding Huang's implication. He was a desirable man, and she should make the most of this opportunity. However, upon hearing Huang refer to Su Chen as Brother Su, she furrowed her brow in contemplation. A few minutes later, Huang returned with several red documents in hand. Brother Su, everything is here. Please take a look. Su Chen casually flipped through the documents, confirming there were no issues. After signing the necessary forms, he stood up. All right, everything is settled. I'll be on my way now. Thank you for your assistance. Huang quickly waved his hand. It's nothing, really. I should have treated you to a meal today. But with all this commotion, Su Chen laughed heartily, indicating he didn't mind. At that moment, a soft voice piped up. Su, are you Su Laosher? You recognize me? Xiao Li eagerly nodded, her excitement palpable. She had sensed familiarity upon entering, but couldn't place it until Xiao Huang referred to him as Brother Su. Suddenly, everything clicked into place, and she realized he was the renowned Su Chen. Would you mind signing for me? Oh, Su Chen was taken aback. He was neither an idol nor a singer, merely a composer and the rumored boyfriend of Jiang Yan, not quite a public figure. He anticipated this girl would ask him for an autograph. You want my autograph? Xiao Li nodded eagerly, her face flushed. I'm a huge fan of your songs. With her enthusiasm evident, Su Chen felt no need to be coy. Where would you like me to sign? Although he was a celebrity, he wouldn't shy away from such a simple request. Seeing his agreement, the girl fumbled for a moment before producing her notebook and a pen, handing them to Su Chen. He took the items and swiftly inscribed his name on the first page of the notebook. His signature was neat and confident, a beautiful cursive that left Xiao Li in awe. The others observed the exchange, whispering amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Huang stood nearby, glancing between Su Chen and Xiao Li, puzzled by the situation. It wasn't until Su Chen had left that Huang finally asked, Xiao Li, why did you ask Brother Su for an autograph? What is the story behind it? Brother Su is your client, and you don't even know who he is? Huang's face was a picture of confusion. Who is he? Isn't he just Su Chen? Xiao Li rolled her eyes. Haven't you seen the entertainment news lately? He is the rising composer. Jiang Yan's rumored boyfriend. You must have heard of his songs. Next stop, Diva 1000 songs. He wrote those. Just as Xiao Li finished speaking, a chorus of gasps erupted in the office. It suddenly dawned on me. He is Su Chen. No wonder he appeared so familiar, resembling a celebrity. Indeed, his extraordinary demeanor is evident. Xiao Li, why did you not give us a heads up? Subsequently, the crowd began to express their grievances toward Xiao Li. Although Su Chen may not be a major star, he is undeniably a figure of some renown, is he not? Furthermore, he has a connection with Jiang Yan. Securing an autograph to boast about would be quite advantageous. Xiao Li could only manage a helpless smile. Having stood beside Su Chen the entire time, how could he have alerted anyone? Huang Qiqing, upon overhearing the commotion, gaped in astonishment. Goodness, he is Jiang Yan's rumored boyfriend? The very same Jiang Yan, the goddess of otaku? The crowd cast sympathetic glances in his direction. Oh, Xiao Huang, refrain from fixating solely on making money. Take a moment to stay informed about the news. You must keep pace with the times. Huang Qiqing felt as though he were on the verge of tears. Chapter 99, Brother Su Chen. I want to debut. As Su Chen emerged from the real estate agency, he strolled through the market, replenishing his supply of daily groceries. Although he had missed the lunch hour, his solitary lifestyle rendered such timings irrelevant. As he approached his residential complex, he spotted two familiar figures exiting the main gate. With one hand laden with items and the other waving his phone, he called out, Shan Shan, Jia Jia. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, Kong Shan and Ku Jia Jia turned to look, and they joyfully jogged over. Brother Su Chen. Since their last encounter, Kong Shan had naturally taken to calling him Brother Su Chen, following Tang Jia's lead. Ku Jia Jia, albeit shy, echoed Kong Shan's greeting softly. When did you arrive? Why not stay a bit longer? Su Chen inquired politely, noticing their intention to leave. We came early this morning to volunteer with Tang Jia, Kong Shan eagerly replied. We have to return home later to do our homework. Su Chen smiled and nodded as he watched Kong Shan's enthusiastic response. Why not stay for a meal before you go? It's perfectly fine to do your homework a bit later. However, Kong Shan, fidgeting, interjected. We just had lunch at Tang Jiai's house. She glanced at the items in Su Chen's hands, clearly wanting to stay, but struggling to find a suitable excuse. How about having a little more to eat? Su Chen invited with a smile. Just as Kong Shan was about to agree, Jia quickly tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to realize the situation. No, let's save it for next time. Following the revelation of Su Chen's relationship with Jiang Yan, the girls had developed an almost idol-like admiration for him. Not only was he handsome, but he was also a talented composer who had won over a renowned diva. Naturally, they had become his little fans. In his presence, Kong Shan exhibited a slight restraint, attempting to conceal her eagerness to spend more time with him. After some more conversation, they reluctantly bid farewell. Su Chen chuckled softly as he observed Kong Shan glancing back multiple times as she walked away. Ascending the stairs, Su Chen did not head directly home, but instead knocked on the door across the hall. Tang Jiai had returned. Kong Shan and Jia mentioned she had come back the night before. It struck him as peculiar that she hadn't sought him out. "Ah, it's Xiao Chun. Come in," Tang Jiai exclaimed. "Why are you carrying so many things?" As Su Chen entered, he explained to Wu Xiuhua, "I just went out to buy some groceries and brought back some beef for you all." This was soon met with Wu Xiuhua's playful complaints. "Why are you buying us things? We have plenty of food at home. We don't know when we'll finish it all. If you keep bringing more, it'll spoil." After placing the items on the dining table and surveying the surroundings, Su Chen noticed Tang Jiai was absent. He teased, "Isn't the girl back? She eats the most, so let her have it." Wu Xiuhua chuckled and shot a glance toward Tang Jiai's room, signaling to Su Chen. Almost immediately, Tang Jiai stormed out of her room, pouting. "Brother Su Chen, are you talking about me behind my back?" Both Su Chen and Wu Xiuhua burst into laughter. Realizing her mother was siding with Su Chen only fueled Tang Jiai's annoyance further. "Mom, don't laugh. With the way you cook, even if I could eat, I would want to. It's the same few dishes every day. It's utterly tiresome." Wu Xiuhua, feigning anger, picked up a rolling pin, pretending to chase after her. Tang Jiai squealed and fled, covering her head. After a commotion, Wu Xiuhua turned to Su Chen. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? It's too late for you to cook. The dishes from just now are a bit too much, so feel free to help yourself. They're still in the pot." Su Chen, hearing this, nodded appreciatively. He fetched a bowl and chopsticks from the kitchen and settled at the dining table, enjoying his meal while playfully bantering with Tang Jiai. Once dinner concluded, Tang Jiai naturally followed him back home. Su Chen retrieved a yogurt from the fridge and handed it to her. "So, how have things been at school lately?" As she opened the yogurt container, Tang Jiai replied, "What could be happening? It's just eating, attending classes, and sleeping." Su Chen found her nonchalant demeanor somewhat perplexing. "Is there nothing else?" Tang Jiai blinked at him. "Nothing at all." Su Chen felt uncertain about how to probe further. His instincts told him that something was amiss with Tang Jiai. After the break, she had been cooped up at home, neglecting to reach out, and her messages had dwindled significantly. Although she was trying to mask her feelings, Su Chen could discern a hint of unease in her demeanor. "Is anyone bullying you at school?" He finally mustered the courage to ask. Tang Jiai paused, momentarily taken aback. Then, she burst into laughter. "Brother Su Chen, are you feeling unwell? Do you think I'm being bullied at school? Just look at me." As she continued her playful boasting, Su Chen seized the moment to speak candidly. "Then why do you seem a bit down?" In the midst of her animated chatter, Tang Jiai froze upon hearing his question. However, she quickly regained her composure. "Really? I'm not aware of that. I'm quite happy." After saying that, she noticed Su Chen's silence and fell into a contemplative pause. The room grew heavy with unspoken words. After a lengthy silence, Tang Jiai turned to Su Chen, gazing earnestly into his eyes. "Brother Su Chen, I want to debut." Su Chen was taken aback by this unexpected revelation. He had contemplated numerous potential reasons for Tang Jiai's unease, but had never anticipated this. "Is it because of this?" Su Chen inquired, suggesting whether this desire was the source of her discontent. Tang Jiai shook her head, then hesitated before nodding in affirmation. This ambiguity left Su Chen bewildered. "Are you serious?" he asked, noting the gravity in her expression as she nodded solemnly. In that moment, Su Chen was engulfed in thought. Tang Jia had previously mentioned her aspirations to become a star, but those had always been playful remarks, and he had never taken them seriously. Yet today, her demeanor suggested that she was genuinely committed to this ambition. What should he do? If Tang Jia was resolute in her desire to pursue this path, he would undoubtedly support her. Although the entertainment industry was fraught with challenges, he would do everything in his power to safeguard her. However, it would be best to wait until he had established a more solid foundation. Now is simply not the right time. Chapter 100 Departure. Hangzhou. Why the sudden desire to debut? Su Chen did not immediately deny it, but instead posed a question that lingered in his mind. Given his understanding of Tang Jia, she would not act without reason. Something must have transpired. Tang Jia pursed her lips, contemplating before forcing a smile. I've mentioned before, I aspire to be a big star, and to achieve that, one must first debut. Su Chen rolled his eyes. This girl was not being truthful. Nonetheless, he patiently responded to Tang Jia. I understand your ambition to become a star. Your dream is something I wholeheartedly support. Upon seeing Su Chen's earnestness, Tang Jia straightened in her seat. Su Chen continued, however, are you familiar with the entertainment industry? This realm is rife with complexities beyond your imagination. It is a place of fame and fortune, and once you enter, you will encounter myriad temptations. Are you truly prepared for that? Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Jia nodded. Su Chen was rendered speechless. If only she had hesitated, he might have felt she had given it serious thought. Clearly, she had not considered the implications at all. Even if she passed the initial hurdles, she would still face external pressures. You must have heard the gossip surrounding certain celebrities, right? I assure you, most of it is true. Often, they are not in control of their own destinies. Tang Jia pondered for a moment before declaring, I will take good care of myself. Su Chen was taken aback, unsure how to respond. If he had a solid foundation or his own company, he could easily assist Tang Jia in her debut. Yet, he had nothing at present. How could he allow her to sign with an entertainment company? According to his plan, this decision should be postponed for 2 years. However, Tang Jia's sudden inclination had caught him off guard. Although he had written some songs and garnered a modicum of fame, he understood that such achievements were insignificant in the face of capital. He remained unconvinced. But you're only a sophomore. I believe your studies should take precedence. Tang Jia was eager to interject, but Su Chen quickly added, wait, hear me out. How about this? Focus on your studies for just over a year. Once you enter university, we can then consider the entertainment industry. At that point, I will fully support you. What do you think? After hearing Su Chen's proposal, he carefully observed her expression, only to find her pouting with a sense of grievance. Why wait? I don't think the entertainment industry is that terrifying. If Jiang Yan can do it, why can't I? Su Chen suddenly felt enlightened. Is that the reason for your unhappiness? He couldn't help but chuckle. Was she feeling jealous of Jiang Yan? It seemed rather childish. Yet, he understood her feelings. Having been close to him throughout her life, the sudden emergence of Jiang Yan, with whom Su Chen was writing songs and sharing rumors, must have felt like a precious part of her life was being taken away. It was only natural for her to feel competitive and hostile. Su Chen shook his head with a smile, patiently reassuring her, Jiang Yan is different. She has been in the industry for many years and is well-versed in its intricacies. She can navigate challenges with ease. You, on the other hand, are like an innocent little lamb. He gently ruffled Tang Jia's hair. How rude. You're the little lamb. I'm quite clever. Suddenly, Tang Jia seemed to have an epiphany and looked intently at Su Chen. So, are you Jiang Yan's boyfriend? Su Chen was taken aback and chuckled. She is a superstar now. Do you really think I could be her boyfriend? Tang Jia persisted. No, you haven't, he answered. Are you? Su Chen rolled his eyes. Of course not. I'm just an ordinary person. How could that be possible? At this, Tang Jia's face lit up with joy. She then huffed. Who says you're ordinary? They don't know you're a genius composer, Tangua. Jiang Yan's rise to stardom is largely due to the songs you've written for her. Why would she look down on you? Su Chen shook his head in exasperation. Her protective nature mirrored his own. However, he chose not to dwell on that topic and redirected the conversation. So, do you agree with what I just said? Focus on your studies. We can discuss everything else after university. Tang Jia frowned in contemplation before reluctantly agreeing. Fine, I suppose. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Their earlier conversation seemed to have resolved her inner turmoil. As the traces of worry faded from her brow, they playfully bantered for a while longer before she returned home. As soon as Tang Jiai left, Su Chen received a message from Lu Yuanqing. Su Chen, we made a connection. The deputy director in charge of entertainment programs at Zhejiang South Television wants to meet with us. When will be a convenient time for you to come to Hangzhou? Su Chen had been in contact with Lu Yuanqing for some time, but the lack of a meeting with the relevant personnel had delayed progress. Receiving this news suddenly filled him with excitement. Instead of replying via WeChat, he called directly. "Chinga, what is going on?" Upon answering, he was greeted with Lu Yuanqing's hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, Su Chen, things are looking promising. Zhejiang South Television has been planning some new programs since the second half of the year. However, due to procedural issues, it has been stalled for quite some time. When I visited Hangzhou last month, they were still in negotiations, and the leader overseeing the project was notably elusive. Today, they suddenly reached out through Jiang Yan to arrange a meeting, which suggests we may finally have progress." Su Chen chuckled at this. "That's wonderful. Regardless of the outcome, the fact that they want to meet indicates there's still hope. Let us have that meeting and gather more information." He glanced at the date. "I'll book a flight for tomorrow. Let us have Jiang Yan confirm the time. Once we have that sorted, we can bring our proposal along." Lu Yuanqing laughed heartily on the other end. "Perfect. I have great confidence in your proposal. Let us settle on that, and make sure you come quickly. If the meeting is later, I can show you around Hangzhou. It's a lovely place." Hearing Lu Yuanqing and Oppo's enthusiasm, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. This guy had ended up staying in Hangzhou after his visit last month, treating it like a vacation. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of envy for Lu Yuanqing's leisurely lifestyle.